Chapter 1. The boy who could not escape death. As the night deepened, the chimes of evening prayer from the temple of the god of war resonated 3 times, with only the lingering echoes dancing between the domes and spires of the city of Immortals. In the bustling heart of the port city, the most favored server of the Bell Hotel, Jedi Lux, stretched his aching arms, inhaling the crisp air against the night breeze, before sluggishly ascending the wooden ladder to prepare for his final task of the day, eavesdropping on certain guest conversations. Like other establishments in the lively district of Immortals, the Bell Hotel boasted a specially designed chamber for confidential discussions, available for hire at the rate of 2 silver coins per hour for patrons with particular needs. The chamber was enveloped in double layers of burlap stuffed with cotton, while the floor was generously covered with thick carpets, effectively muffling even the most discerning ears. The door could only be locked from the inside and fit so snugly that once a guest entered, they could converse freely about sensitive matters without the worry of prying ears that a chamber unable to maintain confidentiality would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Bell Hotel, a fact that the portly proprietor, Barrow, took to heart. Consequently, Jedi Lux seldom received assignments to eavesdrop. However, this time, Barrow's curiosity proved insatiable. Initially skeptical, Jedi soon comprehended the depth of Barrow's intrigue upon stealthily climbing the tall ladder and discovering a polished bronze spyglass nestled between the eaves and low walls. For safety reasons, the chamber lacked a fireplace or any illuminating torches. The sole source of light emanated from a solitary candle on the table. The flickering glow cast an eerie and perilous ambience. And through the spyglass, the lens was not particularly well grounded, causing the 2 figures engaged in conversation to appear as distorted phantoms. Both individuals were cloaked in thick, dark gray linen capes of identical design, their hoods drawn low, obscuring their faces in shadow, resembling reflections in a mirror. Jedi discerned a distinction between them based solely on their exposed chins, the one sporting a meticulously groomed mustache he dubbed the mustachioed man, while the other, with a smooth and polished jawline, was maliciously nicknamed the effeminate one. Jedi noted the peculiar dynamic between the 2. Although they were conversing in the same room, they sat at opposite ends of the oak table, seemingly intent on maintaining a deliberate distance. Perhaps to signal their lack of hostility, both men placed their hands in the candlelight, yet such a gesture only underscored their mutual distrust. Allies, yet allies who did not trust one another. Jedi licked his dry lips in the darkness, feeling a tingle of anxiety as he anticipated that he might soon hear something of great significance, something that could potentially alter his destiny. His premonition was validated mere seconds later. There is no doubt that His Majesty is nearing the truth. We must divert his attention elsewhere, spoke the mustachioed man, his beard quivering slightly with each word. The Prime Minister, the Queen, or the Princess, one of them must perish. Murder will only complicate matters further, perhaps even beyond control, countered the effeminate one, his accent sharp and crisp as if forged from ice, enhanced by a melodious Filmerian lilt. Regardless of how dire the king's judgment may be, it is undeniable that he values his family. Consider this. If the queen or the princess were to be murdered, how would he react? Only the gods above know, the mustachioed man replied, tapping his fingers anxiously upon the table, producing a series of faint, nervous sounds. Yet, do we have any other options? That spider is far too cunning. I do not know how much of the truth he has uncovered, nor whether he has reported to the king. I believe he has not. That spider lacks the courage to take risks. Consumed only by thoughts of solidifying his power, the king's health is deteriorating, and his new allies have yet to establish themselves. Mr. Spider must be as anxious as if he were being roasted on a scorching iron plate. Yet we cannot place our hopes on whether that spider possesses the audacity or not. The mustachioed man slammed his palm on the table, causing the candle flame to flicker wildly, as large drops of wax began to cascade down. The queen and the princess must remain untouched. Let us eliminate the prime minister instead. After all, within our plans, the prime minister's head must be the first to roll. The wisdom contained within that head is the greatest threat to our scheme. The effeminate one appeared hesitant, after a few moments of silence. He sighed, "My dear prime minister, alas, is that prophecy accurate? If the prophecy could be altered, the prophetess dream has never erred," the mustachioed man declared with unwavering conviction. The prophetess dream shall come to fruition. Without a doubt, the era of the Griffin Empire is drawing to a close. We must be resolute, lest we become ensnared by the bonds of fate, and then it will be too late. Very well, I concur. The effeminate one nodded almost imperceptibly, his hood bobbing with the motion. However, we must exercise utmost caution in selecting the moment, ensuring absolute certainty. The Griffin Empire is waning. A new era is on the horizon. Only by choosing the correct position can we seize the greatest advantage in the tumultuous years to come. Jedi pursed his lips, calculating the worth of the Prime Minister's life in golden griffins, alongside the value of exposing these conspirators' treachery. Serving as a mere server in the hotel for a lifetime was not Jedi Lux's dream. He longed to escape the port city of Yalius, to traverse the lands, to behold the splendors of the continent, and to attain honor and wealth through his own efforts. This dream seemed enchanting, yet Jedi was a clever lad, acutely aware that a 14-year-old boy without any connections venturing forth alone was likely to meet a dismal fate. Even if he stumbled upon some precious treasure, it could easily be seized by noble lords or other adventurers. Tio realized this dream. Jedi had diligently saved from his meager wages, amassing several silver coins and a handful of coppers, along with a gleaming crown and sword silver coin, enough to ensure his sustenance at the beginning of his journey. Now, a more fortuitous opportunity lay before him than a vision of countless golden griffins, uncountable estates and manors. Noble titles, and the delicate hand of a princess appeared to be within reach. Barrow will never know of all this. Oh, he certainly won't. This is highly confidential and valuable intelligence, and I alone shall reap the benefits, Jedi assured himself. His plan was to memorize the two men's features, stealthily depart, concoct a plausible excuse to placate Barrow's curiosity, and then wait in his room until dawn. And when dawn broke, naturally, he would expedite his plans of traversing the continent, trading that crown and sword coin for a donkey to ride towards the city of glory, Fulmeria. Upon arriving in Fulmeria, Jedi intended to seize an opportunity to meet the still unnamed Prime Minister, revealing everything in detail in exchange for a handsome reward. An unnatural silence jolted Jedi from his reverie. He leaned closer to the spyglass once more. The candle's light remained dim. The mustachioed man was still seated, yet the effeminate one had vanished. Jedi twisted the spyglass, searching for any sign of the effeminate one, but found nothing, instead sensing a chilling, piercing gaze upon him. This was impossible. No one could see him in the pitch-black darkness, Jedi reassured himself, holding his breath as he awaited the sensation to dissipate. You possess quite the audacity, young one. The effeminate one's voice was as smooth as velvet, clear as if resonating directly in Jedi's ear. Startled, Jedi jumped, the jolt akin to awakening from a nightmare. In the next instant, something whistled through the darkness, striking the side of Jedi's neck. It was not particularly painful, and he dismissed it, assuming it was nothing fatal. He swiftly executed the escape route he had rehearsed countless times in his mind, leaping onto the roof, then crawling along the slick tiles for several meters before jumping to another rooftop. This one belonged to a once noble knight, now dilapidated, where two weathered gargoyles stood. By stepping onto the severed neck of one gargoyle and stretching his arms outward, he could grasp the windowsill of the derelict lighthouse. The final part was straightforward. The stone steps descending from the lighthouse remained relatively intact. In under half a minute, Jedi would slip into the labyrinthine alleys of the port district. One or two unfamiliar individuals, no matter how skilled, would never be able to spot a boy who had lived there for over a decade. Jedi was acutely aware that they dared not reveal their identities, regardless of how much they valued this matter. Leaping onto the rooftop was effortless, yet maintaining balance on the slippery tiles proved more challenging. Suddenly, Jedi tasted a metallic tang in his mouth, and for reasons unknown, he felt a bit dizzy. This was no time for dizziness. Irritated, he lifted his hand to touch the increasingly painful spot on his neck, only to encounter something utterly unexpected. That was the hilt of a dagger, its grip rigid and slick with some viscous substance. Jedi's fingers found a small section of the blade, and to his horror, he realized that the rest of the blade was deeply embedded in his own neck. Oh, gods of the heavens! As the boy crawled forward, he pressed his hand tightly against the bleeding wound. I cannot pull it out. I must escape, find a herbalist. He will tend to my bleeding. I am fine. I will be fine. A sudden crash of tiles echoed behind him, and he turned to see a cloaked figure, dark as ash, pursuing him like a great bat. The figure moved with astonishing speed, gliding effortlessly, tiles shattering beneath its feet, a glimmering sword gripped in its hand. Oh gods, have mercy! Jedi wished to plead for mercy, but something lodged in his throat stifled his voice. The boy attempted to run, but as he moved, his feet suddenly slipped, and he fell from the rooftop, tumbling into the cold, muddy street below. Pain shot through his wrists and ankles. Yet compared to the gushing wound at his neck, the injuries to his limbs seemed trivial. Despair filled Jedi as he watched the figure leap gracefully down from the roof, its feet illuminating with an otherworldly glow as it landed firmly on the ground. Chi. It is Chi. The boy's eyes widened in terror as he extended his hands towards the figure, his voice a mere whisper. For the sake of the gods, sir, I will say nothing. I have seen nothing. I beg you spare me. Sleep well, child. The words accompanied a flash of the sword's gleam, a gentle yet chilling kiss upon the other side of Jedi's neck. The boy collapsed to the ground, losing control over his body. Yet he felt a strange relief as the pain swiftly receded, and the dark sky descended slowly, engulfing his consciousness. The figure sheathed the sword and lingered beside the boy for 2 minutes, until the crimson blood pooled beneath the lifeless body. The plan has barely begun and is already on the verge of exposure. This bodes ill. Its voice was but a whisper. Is there truly nothing debatable in the prophecy? Lost in its musings, the figure departed, unaware that behind it, the boy in the blood pool suddenly convulsed, and the wounds on his neck ceased to bleed, his chest rising and falling once more. Chapter 2. The Castle from Another World Jedi? Lux slowly opened his eyes. His neck still throbbed faintly, yet when he touched it, there were no signs of injury, as though everything that had transpired was merely a surreal dream. The negotiations in the chamber, the black-robed pursuer, and all else simply non-existent. In the next moment, the boy was astonished to feel the hard floor beneath him. He discovered that he lay in the center of a vast hall constructed from some unknown pale gray stone. The walls and ceiling radiating a peculiar glow, pure white light, cold, unyielding, devoid of warmth. This hall lacked columns for support, and no one was in sight. Yet he sensed he was not alone, for a gaze scrutinized him in silence. Nervously swallowing, the boy observed his surroundings, but could not discern the source of the gaze. It was akin to being outside the negotiation chamber, where someone watched him from an unknown location. He could not ascertain whether this presence bore goodwill or malice, yet he felt that this gaze was not as cold and sharp as that of the cloaked figure, but rather calm and gentle. Akin to the only warmth in this frigid world, Jedi remained silent, allowing the unseen observer to appraise him from head to toe for what felt like an eternity. Perhaps it was mere minutes. Or perhaps a century later, when the white light dimmed suddenly, and a figure cloaked in red silently appeared before Jedi. Or rather, it was not that this figure had appeared, but rather it had always stood there. With some barrier obscuring the boy's vision now vanished. Welcome to my castle, child. A kindly voice spoke to him. I apologize for startling you, but the situation was exceedingly urgent. I had to pull your soul directly into this place. With a gesture from the figure in red, a high-backed chair emanating a soft white glow appeared beside Jedi. I have just healed your wounds, but the toll on your strength is considerable. It would be best for you to sit and rest. Jedi, hastily rising, wished to assure the figure that he was fine and that a mere drain on his stamina was of no consequence. However, upon seeing the thick fur draped over the chair, the boy realized he was indeed fatigued, his legs feeling less stable than before. With a frustrated sigh, Jedi deeply bowed to the figure in red. Thank you very much for saving my life. Sir, my name is Jedi. Lux. Ah, a fine name. The figure in red nodded, twirling his long, white beard between his fingers. Jedi noted that the man appeared quite aged, his hair and beard entirely white, his face marked with intricate and profound wrinkles. I am Dish. Dish, Friedrich. Mr. Dish, are you a magician? The boy asked cautiously, eyeing the elder who called himself Dish. Friedrich, especially the red robe embroidered with golden runes. Each glowing rune seemed imbued with some mysterious power, and the robe's ancient style made the elder appear almost like a dignified deity. That would not be entirely inaccurate. However, I am an alchemist, though it is not incorrect to call me a magician. The elder smiled and nodded, then gently shook his head. With a snap of his fingers, a chair identical to the one beneath Jedi appeared behind him, and he settled into it, adjusting to a comfortable posture. You were grievously injured, and I doubt anyone besides myself could have rescued your life from the grasp of the long-sleep guide, Cuxia. Yet, that also required your own effort to ensure that your plea reached my ears. You heard my cry for help? Jedi exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, not just heard, but it was quite deafening, Mr. Dish shrugged. A gesture Jedi had witnessed many people make, yet none had done so with such grace. Perhaps at that moment, you could not voice your thoughts, but the voice of your soul was exceedingly clear, and the deeper the obsession, the louder the call. The boy's face turned crimson at the elder's teasing. I only wished not to die, he stammered. And thus, I heard you and saved you, Mr. Dish replied with a smile, raising an eyebrow. Now, child, let us put this topic to rest. I would like to know what your plans are upon your return. I wish to go to the radiant capital, Firemire, and seek an opportunity to meet the Prime Minister, to relay everything I overheard outside the negotiation chamber. As he spoke of his plans, Jedi's expression brightened, for the gratitude he felt towards Mr. Dish, combined with the elder's mysterious and formidable presence, led the boy to have no intention of deceiving him, sharing all he had seen and heard. Things may not be so simple, Jedi. After listening to the boy's account, Mr. Dish shook his head in disapproval and raised a finger. First, have you considered that the one you referred to as the cloaked figure is a knight of considerable strength, showing no fear at the thought of assassinating a nation's prime minister? It is as if he holds the confidence that he could indeed make the Griffin Empire lose its prime minister at will. What assurance does he possess? I had never thought of that. Jedi smacked his forehead, acknowledging his oversight with dismay. Secondly, the Griffin Empire is vast, and as the foremost minister of the empire, the prime minister is undoubtedly overwhelmed with affairs and has little time to meet someone of your stature. Mr. Dish extended a second finger. Even if, by some stroke of luck, you managed to secure an audience with the prime minister, how could you convince him that what you overheard in a hotel negotiation chamber carries any truth? I do not know, but wait, I could undergo a lie detection spell. I remember the priests of the War God Temple can cast such magic. Lie detection is useful, but not infallible, for the spell cannot discern whether you are lying due to being misled. Mr. Dish shook his head, raising a third finger. Lastly, you have not seen the faces of those two individuals clearly. One had a small mustache and a hoarse voice. The other was the cloaked figure, skilled with a sword and possessing the power of Qi. With such scant details, it would be nearly impossible to identify them, even if the Duke of Bamillion, the Empire's intelligence minister, were to personally investigate. Upon hearing Mr. Dish's explanations, Jedi could not help but let out a despondent sigh, slumping in his chair like a deflated balloon. So, does that mean what I heard is of no use at all? From a personal standpoint, you are indeed correct, Mr. Dish reassured as he gently patted the boy's arm. Jedi, if today a powerful sorcerer had overheard the clandestine conversation and used crystal ball projection magic to record everything, or if a valiant knight had apprehended those two individuals on the spot, he would have emerged as a hero, exposing the treasonous plots of certain individuals. Why is it like this? Jedi murmured, somewhat dazed, his gaze unfocused. It is clearly the same opportunity, the same choices. Why do some become heroes while others vanish without a trace? This illustrates that power is paramount. My child, opportunity merely presents the canvas upon which power can be exercised. Mr. Dish leaned forward, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Just like tonight, you were presented with a splendid opportunity to alter the fates of many, perhaps even that of the entire empire. Yet, due to your insufficient strength, the outcome was merely the loss of your own life, leaving nothing unchanged. You are right, Mr. Dish. My thoughts were indeed naive, Jedi confessed. Feeling a heaviness in his chest, he lowered his head, his once fiery ambitions dissipating like water, releasing a long, reluctant sigh from deep within. This is not naivety, it is merely a touch of innocence. However, everyone experiences such innocence at some point. It is nothing to be ashamed of. Mr. Dish smiled, clapping his hands to regain the boy's attention before earnestly stating, it may be too late to unveil these conspirators, and more crucially, it is impossible to gain anyone's trust. Yet, this matter likely involves more than just one or two factions that that effeminate fellow mentioned. Turbulent times are on the horizon, and whether one desires it or not, many will inevitably be swept into the fray. Jedi, do you wish to possess power? Perhaps to become a sorcerer? Can I truly become a sorcerer? Do I possess that talent? Jedi gasped in disbelief, his mouth agape. The boy harbored hopes for the future, yet even in his most splendid dreams, he never imagined he could become a wielder of formidable and mysterious powers, a feat far more arduous than becoming a noble knight or aristocrat. Oh, you most certainly have the talent, Jedi. Few possess the ability to project their voice throughout this castle, even in moments of life and death. This is a land blessed by the divine, the eternal city of the tranquil realm. Only those with sufficient talent on the path of alchemy may enter this sanctum. Mr. Dish winked, then retrieved an ancient parchment booklet from his sleeve. This is the first gift I bestow upon you. Study the knowledge within diligently, and you shall grasp the essence of magical power. Jedi accepted the booklet with trembling hands, feeling an involuntary shiver run through his arms, apart from the hotel's account books. He had never encountered any other tomes, especially one crafted from fine, pale yellow parchment. Jedi understood that each sheet required a high-quality lambskin for tanning and polishing, a price only nobles could afford. Mr. Dish, this is far too precious. I fear, if someone sees it, I won't be able to keep it safe, Jedi stammered, his palms clammy with anxiety as he clutched the booklet tightly. Oh, do not worry. This booklet is created through alchemy. Aside from you, no one else can perceive it. Mr. Dish waved dismissively, then raised his wooden staff. It is getting late, Jedi. If there is nothing else, I shall escort you back to the port city of Elias. Very well, Jedi replied. Unable to articulate the tumult of emotion swirling within him, relief from escaping death mingled with the exhilaration of possessing a treasure, leaving him in a state of disarray, uncertain even of his own responses. Mr. Dish, will I be able to return here to hear your teachings again? Mr. Dish squinted with a smile, pointing at the booklet tightly clutched in the boy's hand. Study diligently, Jedi. If you comprehend the contents within, you can return here at any time to learn more invaluable knowledge that I hope we shall meet again soon. The staff tapped gently against the ground, and a brilliant white light surged forth, engulfing Mr. Dish's figure. Jedi was momentarily blinded by the intensity of the light, instinctively turning away and tightly closing his eyes. Once the flickering radiance faded and darkness reclaimed the surroundings, the boy caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent. Realizing he lay in a secluded, muddy alley, surrounded by the blood flowing from his own body, had it not been for the booklet he clutched in his right hand, he might have believed he had succumbed to a concussion-induced hallucination. Struggling to sit upright, after a moment, he opened the booklet by the light of the moon. After scrutinizing it several times, Jedi Lux finally attempted to decipher the title of the tome, Whispers of the Departed, The Dark Secrets of the Slumbering Guide. Kuxi. Chapter 3. The transformative change of the young server. As if overnight, the cleverest and most astute server at the Bell Hotel, Jedi Lux, underwent a remarkable transformation. The once loquacious boy had grown taciturn, though the inherent arrogance within him had diminished significantly. While only Boss Barrow found the changes peculiar, the rest of the hotel staff welcomed the transformation with open arms. More than one person privately expressed gratitude for that somewhat terrifying night, as many could not shake the haunting image of Jedi, drenched in blood, knocking on the hotel's back door, only to stumble into the arms of the startled stableman, Rumen, who emitted a terrified gasp. Though reluctant to admit it, those who witnessed the scene felt a mix of astonishment and dread, particularly Boss Barrow, whose reaction was notably intense, clenching his fists and standing rigid as a taut bowstring. Even his usually jovial round face paled with anxiety, as though he might faint at any moment. Fortunately, Boss Barrow's composure endured through this trial, and he quickly snapped to action, ordering Rumen and another young man to carry Jedi to his room for care, while dispatching 4 servers to clean up the bloodstains and instructing the kitchen to prepare boiling wine, bandages, scissors, and even retrieving his prized coagulant powder to assist with Jedi's injuries. However, these efforts proved unnecessary. To Boss Barrow's astonishment and relief, upon cutting away Jedi's blood-soaked shirt, he found no significant wounds, only a few scrapes and bruises. Several hours later, when Jedi regained consciousness, his account eased Boss Barrow's mind completely. According to the boy, the 2 individuals in the clandestine meeting had been spies for nearby bandits, discussing plans to rob a merchant caravan. For Boss Barrow, such intelligence held little value. Jedi had initially intended to leave quietly, but in a moment of distraction, he failed to grasp the rafter under the eaves and unfortunately fell from the rooftop, startling those 2 men. As for the gruesome blood, it belonged to an unfortunate beggar's corpse in the alley. Jedi had landed atop the body, and although he narrowly avoided a fracture, the fright had been immense, causing him to roll and stumble back before fainting. The spies dared not retaliate openly, and the incident bore little impact on the Bell Hotel's reputation. Before dawn, the servers sent to cover the bloodstains returned with reports of a large pool of blood in the alley, yet no body was found. Boss Barrow finally exhaled a sigh of relief, rewarding Jedi with a generous handful of coins and a full day off as a token of consolation. Directing the boy to rest in the fodder shed behind the stables, Jedi's transformation began with that bounty of coins. While everyone expected him to stash the money away as usual, he surprised them by heading to the wine cellar, exchanging his coins and charming compliments for a small barrel of apple cider from one-eyed old Vic, generously inviting everyone to join in the revelry. The cider was rather murky and bore a sour taste, yet its abundance, paired with bread and garlic sausage, made it palatable. On that day, Jedi Lux gained several new friends, and his once haughty reputation underwent a significant alteration. In the following days, Jedi's metamorphosis deepened. He frequently found himself lost in thought within the fodder shed, murmuring to himself, appearing somewhat unhinged. Yet, aside from his newfound silence, he exhibited no neglect in his duties and was markedly more generous in his personal life. After observing for some time, Boss Barrow concluded that Jedi has matured, thus he understands more. Only one person uncovered Jedi's secret, and that was due to an unexpected incident. The Bell Hotel never closed before midnight, as its Alash and apple cider were renowned in the port area of Elias, not for their rich flavors, but for their affordable prices. It was hardly surprising that patrons were not of noble lineage, either scruffy sailors reeking of sweat or weary, down-and-out merchants, not to mention the occasional furtive pirate spies lurking about. Nevertheless, the proprietor of the tavern, Barrow, greeted each patron with a genial smile, often uttering his favorite phrase, "The silver coins in a pirate's pocket are not less valuable than the copper pieces of noble lords." The intelligence gathered at the resounding Bell Inn was as renowned as the drinks served therein, with numerous tidbits of information flowing daily through the lips of waitstaff like the loquacious Jedi, who relayed them to Barrow. The rotund innkeeper would pay a copper coin for each piece of gossip, utilizing some of it to acquire ample treasures in the form of ducal crowns and golden griffins. This clandestine trade was what sustained the stone edifice beneath the forsaken lighthouse for decades, and, barring any unforeseen events, it would likely endure for many more. After delivering a restorative sweet broth to a table of inebriated patrons, Jedi strode into the inn's back room, inhaling the crisp air of late autumn night. The air was a nauseating melange of inferior spirits, tobacco, sweat, roasted meat, and spices, yet just a fortnight prior, he would have forced himself to endure it for the meager tips offered by the patrons, all in hopes of gleaning information that could be exchanged for copper coins. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel draped over his shoulder, Jedi resolved to grant himself a brief respite. According to Barrow's regulations, when the red moon and the silver moon cast their light upon the night sky, the waitstaff could opt for a break. Of course, working overtime would earn an extra 5 copper coins, along with the opportunity for additional gratuities from patrons. Every server would seize this chance, and Jedi had done the same in the past. However, he found no need for such toil now, as he touched the small booklet hidden within his coat. A rush of warmth dispelling his fatigue. He had pored over this tome numerous times, committing every word to memory. 3 days prior, he had tested a certain trick, documented within its pages, resulting in a plump chicken from the backyard transforming into a grotesque creature with a grayish-blue hue and glowing green eyes. Its bulging muscles and proliferated bones rendered the once familiar fowl unrecognizable. Now towering at a height of nearly 1 meter, its legs and wings doubled in size, with razor-sharp bone blades sprouting from its extremities. Jedi discovered he could manipulate the creature's movements, attempting to direct it over the wall. This initial step went smoothly, yet the creature soon slipped from his control. Mere seconds later, it emitted a piercing screech and clashed with a nearby group of vagrants. To Jedi's astonishment, the metamorphosed chicken displayed extraordinary combat prowess, injuring several individuals before succumbing to the onslaught of clubs wielded by the homeless. The defeated creature instantly disintegrated into a pile of fine ashes, prompting the vagrants to flee in terror. Jedi circled around the wall, cautiously examining the ashes and scooping a handful into a pouch with a small shovel. After cross-referencing with the relevant sections of his booklet, he became convinced he had successfully executed a low-level spell known as Sacrificial Resurrection, exchanging the chicken's life for the allegiance of a lesser malevolent spirit. Unfortunately, due to his brief acquaintance with magic, his mental fortitude had swiftly waned, leading to the spirit's loss of control. Fortunately, the uncontrollable spirit was of limited strength, causing no greater chaos than scratching a few vagrants and remaining unnoticed by others. This successful casting significantly bolstered Jedi's confidence, solidifying his resolve to experiment with the second spell documented in the tome that very night. He chose this evening for its unique requirement for a casting medium, a roasted calf's kidney, which Jedi had painstakingly procured from the kitchen over 3 days, albeit at the cost of 5 copper coins, equivalent to an entire day's wage. Trading 5 copper coins for a significant stride toward his dreams seemed entirely worthwhile to him. Thus, he was willing to forfeit another 5 coins to ensure an undisturbed environment for his magical trial. With a blend of excitement and trepidation, Jedi traversed the inn's backyard, leaving the cacophony of the front room behind. In the distance, the towering lighthouse loomed like a giant sentinel atop the rocky hill, its blazing beacon illuminating the sky for miles, casting an orange glow that rivaled the twin moons. Jedi paused to admire this spectacle, his emotions swirling in a delightful tumult. "I must succeed, for the sake of my aspirations," he murmured, his vow as delicate as a whisper, quickly lost to the night breeze. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the gate to the hayloft and stepped inside quietly. The scent of dry fescue and clover enveloped him in the darkness and stillness, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within him. Since that fateful brush with death, Jedi had no longer feared the dark, it had become his ally. Soothing his pain, mending his wounds, and shielding him from malice and the sting of blades, the hayloft was eerily silent. In adherence to fire safety regulations, there were no torches or other sources of light. Save for a high round window casting a dim moonlight, Jedi exhaled with ease. Should anyone discover his presence here, he would struggle to concoct an excuse, thus solitude was his greatest ally. The boy found a pile of hay and settled down, retrieving a linen handkerchief from his pocket. The dark, sticky calf's kidney lay wrapped within, and to ensure the incantation proceeded flawlessly, Jedi also produced the sheepskin booklet. Spreading it across his lap, the words upon the parchment emanated a faint white glow in the darkness, alleviating any concern about visibility. "O Sanamar, Vorkinamero, Kobio." As he gradually articulated the incantation, the hard, cold kidney began to emanate tendrils of crimson light. Growing increasingly heated in his grasp, Jedi's fingers traced the intricate gestures as outlined in the booklet, causing the kidney to levitate between his hands, and then he propelled it outward with fervor. Friedrich's calf kidney bomb. The kidney transformed into a searing crimson streak, shooting straight toward the haystack before vanishing within. For the initial seconds, nothing occurred, and just as Jedi began to feel disheartened, believing he had failed, a flash of dark red light erupted before him, followed by a resounding explosion. The haystack, towering over 2 meters, shattered into countless fragments, dust and shredded hay soaring into the air, causing Jedi to cough violently. Despite the coughing fit, the thrill coursing through him was beyond words. In his ecstatic flailing, he failed to notice that the exploded kidney had not vanished, but rather had splintered into dozens of pieces, embedded in the hayloft ceiling and across several beams. The dark red glow flickered once more. And this time the ensuing thunderous roar was relentless, causing the entire hayloft to tremble violently as thick wooden beams of the roof began to give way in rapid succession. One of these beams, precariously positioned above Jedi's head, was on the verge of collapsing, yet the exhilarated boy remained oblivious to the impending danger. "Watch your head," a deep voice called from behind, followed by a powerful arm yanking him backward, causing him to stumble just in time to avoid the descending timber. Before Jedi could comprehend the situation, the voice urged again, "Run. It's going to collapse." And with that, the figure pulled him towards the exit. As they hurried out, they knocked over several buckets and troughs, nearly tripping over a pitchfork, just managing to escape the hayloft before the entire roof came crashing down, watching the structure sway precariously before collapsing with a resounding crash. Jedi's mind was nearly blank, save for a singular thought. This is likely to cause quite a stir. Chapter 4. Jedi's first friend. No matter how boisterous the front room of the resounding bell was, the collapse of the hayloft drew the attention of Barrow, who was busily attending to guests. A bit befuddled, Barrow sent a server to the backyard for a look, and within 2 minutes, the young man returned, scrambling and pale, resembling a jar of curdled milk. "Barrow, it's a disaster. The hayloft has collapsed." The hayloft's collapse was undoubtedly a matter of grave concern, prompting Barrow to close the tavern early. To placate the disgruntled patrons, he announced complimentary mugs of ale for everyone. Thanks to his adept dilution techniques, Barrow's rare display of generosity cost him no more than 2 silver coins. Yet the miserly innkeeper still felt a twinge of pain in his pocket. His steps toward the back brimming with ire. The hayloft had collapsed entirely, resembling the aftermath of a giant beast stomp. The ceiling caved in, and the supporting beams shattered haphazardly. The hay was swept up by the night breeze, swirling chaotically amidst scattered buckets and troughs in the yard, evoking the impression of a pirate raid. After a moment of stunned silence, Barrow's frozen smile melted away, his eyes narrowing with fury. Who did this? Who was the first to arrive here? It was old One-Eyed Vic, a voice chimed in, his wine cellar is closest to the stable. When I arrived, the limping fellow was already here, along with sweet-tongued Jedi, rasped old Vic, who resembled a gnarled tree trunk, his one remaining eye bloodshot and glaring between the 2 dust-covered figures. Room in is a stable hand. It is hardly surprising that he was the first to arrive here. But as for Jedi, the corpulent visage of Boss Barrow twitched slightly as he cast a skeptical glance at the small, beady eyes of Jedi, which sparkled with doubt. Explain yourself, Jetty. What brings you to the hayloft? Jetty hesitated, stammering as he began. I am. Jetty was chasing after a fellow in a black robe. Rumen interjected suddenly, his dark face flickering in the torchlight. I was working in the hayloft and attempted to help Jetty fend off that man. So I stuck my head out and shouted. When that fellow realized there was no escape, he yelled something at me, then pointed a wooden stick towards the hayloft, and with a tremendous crash, the entire structure collapsed. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been crushed beneath it. Boss Barrow's brow furrowed even deeper, his plump cheeks twitching as if they had shrunk by a third. It sounds like a wizard. Perhaps, but why would a wizard come to the Bell Hotel and blow up a hayloft? He circled the collapsed structure twice, coming to a halt before Jetty once more. Jetty, Rumen just said you were chasing that black-robed individual. What exactly transpired? I don't know. Jetty managed to suppress his astonishment, his face paling without pretense. I had no idea he was a wizard. By the gods, how could I dare to chase after a wizard? I saw him lurking around the kitchen, thinking he was merely a petty thief trying to steal something. So I shouted. He took off running, and I ended up in the backyard. Boss Barrow snorted in frustration. Glancing at the pale-faced boy, and then at the collapsed hayloft, he found the notion of a wizard demolishing the hayloft rather implausible, yet the accounts of Jetty and Rumen aligned perfectly, leaving him without grounds for suspicion. Boss Barrow, you could seek out a wizard to investigate, Rumen suggested suddenly. I've heard that wizards possess a keen sensitivity to magical elements. Perhaps they could discern who cast this spell. Barrow shot Rumen a fierce glare. Shut your mouth, you limping fool. He growled in annoyance. Where am I supposed to find a wizard? Let alone ask him to examine this wreck of a shed. Enough of this. I suppose I am simply unlucky. Old Vic, tomorrow you shall attend to the guests up front while I find some workers to rebuild the shed. After watching the disheartened Boss Barrow leave the backyard, Jetty let out a sigh of relief, then turned to fix an intense gaze upon Rumen's dark, rugged countenance. Why cover for me? Rumen, you saw everything. It was my doing. Rumen scratched his short, flaxen hair. Indeed. I saw you blow up the hayloft. Hey, that was quite impressive. He mumbled, but why should I tell the fat Barrow? If I anger you, and you wave your hand at me, I don't have a hayloft sturdy enough to withstand the blast. Jetty regarded Rumen with a serious expression. Enunciating slowly, I no longer possess a second kidney, so you are quite safe for now. Thank the cook. She only burnt one, Rumen replied, feigning seriousness, and the two burst into laughter, the earlier tension dissipating entirely. It was evident that the most well-liked individual at the Bell Hotel was neither the affable Boss Barrow nor Old Vic, the one-eyed overseer of the wine cellar, and certainly not Jetty, who often received generous tips from patrons. Jetty's recent generosity had indeed improved his standing among the regulars, yet it still paled in comparison to Rumen, the limping stable hand. Rumen was robust, with strong arms and a broad chest, possessing ample strength and agility. Had it not been for his naturally disabled right foot, many might have speculated he could serve in the military, perhaps even earning accolades and becoming a knight. Of course, had that been the case, jealousy would inevitably have arisen, but all such notions remained mere fanciful speculation, rendered moot by his unfortunate foot. Stable hands earned less than the serving boys, and Rumen spent most of his time laboring quietly, turning hay and grooming horses, striving to augment his meager income through hard work. To Jetty, Rumen had never garnered much regard. This sentiment might be somewhat harsh, yet it reflected Jetty's genuine feelings. Rumen never bullied others with his physical prowess. His kindness was akin to a soothing balm. And in Jetty's eyes, such a person would not intersect with his life, leading him to inadvertently overlook Rumen's presence. However, after that night, Jetty and Rumen became inseparable friends, with Rumen as his formidable protector. Jetty no longer feared being interrupted while experimenting with spells. One evening, he ventured into the woods outside the city, capturing a wild dog as a test subject. Employing the same sacrificial resurrection spell, he summoned a creature resembling a dog-headed beast, standing nearly 5 feet tall, with strength only slightly inferior to Rumen's. Its skin was as tough as tanned leather, and Jetty managed to control it for several hours. From Rumen's perspective, the creature's combat capability surpassed that of trained sailors and ordinary pirates, rivaling even the inadequately equipped guards of Elias Port. At dawn, Jetty lost control of the dog-headed creature. To prevent it from wreaking unforeseen havoc, he detonated a kidney, obliterating it to smithereens. This also deepened Jetty's understanding of the potency of magic. The creature's remains were scattered across dozens of pieces, leaving deep gashes on nearby trees. If this was what a boy who had studied magic for merely half a month could accomplish, Then wizards truly deserved their reputation as the most powerful practitioners in the world. That Rumen's complexion paled slightly. While the demolition of the hayloft was astonishing, witnessing a creature of comparable strength being reduced to nothingness was an entirely different sensation. Rumen felt a flicker of awe towards Jedi, mingled with envy. When he cautiously suggested his desire to learn some magical knowledge, he prepared himself for rejection. But to his surprise, Jedi readily acquiesced. The young stable hand was thrilled by the boy's generosity. Unaware that Jedi harbored ulterior motives, for Jedi, the old wizard, Friedrich, had exhibited rather peculiar behavior. While he held a sense of gratitude towards his savior, he remained vigilant, feeling that the old wizard's intentions were not entirely selfless. Yet, after much contemplation, he could not identify anything about himself that would warrant such greed. Resigning himself to the wizard's assertion, "You are a gifted individual, very talented." Did others possess the same aptitude? Jedi did not know and dared not disclose the precious contents of the magic book he possessed. After a series of tests that the unsuspecting stable hand did not perceive, Jedi decided to regard Rumen as the first individual deserving of his trust, sharing the most fundamental spell recorded in the booklet, the basic meditation technique. Rumen was, of course, elated and began practicing that very night. However, the results were far from ideal. His progress in meditation was exceedingly slow, nearly stagnant. After an entire night of meditation, he felt no sign of spiritual awakening, merely a refreshing sense of clarity. More invigorating than a full night's sleep, this left Jedi feeling somewhat disappointed, yet he felt more reassured. The old wizard had not deceived him. At least Rumen was indeed far less adept at meditation than Jedi. Considering Rumen's earnest character, Jedi did not believe he would slack off during meditation. In fact, he likely concentrated even more diligently than Jedi himself. Chapter 5. The bloodstained sword arrives unannounced. A month passed unnoticed. Filled with diligent work during the day and meditation and magical practice at night, allowing Jedi to nearly forget the terrifying night of blood, the mustachioed, effeminate man, and the old wizard seemed like tales from another realm. Resonating only in the melodies of bards' lutes, Rumen's progress in meditation remained slow, yet he had at least brushed against the edges of spiritual awareness. Jedi, on the other hand, advanced rapidly. Besides sacrificial resurrection and the Friedrich kidney explosion technique, he had also learned to summon a grayish-white ethereal force field known as the Bone Shield, and to create a magical darkness that obscured vision. Referred to as the Dark Banner, he had now commenced learning the final spell in the booklet, Shadow Passage. Successfully casting Shadow Passage would open a gateway to the eternal city of the Tranquil Realm, the first step onto the path of immortality. These words, inscribed at the bottom of the booklet, were penned in elegant, flowing script, exuding an air of ancient nobility that involuntarily drew Jedi's thoughts to the enigmatic gray temple and the white-bearded wizard clad in a peculiar red robe. Reflecting on the mysterious world revealed by old wizard Jedi felt his emotions once again simmering with subtle excitement. As he diligently polished the table, he silently resolved to experiment with the final spell that very night. Should he succeed, it would grant him the opportunity to once again encounter the enigmatic Mr. and to absorb his sagacious words. At that moment, a pair of sharp raps echoed from the brass bell at the entrance. The crystalline sound disrupting Jedi's train of thought. The portly proprietor, Barrow, clapped his hands together and cheerfully whistled. So early in the day to have a guest. What a splendid omen, he murmured as he stepped out from behind the counter to personally open the grand door. He paused momentarily, then bowed deeply to the figure standing outside. Welcome, welcome, my lord. Your arrival graces the chiming bell inn. The first guest to arrive was, astonishingly, a nobleman. Jedi thought to himself, lifting his gaze to peer outside. Only for his movements to freeze abruptly. A chilling dread coursed up his spine, and his eyes betrayed an uncontrollable glimmer of horror. The individual before him was dressed impeccably and extravagantly, a blue velvet coat, calfskin knee-high boots, a golden belt encircled a slender waist, from which hung a finely crafted dagger adorned with gold and silver, a deep green half-cape draped across one shoulder, secured with a tourmaline clasp. This opulent attire accentuated the man's handsome features, and the gentle smile gracing his lips easily evoked warmth in others. Several serving boys quickly approached to fawn over him, and even the worldly Barrow could not help but feel fortunate for such a visitor. Yet for Jedi, it felt as though he had plummeted into an ice cavern, his entire being submerged in frigid waters, hands and feet tingling with numbness, his heart heavy with despair. To the boy. This nobleman was no stranger. He had encountered him just a month prior outside the Chamber of Secrets, a meeting that had nearly cost him his life. What a coward! Jedi's rigidity lasted but 2 heartbeats. For the magic he had learned from that small tome not only bestowed upon him hidden strength, but also emboldened his courage and conviction. Regaining his composure, Jedi feigned nonchalance, setting down the cloth and lifting a wooden tray laden with goblets. Turning to stride toward the kitchen, such an act was utterly mundane. However, the boy's movements did not escape the piercing gaze of the nobleman. "Halt, boy," the nobleman called, pushing aside the grinning Barrow as he stepped into the inn's main hall. "My lord, is there something you require assistance with?" Barrow pursued him, chattering incessantly. "I am Barrow, the proprietor of the Chiming Bell Inn, and it is an honor to serve you." Without a backward glance, Jedi quickened his pace. Vanishing behind the towering bar and slamming the door shut behind him, the nobleman, ensnared by Barrow's incessant chatter, could not hasten his steps, but upon catching sight of Jedi's retreating figure, he abruptly turned. A glimmer of icy rage flashing in his cerulean eyes. "I know who you are, Barrow. We met a month ago." Barrow appeared utterly bewildered, his eyes widening in surprise. This was hardly unexpected, for the nobleman had not been clad in such finery a month prior. Instead, he had concealed his visage with a tattered gray hooded cloak, masquerading as a down-on-his-luck adventurer. "My name is Richard Phone Ansile, and you would do well to remember it." The nobleman introduced himself, his tone so placid that Barrow only grasped the gravity of the latter part of his statement when the blade pierced his chest. "So that you are not left wondering who it was that sealed your fate," Barrow gasped, his body collapsing to the floor as blood gushed from his chest wound and mouth, swiftly soaking through his linen shirt and the thick apron draped over it. The serving boys, witnessing this horror, erupted into terrified screams, most paralyzed with fear, while one brave soul turned to flee. Ansile paid no mind to the fleeing figure. With a calm flick of his wrist, he drove the dagger mercilessly into the throats of the remaining serving boys, snuffing out their lives. The one who had sprinted to the entrance felt a fleeting sense of relief as he pushed through the door, only to be met with the heavy thud of a black steel battle axe, accompanied by a searing pain in his forehead. His last thought as he fell into the abyss was how foolish he had been to believe he could escape. "How utterly foolish to think one could evade their fate," Ansile remarked, shaking his head at the hulking warrior who had cleaved the unfortunate lad's head in two. "Is there anyone else who dares to flee?" "Only that one, Master Ansile," the warrior replied gruffly, clad in full heavy infantry armor. With a full-face helmet, his steel shield and axe glinted ominously in the sunlight, resembling a moving statue of iron. "As per your instructions, the back door is guarded by 10 men, and over 20 archers are stationed outside the courtyard walls. Not even a sparrow could hope to escape." "Excellent work, Zwa." Ansile nodded in satisfaction, a gentle smile reappearing on his lips. "Now take a few men and flush out that little rat. Remember, I want him alive. Leave no witnesses behind. Your wish is my command." "Master Ansile." Zwa turned, calling out a few names, as 4 soldiers donned in spiked leather armor and iron helmets entered, their hands tightly gripping forged steel swords, their expressions cold, utterly indifferent to the corpses scattered about. Watching Zwa lead his men into the inn's backyard, Ansile picked up a chair and sat down, gesturing toward the bar that a young attendant, clad in servant's garb, promptly understood the command and rushed to retrieve several dusty bottles of fine wine from beneath the bar. Setting them before Ansile scrutinized the bottles, which were cloaked in cobwebs and dust. "Harry Manor's vintage red wine. Huh, this tastes worse than the dregs from Black Castle. Broad honey plum liquor, Leon Manor's rainbow grass wine. Burgundy champagne. Each one worse than the last. Is there nothing palatable here? Oh, this bottle contains Langto's sweet wine. Now that resembles something." The attendant deftly uncorked the bottle of Langto wine with a small knife, pouring a third of the golden liquid into a glass, the sweet aroma of grapes and berries wafting through the air. Ansile frowned slightly, muttering, "Not aged enough." He elegantly lifted the glass to his lips. A piercing scream emanated from the backyard, seemingly belonging to an older woman. Ansile's lips curled into a cold smile as he savored the wine, allowing the liquid jewels to roll upon his tongue. "Marvelous. A taste brimming with vitality," he murmured, though his tone and expression were so ambiguous that it was unclear whether he praised the exquisite wine or the deathly foreboding of that scream. The second scream followed, and as Ansile prepared to take another sip, his expression suddenly faltered, sensing something amiss. The third scream rang out, louder than the preceding cries, resembling the bellow of a bull, evidently. The individual in distress was robust, and while gravely injured, was not yet on the brink of death. "By the gods, it's Swa," Ansel shouted, rising abruptly, shattering his glass upon the floor. His voice reverberated through the inn's foyer. "I never anticipated that little rat would also ensnare Swa. Follow me. I shall crush him beneath my heel." Chapter 6. The Display of Magic. Flames consuming the thatch. To comprehend the happenings in the inn's backyard, it is prudent to rewind time by a few minutes. Precisely as Jedi had just departed the main hall, the boy had recognized the identity of the nobleman and realized that this visitor bore ill intentions, showing no mercy towards a boy who should have perished by the sword, especially one who had uncovered their treasonous secrets. After forcefully closing the door, Jedi cast aside the tray and goblets, racing towards the stables. The cellar keeper, known as One-Eyed Old Vic, emerged upon hearing the commotion, clutching a gnarled stick as knotted and shriveled as himself. Observing the shattered goblet upon the floor, a mixture of confusion and ire crossed Old Vic's face as he shouted angrily at Jedi's retreating figure. "Hey, Jedi, you're done for. That was the inn's most expensive set of goblets." With a self-satisfied grin, the old man ambled toward the door leading to the inn's main hall, seemingly intent on embellishing the news to Barrow. This was Old Vic's favorite pastime, earning him the title of the most loathed individual at the Chiming Bell Inn. Without exception, Jedi halted, turning to face him. Expecting to hear pleas for mercy or promises of bribery, Old Vic was taken aback when Jedi issued a warning. "Get away from there, Old Vic. What danger could there possibly be? Hey, did you even bolt the door?" Old Vic scoffed, extending his hand to unlatch the door. Just as his fingers neared the wooden beam, a resounding crash reverberated through the air as the sturdy oak door was violently thrust open. The iron brackets holding the latch flying apart, nearly striking Old Vic in the face. A fully armed soldier materialized before Old Vic, his expression devoid of emotion, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword at his waist. Dust and splinters clung to his left shoulder, a clear indication that he had just forcefully breached the door. "Hey, I am." Old Vic began to speak, but before he could finish, the soldier drew his longsword and swung it towards him. Instinctively, Old Vic raised a wooden stick to shield himself. This was a standard defensive stance, yet the makeshift club he wielded was merely a dried branch scavenged from a pile of firewood. While the descending blade was a forged steel longsword from the Imperial Armory, the sword's arc met with little resistance, effortlessly severing the wooden stick before slicing through the filthy leather vest, cleaving the scapula and sternum, nearly bisecting Old Vic's body. Without a sound, he collapsed, instantly lifeless. This was the first time Jedi witnessed a murder unfold before his eyes, if one disregarded his own near-fatal encounter. Old Vic's bloodied form lay on the ground, resembling a tattered rag doll, utterly unrecognizable as the living man he had been just moments earlier. The soldier who had slain him exhibited a cold indifference. Utterly unmoved, a towering figure clad in full-plate armor emerged from the shattered doorway. The entrance to the hotel's backyard was not particularly narrow, but the sheer size of this man made it appear as though he had forcibly squeezed through. Upon spotting Jedi, the giant pointed his black steel battle axe at the boy, his voice muffled by the faceplate. "It's this little rat." Sees him point. 3 additional soldiers rushed forth from behind the armored giant. With Jedi unarmed, they chose not to unsheathe their swords, opting instead to subdue the boy with their fists. The lanky soldier who had killed Old Vic moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Jedi hesitated momentarily, his pockets containing 2 charred calf kidneys, the necessary components for Friedrich's calf kidney bomb spell. Behind him, in the fodder shed, Ruman had undoubtedly witnessed the turmoil unfolding in the backyard. Although Jedi had no opportunity to confer with him, he trusted that the young stableman was prepared to fight to the death. These 2 hidden cards Jedi held were valuable, yet if he played them recklessly, the odds of success would be slim. The casting time for the calf kidney bomb spell was somewhat lengthy, and its damage radius insufficient to encompass all 5 foes simultaneously, at best. It would only topple the 2 soldiers at the front. Ruman was undeniably strong, but these soldiers were no easy adversaries, especially with the armored giant looming behind them. The lanky soldier was nearly upon the wine cellar when Jedi gritted his teeth, ready to cast one of the kidneys. Suddenly, a plump figure burst forth from the cellar, striking the lanky soldier on the back of the head with a resounding thud. The soldier staggered back, cursing, nearly collapsing to the ground. The assailant was the cook from the Ringing Bell Inn, donned in an apron and wielding a frying pan. Jedi's eyes widened in shock. He recalled a rather dubious rumor he had overheard, that Old Vic had been attempting to win the cook's favor. Hoping to marry her, it seemed the rumor held a kernel of truth. "Madam, Over here, run. Shaking off his astonishment, Jedi immediately called out to the cook's retreating figure. Good child, they have slain my Vic, she replied, shaking her head, using the frying pan to block another soldier's longsword, then deftly spinning her wrist to strike the third soldier, forcing him to retreat. They shall learn what regret truly is. A bunch of useless fools. Unable to subdue a fat woman, Zwa scoffed, stepping forward. The cook turned to face her foes, raising the frying pan high. However, the black steel axe cleaved through the cold morning air, effortlessly severing her right wrist. The cook screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground as the frying pan clattered beside her. Jedi shouted, attempting to divert the giant's attention. Yet Zwa paid him no heed, raising his axe for a vicious blow that cleaved the cook from crown to chin. She fell, lifeless. Zwa wiped his axe on her bloodied corpse, turning to face Jedi. Now it is your turn, little rat. Damn you. Jedi shouted in fury, his hands performing a flurry of intricate gestures, black soot cascading from his fingertips. Zwa smirked, waving his hand, as 4 soldiers flanked Jedi, preparing to seize the seemingly deranged boy in an instant. As if the night had abruptly fallen, pure darkness enveloped the backyard. For many, the sudden loss of light was a terrifying experience. Zwa, having witnessed mages cast spells, managed to maintain his composure, but the 4 soldiers had never encountered such a phenomenon, and they instinctively cried out in fear. By the gods, I cannot see. What is happening? Damn it, what is wrong with my eyes? Amidst the chaotic shouts, Jedi retrieved a calf kidney from his pocket and yelled towards the fodder shed. Rumen. Now, the shed's gate burst open as a figure lunged into the magical darkness. Perhaps due to having learned similar meditation techniques, Rumen's eyes were unaffected by Jedi's dark banner spell, granting the robust young man a rare opportunity. Gripping a pitchfork tightly, Rumen lunged at a soldier who was rubbing his eyes, piercing him with force. Although the pitchfork's tines were not particularly sharp, they easily penetrated the soft throat. The soldier emitted a choking gasp, blood gushing from his neck as he collapsed like a bundle of hay. Rumen faltered, his face paling. This was his first experience of killing, and it was a soldier clad in the leather armor of the Elias Harbor Guard. Thankfully, the blood of old Vic and the cook ignited a righteous fury within the kind-hearted youth. Quickly snapping him out of his shock, he took a couple of steps to the side, gritting his teeth as he thrust the pitchfork, striking the second soldier in the abdomen, where there was no armor for protection. The soldier paused momentarily before discarding his longsword, clutching his gushing wound with both hands and letting out a chilling scream. Just as Rumen turned to seek a third enemy, a fierce gust of wind suddenly surged from his side. Rumen, duck! Jedi's voice rang in his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, the young stableman discarded his pitchfork and rolled to the ground. A black steel axe whistled past where he had just stood, cleaving the pitchfork in half. Had he hesitated even half a second, it would have been his head that was severed. Zwa, having missed his target, immediately lost his quarry. He began to kick wildly with his iron-booted feet, his axe swinging repeatedly in deadly arcs, attempting to force Rumen back. However, the young stableman had already grasped the situation from the gestures Jedi had made, and he crawled a few meters away using his elbows and knees before rolling away from Zwa. The small kidney, glowing with a dark red light, shot through the darkness like a fiery projectile, crashing against Zwa's shield, rolling to the ground. Moments later, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air of the backyard. As 2 unfortunate soldiers caught in the blast fell silently, their bodies nearly severed in twain. Zwa, encased in heavy infantry armor, did not die immediately. Instead, he was flung away like a rag doll, landing amid rubble and splintered wood. Zwa's body writhed slightly before emitting a pained groan. It was evident from a glance that this hulking warrior was grievously injured. His shield and the left arm that held it were nowhere to be found, and his breastplate was twisted beyond recognition, blood streaming from the gaps in his armor like countless serpents, quickly saturating the ground beneath him. Rumen dashed to the side of one of the fallen soldiers, seizing the longsword, intent on ending Zwa's desperate struggle. However, Jedi halted him. Rumen, we must leave at once. He cast a glance toward the hotel's front hall, gritting his teeth as he spoke. That man, he is one of the conspirators plotting to assassinate His Excellency the Prime Minister. And he is about to arrive. I just climbed atop a haystack and took a look. The back door is blocked by about 10 men, and there are others outside the courtyard walls, armed with bows. Rumen replied urgently, following Jedi. What should we do? Where can we escape? Jedi's mind raced, and after a few seconds, he clenched his fist and resolved, since we cannot escape, we shall return to the fodder shed. You guard the entrance while I cast the last spell from the book. If the spell succeeds, we shall reach a mysterious castle where Mr. Dish, the great mage who imparted magic knowledge to me, awaits. What if they burst in? Rumen asked, gripping the long sword and trailing behind Jedi, a hint of concern in his voice that I fear I cannot hold them off alone for long. Then we will set fire. Jedi replied through gritted teeth, dashing into the wine cellar before returning with a small barrel of dwarven liquor. If they see the fodder shed ablaze, they will surely hesitate to storm in. We just need to hold out until we successfully open the passage to the Eternal Castle, and we shall be safe. Chapter 7. A veil of doubt and misjudgment as Sir Anser led a dozen soldiers into the hotel courtyard. He was met with a horrifying spectacle of bloodshed and flickering orange flames leaping from the hay shed's window. Charred remnants stretched ominously from the center of the yard to the collapsed low wall. Where the immense figure of Zwa lay amidst the debris, his left arm mysteriously absent, the surface of his heavy steel breastplate was marred by pockmarked indentations, from which blood seeped through the seams like crimson serpents slithering down his body. The men dressed as Elias Harbor guards were seasoned warriors, their loyalty and bravery beyond reproach. Even in the face of this heart-wrenching scene, they pressed forward with resolute steps, encircling the burning hay shed. Behind the line of soldiers, Sir Anser approached Zwa's side with urgency, crouching down to deftly remove the giant warrior's faceplate. He then administered a vial of exquisite azure potion to his lips. Zwa coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of blood, but his previously unfocused gaze began to coalesce, producing a hoarse and muffled voice from the depths of his throat. My lord, be wary of that little demon. He is a sorcerer. A chill ran through Sir Anser at those words. Having witnessed the tragic scene in the courtyard, he had begun to surmise the involvement of a sorcerer. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how Zwa, possessing the strength of a near knight, along with 4 elite soldiers, could have suffered such a dismal defeat. Yet, he had not anticipated that this sorcerer would be Jedi, who in Anser's memory was still the flustered errand boy he had once pursued. Though Jedi had displayed considerable agility for a mere servant, he was hardly capable of mounting any significant resistance. After sending 2 soldiers to carry Zwa to the hotel's main hall, Sir Anser grimly approached the hay shed. The flames had grown fierce, with waves of scorching heat rendering any attempts to extinguish the blaze utterly futile. The still damp oak boards crackled ominously in the inferno, while a fallen timber beam obstructed the only entrance to the shed. On its surface, a crude face had been carved by an unknown hand, twisted slightly in the roaring flames, as if mocking Sir Anser's folly. Was there anyone attempting to flee from within? Sir Anser inquired, taking a deep breath as he turned to a soldier. No, my lord, the soldier replied firmly. Absolutely no one escaped from inside. We can guarantee that on our honor as warriors. Then it appears that igniting this shed was merely a diversion to draw our attention. A look of skepticism crossed Sir Anser's face as his gaze swept over every potential hiding corner in the hotel courtyard, ultimately fixating on the shadowy entrance of the wine cellar. Inform Lord Kiksawara that the situation has changed. I require more manpower, preferably 100 men, to conduct a thorough search of this hotel, he commanded the soldier, while the rest remain here with me. Half an hour after the message was dispatched, a middle-aged nobleman arrived at the Bell Tower Hotel, leading 200 Elias Harbor guards. He dispersed the curious onlookers drawn by the flames and encircled the hotel. This nobleman sported an imposing handlebar mustache and was tall and fully armed, with 2 heavy swords hanging from his brass belt, displaying the agility characteristic of a soldier. Should Jedi still be within the Bell Tower Hotel, he might have gasped in shock upon seeing this figure. The man was Baron Kiksawara, the acting lord of Elias Harbor and the highest military commander, a distinguished knight known as the Twin Swords, with a family crest depicting a blazing volcano. Ever since Lord Hoffman, the former lord of Elias, had succumbed to dementia due to old age, Baron Kiksawara had effectively become the ruler of this riverside city. It was no wonder that Sir Anser could surround the Bell Tower Hotel with a contingent of fully armed men without alerting the harbor guards. By the gods, Sir Anser, you promised that you would not embroil me in this matter, Baron Kiksawara said, his face reflecting displeasure and a hint of feigned anger. Now, with so many lives lost and property destroyed, and with hundreds of witnesses, how am I to conceal this debacle? The situation is far more troublesome than you might imagine, Lord Kiksawara, Sir Anser replied, impatience evident in his tone as he gestured toward the dark entrance of the wine cellar. My men have discovered a tunnel leading outside that extends at least half a kilometer, with its exit concealed near the port area. If anyone manages to slip away through there, even with Elias Harbor under martial law, it would be nearly impossible to prevent their escape onto a merchant vessel moored in the harbor. A flicker of astonishment crossed Baron Kiksawara's pallid face. By the gods! A tunnel! Such a thing is not typical for an ordinary hotel. Compounding our troubles, one of my nightly guards was gravely injured during the pursuit, according to our family's magical advisor, Master Sopa. At least 2 spells have been cast here, with arcane signatures leaning toward the frigid and dark. Master Sopa surmises that they are of the 4th tier or higher of dark magic. Baron Kiksawara's expression morphed from displeasure to palpable fear. If I recall correctly, he swallowed hard. The ability to cast 4th tier magic qualifies one as a grand sorcerer. Indeed, Sir Ansair replied with a wry smile, though Master Sopa is also a grand sorcerer. He considers himself slightly inferior to this individual. Dark magic is far more difficult to master than elemental magic, yet its power is exceedingly insidious and formidable. Baron Kiksawara's facial muscles tightened at this revelation. A grand sorcerer, he echoed bitterly, as if chewing the words. Before our plans have even truly commenced, we find ourselves confronted with such unforeseen complications. I am beginning to question whether my initial decision was too hasty. Allow me to remind you, Lord Kiksawara, that only by aligning with us can you fulfill your innermost desires. Sir Ansair's previously masked courtesy vanished, his gaze sharpening with intent. You know that Lord Hoffman's family has consistently supported Prime Minister Wilpus. He will not permit you to gain true control over Elias Harbor. Very well. Very well. Thank you for reiterating this obvious fact. Baron Kiksawara waved his hand in annoyance. We are already allies bound to the same chariot of war. Now, I simply wish to know anything about that sorcerer. His age, appearance, clothing, accent, anything at all. I do possess some leads, though they may sound rather peculiar, Sir Ansair said, an odd glimmer appearing in his eyes. According to the knight who survived the magical assault, the individual casting these spells is likely a boy, the very target I intend to capture and interrogate. The same boy who escaped from my sword over a month ago. You must be jesting, Baron Kiksawara exclaimed, abruptly turning to face him, skepticism evident in his tone. Sir Ansair, you surely understand that both magic and martial prowess require innate talent. The former necessitates a wealth of knowledge as a foundation. A gifted knight, such as yourself, might achieve the pinnacle of martial prowess around the age of 20. However, a sorcerer, regardless of his talent, cannot attain the title of master before the age of 30. Zwa would not deceive me. His loyalty is entirely trustworthy, Sir Ansair asserted with conviction. Then, the previous question has also been answered. Baron Kiksawara pondered for a moment before suddenly clapping his hands together. Sir Ansair, you mentioned that the 2 wounds on the boy's neck were sufficient to be fatal. As someone who has bested several titled knights in duels, I trust you would not make such a fundamental misjudgment. Thus, the only explanation is that a powerful sorcerer occupied the boy's body after his death. This explanation evidently brought relief to Sir Ansair, for that critical oversight had become a significant shadow haunting him for some time, but if mishandled, it could even jeopardize his future. Allowing a hotel errand boy to escape from his grasp was a disgrace. However, if the circumstance were altered to involve a necromancer, few would dare claim they could have acted more effectively than he. Thank you for your insight, Lord Kiksawara. This explanation is quite reasonable. Sir Ansair readily concurred. We should draft a joint report detailing the events for the sake of transparency. A joint report is acceptable. But what shall we do next? Baron Kiksawara inquired, visibly troubled. Can Master Sopa provide us with assistance? Without his involvement, the pursuit of a great sorcerer will undoubtedly prove to be fraught with challenges, and the dangers are all too apparent. Master Soper has already hinted that he will not partake in the mission to hunt down that sorcerer. At most, he will offer assistance with divination. We must seek support from others. Sir Ansair suddenly fell silent, his brow furrowing in contemplation for 2 minutes before he resolutely made a decision. No, this matter ends here. I intend to depart overnight. I would appreciate your assistance in concealing our actions and framing this incident as a mere ordinary case of theft and arson. He stated in a tone that brooked no argument. That cannot be acceptable, Baron Kiksawara exclaimed in surprise. What I mean is, regardless of whether that lad is possessed by some necromancer, we must continue our pursuit. What if our plans are leaked if we abandon the chase? Sir Ansair shook his head. Westwind County is not within our sphere of influence. Continuing to meddle in this matter may attract the attention of Count Pondock, the county lord. Even worse, we must avoid alerting the Death Knight order stationed at Tauron Fortress, if the guardian of Tauron Fortress. The so-called death god of the howling eyes, Commander Thomad, becomes aware of our plans, even if only a fragment. It could introduce immeasurable variables. Baron Kixiovera smiled somewhat oddly. Sir Anser, are you afraid of the death god of the howling eyes? Sir Anser did not let the half-joking sarcasm provoke his ire. Am I afraid of Thomad? Not in the slightest, just as I am unperturbed by Lord Gino, the Sword of Destruction, the foremost of the Iron Guard Knights. He pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. My Lord Kixiovera, I do not lack the courage to die with a sword in hand. Yet I do not wish for you to make a grievous misjudgment because of it. Baron Kixiovera scrutinized the young man's expression. After a few seconds, he lowered his gaze and let out a soft sigh. I understand your meaning. Sir Anser, since you are taking full responsibility for this matter, I will concur with your judgment. However, I hope you comprehend that if the secret is revealed, all families involved face catastrophic ruin. The Emperor is not a benevolent ruler. Thus, there is but one course of action to rectify this error, Sir Anser stated, his tone turning chillingly resolute, as if each word were imbued with a frigid whisper. We must act immediately. The entire plan needs to be set in motion ahead of schedule. Act immediately. Baron Kixiovera raised his voice in astonishment, only to lower it again under Sir Anser's fierce glare. That is too hasty. We are not adequately prepared. If we attempt to assassinate the Prime Minister now, we will struggle to present a suitable successor. Then let us not present one at all. A vacant Prime Ministership is far superior to one held by an adversary. My Lord Kixiovera. Envision this. If our Prime Minister, the esteemed Duke Wilpus, were to learn that certain individuals conspired to commit treason, what action do you suppose he would take? But if we fail to secure the Prime Minister's position, His Majesty will appoint another who aligns with his desires. If we can eliminate one Prime Minister, why can we not eliminate a second? Sir Anser's countenance was strikingly handsome, his smile exuding politeness, yet his words sent a shiver down Baron Kixiovera's spine, before Baron Kixiovera could utter another word. The young nobleman elegantly bowed his chest and took his leave, the hem of his coat trailing behind him in a sharp arc, the steel gloves resting on the hilt of his sword reflecting the fierce flames. Appearing as though drenched in blood. Chapter 8. The Eternal Castle, a new trial in a soft yet icy white light. Jedi Lux slowly opened his eyes. The simple yet solemn gray-white dome and floor of the Eternal Castle remained unchanged, though the space seemed to have expanded slightly. Jedi strained his vision to faintly discern the wall across the way, which appeared to bear more intricate patterns than before. Rumen lay several meters away, his filthy linen coat riddled with burn holes, half of his hair singed away, and his arms and face covered in blisters and burns. Jedi felt a surge of heat in his eyes. He vividly recalled the final moments in the burning hay barn. Perhaps it was the copious amounts of dwarven liquor that had hastened the fire's spread. Before the first incantation was fully uttered, a supporting beam had already collapsed, bringing down countless burning debris and rafters, followed by two haystacks tumbling into the flames, crashing violently and sending sparks and waves of fire cascading like rain. The hay barn had transformed into a veritable inferno when a wave of fire surged toward them. Rumen had unhesitatingly stepped in front of Jedi, his hair and clothes igniting in an instant, yet he did not retreat, desperately bracing himself to create a small safe space for Jedi. Had the incantation taken a few seconds longer to complete, both Jedi and Rumen might have been consumed by the folly of the boy's plan, though they had narrowly succeeded in the end. Jedi's guilt remained undiminished as he gazed at the unconscious Rumen, nearly brought to tears. Jedi climbed to his feet and rushed to Rumen's side, crouching down to assess his injuries. Minutes later, with a pale face, he lifted his head. The young Stablehand's wounds were grievous, with not only his exposed arms and face severely burned, but also several burns beneath his linen coat. A pale yellow liquid mingled with blood seeped from the ruptured skin, mixing with ashes to form large, deep brown, dried clumps. Jedi's fingers trembled. He had once learned a bit about treating external injuries from a herbalist and knew which wounds could easily prove fatal. The burned areas on Rumen's body were nearing half of his skin's surface. Even with the finest herbalist concocting ointments and providing meticulous care, he would still have only a 10% chance of avoiding infection, thereby escaping the merciless scythe of death. Mr. Dish, where are you? The boy called out loudly to the empty, gray-white dome. Please, save Rumen. His injuries are severe. With a sigh, Mr. Dish's figure materialized before Jedi. The elder's gaze fell upon the dying Stablehand's body, scrutinizing the wounds before gently touching the scorched skin and lifting Rumen's eyelid. After a moment of examination, the elder pondered before speaking slowly. He is gravely injured. It is not merely the surface burns. Both his throat and lungs have sustained damage. Yes, Mr. Dish, it is all my fault, Jedi replied in a dejected whisper, then earnestly implored, please, save him. Even the best physician could not save him now. Mr. Dish shook his head gently, his gaze filled with compassion. The swelling is nearly suffocating his throat, even if I were to concoct a balm to reduce the swelling. Severe infection in the burned lungs is unavoidable. But you saved me once, Mr. Dish. I know my injuries were far worse than Ruman's. I was as good as dead. You can save him, with magic or some other means. It is not the same, Jedi, not the same. Mr. Dish shook his head gently. Your injuries, while fatal, were straightforward to treat. It was merely a matter of healing those 2 wounds on your neck and addressing the excessive blood loss. This young man is different. Burns are inherently more complex to heal, and his lungs and throat require far more intricate and advanced medical magic. Mr. Dish suddenly paused, raising his eyes to look at Jedi, as if his gaze could penetrate into one's very soul. I am still curious as to how he has managed to cling to life despite such severe injuries. You taught that meditation method from the booklet to this young man, did you not? Mr. Dish, Ruman is my friend. Jedi thought for a moment, then emphasized his words, taking a deep breath to complete his thoughts as quickly as possible. The only friend I have. I do not know why you place such importance on me. But I have considered it, and I believe there is something of value within me for you. Mr. Dish, if you save Ruman, I am willing to pay the corresponding price. The gentle smile on Mr. Dish's face gradually faded, his fingers stroking the ancient wooden staff inscribed with mysterious symbols. Your mind remains remarkably calm, which is commendable, Jedi. I have witnessed too many talented children become intoxicated by their own self-importance. However, to speak of a price is excessive. It can only be considered a transaction, and one that is beneficial to you without harm. Jedi grasped the implication in the elder's words, and the anxiety on his face began to ease. Mr. Dish, do you agree to save him? I will do my utmost, but the one who can truly save him is you. As Mr. Dish spoke, he tapped the ground with his staff. The gray-white stone cracked open, and a plume of silvery thread burst forth, swiftly enveloping Ruman's body, forming a massive silvery cocoon in the blink of an eye. The cocoon of temporal stasis, Mr. Dish informed Jedi. A rather obscure spell that can prolong the life of the dying for an extended period. You may learn it, though it is quite possible you will never use it in your lifetime. Will this magic cure the burns on Ruman's body? Jedi inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. No, but it can help maintain the young man's condition for an extended period, preventing any further deterioration. Why can't you heal Ruman directly? A look of confusion flickered in Jedi's eyes. The Eternal Castle is situated in a tranquil realm abandoned by the sleeper, Guxazang, making it a rather unique space, Mr. Dish did not answer directly, instead gesturing for Jedi to observe his surroundings closely. The boy initially glanced around in bewilderment, then his eyes widened slightly. By the gods, the space here has shrunk a bit since I arrived. Excellent. You possess a keen sense of observation, Jedi, which is crucial for a mage. Mr. Dish nodded in approval. If you noticed, this place should appear larger than when you first entered, correct? Indeed, I thought I was mistaken, Jedi replied, tapping his forehead. The Eternal Castle is neither entirely real nor entirely illusory. The source of power sustaining this space is singular, the souls of all sentient beings, which is also the source of strength for the Tranquil Realm. Mr. Dish explained, the expansion of the Eternal Castle's area is due to the 4 standard units of soul you provided, while the recent slight contraction is a result of a soul spell I cast that incurs significant loss. I previously mentioned that this young man is gravely injured, and burns are far more challenging to heal than sword wounds to restore him. A healing divine art equivalent to that of a bishop from the Cathedral of Light is required, and the remaining soul power in the Eternal Castle is insufficient for such a high-level healing spell. You said that sufficient soul power is necessary to cast healing spells. Jedi suddenly felt an intense thirst in his throat, swallowing hard to keep his voice from becoming too hoarse. What must I do? Mr. Dish's smile shifted to a somewhat sinister and cold demeanor, though this was likely an illusion, for when Jedi blinked, the old man still wore a gentle and kind smile. I thought you had already grasped it, child. As long as anyone dies directly or indirectly by your hand, it will provide a standard unit of soul for the Eternal Castle. Of course, this does not mean that only human souls are useful. The souls of orcs, goblins, and lesser beasts are of inferior quality, while those of elves, demons, and high-level beasts are of superior quality. Some creatures, such as dragons or demon lords, possess soul power equivalent to hundreds of humans. Jetty felt as if he could scarcely breathe. His eyes widening in horror as the blood drained from his cheeks, he struggled to find a semblance of comfort, only to curl up helplessly to eye in all the songs of bards and tales of legends. The act of soul-snatching is deemed the epitome of wickedness. Even the reapers of souls, cloaked in gray and white with eyes burning with green flames, merely defile the corpses, which pales in comparison to the soul. He could not fathom what sort of monster he would become if he acquiesced to Mr. Dish's proposal, perhaps even more terrifying than those who summon vengeful spirits, manipulate skeletons, and command corpses. Now is not the time to dwell on these matters. Jetty, the cocoon of stilled time will allow your friend the stable boy to maintain his injuries for a considerable duration without deterioration. Mr. Dish tapped his staff, pulling the pallid boy back from his dreadful contemplations of the future. You have become embroiled in a very troublesome affair, if you do not extricate yourself swiftly. Danger will surely follow closely behind you, not to mention accumulating soul power. Even your own safety will be at risk. A chilling tremor coursed down Jetty's spine, and his indecision evaporated instantly. The patrons of the Resonant Bell Inn were a diverse lot, including fugitives burdened with crimes, smooth-talking con artists, and the eyes of ruthless pirates. Having interacted with such individuals as a mere errand boy, Jetty's instinct for danger far surpassed that of an ordinary boy his age. Perhaps at first, he had been blinded by the grandiosity of his mission to unveil a conspiracy and save the Empire, but now he fully understood that his dreams were utterly unrealistic. Even if the esteemed Prime Minister believed his intelligence, the reward would likely be a silencing dagger rather than a shimmering golden griffin. The weight of a lowly life against the stability of the Empire's regime was a judgment easily made without the need for any superior mindset. It bore no essential difference from the actions of certain pirate crews who silenced informants to prevent leaks. I understand. Mr. Dish. After fear swept away his uncertainty, Jetty's expression became considerably more composed, and color gradually returned to his cheeks. Alias Harbor is no longer safe. I must depart swiftly. Rushing to leave is not a wise decision, whether by ship or under the cover of night. You will attract the attention of those with ill intent. Jetty, Lux's presence in Alias Harbor is perilous. However, your remaining here could avert many troubles. But I am Jetty Lux. The boy blinked in confusion. It is imperative that the tavern errand boy, Jetty Lux, disappears, and your new identity should diverge as much as possible from your original one. Let me ponder. Mr. Dish squinted in thought for a moment before suddenly snapping his fingers. A fallen noble from the south, who has undergone a clandestine dark magic inheritance. What do you think, Jetty? No one can ascertain how many fallen nobles, stripped of their fortunes, have existed in the Griffin Empire throughout the centuries. You need not even change your name. These two identities will not be linked. Me, a noble scion. Jetty felt utterly at a loss, in the realm of his most impractical dreams. He had indeed entertained the notion of being a noble of the Empire, receiving flowers, applause, and glory, yet he was more aware than ever that it was merely a fantasy. I fear I cannot manage that. Mr. Dish, I can masquerade as a petty thief on the docks, or as a pirate's informant or information broker, for I am familiar with their mannerisms and behavior, making it less likely for me to be exposed. But a fallen noble from the south, I have never encountered such a role. Precisely, which is why you must learn a variety of things. First, reading ancient texts, transcribing incantations and secret symbols, followed by arcane knowledge. Mysticism, basic alchemy, and meditation techniques. These are essential for any mage. Mr. Dish pointed to a massive bookshelf that had appeared beside the wall. Next, to minimize complications, you must also allocate time to study psychology, noble etiquette, and dialects with southern accents, which will make your speech and demeanor more consistent with your assumed identity. Jetty gaped at the enormous bookshelf, crafted from a peculiar yellow-glowing wood, its surface intricately carved with ancient and elaborate mystical runes. Reminiscent of the gray-white walls of the Eternal Castle, the entire shelf was divided into 9 tiers, towering 4 to 5 meters high, with sturdy oak ladders on either side for those seeking a particular tome. Each shelf was crammed with dusty, yellowed tomes and scrolls, and Jetty had never seen such a vast assembly of books. Merely reading the titles would require several hours. By the gods, these books. A tremor of despair laced Jetty's voice. Must I read them all? Only a portion of them. Living beings should not linger too long in the Eternal Castle. Within a week, I estimate you can only roughly peruse 1/5 of the first tier of the bookshelf. But that will suffice, for your soul has already established a connection with the Eternal Castle. The books you have read will leave an imprint within your soul, allowing for easy reference at any time. Mr. Dish explained as he withdrew several thick tomes from the first tier of the bookshelf, some beautifully bound with ornate decorations, their pages a pleasing pale yellow, while others were dog-eared and brittle. Exuding an eerie, cold atmosphere, he piled the books onto the table that had materialized before them and retrieved a dozen quills and a thick stack of parchment from a small chest. Let us begin with these today. Jetty, jot down any questions you may have, and before dinner, I will address them all together. Chapter 9. A week of hard work and fulfillment in the gray-white halls of the Eternal Castle. It was difficult to perceive the passage of time. Had it not been for the silver hourglass at hand emitting a melodious chime, Jetty would have been oblivious to the fact that he had meditated for a full 2 hours. As the boy opened his eyes, he found a simple meal laid out before him on the table, a few slices of oat bread, a small bowl of sugared berries, and a glass of clear water with a hint of dark green herbs floating atop. According to Master Dish, this is the optimal dietary regimen for an apprentice wizard. Greasy roasted meats and overly spiced smoked foods can adversely affect one's mental acuity, while alcoholic beverages are strictly prohibited, whether ale, wine, or mead. The only exception is during the practice of astrology, when one may indulge in a small amount of thoroughly filtered and distilled spirits. Jedi sighed with a lack of appetite, shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the slight pressure building upon his forehead from overexertion. This marked the final day of his tutelage under Master Dish, and throughout the past week, the boy had fully grasped the immense progress that a learned yet stringent mentor could bring to his thirst for knowledge. Aside from the essential hours of sleep, Master Dish imposed requirements on Jedi with an almost relentless rigor. Even during meals, he was expected to learn the daily etiquette befitting a noble, and to speak with the accent of the Grand Lake region, ensuring that his tone and demeanor aligned with that of a well-educated nobleman from a modest background. Although Master Dish's demeanor was kind, he showed no mercy in his instruction. The moment Jedi faltered, his wooden staff would strike with lightning speed, delivering a sharp rap against the boy's forehead. Perhaps it was this intense regimen of learning that allowed Jedi to swiftly master the nuances of noble etiquette. By the afternoon of the third day, he could already adopt an air of elegant pride in both speech and dining. By the sixth day, even under Master Dish's keen scrutiny, no trace of the obsequiousness characteristic of a tavern servant remained upon the boy. His studies in magical knowledge also proceeded smoothly. Compared to the art of passing himself off as a noble from the Grand Lake region, Jedi was evidently more intrigued by the arcane powers he could wield. The boy possessed an exceptional talent. After Master Dish systematically elucidated the principles of magic to him, his meditation efficiency improved significantly, and he managed to have the casting time of spells he had already mastered, such as Sacrificial Resurrection, Bone Shield, and Dark Banner. While also enhancing their effectiveness, they asked for the notorious Friedrich's Calf Kidney Annihilation. After an awkward explanation from the old mage, Jedi finally learned its true name, Simplified Corpse Explosion, a spell that could be considered the hallmark of necromancy. In other words, Jedi Lux could now be regarded as a malevolent necromancer. Given time, he might even find himself immortalized in the heroic ballads sung by bards, though it was unlikely that his reputation would be a favorable one. The boy wrestled with this realization throughout the night, while Master Dish patiently afforded him the time to reflect. After a restless night of contemplation, Jedi finally resolved to immerse himself with renewed fervor into his meditation and studies. Having been exposed to the wondrous aspects of magic, which ignited the once slowly smoldering embers of his ambition into a blazing fire. More importantly, had it not been for the aid of the Eternal Castle and Master Dish, Jedi Lux would have undoubtedly become a lifeless corpse, lying quietly in an alley, awaiting discovery by the early risers or night watchmen. This was not the future Jedi Lux envisioned for himself. Not by any means. The sound of the staff striking the ground jolted the boy from his reverie, as Master Dish appeared on the other side of the bookshelf, clad in his crimson robe. A hint of disapproval etched upon his face. "You are daydreaming again, Jedi Lux," the old mage remarked, stroking his pristine beard. "Time is a precious commodity, and yet you seem to waste it with a smile. Confident that you can pass my final assessment?" Jedi sprang up from the table, his face flushed crimson, but he offered no defense, merely lowering his gaze and standing there. The rigorous etiquette training of the past week had imbued his movements and posture with a certain noble grace, although Master Dish perceived it as somewhat juvenile. Given the limited time of merely 1 week, it was indeed a commendable achievement. Very well, recognizing one's own faults is a sign of maturity. Only children strive to evade responsibility or concoct excuses to justify their errors. Master Dish nodded approvingly, then tapped his staff, causing another chair to materialize beside the table. far larger than the one Jedi had occupied, its surface adorned with thick, luxurious white fur. Now, demonstrate to me what you have learned over these past few days. Beginning with dining etiquette, the old mage seated himself and gestured toward the plate brimming with food. Remember, from this moment forth, you are the second son of the Lux family from the Grand Lake region, not some tavern servant. Jedi took a deep breath, suppressing his nervousness and excitement, subtly adjusting his expression to reveal a polite, yet slightly haughty smile. Then, with an exquisitely graceful motion, he took his seat, picked up a piece of dark bread, and delicately bit into it. For the next half hour, Jedi flawlessly embodied the persona of a noble youth from the Eastern Empire, adhering to Master Dish's directives. Even those who had previously encountered Jedi would find it difficult to reconcile the boy's composed smile and graceful actions. Coupled with a hint of pretentious Grand Lake accent, with the image of a tavern servant, when Master Dish nodded in satisfaction, Jedi exhaled in relief, allowing his shoulders to relax slightly, while still maintaining a noble bearing. Achieving this within a week was largely due to Master Dish's almost draconian expectations. Should the boy display even a hint of impropriety and noble etiquette, a bolt of electricity would leap from the old mage's fingertips, delivering a jolt that was excruciating yet non-lethal. Well done, as long as no genuine noble from the Grand Lake region scrutinizes you, you should be able to pass unnoticed, Master Dish remarked, pouring himself a glass of sweet wine, raising it in salute before taking a sip. However, your knowledge of heraldry, calligraphy, and essential noble social skills remains lacking. The time has simply been too short to cover everything, fortunately, due to the exposure of their schemes. The situation in Arius is bound to be quite tense, and it is unlikely that anyone will pay attention to these deficiencies. All of this is thanks to your patient guidance, Master Dish, Jedi replied earnestly, bowing in gratitude. I shall never forget this week of learning. It will benefit me for a lifetime. Throughout the week, Jedi's nerves had been taut, filled with meditation and study, his mind brimming with an array of unfamiliar knowledge. And he had endured countless stinging jolts from arcs of electricity, yet the boy's spirits remained buoyant. He could sense that he had transformed. The slickness and subservience of a tavern servant gradually evolved into intelligence and confidence. Now, he believed he could converse freely before the noble lords without betraying any signs of trepidation or discomfort. There remains much for you to learn, Jedi. Your mastery of magic is still woefully insufficient. The old mage smiled as he spoke. When the storm abates or when you leave the port city of Arius safely, I recommend that you return here for more in-depth studies. Your current guise is merely a rudimentary disguise. It may suffice temporarily, but it will not withstand the scrutiny of discerning individuals. I understand. Master Dish, I have been contemplating a notion regarding the art of disguise. As he spoke, the boy opened his notebook, revealing pages densely filled with plans, a glint of cunning sparkling in his eyes. You see, if I were to pursue this course of action, what are the chances of success? Master Dish accepted the notebook, donning a pair of exquisite crystal monocles. You have devised a plan. My boy, this truly surprises me. As he perused the initial lines, the old mage's expression shifted from casual to serious. This plan contains some intriguing ideas. If he had previously been somewhat dismissive, Master Dish was now genuinely intrigued by Jedi's proposal. Upon reaching the final page, he closed his eyes, resting his hands on his chest in quiet contemplation for several minutes. Before suddenly opening them, his gaze igniting with fervor, Jedi felt a shiver run down his spine beneath the piercing scrutiny of the old mage's gaze. Instinctively stepping back, his cheeks warming slightly. Master Dish, is my plan naive? The boy asked, his voice tinged with disappointment. Naive indeed, with many oversights in the details. Should you act upon this plan, the likelihood of being discovered is nearly 100%. Master Dish paused, his intense gaze fixed upon the boy for several seconds before continuing. However, the concept itself harbors numerous points worthy of discussion. It possesses more merit than my original plan, and the potential rewards are significantly greater should it succeed. The old mage's demeanor softened, his smile becoming kindly. Come, Jedi, let us use your plan as a foundation to thoroughly discuss and refine its shortcomings. Chapter 10. An unremarkable little business for the residents of the bustling port city of Alias. The burning of a third-rate hotel in the heart of the commercial district by robbers was hardly a matter of great concern. It merely served to provide a modicum of post-meal conversation. In contrast, the harsh and unpredictable weather, the punctual arrival of merchant ships from the ancient kingdom of Yahan, and the safe return of loved ones venturing out to sea were the predominant worries for the majority. Under the deliberate suppression from the Lord's office of Alias, within less than a week, the incident at the Bell Tower Hotel had been entirely forgotten by the people of Alias, to the extent that none noticed when the bounty notice posted at the city gate had disappeared. On that fateful morning, as dawn broke, the ancient and bustling port city of Alias commenced an unusually clamorous day. The marketplace was teeming with people. Numerous merchants clad in silk robes and sheepskin capes disregarded the filthy streets as they made their way. Accompanied by burly bodyguards and countless dockworkers, such vibrant activity surely had its reasons, and Penny, a small stallholder, curiously craned her neck towards the direction of the docks, stroking her chin, regardless of the circumstances. An increase in foot traffic in the marketplace was always a positive sign. Perhaps her business would flourish today. As a freshly minted herbalist, Penny appeared rather youthful for her trade, and being a woman made her prospects even dimmer. Each day, the copper coins she earned barely sufficed to meet her most basic needs for food and lodging. Indulging in a drink at the local tavern was a rare luxury. The weather that day was far from pleasant. The sky was overcast, with clouds swirling overhead, and occasional chilly raindrops fell. Wiping her forehead and hands with a grayish-white cloth, Penny anxiously awaited her first customer. The mint leaves displayed on her stall had begun to wilt from prolonged exposure, and after a moment's consideration, she pinched the worst-looking leaf, furrowing her brow as she popped it into her mouth. Just as the refreshing minty flavor began to unfold, fortune smiled upon her. A middle-aged man, wearing a troubled expression, squeezed his way through the crowd and scrutinized her stall for several moments, as if wrestling with indecision before finally approaching. "Scholar, I apologize," the man rasped, his voice nearly drowned out by the clamor of the marketplace, requiring Penny to lean in closely to hear. "My son, he is 8 years old, and he is gravely ill." As he spoke, he retrieved a few filthy copper coins from his pocket and placed them on the wooden counter before her. "This is all I have. Could you possibly?" Penny hesitated as she regarded the meager coins. To be frank, it hardly resembled a fair payment for a herbalist. Given the exorbitant prices in Alias, even a fresh loaf of bread would be out of reach. Nevertheless, she courteously accepted the coins and placed them in her money box. After all, starting her business was a step in the right direction. "Tell me about the child's condition," Penny said, offering the man a reassuring smile while deliberately avoiding the sight of his bloodstained, filthy apron. A poor butcher may not know business, but he surely loves his son. As the man stammered through his son's symptoms, Penny noticed a small crowd beginning to gather around her stall, prompting her to focus more intently. "How does the child's forehead feel? Is it hot?" she inquired, as the man's account became increasingly disjointed. After listening for a while, she gently interjected. The man nodded anxiously. "It burns frighteningly. And he cannot keep anything down, not even water." He fidgeted with his felt hat. "Scholar, you must understand. I would not disturb you if it weren't for this." "Very well, I understand," Penny replied firmly. "It appears to be a serious cold. I have treated many such cases." As she spoke, she retrieved a bottle of greenish potion from beneath her stall and added a few chopped mint leaves to it. "Let the child take half of this potion now, and the other half before bedtime. Additionally, he must be kept hydrated until sunset. With a fever, it is crucial to replenish fluids. Do you comprehend my instructions?" Upon hearing her resolute admonition, the poor butcher visibly relaxed. "Thank you so much, scholar." He sincerely bowed deeply. "I know these coins do not cover your fees, but I will find a way to make it up to you." "Fees? Let us discuss that once the child's fever subsides." Penny pondered for a moment, then reluctantly retrieved the filthy coins from her pouch. "It's merely a loaf of bread," she silently told herself, before smiling and placing the coins into the butcher's hand. "Take this back for your child. Perhaps buy him an apple or a sweet pear. It may aid in his recovery." The grateful butcher expressed his thanks profusely, and the murmurs among the crowd surrounding her stall began to rise. Penny scanned the faces of those gathered with hopeful anticipation, then gently tapped the potion bottle in her hand. "Is there anyone else in need of diagnosis or treatment?" To her disappointment, the crowd gradually shook their heads and dispersed, leaving her stall once more in quiet solitude. Just as Penny sighed softly, a pouch of coins suddenly fell before her. "Forgive my audacity, scholar," a voice with an elegant tone, tinged with a hint of the East County dialect, spoke. "May I trouble you for a moment of your time?" The pouch appeared substantial. Even if it contained only copper coins, it would suffice to cover her living expenses for 2 whole weeks. Penny looked up in astonishment. Although the dim light of the overcast day obscured her view, she discerned that the speaker was relatively young, dressed in a style reminiscent of noble lineage, yet holding a twisted staff that seemed ill-suited to such stature. Its craftsmanship was crude, and even the crystal set into the head of the staff did little to enhance its aesthetic appeal. Certainly. You are my guest. Penny stifled the urge to seize the pouch, striving to maintain a facade of calm, as if such an offering was a commonplace occurrence. She squinted at the prospective patron, realizing he was not much older than herself. His noble attire, though not ostentatious, bore signs of wear, with several threads of gold and silver fraying. You appear to be in good health. Thus, are you seeking a consultation for a relative? I am not here because I or any of my acquaintances suffer from ailments, scholar, the young noble explained, his Eastern County accent somewhat convoluted yet pleasant. I require a remedy for magical backlash, as well as a tranquil potion for meditation, with the quantity determined by the value of this pouch. Penny deftly untied the pouch's knot with her nimble fingers, bracing herself for what lay within. However, upon seeing the glimmering silver coins within, her breath hitched momentarily. This sum was sufficient to rent a more comfortable abode, with enough left over for a year of comfortable living, for a young woman weary of lowly lodgings. It was an overwhelming temptation, yet doubt lingered in her mind. Both the remedy and the tranquil potion are not particularly rare. There are ample supplies at the apothecary in the marketplace. She gestured toward the retied pouch. This amount could procure dozens of potions crafted by a licensed apothecary. Why seek me? An obscure herbalist? I have my reasons for avoiding the apothecary, the young noble replied in a calm tone. And your instructor, Master Perez, is renowned for his expertise in crafting remedies in the East County. Scholar Penny, as a student, I surmise you have inherited some of his unique methods. Penny bit her lip, recognizing the man's rationale as both sound and compelling, leaving her reluctant to dismiss such a tempting offer. I can prepare the remedy, but it will not reach the caliber of Master Perez's work. The tranquil potion is somewhat more challenging, and I lack an ingredient known as sage. Rising from her seat, she began to stow her wares into her backpack. Fortunately, Master Perez left behind some potions, and I recall that these two were among them, though they will not come cheaply. That is splendid news. The young noble smiled, his pearly whites contrasting strikingly with his delicate features, making him appear particularly striking. Thanks to the blessings of the Guardian of the Scrolls, Sugard, I am willing to pay you double the market price for the potions crafted by Master Perez himself. Chapter 11. The Dilemma of Master Sopa were it not for the request of Master Sopa at the Mages Guild in the port city of Alias. This seemingly trivial affair in the marketplace would have gone unnoticed by all. It had been over 6 months since Master Perez had passed, and few paid attention to his talentless female apprentice. Even Master Perez's old friends within the Mages Guild merely advised the city guards to ensure Penny was not harassed or oppressed by the ruffians of the marketplace. As for any further assistance, these wizards harbored no such intentions until Penny demonstrated sufficient investment value. Just past noon, an unfamiliar noble engaged with Penny and procured a considerable quantity of magical potions. This occurrence was duly documented and, after a series of intricate procedures, was ultimately dispatched to the high tower of the Wizards Guild. It was merely one of the countless reports the guild processed daily, and its urgency was deemed low, typically requiring until evening to be reviewed. However, shortly after the report's arrival, a young man clad in an apprentice wizard's robe hurried over. Upon hearing the footsteps, a middle-aged man responsible for intelligence analysis looked up, his eyes widening in astonishment. Oder, were you not assigned to accompany Master Soper for a magical experiment? How is it that you find time to be here? The young man offered a slight smile, although he bore the same badge as the middle-aged man, indicating both were high-level apprentices newly acquainted with first-level magic. The latter had been deemed of mediocre aptitude and relegated to routine tasks, while he was recognized as an exceptional student in contact with grand wizards. His future destined for greatness. The master instructed me to check in on you, Mr. Harlan, the young man replied, his tone imbued with merely the most basic politeness, revealing no effort to disguise his aloofness. Is there any particularly noteworthy intelligence today? The middle-aged man rubbed his slightly numb forehead and gestured to the clutter of scrolls and notes strewn across the desk. No, Oder, I haven't seen anything that would concern Master Soper. Although a small portion remains unclassified, those are all of minimal urgency. The master is not concerned with the urgency of the information, but rather with any anomalies, such as strangers purchasing spell components or magical potions, the young man replied, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice as he waved dismissively. Very well, if there is nothing, I shall return to report to Master Soper. Wait a moment. The middle-aged man suddenly clicked his tongue. Speaking of magical potions, it seems there was something mentioned in the reports delivered this afternoon. He began to sift through the documents he had merely skimmed earlier. And soon enough, he uncovered a crumpled piece of parchment. Scholar Perez's apprentice, Penny, made a transaction this morning in the bustling district, valued at approximately 50 imperial silver coins, purchasing somnolent potions and remedies for mitigating magical backlash injuries. Odor nearly snatched the parchment from his hands. Glancing at it hastily, his eyes immediately alight with evident excitement. This is it. He snapped his fingers joyfully, ignoring Harlan's grim expression as he strode purposefully toward the marble corridor leading to the tower. The Wizards Guild of Arius Harbor boasted a dozen official wizards and 4 intermediate mages, with countless lower and higher apprentices, and a renowned Grand Wizard serving as vice president, making the guild scale second only to that of the county seat in Westwind County. Odor ascended the spiraling stone steps with quickened pace, but as his body had not been adequately conditioned, he paused before the bronze door at the tower's summit, which was engraved with a 6-pointed star. Already feeling slightly breathless, he composed himself, smoothing his hair and cuffs, hoping to leave a calm and collected impression on Master Soper. Although Vice President Huzali Amon had already shown inclination to accept him as a disciple. Master Soper, who was on the cusp of tapping into 5th-level magic, was undoubtedly a far superior choice compared to the one who had merely accumulated enough to break through to 4th level. Just as knights regard the stages of chi dispersal and divine aura as a watershed, so too does 5th-level magic signify whether a wizard has hope for future ascension to the rank of magus. Odor understood well that mere diligence and talent were insufficient. Deeper magical knowledge and intricate meditation techniques were paramount, and only Master Soper could provide these, while Vice President Huzali was still far from that mark. Judging by the faint crimson glow emanating from the door, it was apparent that a perilous magical experiment was underway within the chamber. Though Odor's heart raced with urgency, he dared not betray his emotions. Standing respectfully outside, awaiting the experiment's conclusion, much to the young high apprentice's chagrin, despite his readiness to showcase his abilities before Master Soper, the master afforded him no such opportunity. Once the experiment concluded, the bronze door swung open, and just as Odor began to articulate his purpose, his report was snatched by an unseen force, placed before Master Soper. Just as we suspected, Huzali, this is an opportunity, Master Soper remarked after perusing the parchment. Then turned to address the slightly stooped wizard beside him, a peculiar expression flickering across his face. Odor, observing quietly, could not suppress a blink of disbelief, for he felt an inexplicable sensation that he perceived. Apprehension? Vice President Huzali's expression was even more pronounced than Master Soper's, as he nodded while waving Odor away. You, go inform Ramiro and the others. No, never mind, I'll use the message spell directly. With a gesture from Vice President Huzali, the bronze door slammed shut before Odor, nearly crushing the young apprentice's nose. Stepping back, Odor felt as though a conflagration raged within him, scorching his throat with an uncontainable fury, wishing to unleash the strongest magic at his disposal to shatter the door before him. Yet, being a wizard rather than a simple-minded warrior, Odor's initial wrath gradually subsided, leading him to consider his precarious position. Apart from the 2 grand wizards, he alone had comprehended the contents of that report and recognized its significance. Harlan, responsible for categorizing the information, might have glimpsed portions of it, but given his eagerness to perform, Odor had seized the parchment so quickly that Harlan likely had not read it thoroughly, especially concerning the noble youth who purchased the potions. The description was remarkably detailed. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to locate that individual beforehand. Master Soper remained oblivious to the ambitious apprentice's determination as Odor hurriedly descended the tower, his thoughts entirely consumed by the report's implications. After sealing the bronze door and activating all protective barriers, he returned to the chamber where alchemical magical arrays were inscribed on the ground. Observing as Vice President Huzali ignited a sulfurous brazier and waved his gnarled hands over it, scattering handfuls of precious gemstone powder, Master Soper awaited the outcome in silence. Although Vice President Huzali might not be an exceptionally powerful wizard, he was renowned for his prowess in astrology and divination, adept at evading peril and securing additional gains. It was precisely due to this ability that Huzali assumed the role of vice president of the Arius Harbor Wizards Guild. While those with greater talent and strength than he had not survived to this day, a particularly brilliant and fierce flame erupted from the sulphurous brazier, rising like a colossal pillar, akin to an abyssal demon clad in fiery ropes. The flame licked the gilded dome, which mimicked the starry sky above. Within mere heartbeats, a faint crackling sound emerged, accompanied by the flickering of tiny lights on the dome's surface, indicating that the protective magic array was exhibiting signs of distress. Vice President Huzali paid no heed to the protective array, utterly engrossed in channeling his mental energy into the sulphurous brazier. The fire blazed ever more intensely, and even Master Soper, situated several meters away, felt waves of heat wash over him, beads of sweat cascading down the creases of his face and soaking his gray-white beard. Suddenly, Vice President Huzali called out, reciting a series of incantations in a peculiar cadence. The sound resonating not from his throat, but seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, echoing ominously. Master Soper's brows furrowed in concern. The hellish proverb, any wizard would be familiar with this language. Yet it required utmost caution, for this tongue, laden with dark elements, could easily unsettle a wizard's mind, distorting the magic they wielded. Thankfully, Vice President Huzali concluded his incantation swiftly, raising his arms to utter a powerful explosive sound, causing the gilded dome to fracture. As he lowered his arms, the flame dissipated into nothingness, yet the damaged dome could not mend itself. Tendrils of cold wind seeped through the fissures, sending a shiver down Master Soper's spine. You were right, old friend. A formidable force obstructs my attempt to glimpse the threads of fate. Vice President Huzali, now visibly weary, stumbled back to his seat, his voice hoarse. His already stooped form seemed to shrink further, every wrinkle on his face etched with an indelible fatigue. Oh, do not be so hasty, Huzali. First, take this potion and rest a moment, Master Soper said as he rose, extending a vial of magical potion toward him. After consuming the potion, Vice President Huzali meditated quietly for several minutes, the weariness on his face gradually easing. I once employed divination to examine Penny's fate, and it appeared that the girl possessed little talent. She was destined to live a life of obscurity in Arius for many years, only to be swallowed by the tides of fate. However, this time is different. I wish to leverage the changes in Penny's fate to deduce the true identity of the unfamiliar noble she has encountered. Yet, her fate's trajectory has become obscured. Even when I took the risk of employing otherworldly insights and inquired of the Abyssal Will, I was unable to obtain a precise answer. The Abyssal Will is typically quite greedy. Huzali, Master Soper pondered. Could it be that our offerings were insufficiently lavish to satiate them? No, it is different, Vice President Huzali replied after a moment's contemplation, shaking his head gently. I have dealt with the Abyssal Will many times, at times. They indeed withhold straightforward answers out of greed, but they will invariably make demands rather than offer vague responses to dismiss my inquiries. This contravenes the fundamental rules of the otherworldly insight spell. The apprehension in Master Soper's brow became increasingly evident, yet an equal measure of excitement emerged, distorting his expression somewhat. Huzali, the power to obscure the gaze of the Abyssal Will is no trifling matter. Indeed, the individual in question must be a highly skilled archmage, perhaps even a magic tutor. While necromancy is formidable and malevolent, it does not hinder the capabilities of divination, leading me to suspect that this individual possesses profound knowledge in astrology and prophetic magic as well, Vice President Huzali asserted confidently. An archmage of necromancy skilled in divination. Master Soper stroked his beard, skepticism evident in his demeanor. What an odd combination of abilities. Is he perhaps seeking to use divination to locate a multitude of corpses? That remains uncertain. One cannot easily decipher the intentions of a necromancer, Vice President Huzali remarked, manipulating the candlestick before him, the flickering candlelight rendering his expression exceedingly enigmatic. I am unsure whether he can perceive my divination. Typically, it goes unnoticed and does not provoke hostility, but I cannot guarantee it. Thus, we must appropriately display our strength, Master Soper suggested softly, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the wrinkled and spotted skin on the back of his hand. Time is of the essence, Huzali. This may be our last opportunity. We must seize it firmly. Chapter 12. Abduction and the anticipated invitation. On the morning when the merchant fleet from Yahan arrived at the port of Arius, Penny, the herbalist, was discreetly abducted amidst the bustling market. Despite the throngs of people, none were aware of the unfolding drama. Penny had once harbored resentment over this incident, yet in hindsight, she now perceived it as a stroke of fortune. The arrival of the merchant ships captivated the majority's attention, and when a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man approached her stall, politely requesting her assistance, no one noticed the object concealed beneath his tattered cloak. It was not a heavy purse of coins, but rather a sharp dagger. If you were to cry for help, scholar, you would find yourself dealing with a stab wound to your abdomen. The middle-aged man spoke with an unsettling cheerfulness that bore no hint of threat. Yet, Penny felt a chill envelop her, as if the heavy fabric of her robe had been abruptly stripped away. "What do you want from me?" "I am merely a poor scholar," Penny stammered, struggling to suppress her fear and lowering her voice to inquire. "There is no need for a dagger aimed at me. If it is robbery you seek, feel free to take the money. I intend nothing sinister. As I mentioned earlier, I simply require your assistance," the man replied with a smile, raising his voice. "Thank you very much for your generous consent. Scholar.my home is just this way, and I am truly grateful." Penny, her face taut, rose to her feet and allowed the man to lead her into a narrow alley, the dagger never straying far from her side. Its cold blade inflicting a constant, stinging reminder. Several times she feared she had already been cut. Although the thought of calling for help crossed her mind, the man's cold, unwavering demeanor convinced her that any outcry would result in the dagger piercing her abdomen. The alley was not long, and the man brought her to a door, extending his other hand to indicate she should take the key and unlock it. Penny hesitated not at all, having refrained from calling for help in the crowded marketplace. A deserted alley was certainly no place for escape. She obediently took the key, unlocking the rusted door, only to feel the dagger shift slightly at her waist. "Step inside, scholar," the man commanded, with no choice left. Penny stepped through the door, observing as the man followed and closed it behind him. The dagger was now removed from her body, yet the danger had not lessened in the slightest. The courtyard beyond the door was barren, strewn with dead leaves, and the rough stone and wooden structures were shuttered and cloaked in cobwebs, suggesting a long abandonment. Penny swallowed hard, turning to face her captor, striving to project an air of calm and composure. "I am the only recognized student of Scholar Perez," she asserted, her voice steady enough not to tremble. "Stranger, I hope you understand my point. Although my teacher has passed, I still have many friends in the Magicians Guild who would not stand idly by and allow me to be killed without cause. I am well aware of that. If you were not Scholar Perez's apprentice, I would be in a more perplexing situation," the man replied in a tone devoid of emotion, each word seemingly the product of deliberate training. Penny adjusted her robe, wrinkled by the man's earlier actions, using the movement to steady her nerves before asking, "Who sent you? Stranger, what is it you want?" "Do not concern yourself with my origins, Scholar Penny. It would do you no good," he answered calmly. "I have no interest in your life or your purse. The reason I have brought you here is that I require your assistance with a matter of utmost importance." Penny detected an unsettling undertone in his calm words. That is not the demeanor of someone asking for help. She glared at him, attempting to mask her fear with anger. "So this is an obligation I cannot refuse." The man spoke softly, his shoulders shifting slightly as the dagger reappeared in his hand, despite Penny's unwavering gaze on his actions. She failed to perceive when he retrieved the dagger. "Scholar Penny, if you refuse, there will be a young girl's corpse here, and let us guess how long it will be before anyone discovers it." "I understand your meaning," Penny replied through clenched teeth, genuine fear creeping into her voice, betraying her resolve. "I will do as you ask. Now tell me, what do you need my assistance with?" "I require you to deliver a letter to someone." The middle-aged man's tone softened, and the dagger vanished, replaced by a beautifully crafted invitation in his hand. Penny took the invitation, glancing at it hastily before her brow furrowed in concern. The invitation was made of exquisite parchment, exuding a pearly sheen, wrapped in fine Yahan silk, exuding opulence. Several lines of ornate, flowing script adorned the surface, and though she dared not examine it closely, a fleeting glance revealed a significant issue. "There is no address or recipient. Who am I to deliver this to?" "Scholar Penny. According to the intelligence we have received, you are the only one who knows where this person can be found," the man shrugged. "It is the young man who previously purchased tranquilizers and soothing potions from you." "And what if my answer is that I do not know where he is?" Penny clenched her fists, striving to maintain a steady breath. "What do you intend to do? Do you truly require me to answer that question?" The man smiled, and that smile was sufficient to convey the grim reality. Penny felt a lump form in her throat, rendering her incapable of further speech. "Then I must express my deep regret. I shall seek alternative means to deliver the invitation." The man paused, reaching beneath his robe. "Scholar Penny, however, to avoid complications, I must ensure you remain silent here indefinitely." As the man withdrew the dagger, Penny instinctively took 2 steps back, a reflexive action that proved futile. The courtyard was not expansive, and she felt the solid wall behind her, with a locked wooden door at her side. escape from the cold, expressionless man before her was impossible, and the thought of attracting attention through a scream was a futile delusion. I fear I truly have no choice, Penny mused bitterly, at least not until I leave this place. She slumped her shoulders in resignation. Very well. I will agree to deliver your letter, but how will I prove that I have handed it to the intended recipient? Do you plan to accompany me? The middle-aged man seemed to hesitate for a moment before shaking his head. I trust you will not dare to deceive us. It is best not to seek assistance from anyone. And I hope you do not act so foolishly. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he pulled up the hood of his cloak, obscuring most of his face. Penny was momentarily dazed, and in an instant, his figure vanished like a specter before the courtyard gate. A biting cold wind slipped through the half-open door, chilling her to the bone. Penny shivered, wrapping her robe tightly around her body, leaning against the hard, rough wall that it was several minutes before she let out a feeble sob. The cold rain fell like a woven tapestry, and the once bustling streets and alleys of Orius Port had become eerily quiet. The goods piled up in the dock area were now covered with waterproof tarpaulin, while laborers huddled together in corners, seeking refuge from the rain, chewing on low-quality tobacco, their expressions resigned as they idly conversed. Penny, clad in a thick cloak, bent slightly and hurriedly made her way through the dock area, arriving at the door of the Broken Barrel Inn. She grasped the polished brass doorbell and shook it vigorously several times. The inn's oil-stained wooden door creaked open, revealing a man in a filthy canvas apron, his gaunt face wearing an impatient expression. "This is no place for a girl like you," he gruffly announced. A mixed scent of cheap tobacco and ale wafting from him, prompting Penny to wrinkle her nose. "Get lost, and don't cause trouble." Penny reached into the dark pocket beneath her cloak and produced a silver coin, hesitating momentarily before exchanging it for a handful of copper coins. "I am here to find someone," she said, pressing the coins into the man's hand, her voice lowered. "A young man." "Oh, a young man," he replied. As the coins swiftly disappeared beneath his canvas apron, the impatience on his face gave way to a lewd grin that made Penny wish for his earlier demeanor. "Well then, a certain charming lady is looking for a man." He turned, shouting into the inn's interior. "Come in, please. We have plenty of men here." A crude burst of laughter erupted, nearly overwhelming the inn's atmosphere, the noise now at least tenfold more boisterous than before. Penny's expression darkened further as she felt for her coin pouch again, this time producing not coins, but an ancient, diamond-shaped bronze badge. "If you consider that you might fall ill in the future, it would be wise not to act so rashly," she said, fiddling with the badge, enunciating each word carefully. "My mentor, Bachelor Perez, may have passed away a year ago, but he still holds some renown among the herbalists." "Well, Bachelor Miss, you've certainly startled us all," the man replied, his tone still gruff but now tinged with respect. He guided Penny through the throng, warning off any sailors or dockworkers who might attempt to take advantage of her. Finally leading her to a half-height pine counter at the back of the hall. A jovial, plump proprietor stood amidst the open barrels, his white apron spotless, holding a soft cloth for polishing glasses. "This Bachelor Miss, Old Mook, is at your service." After hearing the man's brief explanation, the proprietor clapped his hands together and set the cloth aside, skillfully pouring a small half-cup of wine, adding a touch of honey and a generous amount of hot water. "Drink this to warm yourself." "Miss, this one is on me." Penny nodded in gratitude, taking a small sip from the glass. The wine, sweetened by the honey, provided a warmth that countered the chill seeping into her bones from the cold rain and wind. "Ladies like you typically do not venture into the dock area. It is a rough place, lacking in manners, and one could easily be offended," the proprietor continued with a smile, shaking his head disapprovingly. Old Mook of the Broken Barrel still keeps his ear to the ground. "Bachelor Mississippi, could you tell me the name of the person you seek?" Penny set down the glass, steadying herself. "His name is Jetty Lux, quite young, dressed rather respectably, with an air of nobility about him." "Mook, I know such a person is not likely to be found in the dock area, but that is indeed what he said to me." "Jetty Lux," Old Mook pondered, raising his eyes before spreading his plump hands. "Bachelor Miss, you have indeed come to the right person. That I have heard that name and seen that young man. He closely matches your description and is residing in a room at the back." Chapter 13. The Invitation from the Pale Mask amidst the clamor and laughter of the Broken Barrel Inn. Penny hurriedly explained to Mook why she needed to see Jetty Lux immediately. Mook listened with a smile, non-committal, occasionally nodding, just as Penny was beginning to feel disheartened and raised her glass for another sip of warm wine. Mook suddenly slapped his forehead and stepped out from behind the counter. I'm getting on in years. My memory is indeed failing me. He chuckled. It's nearly noon, and Mr. Jetty's lunch has yet to be delivered. Bachelor miss, would you mind accompanying me to Mr. Jetty's room? Penny certainly did not mind. She nodded gratefully as she watched the plump proprietor instruct the thin man to tend to the business. Then head to the kitchen to fetch a large tray laden with food, accompanied by several covered dishes, upon seeing the shiny roasted chicken legs and fragrant baked potatoes on the tray. Penny couldn't help but swallow hard, realizing she had yet to have her lunch. The proprietor gestured for Penny to follow him, then pushed open a narrow door leading to the corridor. Balancing the wooden tray in one hand while holding a torch in the other, the corridor was narrow and dim, lacking windows that let in light. Under the torch's glow, the walls appeared to be covered in moss and damp stains. Penny cautiously moved forward, passing several doors until the proprietor halted at the end of the corridor, inserting the torch into a metal holder on the wall. Mr. Jetty has instructed that he does not wish to be disturbed by just anyone, the proprietor explained apologetically. Gently knocking on the wooden door, Penny heard footsteps from behind the door, followed by the sound of a lock clicking open. When the door swung open, Jetty Lux's figure appeared before Penny, the torchlight casting a cool orange-yellow hue upon his face, causing the young girl's eyes to well with warmth. Mook, is it lunchtime already? And, Bachelor Penny? Jetty's tone and expression displayed a hint of surprise. You've come at just the right moment. I was about to go to the marketplace to find you. I still have some of the sleeping potion you sold me, but I've run out of the soothing elixir. Penny forced out a dry, faint laugh. I apologize, Mr. Jetty, but could we discuss the matter of the potion later? I have something urgent to discuss with you. Of course, Bachelor Penny, please come in. Jetty appeared unusually cheerful, accepting the tray of lunch while gesturing for her to enter. The proprietor bowed, indicating he would return to tend to business, assuring Jetty that he could pull the copper bell cord if he needed anything. Once the proprietor's figure disappeared behind the door, Penny suddenly felt her legs grow weak, and she stumbled slightly. Bachelor Penny, are you all right? Jetty behaved like a courteous young gentleman, steadying her arm and guiding her to a chair, then opening the window to let in a fresh breeze tinged with dampness and the scent of fish. Penny steadied herself against the table, then retrieved the elegantly crafted invitation from within her robe. I must apologize, Mr. Jetty. I should not have brought trouble to my customers, but my life is in danger. And I had no choice. Jetty's smile remained unchanged, as if he were entirely unconcerned. He glanced quickly at the invitation before shaking his head. Do not speak like that, Bachelor Penny. What trouble can a letter bring? If it were not a trouble, why would they threaten me with a dagger to deliver it to you? Penny exclaimed, striking the table with her hand, her voice almost piercingly sharp. It is I who should apologize, Bachelor Penny. They were after me. Jetty comforted her softly. It's all over now. You are completely safe. And there will be no more trouble. Penny felt tears welling in her eyes. It was strange how the worst reactions of weakness often surfaced only after the danger had passed. She took a deep breath, suppressing her sobs, and was about to speak when she suddenly noticed Jetty break into a grin. Oh, by the Guardian Sugard, we have a new guest. Penny turned in surprise, but the door was firmly closed, and there was not even a suspicious shadow behind her. A new guest? She queried skeptically. Yes, but he didn't dare to walk in boldly. He's lurking in the corner, which is rather poor etiquette, Jetty said, raising his right hand to make a series of intricate gestures. Penny felt a sudden darkness envelop her vision, followed by a surprised gasp from outside the door, then a low chanting of incantations. A bright white light flashed, only to be swallowed by an even deeper darkness. Penny heard herself scream, "A wizard!" The figure outside the door once more produced a cacophony of crackling sounds. Something had burst, and a wave of heat slammed against the door. Yet, the darkness remained unyielding. Penny then heard a muffled curse, followed by a rapid retreat of footsteps. There is nothing left to see, Miss Penny, Jedi remarked, maintaining a demeanor of calm throughout. During this time, he had elegantly divided the food on the tray into 2 portions, placing one in front of Penny. You haven't eaten anything for lunch today, have you? Although the dishes may not align with your taste, may I have the honor of inviting you to share this meal with me? Perhaps it was the glistening appearance of the chicken leg that was too enticing. Penny nearly succumbed to the impulse to reach out and grab it. With great effort, she restrained her impolite urge, wiping her hands beneath her cloak. This is indeed quite a feast, Mr. Jedi. I graciously accept your invitation. For a while, the two conversed while dining. Roasted chicken legs, slices of bread, pea and potato salad, and corn chowder may not constitute a lavish banquet, Yet after the morning's harrowing anxieties, Penny felt this meal surpassed any delicacy she had ever savored. Once their knives and forks came to a halt, Penny exhaled, leaning back comfortably in her chair, sipping the warm honeyed wine while observing Jedi as he unwrapped the silk seal of the invitation, reading its contents intently. The message on the invitation was quite straightforward. Jedi read it with a smile. Though his inner emotions belied a facade of tranquility, the opening lines contained pleasantries, yet subtly alluded to Jedi Lucas's masquerade as a noble from the East County. The invitation then bluntly revealed Jedi's other identity, a clandestine necromancer, prompting a sense of caution to arise within him. In the closing lines, a request was made for a meeting with Jedi Lucas, the necromancer, while the invitation did not explicitly convey a threat. The repeated mentions of danger, fear, and strict confidentiality allowed Jedi to glean the underlying intentions. Of course, until this point, all remained within the realm of planning. Jedi placed the invitation down, closed his eyes, and pondered silently for a moment before seizing the twisted wooden staff resting at the edge of the table. Gracefully rising to his feet, "I apologize, Miss Penny. I fear I must take my leave now," Jedi said with an apologetic tone. "I am grateful for the invitation you have provided, but it seems I must attend to this matter immediately." Lest, he shook his head, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. A chill crept into Penny's heart, compelling her to clutch her arms tightly. "Mr. Jedi, does the invitation pose a threat to you?" I do not know. But, Miss Penny, I previously assured you that everything is past. You need not fear any further threats." Jedi retrieved a thick cloak from a nearby coat rack and strapped a dark short sword to his belt. "Where are you currently residing?" "I shall escort you back." Penny still appeared apprehensive. After a moment's consideration, her expression shifted, and she ultimately shook her head. "I do not wish to return just yet. Mr. Jedi. I do not want to wait idly for fate's decree in ignorance. You say everything is behind us, but I do not share that sentiment. Those people care little for the lives of others. Just this morning, in broad daylight, they dared to kill." The young scholar's words elicited a slight arching of Jedi's brow. "Miss Penny, you may return to your abode with peace of mind and enjoy a restful sleep. Your unfortunate encounter can be attributed to my presence, and I assure you, such events will not recur. And what of you?" Penny suddenly inquired. "Mr. Jedi, will you not face danger by attending the invitation?" "Not at all. I shall not be in peril, at least not this time," Jedi replied with a smile. "Then I shall accompany you." "Mr. Jedi. I believe the invitation does not stipulate that you cannot bring a friend." "Does it?" Penny declared resolutely. Jedi's smile faltered, as this unforeseen variable was not part of his plans. Miss Penny was merely a conduit through which he chose to relay information to the Mage Guild. And there were certainly other avenues available. Until the Bell Tower Hotel was destroyed, Jedi was well aware of several means to procure magical potions in Eliasport. However, bringing Penny along seemed unlikely to incur further complications. Jedi and Mr. Dish had thoroughly discussed the upcoming engagement with the Eliasport Mage Guild, and safety could be assured. Her presence might even render their intentions more perplexing to those involved. "Very well. I shall take you along, Miss Penny, if it brings you comfort," Jedi acquiesced with a casual nod, adding, "But I must remind you, once we meet those individuals, you must not express any opinions without my consent. Is that acceptable?" Chapter 14. The mysterious gathering. In the afternoon, the sky brightened. Golden sunlight occasionally filtered through the gaps in the drifting clouds. However, the gentle drizzle persisted, accompanied by an insistent chill that clung to the air. Jedi Lucas donned a thick gray cloak, pulling the hood low over his face as he walked deliberately along the damp cobblestone street. Penny followed closely behind, her hands clutching her robe, her movements somewhat clumsy. Without Jedi's steadying hand on several occasions, she might have stumbled. They adjusted their course according to the building described in the invitation, navigating a series of turns until they finally arrived at a secluded corner near the bustling city center. Upon entering the alley, they found themselves facing a high wall. Jedi halted, lifting the brim of his hood to survey the surroundings, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes, whether intentional or not. The location indicated in the invitation was surprisingly close to the Bell Tower Hotel. If left unattended, the wall's opposite side would likely still bear the marks of the fire that had spread from the hayloft. Penny, unlike Jedi's calm composure, was visibly anxious, glancing nervously into the shadows. "Mr. Jedi, there is not a soul in sight," she suggested timidly. "Could the invitation be a ruse? Perhaps we should leave this place." Jedi gently shook his head, the hood swaying with the motion. "These individuals are exceedingly cautious. This is likely not the true meeting place, but rather a point where someone will await to provide further guidance. Who goes there?" he suddenly demanded in a stern tone, raising the twisted staff in his right hand. Silence enveloped them, oppressive and eerie. Penny, frightened, hid behind Jedi, cautiously peeking out from behind him. The silent standoff persisted for nearly a minute until a voice emerged from the shadows at the end of the alley. On behalf of the Pale Mask, I welcome your arrival, Mr. Jedi Lucas. Upon hearing the low, calm, and courteous voice, Penny instinctively took a step back, her heart racing. Is hiding in the darkness a genuine welcome? Jedi stepped forward, his voice slightly different from what Penny had heard at the Broken Barrel Inn. It retained the East County accent but had a rougher quality, as if emanating from someone older. I apologize, Mr. Jedi Lucas. The voice continued, followed by the sound of a blade being drawn, a flash illuminating the dark corner of the alley. Now you can see me. The speaker, clad in a gray half-cape and deep brown leather armor, resembled an adventurer. He brandished a steel longsword, the brilliance emanating from its blade, shimmering like a half-frozen river. Jedi's lips tightened for a moment before relaxing. The light glinting off the blade did not stem from the sword itself, but rather from the unique aura of a knight possessing battle energy, judging by its intensity and nature. This middle-aged man's battle energy level was on the verge of transcending, and with the right opportunity, he could become a high-ranking knight. Penny nearly forgot to breathe. She recognized that face. He was the same middle-aged man who had threatened her in the desolate courtyard. It's him, she whispered to Jedi from behind. The one who kidnapped me this morning. Miss Penny. This is not a wise course of action, the middle-aged man remarked with a dismissive glance at the girl, nearly causing her legs to buckle beneath her. The invitation did not extend to you accompanying Mr. Jedi. Will this invitation entail danger? Jedi interjected suddenly. The middle-aged man paused, then shook his head. Certainly not, Mr. Jedi. We harbor no ill will towards you. We are merely a group of like-minded individuals seeking to discuss matters concerning the realm of immortality. Then let us include one more companion. Miss Penny is somewhat apprehensive regarding your group's actions, Jedi stated. Nodding to the middle-aged man, his tone imbued with an air of authority that brooked no refusal. The middle-aged man hesitated once more, but soon conveyed his agreement. The path ahead may prove somewhat treacherous. I urge both of you to watch your step. After uttering these words, he took a couple of steps along the high wall at the end of the alley, crouching before a thicket of bushes. Jedi observed the man's movements with great interest as he pried loose a stone and forcefully inserted a key, which, upon being pulled, caused a cleverly concealed segment of the wall to slide open, revealing an opening large enough for a person to crouch and pass through. Jedi watched as the middle-aged man led the way into the opening before turning back to beckon him to follow. He extended his wooden staff towards the entrance and recited a couple of incantations, instantly enveloping the surroundings in darkness. As if a shroud of night had descended, Penny gasped, and Jedi swiftly grasped the girl's icy hand. This is a protective measure. Scholar Penny, no one can penetrate this magical darkness to see us, he explained softly. The girl's breathing gradually steadied, and after a moment of quiet anticipation, both crouched and slipped through the opening. On the other side of the entrance lay an abandoned courtyard. Perhaps to avoid misunderstandings or out of caution regarding the sudden darkness, the middle-aged man stood a considerable distance from the entrance, his once glimmering sword now sheathed. Mr. Jedi Lux, you are indeed a cautious man, he remarked with a smile. My position affords me no luxury of carelessness, Jedi replied calmly, snapping his fingers to dissipate the darkness that had shrouded the area near the entrance. Once they departed the dilapidated courtyard, Jedi found himself on a muddy path by the riverside, winding its way into the distance, the river at his feet exuding a faint scent of fish as it meandered past decrepit shanties and wooden huts. What place is this? Jedi halted. Familiar with the locale, having interacted with many of the patrons of the Bell Tower Inn and the denizens of the slums, however, adhering to the persona outlined in his plan, he had to feign ignorance. The slums. A gathering place for ruffians, scum, and the destitute of Eliasport, the middle-aged man spoke with unmasked disdain. Mr. Jedi Lux, we need not linger here. Several gentlemen await your esteemed presence ahead. The slums of Eliasport were notably larger than those of other cities of comparable size in the Westwind County, likely due to the numerous merchant vessels that docked here, creating ample job opportunities. Tucked away in an inconspicuous corner of the slums was a dilapidated stone structure, seldom visited even by beggars. The haunted old mansion, Jedi mused silently, observing as the middle-aged man approached it. Could this be the true visage of the haunted old mansion, a clandestine meeting place for the Mages Guild? A faint smile flickered across Jedi's face before swiftly vanishing. Under the middle-aged man's guidance, Jedi and Penny seamlessly entered the stone building's entrance. Penny dared not gaze long at the stone statues resembling sentinels flanking the doorway, while Jedi paused momentarily, a glint of contemplation flickering in his eyes. They then ascended a narrow, steep staircase, arriving at a heavy door crafted from oak and iron bars. The middle-aged man knocked rhythmically on the door, and moments later, it swung open to reveal a figure clad in black robes and a gray dog-headed mask. Mr. Jedi Lux, this is Mr. Greyhound, one of the prominent figures of the Pale Mask in Elias. The middle-aged man introduced respectfully, stepping aside. Jedi's gaze fell upon the dark-robed figure, unmistakably a mage. Not only due to his black attire and the staff embedded with dark crystals, but also because of the aura of mysterious power radiating from him. Ordinary individuals might not accurately perceive this power, only instinctively feeling awe and trepidation. However, for Jedi, who had engaged in weeks of meditation, the mage had already revealed much that piqued his interest. Unbeknownst to the mage, he believed his identity was secure. He had donned a nondescript black robe and wielded a different staff from his usual one, while the gray dog mask concealed his features, even cleverly hiding his beard. Mr. Jedi Lux, the masked mage spoke with an aged voice. You have arrived somewhat earlier than we anticipated. The others of the Pale Mask have yet to arrive. The world of magic is so mysterious and beautiful. May I pose a few questions while we await their arrival? A smile, cold and restrained, entirely uncharacteristic of youth, graced Jedi's face. Of course, Mr. Greyhound, discourse and exploration are equally vital to mages. However, are you aware of my area of expertise in the realm of water elemental magic? I may not possess the capacity to enlighten you. Were it not for the mask obscuring his face, Greyhound might have displayed a look of shock, his body stiffening for several seconds before he took a step back. No, it is not water elemental magic, Mr. Jedi, his tone imbued with newfound respect. The Pale Mask is a secret society dedicated to the study of necromancy. Naturally, the inquiries I wish to make pertain solely to that field. Then where shall we convene for our discussion? Jedi inquired. Glancing around, the middle-aged man had already exited the room, leaving Penny at the doorway, her complexion pale as if she had consumed curdled milk. My companion appears quite fatigued. Might there be a cup of hot chocolate or some invigorating beverage to revive her? This request likely caught Greyhound off guard. As he shook his head and called out, Ed, fetch a few cups of hot chocolate and some invigorating herbal tea. Ed. Jedi mentally noted the name, correlating it with his previous intelligence, and his smile grew more relaxed. Indeed. It is he, Idm, the captain of the Elias Mage Guild's Guard. Chapter 15. An unexpected notable. Generally speaking, when one mentions a secret gathering of mages, it conjures an image of foreboding and mystery. The abandoned stone house chosen by the Pale Mask was no exception, with dust coating the corridors and cobwebs adorning the ceiling. The living room, serving as the meeting place, had its doors and windows tightly shut. The only source of light emanating from the fireplace, where flames danced in hues of yellow and green. In the center of the room stood an oak-long table surrounded by 8 high-backed chairs, each corresponding to a skull resembling a humanoid being placed atop the table. In such an environment, it would not be surprising to envision a group of malevolent mages draped in black cloaks, their faces obscured beneath hoods, conducting heinous magical experiments and brewing toxic potions, a scenario that aligns with common imaginations. However, the true masterminds of the Pale Mask, including the vice president of the Elias Mage Guild, Huzali, had orchestrated this display to assert dominance and ensure that the unfamiliar necromancer would not underestimate them, while simultaneously seeking to gauge the necromancer's true capabilities. Although Master Sapa had deduced from the necromancer's effortless execution of 2 4th-tier spells that he possessed power surpassing that of a great mage, a sorcerer could similarly wield 4th-tier magic with ease. Thus, strength was not merely a matter of being a great mage. Applying strategies designed for great mages against a sorcerer could be offensive to the latter. And for both Master Sapa and Vice President Huzali, such a miscalculation could lead to tragedy. Vice President Huzali and the other 3 intermediate mages donned identical black robes and animal masks. Approaching the living room door, Huzali lifted his mask, nodding respectfully to Knight Edm, who immediately approached silently, saluting the 4 mages with a hand over his heart. How long has that individual been here? Vice President Huzali inquired, reaffixing his black bull mask with a voice tinged with age. Half an hour, my lord, Edm replied in a hushed tone. Has Mage Reiko's given you any hints during this time? None, my lord, Edm hesitated, but Mage Reiko's requested that I procure some hot chocolate and replace the burning agents in the fireplace with fresh firewood. Hot chocolate and fresh firewood? By the Lord of Magic, what sort of request is that? Huzali furrowed his brow in confusion, gesturing for Knight Edm to maintain vigilance outside before pushing open the door. The flames in the fireplace had returned to a normal hue, the orange flames crackling with warmth. A fair-skinned girl sat at one side of the oak-long table, cradling a steaming cup of chocolate, her head bobbing as she fought off sleep. Opposite her sat a seemingly younger nobleman, toying with a curved wooden staff. His hooded cloak draped over the back of his chair as he engaged in a hushed discussion with the masked figure of Greyhound. The curved staff traced intricate patterns in the air, leaving behind a series of complex, ghostly green shadows. In truth, they were not discussing at all. Greyhound, the intermediate mage Rakos, was not speaking. Rather, he sat attentively beside the young man, leaning forward respectfully, nodding frequently, clearly enraptured by the other's magical theories. Vice President Huzali's footsteps momentarily halted. Although Lakosar was merely a mid-level mage of advanced age, his innate talent was undeniable. His foundation in magic was remarkably solid, and his disposition was exceptionally obstinate. Persuading him with seemingly plausible magical theories would likely prove to be a daunting task. The fact that he had been swayed by that young man indicated that he must have encountered some remarkably astute insights. With this thought, a fervent anticipation surged within Vice President Huzali as he hastened towards the young man. "Mr. Jedi, Lucas." Before the young man could respond, Lakosar, adorned with a greyhound mask, had already risen, placing a hand over his heart in a bow. "Mr. Huzali, you should address him as Master Jedi Lucas," he corrected. Vice President Huzali was taken aback. Due to Master Sopa's deductions, he had internally concluded that this young man possessed at least the prowess of a grand mage. Though Lakosar the mage was unaware of this fact, what led him to this conclusion? As Vice President Huzali pondered, he solemnly performed a mage's salute to Jedi. "Hail to the Lord of Silence." "Master Jedi Lucas, the Black Bull of the Pale Mask greets you." Jedi rose gracefully and reservedly, displaying no hint of honor, merely responding with a detached expression. "The guardian of the seals above, Master, as a senior in the path of magic." "You are overly courteous." Vice President Huzali gestured for them to be seated, and alongside several other mages, they took their places at the long table. Penny, feeling somewhat anxious, stood up and looked around helplessly at the white wolf seated beside her. However, Jedi offered her an encouraging smile, which instilled courage in the girl, prompting her to sit back down. Observing that Vice President Huzali and the others had taken their seats, Jedi lightly raised his right hand and directly inquired, "It is a pleasure to meet you all. How should I address my fellow companions on this magical journey?" Vice President Huzali gently shook his head. "You may address us by the animals represented by our masks. It is a custom of the Pale Mask." Jedi smirked slightly. "That is a prudent habit. Master Black Bull, the Pale Mask's ability to thrive in the harbor city of Aria surely owes much to maintaining adequate vigilance, does it not? Indeed, not everyone can comprehend the profound truths of the Lord of Silence's teachings, and they often misconstrue those of us who delve into the secrets of death." Vice President Huzali replied cautiously, mimicking the manner of speech he had previously encountered with necromancers. Jedi dismissively waved a hand. "You are far too cautious. Master Black Bull, the Comforters, those thick-headed oaks dare to claim they seek the secrets of death. They merely regurgitate the tired adage that souls are noble and the dead are beyond reproach." A flicker of light danced in Vice President Huzali's eyes. This self-proclaimed Jedi, Lucas, could not possibly be a Comforter. For while the Comforters were an openly devout sect of the Lord of Silence with many practitioners of necromancy, they would never engage in audacious acts such as body possession or soul consumption, as these would fundamentally contradict their doctrine. According to Vice President Huzali's judgment, Jedi Lucas was likely a harbinger, a clandestine sect that also worshipped the Lord of Silence, yet was far more radical and malevolent than the Comforters, and a member of considerable standing among the harbingers. Even if he had not reached the level of attending the council, he was undoubtedly a prominent contender among the candidates. Arriving at this conclusion brought Vice President Huzali some solace, although engaging with the harbingers was considerably more challenging than with the Comforters. The pursuit of eternal life was the only viable path. "Master Jedi Lucas, you speak with great wisdom. The secrets of death are indeed invaluable and worth pursuing at any cost. As a mage, I too harbor reservations about the Comforters' conservative methods. You may have noticed that we, like-minded friends, must conceal our identities, forming the Pale Mask, a trifling assembly for research. An organization boasting at least one Grand Mage and 4 mid-level mages, along with numerous peripheral members, hardly qualifies as trifling." Jedi took a sip of chocolate, its sweetened flavor undiminished in its invigorating effect. "Master Black Bull, surely someone of your stature must keep their identity a secret. What compels you to risk exposure by inviting a stranger like me to the Pale Mask's gathering? Please forgive me. Master Jedi, Lucas, this reason I cannot disclose to you at present. Vice President Huzali cleared his throat softly and retrieved a tattered, ancient-looking parchment scroll from beneath his black robe. This scroll contains an ancient necromantic spell that, with my meager abilities, I cannot effectively decipher or read. If you could provide me with enlightenment, I assure you that a reward to your satisfaction shall be forthcoming. A reward to my satisfaction. Jedi's hands remained still on the table, his tone laced with a hint of arrogance, as though he held little interest in Vice President Huzali's mention of recompense. This scroll hails from an uncharted ruin. I surmise it is the remnant of a necromantic tower, likely belonging to a core member of the Harbinger's Council from centuries past. Master Jedi, Lucas, do you truly hold no interest at all? Very well, I hope the necromantic spell inscribed within does not exceed my grasp. Jedi shrugged, taking the scroll and nonchalantly prying open the grayish-white threads binding it. You know, Master Black Bull, the world of magic is boundless. Even the legendary Lich, Lord of the Sealed Souls, may not. His actions paused momentarily as he fully unfurled the scroll before him. Oh. This is a third-tier necromantic spell, containing elements of soul confinement, along with enhancements to skeletal structure and curses. The composition of the magic is quite distinct from similar spells. It is rather intriguing. As Jedi spoke to himself, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, he began to sketch intricate designs upon the table, wholly engrossed in his fervor for magical research. That a glimmer of joy flickered in Vice President Huzali's eyes as he leaned closer to observe the designs Jedi was creating. However, after merely glancing at 2 or 3, his body suddenly trembled, and he swiftly returned to his seat, continuing to shake violently as tendrils of chilling black energy seeped from his black robe. The 4 mid-level mages, including Lakosar, witnessed this scene, and instead of displaying anger or anxiety, their expressions revealed a blend of astonishment and envy. As core members of the Pale Mask, they too had been exposed to some knowledge of necromancy and could sense the exceptionally pure death magic emanating from beneath Vice President Huzali's robe. Coupled with his recent behavior, the only explanation was that he had suddenly grasped some profoundly significant knowledge of necromancy, allowing his necromancer profession to advance. Chapter 16. The Sorcerer's Tongue, Part 1. The Pale Mask was merely a clandestine assembly for the private study of necromancy. Vice President Huzali had already attained the level of Grand Mage in prophetic magic. However, his expertise in necromancy was far from that level, despite possessing considerable magical power. His proficiency in the application of necromancy could only be deemed as that of a novice mage. The necromantic abilities of Lakosar and the others were even more rudimentary. Although they couldn't resist observing the intricate designs Jedi was sketching on the table, their gains were minimal, merely feeling that the designs contained ineffable arcane knowledge, as if unveiling a vast and mysterious world before them, leaving them entranced. After a few minutes, Vice President Huzali was the first to regain his composure, the pure and icy death magic rapidly returning to his body as a faint green flame flickered in the eye sockets behind the Black Bull mask. Thank you immensely for your selfless sharing. Master Jedi, he spoke in a notably hoarse voice, rising to bow respectfully. This mage's gesture was typically reserved for apprentices addressing their mentors or juniors honoring their seniors. For an ostensibly aged mage to perform such a gesture towards a youth not yet 20 was indeed a jarring inversion of roles. However, having just witnessed the wonder of those intricate designs, Lakosar and the others felt no sense of abnormality. They too stood, bowing deeply to Jedi in a gesture of respect. Jedi's response was decidedly discourteous, as he did not even glance back, merely waving his hand dismissively. Just a moment, I have a few final calculations to make. His gaze remained fixed on the table, fingers gliding between the designs, occasionally erasing portions while adding new elements elsewhere. Observing Jedi, Lucas completely engrossed in his magical research. The assembled mages, all of whom had experienced similar fervor, felt no insult at being disregarded. Vice President Huzali's eyes burned with fervor as he watched Jedi perform his magical deductions, his assessment of this enigmatic necromancer rising yet another notch. This is an entirely unfamiliar necromantic magic. If this Jedi Master is capable of deducing and analyzing a third-level spell on sight, it signifies that he has at least mastered the use of fifth-level magic. Even if he has not yet attained the rank of Archmage, he must be on the verge of breaking through to become a great sorcerer. When dealing with such a figure, an abundance of humility is in order. Just as President Huzali was quietly firming up his resolve, Jedi Lux let out a surprised sigh. This exhalation was markedly different from his earlier speech. while his previous tone bore a hint of maturity. Still retaining the timbre of youth, this sigh was imbued with a profound age, dark and hoarse, akin to the ancient corpse in a grave suddenly lamenting. Sacrificial resurrection. I truly did not anticipate that it would be this long-lost necromantic spell, which has been forgotten for over a century. Merely this one spell could afford me a highly significant evaluation. Jedi Lux lifted his head with a look of satisfaction, as if only now noticing the presence of President Huzali and others beside him. His expression slightly stiffening. My sincerest apologies. Jedi's voice returned to its initial Eastshire accent. Master Black Bull, along with Mr. Greyhound, White Wolf, Peacock, and Mr. Stag, I was utterly captivated by the magic inscribed on this scroll. His tone suddenly shifted to one of exhilaration. You mentioned that the scroll originates from a necromantic tower's ruins. Where might that site be? Could arrangements be made for me to explore it at once? Certainly, Master Jedi. That is precisely the reward I promised you earlier. Are you satisfied? President Huzali's lips curled into a smile behind his mask, while he yearned to stroke his graying beard. I am quite satisfied. When shall we depart for the ruins? That will require some time, as our identities must remain concealed. President Huzali spread his hands. Moreover, Master Jedi, you are to instruct me in the necromantic magic contained within this scroll. That is the condition for your reward. Jedi appeared contemplative for a moment before he picked up the now cold chocolate and took a sip of the bitter, viscous liquid. Very well, I shall leave the timing to you. However, before I explain this spell, I kindly ask you to send someone to escort Scholar Penny to rest, ensuring her safety above all else. Of course. I assure you in the name of the esteemed Lord of Arcana, President Huzali responded earnestly. He and Scholar Perez had been friends for decades, and had it not been for the prophecy indicating that only through Penny would they find their quarry, he would not have wished to involve the illegitimate daughter of an old friend in such peril. Although Penny was reluctant to leave, Jedi gently reassured the girl, calming her anxious heart, allowing her to follow Knight Edom away. Before her departure, Jedi deliberately retrieved a gray-white talisman from beneath his cloak, placing it in Penny's hand. Thank you very much for your assistance, Scholar Penny. This talisman is a one-time magical item that will automatically activate a protective spell in the face of danger, while also notifying me via a messaging spell. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the pale-faced Knight Edom. Even a high-ranking knight with the prowess of a martial artist would be unable to breach the skeletal shield before I arrive using teleportation magic. Your safety is entirely assured. Master Jedi. I harbor no intentions of harming Scholar Penny. Absolutely none. Knight Edom assured with a wry smile, entirely unrecognizable from the cold cruelty he had displayed in the derelict courtyard. I believe so. Jedi decided not to waste any more time. Turning to face President Huzali. Master Black Bull, when do you intend to hear my explanation of sacrificial resurrection? I am eager to explore those ruins. Please hold on, Master Jedi. President Huzali replied cautiously. The members of the Pale Mask are not limited to those present. Another great sorcerer will soon arrive, whose mastery of necromancy far surpasses my own, and is equally eager to hear your teachings as an experienced reaper. Jedi smiled faintly, continuing to sip his chocolate with an elegant demeanor, revealing no trace of concern. However, internally, his feelings were far from tranquil, roiling with tumultuous waves. Another great sorcerer? This is a most unfortunate surprise. Aside from President Huzali, there should not be another great sorcerer in the Mage Guild of Port City Elias. Could he be from another city? I hope he has not come into contact with the true Reapers, lest my disguise reveal cracks. The waiting seemed interminably long, and to stave off any signs of anxiety, Jedi commenced a shallow meditation. This method, while less efficient for accumulating magical energy, kept his body in a state of heightened alertness, allowing him to perceive changes in his surroundings with greater acuity, thanks to this shallow meditation. When Master Sapa arrived at the secret meeting place via short-range teleportation, Jedi reacted more swiftly than President Huzali. As the young man suddenly opened his eyes, a ghostly green flame flickered in his pupils, and the chilling aura that erupted was far beyond the level of President Huzali's recent advancement. We have a guest, Jedi spoke with calm composure. Master Black Bull, is that your companion? It was only after Jedi spoke that President Huzali sensed Master Sapa's arrival, further solidifying his belief in Jedi's status as a sorcerer. Indeed, no one else knows this teleportation coordinate. President Huzali nodded, then commanded, Mr. Greyhound, go greet Master Sapa and inform him, by the permission of Jedi Lux, he is welcome to hear the explanation of the necromantic magic inscribed on that scroll. He must not miss this opportunity. Mage Lakosa raised his eyes to President Huzali for a moment, feeling a subtle shift within, then bowed and replied, I understand, Huzali. Master Black Bull, I will make sure to clarify this to Master Sapa. The cautious and earnest Mage Lakosa was trustworthy when he accompanied Master Sapa into the parlor. The latter had already received definitive information, and his gaze towards Jedi had grown solemn. By the Lord of Silence, it is a pleasure to meet you, Master Jedi Lux. Unlike other sorcerers who concealed their entire faces with masks, Master Sapa did not mask himself completely, for he was not a local of Elias and had no need to hide his identity. Dressed in his usual grand sorcerer's robe and wielding a staff adorned with several turquoise stones, he wore only a small gray-white mask badge on his chest, signifying his affiliation with the Pale Mask. Your presence brings immense honor to us apprentices, who are lost in the pursuit of magical knowledge. The world of magic is unfathomably profound and boundless. Every fellow traveler is, in essence, an explorer. In terms of distance, I have not traversed further than you. It is merely that our perspectives in entering the magical realm differ, Jedi replied, adopting a similarly solemn tone as he rose to exchange a mage's greeting with Master Sapa. Master Sapa, your timing is impeccable. President Huzali chimed in with a cheerful demeanor. Master Jedi has successfully deduced the necromantic spell inscribed on the scroll. Had we not considered this opportunity exceedingly rare, we would have already begun to listen to Master Jedi's teachings. The necromantic spell has been deduced. Master Sapa interjected sharply, his tone as cutting as a drawn blade, his eyes shining brighter than the flames in the hearth. Master Jedi, forgive my candor, but I too have conducted research on that scroll. The text belongs to the secret symbols used by necromancers from centuries past. Though it appears similar to the contemporary arcane runes, it necessitates entirely different interpretations. Chapter 17. The Sorcerer on the Tip of the Tongue, Part 2. Master Sapa's aggressive demeanor left President Huzali feeling quite uneasy. He was well aware of his friend's prideful arrogance and volatile temperament. Although both were great sorcerers, Master Sapa's mastery over fire magic had subtly grazed the edges of the 6th level. If not for the bottleneck hindering his ascent, he would not have sought assistance from necromancy. After acquiring the scroll from the ruins, President Huzali and several other mid-level sorcerers had long abandoned attempts at deduction, fully aware that even if the text could be smoothly interpreted, a spell of such high caliber as the 3rd level was beyond their capabilities as newcomers to the realm of the undead. However, Master Sapa did not share this sentiment. He had invested several months into the scroll, pondering it exhaustively every time he passed through Port City Elias, determined to exhaust himself in the endeavor. Convinced of his superior familiarity with the scroll, upon learning that someone had completed the deduction in less than an hour, a fierce blaze of uncontainable fury ignited within him. This was not mere jealousy, nor was it anger or hatred, but rather an emotion that even Master Sapa could not articulate, compelling him to disregard the potential offense of questioning a sorcerer and audaciously raise his objections. Jedi arrogantly lifted his chin, his gaze unwavering as it returned to the others. This was evidently not a display of friendliness. Vice President Huzali was about to find a way to dissuade him. But before he could utter a word, the young man had already raised the twisted wooden staff in his hand, a cluster of eerie green flames erupting from the crystal embedded in its tip. Before you question my correctness, do not forget whence I hail. Jedi's voice was not loud, yet it possessed a captivating power that resonated deeply. Master Sapa, at whom the staff was pointed, tensed up, nearly triggering the protective magic of his ring and necklace. Even Vice President Huzali and several other mages began to retreat, fearful of becoming the targets of Jedi Lux's wrath. The secrets of the Tunguska runes have been lost. That is the case for you. In the eyes of the core members of the Harbingers of Death, there has never been any such thing as a lost secret rune. Jedi continued, his tone stripped of feigned politeness, revealing a unique pride and confidence. Master Sapa, I can see that you are more powerful than Master Black Bull. In your area of expertise, you could indeed be considered a true mentor. However, when it comes to the study of death, believe me, compared to the core members of the Harbingers of Death, you are still merely a novice. Master Sopa's gaze flickered momentarily, but quickly regained its aggressive demeanor. In that case, Master Jedi, could you please demonstrate the magic you have deciphered from the scroll before explaining it? Jedi shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor and tone utterly impeccable. Certainly, demonstrating the magic is the most intuitive approach. He nodded in agreement. However, the magic of sacrificial resurrection is a complex composite spell, comprising elements of soul, death, and curse. Additionally, as I have only just deciphered it, the casting may be somewhat intricate and will require some supplementary materials. We will do our utmost to provide the necessary materials for Master Jedi. Please do not hesitate to instruct us. Vice President Huzali interjected hastily. Very well. Master Black Bull, I would appreciate it if you could prepare these items. Jedi lightly nodded, then drew a piece of parchment from the table and inscribed several lines in elegant cursive. Corpse spirit mushrooms and celestial white fleece aid in stabilizing the soul. While spectral water enhances the success rate of curses, these three components, along with the claws of a corpse demon, should suffice. The presence of any additional materials is not critical. Merely hearing the names of those materials from Jedi's lips caused Vice President Huzali's expression to darken. Fortunately, his bull-headed mask concealed his embarrassment from earlier bravado. Master Jedi, I must apologize. After some contemplation, Vice President Huzali decided to speak candidly. Some of the materials on this list I can provide, while others I have only heard of in name and cannot procure on short notice. There are even two that I have never heard of at all. Jedi forced himself to suppress a smile, nodding solemnly. This entire affair was merely a ruse. These seemingly sagacious mages had been intimidated by his fabricated identity as a core member of the Harbingers of Death. In truth, Jedi lacked the ability to analyze and deduce a foreign spell. Perhaps Mr. Dish could accomplish that effortlessly, but it was beyond the capabilities of a novice who had been engaged with magic for less than half a month. Nevertheless, Jedi's words were not entirely false. Indeed, there existed a Tunguska lexicon within the shelves of the Eternal Castle, and he had read through it thoroughly during that week. Now, by merely closing his eyes, Jedi could project its contents within his mind and translate the scroll's text word by word. Being able to translate did not equate to being able to deduce. In fact, what was recorded on that scroll was less a complete spell and more a record of magical experiments. The record contained many fragmented ideas, not lacking in profound insights, which, if studied diligently, could indeed enhance one's mastery of necromancy. However, transforming that record into a complete spell would likely be an unattainable feat, even for true members of the Harbingers of Death. The spell Jedi intended to use to gain their trust was, of course, the first magic he had learned, sacrificial resurrection. The spells he had learned from Mr. Dish belonged to the long-lost ancient necromantic traditions. Yet among those he could wield proficiently, the effects of sacrificial resurrection were the most deceptive, likely to fool even genuine necromancers. To render his deception more convincing, Jedi had deliberately inscribed several rather rare spell components on the parchment, particularly the claws of a corpse demon, which would be difficult to encounter in a naturally occurring environment lacking sufficient negative energy unless summoned specifically by a necromancer for magical experimentation. Observing the mixed expressions of disappointment and mockery on Master Sopra's face, Jedi attempted to convey disappointment in his tone, saying, "Then let us substitute the absence of certain materials with an extended incantation time. Master Black Bull, please prepare a living creature as a sacrifice for the Lord of Silence." A living creature? Before Vice President Huzali could respond, Master Sopa interjected sharply. "Master Jedi, do you have any specific requirements for the sacrifice?" "None at all. As long as it is a living being," Jedi replied casually, then paused to add, "For the initial demonstration, it is prudent to choose a sacrifice that does not possess overly vigorous life, such as a rooster, a venomous snake, or a puppy. A rooster will suffice. They are rather easy to obtain," Vice President Huzali quickly affirmed, then turned to Mage Lakosa. "Mr. Greyhound, please procure a live rooster from the market swiftly, so that Master Jedi does not have to wait." Mage Lakosa acknowledged with a nod and was about to leave when Master Sopa gestured to halt him. The Grand Mage then forced a smile at Jedi, though it appeared stiff and cold, reminiscent of an epitaph carved on a tombstone. "Master Jedi, you just mentioned that any living creature would suffice as a sacrifice." "Indeed," Jedi replied succinctly. "Then, would a human be acceptable?" Master Sopra's tone revealed no attempt to disguise his malice. As a subject for the initial demonstration of magic, a human is not an ideal choice. Jedi maintained a demeanor of indifference, as if discussing a matter of no significance. Human souls are far more intricate, and their vitality surpasses that of small animals. Moreover, given our current lack of several necessary supplementary materials, the likelihood of a failed demonstration would increase significantly. Master Sopa appeared somewhat disappointed, then stepped back and nodded toward Mage Lycosa. There are no further issues, Greyhound. Make haste. The Mage Guild of Elias Harbor boasted numerous apprentices and junior mages donning pale masks, and it was unnecessary for Mage Lycosa to undertake the errand personally. However, this mid-level mage's overly earnest nature compelled him to comply meticulously with Vice President Huzali's instructions, selecting a robust rooster from the market in the Port District and returning with it by its feet. Jedi could only chuckle at the sight of the feather-covered Mage Lycosa, signaling him to secure the rooster and place it in the center of the oak table. Subsequently, Jedi gestured for the others to step back slightly, raising the curved wooden staff overhead and beginning to spin it, chanting the incantation in a low, gravelly voice. All the mages, including Master Sopa and Vice President Huzali, strained to decipher the content of the spell, but Jedi's incantation was delivered in the Tunguska runic language, rendering them completely unable to comprehend it. This special language, once circulated among the harbingers of death, was imbued with darkness and coldness. Each line of incantation ended with a hissing breath, resembling the slithering of a venomous viper in the shadows. Suddenly, the staff's tip erupted in a burst of eerie green flames. Resembling a meteor as it spiraled above Jedi's head as the flames intensified, Jedi's voice rose sharply, ultimately thrusting his arms forward. The staff's blazing tip unwaveringly aimed at the bound rooster. A piercing shriek erupted, pushing the limits of audible thresholds, akin to the lament of an animal on the brink of death. The rooster's body swelled abruptly, the thin cords snapping one after another, and instantly, its feathers began to shed with a hissing sound, while sharp white bones protruded from its form, filling the air with a sickly, putrid stench reminiscent of festering wounds. Moments later, what stood before the onlookers was a grotesque creature, unrecognizable from its original form. Towering at nearly a meter, its tiny eyes flickered with eerie green flames, its slate-gray muscles bulged, supporting abnormally developed legs and wings, while its beak had grown to a frightening length of half a foot. Sharp and menacing, akin to the bone spurs that covered its body, which glimmered ominously with an evil black sheen. Success. This is the effect of sacrificial resurrection. Jedi lowered the staff, a proud and restrained smile gracing his face as he noted Master Sopia's dejected expression and the barely concealed whispers of delight from the others. The Great Lord of Silence has accepted this sacrifice and has transformed it into an undead creature for the spellcaster's command. Now I can command this monster to fight just as one would control skeletons and zombies. Is anyone planning to assess its strength? In Chapter 18, The True Purpose of the Two Masters, Part 1, the undead creature, transformed from an ordinary rooster, certainly does not possess any remarkable power. Jedi's commands were rather perfunctory. Under the fierce slashes of Knight Edom, the creature barely evaded the first two strikes, before leaping up, attempting to peck at Knight Edom's eyes with its venomous beak. A sharp flash of sword-light cut through the air, and the creature emitted a piercing, bizarre shriek as it was cleaved from the sky, its shattered bone shards scattering everywhere. Knight Edom stepped forward, wielding his sword to unleash a ferocious arc of light from below, the blade biting accurately into the gaps of the creature's broken exoskeleton. Cleaving it in two, the creature's carcass fell to the ground, and the nauseatingly sweet stench intensified immediately. The nearest mage Lycos couldn't help but furrow his brow. Twisting a sky-blue ring on his finger and then waving it forward, a gentle breeze swept through the parlor, thoroughly dispelling the oppressive, nauseating odor. The second-level air purification spell, Mr. Greyhound. Your response was quite appropriate. Jedi did not display any signs of frustration at the creature's swift demise. Instead, he nodded towards Mage Lycos. According to the records, the bodily fluids of undead creatures created through sacrificial resurrection are highly toxic and possess strong volatility. Once poisoned, ordinary antidotes prove ineffective and may trigger a deadly fever or bizarre illness. This revelation sent a shockwave through the crowd. It was their first encounter with the treacherous and sinister nature of ancient necromancy. Even the corpse left by the creature could be lethal. Although Master Sopa considered himself somewhat knowledgeable about necromancy, his expression still turned somewhat stiff. However, Jedi had yet to finish speaking. It is merely a chicken. The stronger the sacrificial offering, the more terrifying the resulting undead creature. However, the difficulty of control also increases significantly. As he spoke, he gestured towards the creature's corpse, which lay submerged in dark, putrid blood. Numerous crystalline, minute particles appeared on the surface of the body, subsequently coalescing into a hard ice shell. This trick, referred to by Mr. Dish as the corpse preservation technique, was essentially a variant application of the apprentice-level spell Frost Ray. Jedi had learned several similar apprentice-level spells from a magical notebook, primarily to project the image of a grand sorcerer who had mastered immersion magic for many years. Unbeknownst to the boy, due to his remarkably convincing disguise, along with some misunderstandings and coincidences, Jedi Lux had transformed in the eyes of others from merely a grand sorcerer into a formidable archmage, or even a being of greater power. The toxic bodily fluids of the creature will lose their potency within a few hours. I must analyze and study this corpse as swiftly as possible. Master Black Bull, is there a suitable location here for conducting necromantic experiments? I fear I must borrow your facilities. Certainly, Master Jedi. The experimental site is located in the basement of this building, equipped with anti-detection barriers and magical arrays to protect against negative energy erosion, Vice President Huzali eagerly responded, his smile broadening. Please proceed with your experiments, and should you require anything else, we will do our utmost to assist you. Excellent. I will likely need several hours. Any matters can wait until I have concluded these magical experiments. Jedi displayed a rather rude obsession with his magical studies, directly interrupting Vice President Huzali, who was keen to continue the discussion. Mr. Greyhound, please escort Master Jedi. Vice President Huzali smiled understandingly, then watched as Jedi quickly nodded and followed Mage Lakos out of the parlor. The room then fell silent, several intermediate mages exchanging envious glances, one of whom, adorned with a white wolf mask, couldn't help but sigh softly. Mage Lakos is quite fortunate. Not everyone gets to witness an archmage conducting magical experiments firsthand. Let us not forget that archmage is a necromancer. I fear the spectacle of the experiment may not be particularly pleasant, his companion remarked, removing his stifling mask and sneering with a hint of jealousy. What is wrong with necromancy? Would we be sitting here if we were not eager to unravel the secrets of death? The white wolf retorted sharply. When deciding to join the Pale Mask, you hardly showed any disdain for the bloody scenes of necromantic experiments. The mage's expression soured, and he fell silent, satisfied. The white wolf turned his gaze towards the two grand sorcerers, noting their grave expressions. Vice President Huzali wore a look of worry tinged with a trace of elation. While Master Sapa's brow was tightly knitted, his taut lips and unusually pale visage revealing his inner tension. This demeanor was hardly befitting of a grand sorcerer. Yet only Vice President Huzali understood that anyone in the shoes of his old friend would likely fare no better. Master Sapa, nearing his 50s, should be in the prime of life for a mage requiring extensive knowledge and a wise mind. Unlike Vice President Huzali, who had barely attained the title of Grand Sorcerer through a combination of experience and mental fortitude, Master Sapa's elemental magic skill was but a hair's breadth away from that of an archmage, serving as the magical advisor to the Anser family, promising a bright future. However, this was merely a facade. Only Vice President Huzali comprehended that his old friend's innate talent was, in fact, somewhat lacking, arguably even slightly inferior to his own. Were it not for a miraculous potion discovered during an exploration of a ruin, Master Sapa would likely still be merely a newly promoted Grand Sorcerer. Possibly still lingering at the intermediate level, that potion had earned him the title, the Cantor of Heat, allowing him to join the ranks of Grand Sorcerers 2 decades ahead of schedule, yet the side effects were equally dire, robbing him of a full 40 years of vitality. Having just passed his 50th birthday, Master Sapa appeared far more frail than Vice President Huzali, who was nearing 70, without special means to sustain his life. He could very well age and perish within a year. This was certainly not the outcome Master Sapa desired. He wished to live on, whether to relish life or to delve into the mysteries of magic. He was far from prepared to depart from this world. After researching elemental magic, alchemy, and divine techniques for prolonging life, Master Sapa despaired at the exorbitant costs of those methods. Even as the magical advisor to the Anser family, he had no hope of obtaining a means of extending his life within a year or two. Time was a luxury Master Sapa could not afford. The only recourse was necromancy, a method burdened with a heavy cost and irreversible consequences, yet relatively accessible. This method was known as the Necromantic Rebirth Ritual. The Necromantic Rebirth Ritual is a 5th-level necromantic spell, precisely within the purview of an archmage's proficiency. Moreover, this ritual possesses a unique feature. Even a grand sorcerer can achieve the possibility of casting beyond their level by doubling the length of the ritual and utilizing more and costlier offerings. It may sound like an appealing choice in terms of value. Yet for one yearning for immortality, the necromantic rebirth carries a profoundly fatal flaw. If the necromancer conducting the ritual is significantly more powerful than Master Sapa, he may be compelled to become that necromancer's servant upon the success of the spell. Such servitude is rooted in the spirit and soul. Not only would Master Sapa's life and death then lie in another's hands, but he could also be sacrificed as a puppet mage should the necromancer encounter a life-threatening crisis. In the eyes of others, Jedi Lux was precisely such a formidable necromancer. Master Sapa couldn't help but clench his teeth in resentment. If only Master Jedi were a tad weaker, he could boldly request him to perform the necromantic rebirth ritual without fearing becoming a mere puppet to be manipulated. Old friend, should we not wait a while longer? Vice President Huzali, clearly aware of the reasons behind Master Sapa's grim expression, cast a soundproofing spell with a flick of his fingers and spoke in a comforting tone. Master Jedi Lux should hold a significant position among the deceased. We could request him to introduce a necromancer of lesser strength to conduct the necromantic rebirth ritual. Huzali, you underestimate the situation. Would a necromancer possess a benevolent disposition? Master Sapa's tone was strained due to his anxiety, but he quickly realized and sighed heavily. I apologize, old friend. I truly do not know what to do. Perhaps we could forfeit all rights to that ruin in exchange for Master Jedi's oath not to tamper with the ritual. No, that will not do. Vice President Huzali had not finished speaking when Master Sapa resolutely interrupted. The cost is far too great. Huzali, that ruin rightfully belongs to a powerful necromancer from centuries past. Perhaps even a grand mage, or possibly a legendary sorcerer. The invaluable secrets we could extract from there are certainly worth far more than the necromantic rebirth ritual. You are indeed correct, old friend, remarked Vice President Huzali, stroking the jaw of the bull-headed mask. However, that particular ruin holds little significance for us. After all, we have tentatively explored it several times, and aside from a few shattered gemstone fragments in that incomprehensible scroll, we have gleaned no further rewards. The ruin is undeniably a treasure trove, yet with our current foundational knowledge of necromantic magic, even if we were to uncover truly valuable secrets, we would be unable to deduce them independently. This time, Master Sopa took a bit longer to ponder, eventually letting out a reluctant sigh. I still wish to retain our rights to the ruin, Huzali. Perhaps we could agree to grant Master Jedi the right of first choice, allowing us to share in some benefits. If Master Jedi consents, then so be it, Huzali replied, not entirely willing to relinquish the ruin, especially since the scroll obtained from it had proven exceedingly valuable. However, his aspirations were not as lofty as those of Master Sapa, a grand wizard of only mediocre talent, whose ambitions had been tempered during his tenure as the head of the magical guild. Vice President Huzali found that his thirst for profound knowledge was not as intense as he had imagined. Any additional benefits only hold meaning if life is prolonged. Huzali's voice was as soft as a whisper, akin to summarizing their earlier conversation or perhaps convincing himself. Chapter 19. The True Intentions of the Two Masters, Part 2. When Mage Lakosa emerged from the basement, which had served as a venue for magical experimentation. Several hours had already passed. Having reached a preliminary agreement for collaboration, he removed the stifling greyhound mask, revealing a countenance marked by profound fatigue, yet his eyes sparkled with a vibrant light, as if two flames were ablaze deep within his pupils. The two grand wizards and three intermediate mages remained in the parlor, engaged in hushed conversations. The oak dining table was strewn with remnants of a recently concluded dinner, indicating that both Master Sopa and Vice President Huzali had little appetite. With a significant portion of their meals left untouched, however, they had consumed a considerable amount of invigorating herbal tea, the air thick with a distinct bitter aroma. Upon spotting the familiar figure of Mage Lakosa, Vice President Huzali was the first to break the silence. Ah, our greyhound has returned, he said, feigning a light-hearted tone. Well, what did you think of witnessing Master Jedi's magical experiment firsthand? It must have been quite enlightening. Extraordinary. A marvelous concept, utterly unbelievable methods, Mage Lakosa replied, clearly still exhilarated and astonished, almost without thought. Vice President, you would never guess. Just by observing this magical experiment, I have broken through a bottleneck. I quietly conducted an experiment earlier and can now easily cast second-level necromantic magic. Ah. Vice President Huzali's face revealed unmistakable astonishment, mirrored in the expressions of the others. tinged with envy and admiration. Then I must extend my congratulations to you, Mage Lycosa. You have become the third official necromancer of the Pale Mask. Mage Lycosa nodded vigorously, his excitement undiminished by the passage of time. Rather, it intensified. Master Jedi praised my aptitude and promised that if I could successfully cast third-level necromantic magic, he would be willing to act as my introducer to the Council of the Dead. This revelation even moved Master Sopa. The significance of joining the Council of the Dead was self-evident. For those studying necromantic magic, it was akin to receiving an olive branch from the Royal Magical Society. It offered a guarantee of safety. Although the Council of the Dead was not an organization that could openly appear, few dared to provoke its power. The current highest authority of the Council, Visharan, stood alongside the High Priest of the Radiant Temple and the Chief Court Mage of the Griffin Empire as one of the three legendary pinnacle spellcasters. His notorious reputation as the Lord of Bones echoing like thunder. You are truly fortunate, Lycosa. It seems the goddess of fortune has smiled upon you. The mage wearing the white wolf mask could hardly conceal his envy and jealousy, exclaiming somewhat impolitely, "Quickly tell us what you witnessed from Master Jedi. Enlighten us, and perhaps we too might seize an opportunity to advance to official necromancers." Mage Lycosa smiled and nodded. "All right, I shall share." But a contemplative expression crossed his face. "I am not entirely certain if I actually witnessed Master Jedi's magical experiment, for upon entering the experimental site, he instructed me not to attempt any detection or protective magic, and then summoned an incredibly chilling darkness that enveloped the area around the experiment table, at which point he commenced his magical experiment. Then how did you achieve your insight?" This answer evidently caught everyone off guard, prompting another mage to interject. "When that darkness descended, I instinctively wanted to use the mage armor spell, but thankfully, I refrained. Had I angered Master Jedi, I surely would have been expelled." Mage Lycosa recounted, his tone softening as he reminisced. "In the end, I did nothing, forcefully suppressing the urge to counteract. Of course, even had I attempted to intervene, Master Jedi's magic would not have been easily countered, and I might have faced backlash. Initially, the surroundings were plunged into absolute darkness. Even sound ceased, and fear gripped me, compelling me to flee. Just then, a green flame appeared before me, followed by the sound of an exceptionally ancient voice chanting something." "You heard an exceptionally ancient voice?" Master Sopa suddenly interrupted Mage Lycosa's narrative. "Could you elaborate on this voice?" Mage Lycosa nodded. "Certainly, Master Sopa, that is precisely what I wish to convey. I have never encountered such a voice before. Aged, desolate, profound, it seemed to emanate not from human lips but rather from the legendary undying ancient specters. I understood not a single word, yet I found myself irresistibly drawn to listen and commit it to memory." The green flame suddenly surged, its brightness intensifying, and I saw Master Jedi standing beside it, arms raised, chanting something, the voice emanating from his lips. Master Sopa and Vice President Huzali exchanged glances, finding the same emotions reflected in each other's eyes: shock, joy, and a hint of lingering trepidation. "Fortunately, we have respected Master Jedi from the very beginning. Otherwise," Vice President Huzali exhaled heavily, then gestured for Mage Lycosa to continue. "Please, go on, Lycosa. What transpired next?" "Next, I witnessed Master Jedi casting several spells upon the corpse of that creature. Forgive my limited knowledge. Among those spells, I could only barely recognize one, which should be the Mage Hand of the first level. However, Master Jedi summoned 7 or 8 translucent hands simultaneously, far more intricately than any other mage I have seen perform this spell. Every archmage possesses their own unique casting techniques and distinct magical variations. This is not surprising," Master Sopa shrugged. "However, it is quite astonishing that Master Jedi would invest effort into researching such a basic spell as Mage Hand. You truly ought to witness it firsthand, Master Sopa." Mage Lycosa inhaled deeply, aware that his forthcoming words might be somewhat offensive. Yet he could not resist the urge to provoke the proud Grand Wizard before him. How much of this impulse stemmed from his tenacious character, and how much was emboldened by Master Jedi's favor? Perhaps even he himself could not articulate. "I believe that Master Jedi's investment in Mage Hand will yield tremendous returns. You cannot begin to imagine the sight of 7 or 8 translucent hands simultaneously casting different spells. It is nothing short of a wondrous and resplendent art. I am certain I will devote considerable effort to studying the variations of Mage Hand in the future. Although this spell is of low level and lacks direct application, it is perfectly suited for magical experimentation." effectively mitigating the risks of unforeseen accidents. Master Sopa's body jolted in surprise. He had not been prepared for such a rebuttal, and a flush of anger and embarrassment colored his face. However, before he could respond, Vice President Huzali, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, interjected to preempt any potential confrontation. We shall revisit the matter of Mage Hand later. Lakosa, please continue sharing what you observed. Was it truly this simple first-level spell that led to your breakthrough? It was not. Vice President, Mage Lakosa replied. Though Master Jedi's application of Mage Hand broadened my perspective, the true catalyst for my breakthrough was the spectacle that followed. The Mage Lakosar bowed respectfully to President Huzali of the Husali branch and replied, Master Jedi meticulously extracted numerous shimmering, ghostly green magical runes from the corpse of that grotesque creature. I glimpsed a few of them, and upon comparing them with my recollections of necromantic magic, it felt as though a window had been flung open in my mind, illuminating many long-held questions with unequivocal answers. Then, President Huzali nodded in agreement. I understand now. Master Jedi indeed possesses a wealth of extraordinary runes. When he was deciphering the ritual of sacrificial resurrection, the patterns he casually sketched led to a breakthrough for me. Just as it did for you. Master Sapa interjected with a snort. My old friend, it is simply because you have a solid foundation. You merely lacked a catalyst. He gestured towards the magical patterns protected upon the long table. I have examined those patterns closely, and they do elucidate several aspects of necromantic magic quite well. However, the magical mysteries they present primarily range between the third and fourth tiers, offering little utility to me, while being overly esoteric for those newly acquainted with the craft. If Master Jedi had not been delineating the third tier's sacrificial resurrection, but instead ventured into fifth tier or even higher level magic, what astonishing miracles might he have conjured? President Huzali expressed his perspective with a softened tone. Master Sapa furrowed his brow deeply, the flickering light from the fireplace casting a grave shadow upon his face. My old friend, your reverence for Jedi Lukes is bordering on excessive. It is rare for a magus not to be venerated, even a necromancer. President Huzali smiled, then added with a teasing lilt, and have we not already made a decision? The relics in exchange for a pact, requesting Master Jedi Lukes to perform the necromantic reincarnation ritual for you, followed by myself. Chapter 20. The deceitful pact within the basement shrouded by the magic of Dark Banner. Jedi Lukes refrained from analyzing the corpse of the grotesque rooster creature. Instead, he sat on the cold, unyielding stone floor, his face pale, as his fingers pressed rhythmically against his throbbing temples, attempting to alleviate the dizziness brought on by overexertion in casting spells. The unforeseen complications in his plan were numerous. Jedi had felt on several occasions that his identity was on the verge of being unveiled, particularly when Lakosar the mage had opened the door to the underground laboratory and respectfully requested to observe the magical experiment. Jedi had nearly rejected him outright. This would have been entirely reasonable. Many mages possess unique casting methodologies and experimental processes, and one could easily refuse under the guise of confidentiality. However, Jedi was acutely aware that such a refusal would deeply disappoint Lakosar and pique the curiosity of other mages. If Jedi Lukes were truly a Grand Mage or Archmage, inciting the curiosity of other mages would be of little consequence. Yet, if the only individual overseeing the pale-masked figure were the composed President Huzali, he could very well deter other mages from prying. Nevertheless, the first significant variable in the plan, the sudden emergence of Master Sapa, instilled a sense of trepidation in Jedi. If rejecting Lakosar's request aroused the suspicions of this Grand Mage, Jedi feared whether his ruse could withstand scrutiny. Thus, Jedi had no choice but to grit his teeth and acquiesce to Lakosar's request to observe, subsequently exhausting his mental faculties through the casting of Dark Banner, Whispers of the Nether, and Charm of the Dead. Dark Banner created a space devoid of light, providing an appropriate atmosphere and stage for the ensuing performance. Charm of the Dead conjured numerous intricate and arcane patterns, some indeed harboring dark knowledge, while others served merely to capture attention and disrupt Lakosar's rational thought. The true trump card, however, was Whispers of the Nether. According to Mr. Dish's explanation, this spell evolved from the similarly named divine art, which, centuries prior, had been a means for the priests of the Lord of Silence to bestow wisdom upon their followers. For Jedi, Whispers of the Nether was a carefully prepared gift for Lakosar. The gift's effect exceeded expectations. Lakosar expressed his astonishment and gratitude in a flurry of words. Jedi could only manage a wry smile. Now even he was close to believing that Jedi Luke was indeed an unerring archmage, as he had managed to facilitate the breakthroughs of 2 mages and elevate their necromancer ranks within mere hours. Dismissing Lakosar required little effort. The promises made for the future were not within Jedi's immediate contemplation. Once he quelled the dizziness resulting from overexertion, he retrieved a notebook from his pocket. Scratching his head as he flipped through the densely written pages of his plans, the scheme had become unrecognizable. The unexpected arrival of Master Sapa and the news regarding the relic of the Necromancer's tower left him somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, his identity remained concealed, and he had inadvertently been regarded as an archmage. This was far more advantageous than Jedi had anticipated, as even the Sorcerers Guild of Westwind County lacked a true archmage in residence. Jedi Luke was confident that no one in the port city of Allos would be foolish enough to oppose an archmage, especially one with the notorious reputation of the Harbinger of Death. Yet, how to leverage this identity for gain left the boy feeling indecisive. The Harbinger's identity was akin to a double-edged sword. The Temple of War, the Temple of Radiance, and the Soul-Bearers all regarded him as a mortal enemy. Jedi worried that should his identity be revealed, he might be besieged by a throng of fanatics. In such a scenario, the title of Archmage would offer little protection, and without the corresponding means of violence, he would likely find himself in dire straits. I must ascertain the true intentions of those 2 grand mages, and that damned relic. I have no desire to pursue it, yet how could a Harbinger of Death dismiss such a rare opportunity? Jedi sighed, listlessly toying with the twisted staff. This was one of the gifts bestowed upon him by Mr. Dish, which offered minimal enhancement to his magical prowess, but could assist him in executing necromantic spells with greater precision. The staff's tip contained a unique magical crystal, the Grey Wraith Crystal, imbued with a spell of considerable effect, the Mantle of Marister's Pressure, which could temporarily grant Jedi an aura approaching that of an archmage. This spell's casting difficulty was rated at the 3rd tier. Aside from simulating the presence of a powerful being, it bore no other effects. Jedi had long believed it would not be of use. Yet now it seemed he might need it to bolster his presence at some point. Master Jedi Luke, may I disturb you for a moment? An aged voice resonated from the entrance of the basement. It was President Husely. Jedi shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, then rose to straighten his robe, responding with a hint of impatience. Please wait a moment. My experiment is nearly complete. Several minutes later, Jedi Luke entered the parlor with an unhurried stride, the curved staff tucked under his arm, using a clean linen handkerchief to dry his damp fingers as he walked. The moment his figure appeared, President Husely, now donning the Black Bull mask once more, immediately rose to greet him. Master Jedi, did your experiment proceed smoothly? Exceedingly well. The results align with my expectations, Jedi replied with a touch of reserve, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now, speak of your terms, Master Bull. I am eager to investigate that relic. As a fellow traveler on the path of magic, I can certainly empathize with your urgency. President Husely's tone and demeanor were exceedingly courteous, even bearing a subtly subservient edge. However, before we discuss the terms, I would like you to answer a question directly. Have you ever engaged with the necromantic reincarnation ritual? Jedi struggled to contain his astonishment, though a hint of it seeped through his gaze. The necromantic reincarnation ritual? What prompts your inquiry? The low-tier reincarnation ritual poses significant risks, potentially inflicting irreversible harm upon the subject's soul, complicating advancement, as for the high-tier ritual. Here, Jedi deliberately paused, constricting his throat, employing a voice-altering technique learned from a bard at the chiming bell and to render his voice hollow and aged. The high-tier necromantic reincarnation ritual can only be performed by an archmage possessing 7th-tier spellcasting capability. As for me now, I lack such strength. President Husely's eyes flickered slightly. Jedi's response was unexpected. A straightforward refusal would not have been surprising, as Husely had prepared several arguments to persuade Jedi. Yet, Jedi did not outright decline. Instead, he implied that the low-tier reincarnation ritual bore flaws and dangers, while subtly revealing that his current abilities were insufficient for the high-tier ritual. This left President Husely deep in contemplation. Jedi Luke had once been a grand archmage. This possibility had not crossed the minds of either President Husely or Master Sapa. In the Griffin Empire, which boasted a population of millions, the number of grand archmages could scarcely exceed 10. And even that count included figures of mere legend as for the Grand Sorcerer that he witnessed with his own eyes. President Huzali of the branch only encountered 3 of them at the headquarters of the Mage Guild in the radiant city of Phimai when he was appointed as the president of the alias Mage Guild. One of whom was a fortuitous foreign guest. Each Grand Sorcerer has nearly become a symbol of legend. Considering the identity of Jedi Lux, President Huzali felt his knees begin to tremble. Simultaneously deeply grateful for the wise decision he had made to prevent any leakage of information, after deliberation with Master Sapa, it was decided that the latter would lead for intermediate mages away first, leaving the former to negotiate with Jedi Lux. This was in consideration of President Huzali's extensive negotiation experience and his gentle and sincere demeanor, making him a far more suitable representative than Master Sapa. Is there truly no other way? Master Jedi, are you not aware that Master Sapa's health is rather precarious? President Huzali suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, striving to maintain an air of calm. Precarious is an understatement, Jedi remarked with a sardonic smile. His voice light, yet laden with gravity. His body has utterly deteriorated. He is likely not far from death. You have discerned that already. President Huzali's heart jolted anew. Had it not been for your ominous tone and your recent inquiry regarding the rebirth ceremony for the undead, I would not have ventured such a guess. Jedi found the situation amusing, though his face betrayed no emotion. Decay, rot, desiccation, these are the sense of life on the brink of death after so many years. I have grown accustomed to them. Yet, Master Sapa does not appear to be of advanced age. Could it be a curse, or has he ingested some potion that drains life to unleash potential? Master Sapa once consumed a particularly unique potion. I am not entirely sure of its effects. But ever since he drank it, his health has never truly recovered, President Huzali explained. Ah, I see. It appears to be the latter. A whimsical thought suddenly ignited in Jedi's mind like a shooting star. He pondered briefly, then narrowed his eyes. Wait, Master Hanyo, if Master Sapa merely wishes to extend his life, why not explore other methods? Other methods? President Huzali displayed a somewhat grim smile. Of course, I have considered that. After all, I am nearing 70, and my health is deteriorating. However, from a magical standpoint, the limited wish spell is of the 7th tier and exceedingly obscure. Apart from Grand Sorcerers of the Astrological School, no one else can cast it. Seeking aid from the temple is even more fanciful. While becoming a mage does not preclude having faith, we are certainly not as devout as paladins or zealots, given our status as Grand Sorcerers. We lack the influence to sway a cardinal-level cleric to perform a sanctification ceremony for us. Sanctification? To become a spirit mage eternally confined within the temple. Jedi understood he must feign disdain. For the relationship between the undead and the radiant temple was eternally adversarial, with no possibility of harmonious coexistence. By the Lord of Silence, Master Hanyo, that would be akin to finding a vampire of the Viscount rank for the embrace. At least the formalities of vampires are less convoluted than those of the sun-baked fools in the radiant temple. Locating a Viscount-level vampire is no easier than finding the undead, President Huzali lamented, shaking his head in distress. Moreover, although vampires possess a dark nature, they are ill-suited for the study of magic, particularly the elemental fire magic that Master Sapa excels in. However, if you are willing to introduce a vampire Viscount, I believe Master Sapa would consent, as his body can hardly endure any longer. I have dealings with the vampire prince, Maxim of the Deep Shadow. Requesting a Viscount from him should not pose a challenge. Jedi casually conjured a name from the annals of history. A vampire who had faded into obscurity centuries ago. However, my proposal is far superior to becoming a vampire's progeny. Master Hanyo, do you not find it curious that I appear rather youthful? Master Jedi, while the alias Mage Guild may seem insignificant in your eyes, we actually possess considerable intelligence-gathering capabilities. President Huzali finally found a sense of vindication before Jedi Lux, his tone barely concealing excitement. You occupy the body of this child. Do you not? And as a result, your power has significantly diminished, necessitating the purchase of some healing potions to mitigate spell backlash, as well as tranquil potions to enhance meditation. This was precisely the reason Jedi pretended to venture into the marketplace to procure potions from Scholar Penny, realizing that the plan was yielding the anticipated results. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. Very well, I shall speak plainly that as far as the rebirth ceremony for the undead is concerned, I cannot claim mastery. I can only say that I can barely utilize it. However, regarding soul erosion, if I were to declare myself second within the organization, I wonder who would dare to claim the first position. President Huzali's eyes widened in astonishment. Soul erosion? To occupy a body. Oh, I have considered this. It seems this magic can only be executed by oneself and cannot be assisted by others. After my modifications, it can be utilized on others, Jedi replied authoritatively. Then, is there any risk involved? Risks. Certainly, and considerable ones at that. Jedi raised his hand, stroking the faint fuzz sprouting on his chin. Soul erosion is a fourth-tier necromantic spell. This magic does not allow you to possess another's body, but rather creates a special counter space where the soul of the victim and the soul of the caster devour each other. Ultimately, the victorious party becomes the master of that body, while the defeated one is utterly dispersed. Neither life concealment nor any similar magic, not even a legendary mage casting a wish spell, can salvage such a dispersion. President Huzali contemplated for an unusually long time. Beads of sweat glistened on the face hidden beneath the black bull mask, his gaze flickering uncertainly. After what felt like an eternity, he finally nodded vigorously, nearly causing his mask to tumble to the ground. If you agree, then let us draft a contract. Jedi carefully restrained his exuberance. In the name of the Lord of Silence and the God of Wisdom, let the deities witness this agreement. Chapter 21. From apprentice mage to spellcasting material, it was not until this moment, beneath the star-studded night sky, that high-ranking apprentice Odier finally recognized that Lady Luck had indeed abandoned him. Dousing the flames of ambition he had just ignited with a bucket of cold water, as the grim countenance of the head of the Alias Mage Guild's guard, Captain Edom, appeared at the end of the alley. Odier, did you not receive the order prohibiting you from leaving? Edom's expression was perpetually indifferent, as if he wore an iron mask, yet now the glimmer in his eyes was frigid and merciless, leaving Odier without any rationale to persuade himself to comply. Captain Edom, I do not wish to defy orders, but a personal matter has arisen at home that requires my immediate attention. Odier defended himself while stealthily reaching into the dark pocket of his robe, retrieving several spellcasting materials. Please inform the branch president that once this matter is resolved, I shall personally apologize to him. The order comes directly from the branch president. Odier, there is no reason that permits you to refuse compliance. Edom began to advance slowly, his right hand concealed beneath his cloak. The command I received is to bring you back to the guild, employing whatever means necessary. Odier stepped back 2 paces, then, gritting his teeth, suddenly extended his right hand, scattering a handful of fine sand while quickly chanting the incantation for the first-tier spell, Sleep. Sleep? To employ a spell typically used against numerous lower-level foes. This was an egregious insult. A surge of anger welled up within Edom. He was an exceptional knight. Although he had not practiced any esoteric martial techniques, through his innate talent and diligence, Edom's martial prowess had nearly reached the level of dispersing energy, and with one further step, he could attain the status of a high-ranking knight comparable to an intermediate mage. With such strength, Edom could easily secure a high position under a sovereign lord, yet within the Mage Guild, he was merely a low-ranking captain, and not only did he face disdain from President Huzali and several intermediate mages, but even the apprentice mages, whose abilities were far inferior, regarded him with a hint of contempt. Edom yearned to escape this embarrassing predicament. He sought the honor and reverence that befitted his strength, yet within the Alias Mage Guild, apart from a somewhat generous salary, he received none of what he desired. A wave of drowsiness washed over him as the sleep spell took effect, the intangible magical force radiating in a 10-meter radius, causing Edom to involuntarily stifle a yawn. However, the effects of the magic were limited to that moment alone. In the next instant, a radiant aura of fighting spirit abruptly flickered around Admu's body, swiftly dispelling the sense of fatigue that had enveloped him. Before Odier could cast a second spell, Admu lunged forward with the swiftness of the wind, delivering a fierce punch to Odier's unprotected abdomen. Naturally, an advanced apprentice would not possess any formidable magical equipment for protection. The meager defenses afforded by his apprentice robe paled in comparison to the might of a knight's iron fist. Odier gasped for air, his body curling inward before collapsing to the ground. Admu let out a heavy grunt, and as Odier fell, the resentment born from underestimation dissipated considerably. Fool, before resorting to violence, one should properly assess the disparity in our strengths, he taunted the semi-conscious magic apprentice, then hoisted the limp body over his shoulder and vanished into the hazy night. Simultaneously, at the secret gathering of the Pale Masks in the impoverished district, Jedi Lucas sat beside an obsidian pedestal, clutching a quill pen in hand, poring over several sheets of parchment laid before him, his expression grave as he rapidly calculated a highly complex magical formula. Beside him, Vice President Huzali and Mage Rikosa busily assisted him, rearranging the protective barrier of the basement according to Jedi's provided magical array design. They inscribed a massive concentric circle on the floor, filling the space between the two rings with a myriad of colorful gemstone fragments, and meticulously outlined intricate magical symbols using precious magical potions. This task was undoubtedly arduous. However, both mages worked tirelessly. Perhaps even with a sense of exhilaration, the patterns and magical symbols seemed to unveil profound and enigmatic secrets, rendering their eyes unable to drift from the ground for even a moment. Mage Rikosa even felt his understanding of necromancy steadily deepen, fearing that upon completing this magical array, he might grasp several more complex and arcane necromantic spells. Only after the two completed the arrangement of the magical array did Jedi Lucas set aside his ostentatious calculations. Standing up to scrutinize their work with a discerning gaze, Huzali and Rikosa followed closely behind, cautiously observing his expression. Even a slight smile or frown from Jedi could provoke a significant emotional shift in the two. This sensation had not been felt since their apprenticeship days. After observing for several minutes, Jedi Lucas straightened up, nodding with slight approval. Not bad. However, there is a slight deviation in the angles of the magical array here, and several of the magical symbols in these areas are not quite perfect. Please amend them as I indicated, and overall, it will be usable. Vice President Huzali let out a long breath, wiping the beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead. He first instructed Rikosa to modify and perfect the magical array according to Jedi's guidance, then followed him to the obsidian pedestal, casting envious and worried glances at the dazzling calculations displayed before them. Master Jedi, how much longer will you require to complete your calculations? Approximately 2 days. There is a crucial element that necessitates multiple iterations of deduction, Jedi replied, turning to place the quill back into the inkwell. What is it? Master Huzali? Has something occurred? Master Sofa's condition has deteriorated further. Ever since signing that agreement, he has been strengthening his soul using the meditation method you provided when I visited him this morning. His spirit was quite good, but his physical state was far from ideal. He has lost considerable weight, and dark spots have appeared on his face. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Jedi's mouth. Indeed, Master Sofa's body would weaken, for the meditation method he provided was not designed for the living, but rather suited for the undead. While this method could enhance the strength of the soul, the considerable negative energy produced during meditation severely eroded the vitality of the living. If it had been a healthy young individual, perhaps they could have endured for a longer duration. However, Master Sofa's body was already overtaxed, and after merely a few days of meditation, he had nearly reached his limit. It seems we must expedite our plans, Jedi silently calculated, then nodded solemnly. Let us proceed sooner. We shall conduct the ritual tomorrow night. Do not forget to inform Master Sofa that his current body will be relinquished, so regardless of the extent of negative energy erosion, as long as the strength of his soul is sufficiently high. That is what he needs most at present. After all, no magical ritual can guarantee 100% success. A slight increase in soul strength equates to a greater chance of success. I understand. I will convey this to Master Sofa and ensure he continues with your meditation method, Vice President Huzali replied, a glimmer of joy appearing on his face as he nodded repeatedly. Additionally, have you found a candidate for the soul transfer? Jedi continued to inquire. It would be best if they were young, ensuring their soul strength is not overly high, and they must possess excellent aptitude. If the individual is of average talent, the likelihood of further advancement will diminish greatly. We have made preparations. It is a rather reclusive high-level apprentice, the second son of a rural nobleman, Vice President Huzali responded. He has reached the threshold of a formal mage after less than 2 years of studying magic and is proficient in all apprentice-level spells as well as several first-tier spells. Truly a prodigy. Jedi remained silent for a moment before picking up the quill once more. Very well, Master Huzali. Bring that magic apprentice and Master Sofa here before sunset tomorrow that I intend to conduct the final calculations now, if there is nothing else. Please grant me absolute silence moving forward. As you wish, Master Jedi. Vice President Huzali performed a major salute, then hurriedly left, pulling a reluctant Rikosa, who was still gazing at the magical array. Once the heavy oak door to the basement was firmly shut, Jedi exhaled deeply, tossing aside the ink-stained quill. Everything was prepared. Although the initial plan had dramatically transformed, it now promised a more perfect outcome. The magical array etched onto the basement floor was merely a facade. The concept of the two concentric circles had originated from a tome on summoning demons that Jedi had once perused. However, to avoid drawing attention, he had refrained from including the necessary sulfur braziers and other offerings, rendering the chances of summoning a demon virtually non-existent for the intricate magical symbols inscribed in other areas of the magical array. They were indeed profound. Jedi had simply replicated the patterns that emerged on the walls of the Eternal Castle, which harbored many secrets. However, what effects would arise from their inclusion in the magical array remained unclear even to Jedi himself. The one thing he was certain of was that the entire premise of soul erosion was a ruse. Jedi had no means to extend Master Sofa's life. What he truly desired was a soul of immense power. As for how to explain the reasons for the ritual's failure, that is crucial. Jedi lightly tapped the cold obsidian surface with his fingers, once more plunging into deep contemplation. Chapter 22. Unexpected variables. Days later, upon encountering Master Sofa once more, Jedi Lucas, despite having mentally prepared himself, was still taken aback by the profound transformation in the latter. A few days prior, this grand magician, though appearing somewhat aged, donned the robe of a master and wielded a staff adorned with exquisite jewels, exuding an imposing presence, with sharp brilliance flickering in his eyes. Yet now, Master Sofa appeared exceedingly frail, requiring assistance even to move. His muscles seemed to have melded into his bones, his cheeks gaunt, and his eye sockets deeply sunken, rendering him almost a mere skeleton encased in withered skin. His hair and beard, which had been a mix of gray and white just days ago, were now entirely snow-white. Only his eyes shone with increased brightness, radiating a faint green glow that evoked an involuntary chill. Jedi steadied his nerves, surreptitiously running his fingers over the gray crystal embedded in the twisted staff's head. An intangible aura immediately enveloped him. And as he rose, the air in the basement thickened with an oppressive force. This was a presence reserved for magic tutors or knights of noble rank. Almost simultaneously with Jedi's rise, several intermediate mages bowed deeply, and even Vice President Huzali could not help but place a hand to his forehead in respectful acknowledgement. The green glow in Master Sofa's eyes flickered, and he strained to salute Jedi. Master Jedi, please forgive me. His voice was hoarse and frail, laced with anguish. I am not feeling well, and cannot express my respect to you. It is of no matter, Master Sofa. Respect transcends mere appearances, Jedi replied in a detached tone, gently tapping his shoulder with the twisted staff. Are you prepared? The confrontation of souls is fraught with danger. Once the ritual commences, even I shall be unable to provide you with further assistance. I am ready, Master Sopa replied, followed by a violent shudder as his body trembled under the alternating onslaught of intense heat and cold. I have engaged in prolonged meditation, employing the techniques you provided, and now I feel an abundance of spiritual power. This truly is a remarkable method of meditation. While this technique is indeed beneficial for the soul, it may also invite the corrosive effects of negative energy upon the body. Once you successfully inhabit a new form, you must refrain from its continued use, Jedi cautioned nonchalantly. Of course, if it pertains to a high-level necromantic reincarnation ritual, then this meditation method could not be more suitable. The last flicker of doubt within Master Sopa was extinguished by Jedi's candid revelations. He laboriously lifted his arm, his fingers brushing against his forehead. I understand, Master Jedi. Shall we commence now? No, not yet, Jedi replied, casting a glance at the hourglass of alchemical sand resting upon the obsidian dais. Let us wait for 3 more hours. Until midnight, when the black moon reaches its zenith in the sky. It is at this moment that the forces of darkness are at their most potent, and conducting the ritual then will maximize our chances of success. Master Sopa nodded silently. His body had grown exceedingly frail, and articulating those few sentences had left him breathless and dizzy. Observing Jedi return to the obsidian dais to continue preparations for the ritual, Master Sopa reclined backward, closed his eyes, seemingly drained of all vitality. I shall rest for a moment. My old friend, kindly Awaken me when the time comes. I am utterly exhausted, fearing I may not sustain myself any longer. Rest assured, all will be well, murmured Vice President Huzali softly. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he heard the rhythmic, faint sounds of Master Sopa snoring, forcing him to close his mouth with a wry smile. In times of waiting, moments often stretch interminably, and this occasion was no exception. Initially, several intermediate mages studied the concentric circles and the profound arcane symbols forming the magic circle with reverence and curiosity. However, as seconds turned into minutes, they began to feel lightheaded, realizing their mental faculties were overwhelmed, compelling them to shut their eyes and rest, even entering a meditative state to replenish their waning spiritual energy. Vice President Huzali was the sole exception. Alongside Mage Lakosa, he had inscribed these arcane symbols, and due to his superior strength, his comprehension of the symbols far surpassed that of others, allowing him to envision them even with his eyes closed. In contrast, Vice President Huzali was now more concerned about the success or failure of the soul erosion ritual, for it not only pertained to Master Sopa, his deeply cherished old friend, but also to the unimpeded path ahead of him. Thus, when the guild's captain of the guard, the knight known as Wolf Fong, Idem, hurried down the stone steps to discreetly relay unexpected news, it was no surprise that Vice President Huzali's mood soured considerably. Vice President, I have just received word that Sir Tamir of the Siegfried family, the Imperial Envoy, has arrived at the Lord Mayor's residence in Alis, summoned by Acting Lord Kashivara to meet with the city's esteemed dignitaries, of which you are certainly included. A storm cloud descended upon Vice President Huzali's countenance, and one could almost see the thunderous tumult brewing beneath his furrowed brow. When did this occur? Edem, I distinctly instructed you that regardless of who the envoy was, to inform them I am engaged in a highly significant magical experiment and cannot be disturbed, merely requesting they convey my apologies. I conveyed precisely that to the messenger, my lord. Edem Knight hastily defended himself, but the messenger insisted that you must personally attend the Lord Mayor's residence, stating it was a direct order from Sir Tamir, the Imperial Envoy. The anger on Vice President Huzali's face dissipated somewhat. Being acknowledged by such a prominent figure as the Imperial Envoy was indeed a positive development for him. The old mage hesitated, glancing at the hourglass of alchemical sand. There remained nearly 2 hours until the black moon reached its apex in the sky. Since it was merely a brief courtesy visit, he should still have time to return. With this thought, Vice President Huzali nodded. Very well, since it is the Imperial Envoy's invitation. Edem, select several elite guards to accompany me to the Lord Mayor's residence. As you wish. My lord. Edem bowed deeply before turning to leave the basement. However, Vice President Huzali's absence extended beyond what he had anticipated. Even after the last silver grain of sand slipped through the hourglass, he had yet to return. Jetty Lux set down the quill he had been writing with, grasped the twisted staff leaning against the obsidian dais, and rose to his feet. Mage Lakosa was the first to awaken. Swiftly approaching Jetty. Master Jetty, do you have any instructions? He inquired respectfully. The time for the ritual is fast approaching. Has Master Huzali not returned? Jetty's expression bore a hint of displeasure. Is he not aware that time waits for no one? Once the black moon descends, the forces of darkness will gradually wane, ultimately yielding to the light. I regret to inform you, my lord, that Vice President Huzali has not sent any message. He is likely entangled in some troublesome matter, Mage Lakosa replied softly. Then we shall no longer wait for him. The ritual is about to commence. Awaken Master Sopa, Jetty commanded in a tone that brooked no refusal. Mage Lakosa hesitated. He knew well that Vice President Huzali would not wish to miss witnessing the soul erosion ritual firsthand. Yet incurring Jetty's wrath could lead to far graver consequences. Ultimately, Mage Lakosa bowed and approached the slumbering Master Sopa, gently shaking his form. After several attempts, Master Sopa emitted a faint, indistinct murmur and slowly opened his eyes. Who calls me? It is I, Lakosa. Why are you here? Where is Huzali? Master Sopa squinted, as if his mind were still clouded, and after a long moment, he weakly inquired. Huzali, why is he not here? Vice President Huzali has gone to the Lord Mayor's residence to attend the banquet welcoming the Imperial Envoy, Mage Lakosa explained softly. This was communicated by Knight Edem 2 hours ago. The Imperial Envoy. The Lord Mayor's residence. Master Sopa's expression grew peculiar, as if he were straining to recall something. Then he suddenly sat upright, his face betraying an unmistakable shock and terror. By the gods of wisdom. No, it cannot be that. The exclamation was so piercing that it startled Mage Lakosa, and even Jetty turned abruptly. What is it, Master Sopa? Tell me, what do you mean? A scheme. Damn it. I completely forgot to warn Huzali. Master Sopa struggled to rise. Yet his frail body betrayed him, forcing him to fall back, gasping for breath. The Imperial Envoy is a ruse, a deception orchestrated months ago. The acting Lord Mayor of Alis, Kashuvara, has long since aligned himself with the forces of rebellion. By the gods above, it shouldn't be happening today. The plan's activation should not be happening so swiftly. Oh, supreme gods, have mercy. Mage Lakosa could not help but exclaim, then dashed towards the basement's exit, reaching for a secret silver whistle as he ran, shoving it into his mouth. Stop. Lakosa, what do you intend to do at the Lord Mayor's residence? Master Sopa suddenly propped himself up with great effort, his voice firm. The individual arriving is no mere Imperial envoy, but the renowned sword dancer, Sir Jaichur Foam Onsair. His combat prowess has reached the mid-tier of heavenly radiance. Not even you, an intermediate mage, would dare underestimate him. Kashuvara is also a formidable knight of noble rank, backed by hundreds of elite guards of Alis. Even if the Alis Mage Guild exerted all its power, it would culminate in a devastating defeat. Mage Lakosa halted, his face pale and sweat beading on his forehead. What should we do, Master Sopa? Shall we simply await the inevitable outcome? Certainly not. We cannot remain idle. Master Sopa gasped heavily, turning his head to say, Master Jetty, I implore you to commence the soul erosion ritual at once. Only by obtaining a new life can I hope to avert this tragedy. Jetty displayed no discernible emotion, merely nodding faintly. However, as he turned away, a derisive smirk inevitably crept across his face. At such a critical juncture, you are still preoccupied with your own survival, Master Sopa. You seem to hold friendship in rather low regard, alas, from the very beginning. You made the wrong choice, for this ritual is destined to fail. Chapter 23. A ritual bound to fail under Jetty Lux's orchestration. The basement of the Pale Mask's clandestine gathering place was soon imbued with an intense, ominous atmosphere. The once pale masks, which served as mere embellishments, have now unearthed the skulls of humanoid creatures, carefully positioned in the four corners of the basement. Each cranium is crowned with a slender, dark candle, casting flickering shadows that seem to release a fetid stench reminiscent of decay, permeating the air and rendering the faces of most onlookers pallid. It is evident that, compared to a few days prior, this place has transformed into a veritable reflection of a malevolent necromancer's eccentric aesthetic. In the center of a magical array composed of two concentric rings and a hexagram, Master Sofa and his advanced apprentice, Audiel, lie side by side upon the ground, devoid of any adornments that might interfere with the casting of spells. Their frail bodies are shrouded in simple linen robes, following an explosive surge of emotion. Master Sofa has succumbed to a state of extreme weakness, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Audiel is rendered immobile by the effects of a paralysis spell, his eyes wide with terror and defiance as they fixate on the ceiling. His lips quivering as if cursing something, or perhaps beseeching the deities above for succor. Jedi Lux has little interest in prayers or curses. He directs a few intermediate mages to ignite the bronze braziers positioned at the vertices of the hexagram. As the orange-yellow flames leap into existence, they are immediately transformed by a handful of black powder that Jedi scatters, shifting to a spectral azure hue, devoid of heat, resembling a soul burning within the void. The intrepid mage, Lakosa, yearns to draw nearer for study but is brusquely shoved aside by Jedi, who warns him in a low, raspy voice. Do not engage in actions that may disrupt the ritual. Lakosa, you and the others must retreat outside. Souls are incredibly sensitive entities. Significant emotional fluctuations could yield unpredictable consequences. Once the intermediate mages reluctantly vacate the basement and cautiously secure the door, Jedi Lux approaches the obsidian altar, pressing his palm against the crystal orb at its center, initiating a series of protective barriers. Now, the entire basement is enveloped in 5 or 6 potent protective spells. Even if the intermediate mages outside perceive something amiss and attempt to breach the formidable magical barrier erected by the Archmage, it would take them several hours to succeed. Master Jedi, you truly are quite cautious, Master Sofa manages to utter, his weakened form causing his lips to twitch. May we commence the ritual now? I feel terribly unwell. Of course. We shall begin shortly. At an angle beyond Master Sofa's line of sight, A chilling smile graces Jedi's countenance. However, before we officially commence, I must pose one final question, one that pertains to the ritual's success. Please provide me with an unequivocal answer. You may ask. Master Sofa's chest heaves violently, a mixture of dread and effort prompting him to nod. In the Ansair family's treacherous plot to betray the realm. Master Sofa, what role did you truly play? This unexpected inquiry sends a tremor through Master Sofa's entire being. Master Jedi, what do you mean by this? I merely wish to discern whether, in your pursuit of wealth and the prolongation of life, any vestige of your humanity remains. Jedi's tone shifts to one of frigid detachment as he steps forward, entering Master Sofa's field of vision, the twisted crystal atop his staff emanating a grayish-white luminescence. I seek to know if ending your life here would evoke any profound disquiet within me. Who are you really? That is of no consequence, Master Sofa. Seek your answers in another realm. Jedi replies softly, then begins to recite the incantation to unlock the Eternal Castle. As the incantation resonates with mysterious power throughout the basement, the grayish-white light intensifies, enveloping both Master Sofa and Advanced Apprentice Audio. The world in Master Sofa's eyes dissolves into shades of gray. He curses in fury, attempting to cast a powerful spell to extricate himself from this predicament. However, as he barely summons a sliver of magical energy, his already frail body, ravaged by negative energy, suddenly collapses, and uncontrolled magic erupts, forcing him to cough forth a torrent of blood. The crimson hue is dimmed, interspersed with countless twisted gray strands. The backlash of magic severs the last thread of life sustaining Master Sofa, and in despair, he raises his gaze, his final impression being the grayish-white light coalescing into a rapidly swirling vortex. The spectral silhouette of a castle exuding an icy, lifeless aura gradually materializing within, growing larger as the eternal darkness engulfs Master Sofa's entire world. Advanced Apprentice Audiel ceases to breathe even before Master Sofa. And as he gazes upon the two corpses growing increasingly frigid before him, Jedi suddenly feels a wave of nausea wash over him, bending at the waist as tears spring forth unbidden, quickly soaking his cheeks. This is not Jedi's first act of murder. At the Haybell Inn, his magic led to the gruesome deaths of 4 soldiers and severely wounded a squire of the Ansair family. Yet these two are different. Those soldiers heinously slaughtered Jedi's companions at the Haybell Inn, while these two were merely. Was there truly no alternative but to kill them? A voice whispers in Jedi's ear, and the boy's gaze darts around in terror, searching for any noteworthy presence, yet finding none. Jedi Lux, do you truly believe that the 2 you have slain are innocent? The voice continues, each word imbued with an enchanting allure that compels one to acquiesce. Is not Master Sofa the magical advisor and conspiratorial accomplice of the Ansair family? Did Audiel not attempt to ambush you at the Broken Barrel Inn, seeking to sacrifice your life as the cornerstone of his ascent to success? Jedi suddenly regains his composure, ceasing to scan his surroundings, and instead sits beside the obsidian altar, exhaling deeply. Indeed, their actions are despicable, yet such wickedness does not justify my hand in their demise. That I require souls to save my friend, and they just happen to occupy opposing positions. That is all. The boy's voice transforms from a mere whisper into a resolute proclamation, as if declaring to the deities above, the confusion in his eyes replaced entirely by a piercing clarity. Were it possible, I would not casually strip another of their life. However, should slaughter prove unavoidable, I shall not wallow in weakness and regret as I do today that I refuse to be a feeble doormat. Nor do I wish to become a cold-blooded butcher like Sir Ansair, who would indiscriminately impose death to achieve his ends. You have done well. The voice seems to convey a sense of pleasure. Before fading from Jedi's ear, Chapter 24, A Sudden Turmoil, A Day of Bloodshed, Part 1. The welcoming banquet to honor the envoy from the imperial capital has now persisted for a full 2 hours. The hall of Lord Arius's manor remains vibrant, the air thick with the aromas of stewed meats, spices, and roasted nuts, as attendants bearing exquisite dishes and fine wines flit about. The nobility, adorned in opulent attire, raise their silver goblets brimming with crimson wine, laughing boisterously and repeatedly toasting to the health of the Griffin Emperor, reveling in the imperial peace. While the guests are merry, only the president of the Hassali branch of the Magicians Guild feels a sense of unease. He had not anticipated that such a simple welcoming banquet would extend for this duration. The envoy from the imperial capital appears slender and handsome, exuding an air of sophistication typical of the capital's elite. Yet, when it comes to drinking, he behaves like a true knight. During the course of the 2-hour banquet, he has approached the president with his golden goblet to propose toasts no less than 6 times, each invitation compelling the president to imbibe more wine than he had intended. Alcohol is hardly beneficial for a magician. While it may invigorate and stimulate the spirit, it poses a significant risk during the delicate manipulation required for spellcasting, often leading to serious errors. Overall, the drawbacks outweigh the benefits. The president of Hasali does not mind enjoying a few sips during leisurely moments, but now is not the time for indulgence. Once more, the envoy strides toward the president's table, a charming smile adorning his handsome face, his hair styled in the most fashionable manner of the imperial capital, an enticing scent of jasmine oil wafting as he raises his goblet. A toast to the most astute mind of Arius. Master Hasali, I hope to have the privilege of hearing your teachings in the future. Each toast is distinct, truly fitting for the opulent and sociable nobles of the imperial capital, the president silently laments, maintaining a congenial smile befitting his status, gently covering his goblet with one hand. Oh, esteemed envoy, I must beg your pardon. I am no longer able to drink. The Master Hasali of the Arius Magicians Guild possesses a discerning palate for fine wine, a reputation that even reaches my ears in the imperial capital of Famir. The envoy insists, unwavering as he raises his goblet, the crimson liquid swirling in ripples. Somewhat reminiscent of blood, a sense of nausea inexplicably surged within Vice President Huzali. Yet it was swiftly suppressed. I relished the meticulous savoring of those alcoholic gems. A modest quantity of fine wine fuels the wellspring of inspiration, but excess becomes a venomous poison that erodes the mind. The old sorcerer declared, rising as he grasped the exquisitely adorned staff beside him. I apologize, Your Excellency. Acting Lord of the city, I have indulged a tad too much. Should I continue, I fear I may disgrace myself. Moreover, there are pressing matters tonight, thus I must take my leave. A look of regret flitted across the face of the imperial envoy, as he casually thrust his wine glass into the hands of a passing servant. What a pity. I have yet to bask in your sagacious teachings. How about this? I shall escort you home. That would be quite inappropriate, Vice President Huzali replied, a hint of astonishment flickering within him, though his wits remained relatively intact. The banquet is not yet concluded, and so many dignitaries have gathered to welcome you. Should you wish to visit me, the doors of the Mage Guild will always be open to you. Very well, Master Huzali. Then I may at least accompany you to the entrance. The imperial envoy responded with a smile, taking Huzali's left arm in a manner that brooked no refusal. That a flicker of hesitation crossed Huzali's eyes before he nodded gently. You are exceedingly courteous, Your Excellency. The two walked shoulder to shoulder out of the raucous banquet hall, stepping into the heavy shroud of night. Knight Edem, leading 4 guards, followed closely behind, brandishing blazing torches aloft. As midnight approached, the courtyard of the Lord's mansion lay particularly desolate, with the cobblestone path flanked by withered flora. On the stone wall, a soldier of the city guard huddled against the biting night wind, clutching a spear. This bleak and somber atmosphere seemed to extinguish the envoy's enthusiasm for conversation until they reached the steps of the Lord's mansion. Neither spoke again. Well, this is where we part ways, Your Excellency, Huzali declared, halting his steps, the effects of the wine now overwhelming him, dulling his thoughts. I wish to accompany you one last stretch, Master Huzali. Perhaps it was the envoy's voice, too soft and melodious, that caused Huzali to overlook the ominous implication concealed within those words. Before he could decide whether to politely decline or accept the envoy's overture, a sharp crack resounded beside him, followed by an unbearable agony, as though a searing blade had plunged into his side. Huzali cried out in a mix of fury and shock, his magical gear, necklaces, rings, and the protective enchantments of his robe instantly activating, encasing him in a kaleidoscope of vibrant lights. Simultaneously, his right hand stiffened, the toxic mist spell contained within his staff poised for release. This spell could conjure a dense fog spanning 10 meters, obscuring all vision amidst the night, and bore potent corrosive toxins that would incapacitate even the mightiest knights within mere seconds. Yet, Huzali refrained from unleashing the magic immediately, for though injured, his wounds were not grave, and he needed to comprehend the situation. Sir Tamir, are you aware of what you are doing? He inquired in a voice imbued with authority, while his left hand sought the wound, feeling the warm, sticky blood seeping forth. the pain causing his lips to twitch. Of course I am. Master Huzali. The imperial envoy's voice remained soft and melodious even after committing the act of violence, as if he still held a goblet brimming with fine wine rather than a bloodied sword. A significant event is to transpire tonight. Port City Arius must be firmly seized. We had hoped you would join us, but sadly, you have callously refused. When did you ever extend an invitation to me? Huzali queried, somewhat perplexed. I am not entirely certain, as that matter does not fall under my jurisdiction. However, your presence here indicates that Master Soper's trial of you is ineffective. We cannot allow a powerful sorcerer like yourself to act freely, so my apologies. The envoy smiled and bowed, his expression mingled with regret and remorse. Yet his movements bore no hesitation. Suddenly, an iridescent aura of azure-white energy surged forth from the blade, swirling around him like a flurry of snowflakes. Aura of battle, you are a knight of rank, Huzali exclaimed, a shiver coursing through him. Yet his composure remained intact. Although a knight of rank was formidable, he posed no lethal threat to a grand sorcerer with adequate protection. Huzali was confident he could escape unscathed. Edem, delay him for just half a minute, Huzali commanded, raising his staff as the emerald gem atop it radiated a brilliant green light. Edem responded affirmatively, advancing fearlessly. However, as he passed by Huzali, the blade flashed suddenly, severing the old sorcerer's arm at the elbow, blood erupting like a fountain at that moment. Huzali's flame shield activated, the fire coiling like a serpent around Edem's sword, enveloping his upper body in flames. In the next instant, both emitted piercing cries. Edem became engulfed in fire, barely managing to suppress the magical flames with his battle aura, though his face and hands were severely scorched. Huzali, on the other hand, suffered more grievously. He staggered back 2 steps, his legs giving way, collapsing into his own pool of blood. The imperial envoy's movements were as swift as a startled cheetah, leaping forward in a single bound, his sword flicking out to cast the staff aside, then pressing the blade against Huzali's chest. The old sorcerer, having sustained 2 grievous wounds, was rendered powerless. He lay motionless on the ground, his breath rapid and shallow, life seeping from the severed wrist and gaping side wound, his complexion paling from blood loss. This was not the fate Huzali had envisioned for himself. He had anticipated dying of old age, perishing in a magical experiment gone awry, or perhaps succumbing to a failed soul invasion ritual. Yet he had never fathomed that he would fall victim to Edem's betrayal, blood trickling from his side, severed wrist burning with agony, dying upon the stone steps at the Lord's mansion. The envoy's elegant visage appeared before Huzali's fading sight, a semblance of apology etched upon his features. Master Huzali, do you have any final words? You are not the Emperor's envoy. The voice that escaped the old man's lips was faint, yet resolute. Tell me, who are you truly? If this is your dying wish, what reason do I have not to fulfill it? The imperial envoy sighed regretfully, then executed a noble bow towards Huzali. Richard von Ansale sends his regards. So it is, the Ansale family. Huzali's gaze ignited with clarity, piercing through the fog of uncertainty into the murky future. Ah, your timing is truly. His final utterance faded into a shallow sigh, as Huzali, utterly exhausted, closed his eyes, his chest barely rising and falling. This was the herald of death's approach. Sir Ansale pondered for a moment, intrigued by the incomplete words of the esteemed astrologer, yet unwilling to take unnecessary risks. After a brief hesitation, he turned to Edem, his tone gentle. Edem, you shall accompany the master on his final journey. Edem's fire-scorched visage twitched violently. He had not expected Sir Ansale to issue such a cruel command. To be fair, Huzali had never shown disdain for Edem, treating him with care and trust. Edem's betrayal had not come without its psychological burdens. To some extent, ambushing a grand sorcerer for glory and status was one thing, but murdering a defenseless, dying elder was entirely another. A smirk of derision crept across Sir Ansale's lips. Edem, you hesitate. Do you find yourself regretting your choice? He subtly angled his sword, its point directed at Edem's legs. Fear not. Richard von Ansale has never been one to compel others. If you wish to return to the Mage Guild, I shall not impede you. A shiver akin to a venomous insect crawled up Edem's spine, causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. My lord, that is not my intention. He then turned to face the dying elder, raising his sword high, its blade aimed at the resplendent starry sky. Master Vice President, please forgive me. I have no other choice. The blade sliced down with a whoosh, sinking deep into Huzali's shoulder, severing the collarbone, and penetrating to the chest cavity. The old man suddenly opened his eyes wide, his lips barely moving, as he weakly uttered his final words to the world. No, never forgive. A brilliant green radiance erupted from the wound of Vice President Huzali, spreading with such swiftness that there was scarcely time to react. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped an area of over 10 meters. The closest knight at him did not even have the chance to utter a cry before his figure was entirely consumed by the green light. Following this, the 4 soldiers accompanying the rebellion were also touched by the luminous glow. Neither leather nor steel could impede the all-pervasive brilliance. They emitted shrill, piercing cries akin to those of animals being slaughtered, their exposed skin wrinkling and wilting as though corroded by a potent acid, before they collapsed to the ground, convulsing, and soon breathed their last. Sir Anser had been prepared, prior to the onslaught of the green light. He had already retreated nimbly to a distance of 20 meters. Noticing that the green light had ceased its expansion, he thrust his sword, enveloped in fighting spirit, forward. A faint sizzling sound ensued, and upon retracting the blade, numerous mottled marks adorned its edge. Even the mid-tier fighting spirit of Tianhua could not ensure it remained unscathed. It seemed there was no doubt regarding the fate of Knight Edom. Sir Anser sheathed his sword, the smile on his face becoming more pronounced. As he turned to depart, a derisive sneer escaped him, his whispered words wafting into the night sky. How does it feel to witness the dying counterattack of the Archmage? Yet this conclusion is truly fitting for a traitorous knight, my Lord Edom. Am I not correct? Chapter 25, Sudden Turmoil, Day of Blood, Part 2. When Sir Anser returned to the banquet hall, it remained ablaze with light, the aromas of fine wine and stewed meats wafting warmly, creating an almost intoxicating ambience. However, the seats were no longer filled with guests. Those noblemen who had indulged to the point of drunkenness were now dragged to the inner side of the hall, motionless, while a fully armed squad of soldiers stood guard over them, their drawn swords reflecting the flames of the hearth, casting a chilling, blood-red glare. The acting lord of the port city of Elias, Baron Kixiwala, stood amidst the overturned cups and dishes, his countenance grim, a conspicuous deep red wine stain on his gold-threaded half-cloak resembling a pool of blood. Upon seeing the figure of Sir Anser appear at the doorway, Baron Kixiwala abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as a freshly honed razor. Sir Anser, what a splendid deed you have performed. The fury of a noble knight was not easily borne, considering the entirety of the lord's estate was filled with Baron Kixiwala's subordinates. The threat posed by his wrath was palpably evident. Sir Anser offered a feigned smile of submission, spreading his hands to either side. Are you referring to my act of poisoning the drinks of those esteemed individuals? Is there any need to state the obvious? Sir Anser, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, you shall not take a single step beyond the gates of the lord's estate. Baron Kixiwala had cast aside all pretense of noble decorum. Striding towards Sir Anser with determined steps, the team of heavily armored spearmen followed closely behind, their finely forged long spears lowered simultaneously, forming a semi-encirclement around Sir Anser. The heavily armored spearmen were among the few infantry capable of posing a threat to noble knights. With this entire squad in support, Baron Kixiwala could undoubtedly overpower Sir Anser, who was of similar strength. Yet Sir Anser showed no sign of trepidation, not even drawing his sword, as if entirely dismissing them. Baron Kixiwala's left eye twitched several times, a familiar affliction of his. Ever since he ascended to the position of acting lord a few years ago, this nervous twitch would manifest whenever he experienced extreme tension. Those familiar with him would recognize this unmistakable signal of Baron Kixiwala's anxiety. Yet from another perspective, it also indicated his readiness to act violently. Sir Anser, do you intend to refuse to answer my questions? The voice that emerged from Baron Kixiwala was cold and merciless, as if harboring a powerful storm ready to unleash its fury. No, my lord, I am merely contemplating how to phrase my explanation to you, Sir Anser replied with a smile. No amount of eloquence can mask the fact that you have slaughtered 45 noble families and prominent merchants of Elias, all of whom were of the utmost distinction. Their deaths will bring irreparable loss to this port city. Baron Kixiwala's tone grew exceptionally harsh with indignation. Sir Anser, you have betrayed our alliance. No. I have merely assisted you in making a decision that would have been difficult for you to undertake. Sir Anser's gentle smile remained unchanged. My lord, do you not realize that these elites and dignitaries were all standing in opposition to you or disregarding your olive branch? I will do everything in my power to win them over. And even if I cannot, they would not dare oppose me. The one who wields military and political power. Baron Kixiwalla's tone did not soften. Rather, it grew increasingly cold, akin to a sharp stone laced with ice. However, your act of killing them has inflicted tremendous damage upon my city, a transgression I absolutely cannot tolerate. Please, my lord, calm your rage. I swear by the gods above, if after I have explained my reasons you still desire my head, I shall gladly offer it to you as compensation. Sir Ansair raised his right hand, palm outward against his forehead, making a solemn vow. Baron Kixiwalla suppressed his anger, had it not been for the egregious actions of Sir Ansair. He had no intention of turning hostile, especially with many powerful rebel nobles standing behind him. Lacking their support, it would be challenging for Baron Kixiwalla to claim the rightful title of true master of the port city of Ilias. Very well. I grant you the opportunity to explain, Sir Ansair, but I must also warn you that if you intend to play tricks— Baron Kixiwalla raised his right arm, the crimson-hued sword of fighting spirit aimed directly at Sir Ansair's chest. This blade of blazing void will show no mercy. Of course, my lord, this matter is quite simple to elucidate. Sir Ansair shrugged, his demeanor relaxed as he spoke. You recall our plan, do you not? The port city of Ilias is a crucial part of this scheme. For only through here can the envoy fleet of Yahan navigate upstream along the River of Oaths to reach the outer harbor of Firemire. I am well aware of that, Baron Kixiwalla coldly replied. This is precisely why you have gone to great lengths to drag me into your treasonous conspiracy. I do not deny that you would play a significant role in our plans. Even a matter of life and death, Sir Ansair nodded gravely. However, we must not forget that in order to firmly establish Ilias as a wedge in Westwind County, the Death Knight Legion stationed at Tavalon Fortress will undoubtedly pose a lethal obstacle. Or rather, one of the critical elements determining the success or failure of the plan. The Death Knight Legion. What does this have to do with your poisoning of all dissenters in the port city of Ilias? Upon contemplating that invincible garrison stationed at Tavalon Fortress, Baron Kixiwalla's voice involuntarily dropped. The fury he had felt earlier diminished significantly. Of course, it is relevant, my lord. Please consider this. If the Death Knight Legion were to besiege the city, and Viscount Tamaden appeared beneath the walls of Ilias, Sir Ansair paused deliberately, allowing Baron Kixiwalla to vividly envision that nightmarish scene. Would you still be able to maintain your grip on the situation as you do now? These individuals, whether forcibly suppressed or reluctantly yielding, would they continue to remain silent and await their fate? Certainly not. They would undoubtedly incite chaos. Baron Kixiwalla sighed heavily. Sir Ansair, I now regret my earlier choice. I understand. Should the Death Knight Legion appear, you would regret even more, perhaps even turn against us, Sir Ansair stated calmly. This is precisely my reason for eliminating those individuals. My lord, you now have no way out. Baron Kixiwalla snorted heavily, the twitching at the corner of his eye gradually subsiding. Summon everyone, declare a citywide lockdown. The city defense commander and the captain of the city guard will lead their subordinates to quell the unrest. No one is to leave the city without my command. The port will be temporarily closed, and all merchant vessels and sailors must come ashore for inspection. Ensure that. A sudden, thunderous explosion interrupted Baron Kixiwalla's orders. The ground trembled violently, dust cascading from the ceiling with a resounding clatter. Servants and city guards alike fell to the ground, the heavily armored spearmen struggling to rise. Only Baron Kixiwalla and Sir Ansair remained unscathed, steadying themselves as they gazed in astonishment toward the source of the explosion. Even from the Lord's estate, over 1,000 meters away, they could see the bustling harbor district of Ilias engulfed in flames. Evidently not an ordinary fire, but rather a deliberate act of arson. In the blink of an eye, the flames surged wildly, dense smoke billowing to darken half of the firmament, while countless panic cries arose amidst the burning masts and structures. The alarm bells of the port district rang out frantically, yet with a brief, harrowing scream, silence swiftly enveloped the scene. Baron Kixiwala's complexion turned ashen. By the gods, he shouted in a frenzy. Who dares to set fire in the port? Guards, where are the guards? Assemble the troops immediately to rescue at the port, and execute anyone who dares to loot amidst the chaos. I cannot allow my city to be consumed by flames. Seeing Baron Kixiwala's frenzied intent to rush through the door, Sir Ansair quickly intercepted him. My lord, we cannot send everyone to extinguish the fire. The city gates must be secured, and we need to contain the information. Furthermore, The foremost priority is to prohibit all vessels from departing the port. To hell with your containment. Baron Kixiover's eyes were bloodshot. An amalgamation of fear and fury crystallizing into a tempestuous storm, his tone intense enough to ignite the very air. What plans can we consider now? Do you not realize? Most of the buildings in Elias are wooden. And many areas are utterly congested. Should a fire break out, it could swiftly spread, threatening to engulf half the city. To think we could seal off the port is utterly impossible. The inferno is merciless. And those armed merchant ships will risk everything to flee the docks. Even if we were to deploy the navy to obstruct them, those merchant vessels would charge through without hesitation. Sir Anseal wished to continue his counsel, but Baron Kixiover could no longer contain his impatience, drawing his longsword with a resounding clash as it slid from its sheath. This time, Sir Anseal understood he could not prevent the inevitable and stepped aside to clear the path. You will regret this. My lord, I already do. Baron Kixiover retorted without looking back, leading the assembled city guards towards the port district. Chapter 26. Escape from the port city of Elias. Part 1. The slums and port district of Elias were in close proximity. And it was only natural that the violent explosions in the port district would have repercussions, causing a number of makeshift shanties to collapse instantly, many buildings teetering on the brink of destruction. While countless lives were lost or injured in the chaos, even the secret gathering place of the Pale Masks trembled violently. At the moment of the explosion, Jedi Lux was deeply engrossed in pondering how to explain the failure of the ritual. Outside, all 4 mid-level mages of the Pale Masks awaited, and should they voice dissent regarding Master Soper's unfortunate demise or cast blame upon the orchestrator, even rashly launching an attack, Jedi lacked the confidence to withstand such a confrontation. After all, he alone understood that Jedi Lux was not a sorcerer, nor even of mid-level mage caliber. It was solely due to the unending infusion of deathly magic from the Eternal Castle, along with the long-lost ancient necromantic legacies, that he projected an air of unfathomable depth. Yet, illusion can never substitute reality. Deceiving others may be feasible for a time, but if one cannot discern their own truth, it can only be deemed genuine folly. Suddenly, the floor beneath him quaked, followed by violent lateral shudders. An earthquake. Jedi instinctively crouched low, his heart tightening abruptly. The gathering place of the Pale Masks was a stone structure, sturdy enough to be trusted. Yet if an earthquake truly had occurred, according to the local records of Port City Elias, a tsunami would inevitably follow. That would be a calamity no solid edifice could withstand. Once the tremors subsided somewhat, Jedi sprang to his feet, bounding up the stairs towards the basement door. Regardless, the reason for the ritual's failure no longer needed to be sought. There were ample precedents of intricate magical experiments being disrupted by earthquakes or other unforeseen natural disasters. And any mage would surely understand and extend their sympathy, perhaps even relief. At the very least, the host of the soul erosion ritual, Jedi Lux, had survived, and without severe injury, which was indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Was it not? Upon reaching the basement, Jedi discovered the situation was even more chaotic than he had anticipated. Only Mage Lakosa remained among the 4 mid-level mages, visibly agitated, panting heavily, with the veins on the back of his right hand bulging and a slight burn marking his cheek. Upon seeing Jedi, Mage Lakosa's face lit up with a mixture of surprise and relief. Master Jedi, you are unharmed? Jedi pulled a necklace from the collar of his robe, the antique star diamond pendant already bearing several fine cracks. Fortunately, I have always worn this talisman. Otherwise, I would have joined Master Soper in the eternal castle of the Lord of Silence. He replied with a tone of gratitude. What exactly transpired just now? Was it indeed an earthquake? It was no earthquake. The great lighthouse in the port district has been destroyed, and now arson and looting are rampant. Outside, chaos reigns, but for the moment it should not affect us here. Mage Lakosa's face bore a hint of unease. Though it was not outright panic, Master Jedi, what shall we do now? Jedi furrowed his brow. Having lived in Port City Elias for 14 years and served 3 years as a lackey, his understanding of this city was undoubtedly deeper than that of Mage Lakosa. The uncontrolled flames were the most dreadful nightmare. The majority of Elias's buildings were constructed of wood, and should even a fraction ignite, it could spread throughout the city. We must leave immediately. Jedi's tone held a firmness he was unaware of. Mage Lakosa. Elias is likely to face a catastrophe, and irrespective of who instigated it, the formidable power of the Mage Guild will surely invoke their caution. Mage Lakosa raised an eyebrow, a blend of surprise and disapproval gracing his features. Master Jedi, do you concur with the idea of the Mage Guild intervening to quell this disaster? Certainly not. Master Soper has tragically passed, and Master Hasali has yet to be heard from. I fear he too may have met with misfortune. While we possess great magical power, our physical prowess is far weaker than that of knights, and should we become embroiled in chaos, the outcome is almost certain to be dire. Jedi swallowed hard, moistening his increasingly parched throat. I intend to find a way to leave this place and seek refuge outside the city. Mage Lakosa, what are your plans? I will accompany you. Mage Lakosa replied without hesitation. Prank and the others have already rushed to the guild. I attempted to stop them. But, he gestured to the burn on his cheek. This was their response. May the god of wisdom bless them. Jedi remarked coldly. How shall we depart? Through the bustling district towards the city gate. No, that area is likely already in utter disarray. Master Jedi, there is a hidden passage in the basement of the gathering place that leads to the port district. It was prepared by the vice-chairman as a last resort. But the port district is descending into the most terrifying chaos. Engulfed in flames and smoke, with frenzied mobs. Jedi pointed out in surprise. For a mage, these are trivial matters. Mage Lakosa replied with pride, then recalling the identity of the man before him, his puffed chest deflated. I sincerely apologize. Master Jedi, my considerations have been rather short-sighted. Jedi offered a wry smile. In truth, Lakosa was not wrong. He had yet to adapt to considering matters from a mage's perspective, and the spells he wielded happened to be particularly vulnerable to flames. No, you are correct, Mage Lakosa. We shall exit through the hidden passage. The secret passage was concealed behind a cleverly designed, well-hidden door in the corner of the basement, and the intricate mechanism allowed the heavy stone door to be opened only through a specific method. Watching Mage Lakosa pull the chains in succession, causing half the wall to silently slide aside, Jedi could not help but click his tongue, nearly exclaiming in astonishment. Master Jedi, this passage has never been used since its construction. It may be somewhat unclean. So please do not take offense. Mage Lakosa said as he raised his staff, the crystal at its tip emanating a gentle, bright blue glow with the brief incantation of a light spell. Wait. Let us use torches instead. Jedi grasped Mage Lakosa's arm, shaking his head. The long and used passage may be filled with a sort of deathly aura that could suffocate us without warning, if the torch were to extinguish suddenly. We would need to retreat from the passage or employ an air purification spell to dispel the deathly energy. Mage Lakosa paused slightly, then nodded in understanding. I see, Master Jedi. Thank you for enlightening me. There have indeed been cases of workers suffocating to death while excavating another passage, and even the vice-chairman could not offer an explanation, attributing it only to a curse from malevolent spirits. Jedi maintained a stern expression. Taking a deep breath, let us proceed. We cannot ascertain the current state of chaos in the port district, nor can we be sure we will find a ship ready to depart in time. The two raised their torches and entered the secret passage. But after only a few steps, Mage Lakosa halted, inspecting a small magic circle adorned with the pale mask's insignia on the wall, and infused a bit of magic into it. The fourth-level earth elemental spell, Fossil to Mud, was immediately activated, sealing the entrance to the dark passage behind them. We are temporarily safe now, Master Jedi. In the middle section of the passage, there are several prepared outfits, magically preserved food, and some coins, sufficient to withstand any adverse conditions, said the proud wizard. Lakosa, although the majority of the guild members deemed my proposal utterly worthless, they will likely come to regret their dismissive attitude now. It is always better to be prepared than unprepared. Jedi nodded in agreement. What followed was an exceptionally dreary journey. The height of the passage barely allowed an average person to stand upright, the flickering torchlight warding off the darkness, while the occasional rustle of small creatures scurrying away could be heard. The supplies that Lakosa mentioned consisted of 2 chests, apart from several dozen gold griffins and a few sets of clothing styled for commoners, minor nobles, and farmers. There were merely 2 inconspicuous gray-black pouches. Could this be the legendary dimensional pouch? A thought crossed Jedi's mind as he feigned nonchalance and picked one up. However, upon untying the pouch, he felt a wave of disappointment as he discovered that its interior space was quite limited, filled to the brim with golden yellow oat grains. What is this? Jedi inquired, taking a few grains in his palm, rolling them between his fingers, despite their texture and appearance being almost indistinguishable from the oats readily available in the market. There was an exceptionally faint yet peculiar sensation that hinted at something unusual. Lakosa seized another pouch, poured out a handful of oats for a closer inspection, and then tasted a few. I never anticipated this to be the spirit seeds of the Earth Temple, he remarked after savoring the flavor. The branch leader only informed me that the supplies contained some food, but did not specify what exactly was prepared. That in hindsight, that was an oversight. Had he clarified what the food was, these spirit seeds would have long been devoured. So, we are to consume oats raw. Jedi gazed at the faintly golden grains in his palm with evident reluctance. This treatment seems akin to that of livestock. Lakosa, undeterred, took another handful of oats and reluctantly tied the pouch shut. These grains provide ample satiety and possess remarkable restorative properties for fatigue and mental vigor. Their official price is equivalent to their weight in gold. Yet on the black market, they fetch at least 10 times that amount. Master Jedi, I assure you that no livestock could ever access the Earth Spirit Seeds, not even the mount of the Iron Guard Knight. The Sword of Destruction, Lord Gino Bajad. He licked his lips, glancing at the pouch in Jedi's hand. Of course, if you truly lack appetite, I wouldn't mind taking your share. Thank you kindly, but as a fellow traveler on the path of magic, I believe I should muster the courage to try the unknown, Jedi replied with a disingenuous smile, proceeding to chew the grains vigorously. Chapter 27. Escape from the port city of Halus. The chaotic situation in the port district was even worse than Jedi Lux's worst imaginings. Flames and thick smoke engulfed the area, with shadows of panicked figures rushing about. The air was filled with screams and cries, as many, influenced by fear and greed, transformed into rioters, brandishing sticks and looting. Injuries and fatalities were rampant, even at the exit of the dark passage where several corpses lay piled. Two twisted-faced thugs rummaged through the bodies for valuables, their clubs stained with blood and brain matter set aside. Jedi shoved aside the aghast Lakosa and forcefully kicked open the heavy door at the end of the passage. A thug, preoccupied with prying a gold tooth from a corpse, instinctively reached for his club upon hearing the noise, only to be struck down by Jedi's staff. Another thug, witnessing his companion's demise, let out a startled cry before fleeing. 3 violet-hued orbs sped past Jedi, pursuing the fleeing figure and exploding into 3 fist-sized blood gashes on his back. The man fell with a scream, twitching briefly before falling still. Is this the manageable situation you spoke of? Jedi raised an eyebrow at Lakosa, who could only return a wry smile. I underestimated the gravity of the situation, Master Jedi, but we have no other options now. The passage is compromised, and we must see if there are any ships left at the docks. Jedi nodded. Navigating through the tumultuous port district towards the merchant docks would undoubtedly be challenging. But traversing through the bustling market area and then breaching the heavily guarded city gates seemed equally daunting. Given that both options bore similar difficulties, one could hardly claim a misstep in their chosen route. Very well. We shall proceed one after the other, keeping vigilant, Jedi declared, securing his gnarled staff at his waist and drawing a sharp short sword. Avoid entanglements with the rioters, charge through, and use magic to clear any obstacles. Lakosa nodded. Knowing he was ill-equipped to wield a short sword or dagger, and thus tightened his grip on his staff. Thankfully, the sturdy oak staff was hard and heavy, capable of easily cracking a few thug skulls. The two dashed forward, desperately pushing through the throngs of fleeing people, breaking through the barriers of fire and smoke. Buildings along the roadside blazed, each structure engulfed in flames, and amidst the dim light and swirling black smoke, the chaos reached its zenith, making it difficult to discern the direction of the docks. Jedi unleashed the Friedrich's calf kidney explosion spell twice along the way, demolishing a collapsed ruin and repelling a swath of rioters. His short sword tasted blood at least 3 or 4 times. Lakosa's magical missiles and bolts of lightning had claimed a dozen victims, leaving him on the brink of exhaustion. He could only wield his staff defensively while drawing a handful of earth spirit seeds from his pouch, ravenously chewing them to replenish his energy and mental fortitude. As they merged into an open cargo yard after traversing several streets and alleys, the acrid smell of smoke was finally somewhat alleviated by the sea breeze. Jedi gasped for air, pausing momentarily to evade the throng, awaiting the staggering Lakosa to catch up. A piercing scream belonging to a young woman cut through the clamor, striking Jedi's eardrums. Turning towards the source of the sound, he spotted a girl brandishing a wooden stick, standing defiantly against 3 armed thugs, while another, frilier girl cowered behind her, sobbing inconsolably. Flames and smoke billowed from the buildings overhead, and the situation appeared dire. Despite the crowded open space, no one moved to assist the 2 girls. Confronting 3 thugs was no trivial task. Many turned their heads away, while others succumbed to deeper panic, fleeing into other streets. One thug, seemingly trained in combat, lunged forward, feigning an attack with his dagger. The girl attempted to block with her stick, only to lose her balance and be kicked to the ground, her weapon flying far from her grasp. The thugs erupted in laughter, hurling crude insults and unspeakable threats at the two girls. This taunting and abuse became the final straw for Jedi Lux, who could no longer contain his outrage. With a fierce shout, he gestured towards the thug raising his dagger. Amidst the swirling smoke and flames, the translucent hand of a wizard was hard to detect. To the others, it appeared as though the thug intended to stab the girl's arm, only for his body to suddenly jerk, letting out a cry as he dropped the dagger to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant spark of electricity flashed across his neck, accompanied by a piercing, agonizing scream. Before he even collapsed, his breath had already been extinguished. "Oh God, save us! There's a ghost, a ghost!" The remaining two thugs, paralyzed with fear, were mere dockworkers or petty criminals, utterly unprepared to face the bizarre and terrifying death unfolding before them. They dropped their weapons and fled, and Jedi had no intention of wasting his magic on them. Spitting contemptuously at their retreating figures, he turned towards the two girls he had just saved. "Mr. Jedi Lux." Before he could utter a word, the girl hiding behind the other exclaimed joyfully, her face streaked with soot and tears. "It's really you. I'm Penny." Jedi squinted, recognizing the herbalist's familiar visage. Though she was clad not in her scholar's robe, but merely a thin long-sleeved linen shirt, making her appear even younger. "Thanks to the protective blessings of the Guardian, it is a relief to see you unharmed." "Scholar Penny," Jedi replied sincerely, a smile breaking across his face. Witnessing a familiar face escape death was always a heartening experience. "Is this young lady your friend?" Penny hesitated briefly before nodding vigorously. "Yes. Felicity Hall is my best friend. Without her help, I would not have managed to escape here." "I see. Let us move quickly. This place is far too perilous," Jedi urged the two girls. "Not a single step behind. We must reach the docks to find a ship to leave." He then addressed the recently arrived, somewhat pale Lakosa. "Lakosa, please keep an eye on them. I will clear the way." I understand, Master Jedi. Leave the rear guard to me." The Lakosa sorcerer responded with a deep breath. Jedi waved his arm, signaling everyone to follow, and then sprinted towards an alley that had yet to be blocked by raging flames. Suddenly, a burly man burst from a nearby room, his face twisted in a cruel grimace. Wielding a butcher's knife, with blood splattered from his elbows down, Jedi pivoted to evade the incoming blade, swiftly drawing his sword, the short blade slicing through the man's abdomen. The brute fell with a howl, and Jedi leaped over the twitching body, continuing his forward march without a glance back. Penny's face turned pale with terror, her legs buckling, only managing to step past the dying assailant with the help of another girl. The Lakosa sorcerer hesitated momentarily, then raised his hands, thumbs pressed together, murmuring a brief incantation. Searing flames erupted from his outstretched fingers, fanning out towards the buildings on either side. After running a few dozen meters, Jedi glanced back to see the alley's entrance engulfed in flames, a bitter pang of regret stirring within him. While the Lakosa sorcerer's burning hand had indeed thwarted the threat of the assailants pursuing them, it had also extinguished any chance of escape down this path, a decision that could hardly be deemed selfless. Nevertheless, Jedi did not harbor thoughts of reproach towards Lakosa in the face of life and death. Each individual could only do what was within their capability, and saving others was an arduous endeavor. Just moments prior, Jedi had contemplated standing idly by as two girls fell victim to the attackers. But had their venomous curses not provoked him to a breaking point, he would likely have brushed past Penny, their fates forever unentwined. The chaos at the docks was no less than that in the harbor district. Several ships were ablaze, while more were hastily casting off lines. Some vessels had their ropes tied too tightly, proving difficult to untangle, as the shipowners, faces contorted with rage, commanded their sailors to hack away with axes, desperately trying to prevent the mob and fleeing crowds from boarding. The clashing of blades, screams, and pleas crescendoed into a cacophony, as the once rational refugees morphed into marauders, wielding scythes, clubs, and axes in a frenzy of carnage. Witnessing a woman clutching a child being felled, Jedi's fury ignited once more, compelling him to step forward, only to be seized by the Lakosa sorcerer's grip on his arm. "Master Jedi, we cannot save everyone. We must move quickly." "Over there, I see a ship about to depart," Penny admonished sharply, while the girl accompanying her seethed with indignation. Yet Jedi's expression remained dark and cold, mirroring the tone of his words, "If you cannot bear to witness, then look away. But for those of us who see, I cannot abide it. Stay here. Do not leave, and allow me to go alone." In the ensuing minutes, Jedi conjured a terrifying turmoil at the docks with his dark banner. By the time he returned, cradling a blood-soaked child, over 100 lives had perished amidst the chaos behind him. "The child's mother is beyond salvation," Jedi declared with an icy tone. "Lakosa, where is that ship you mentioned?" "It has already departed," Lakosa replied weakly. "That was the last vessel affiliated with the Sorcerer's Guild. It appears our escape will be fraught with difficulty. For a sorcerer, nothing is insurmountable," Jedi retorted defiantly, then handed the bloodied child to the girl beside him, clutching a wooden stick. "Miss Felicity, discard that useless club and take the child." Bewildered, she accepted the child, watching as Jedi produced 2 charred, blackened objects that emitted a burnt aroma. Chapter 28. Escape from the Port City of Arius, Part 2. The 2 scorched calves dispatched over 30 armed assailants, momentarily restoring a semblance of calm to one corner of the chaotic docks. Whether it was the sailors aboard the merchant ships struggling to prevent the marauders from boarding, or the refugees crying out in desperation, all were momentarily stunned, witnessing the transformation of the previously rampaging assailants into mere fragments of flesh. Some distance away, a dozen individuals, severely injured by the magical onslaught, writhed on the ground, at least half of whom would likely suffer lifelong disabilities even with timely aid. A magician, the shipowner, seasoned by experience, recognized the supernatural force responsible for this carnage. Thus, when his sailor attempted to halt a plainly dressed middle-aged man, accompanied by a boy and 2 girls, one of whom clutched a child of 2 or 3 years, from boarding the deck, the shipowner rushed out from the cabin, forcefully shoving the sailor aside. "Master Sorcerer, I am Trevor, captain of the Dawn Sea Wolf, representing the North Lakoko Trading Company. I extend my deepest respects to you." The shipowner spoke with as much humility as he could muster, bowing deeply. "How may I serve you?" "We wish to depart Arius and disembark at the next port where your ship halts," Lakosa stated in a reserved yet authoritative tone. Compared to the seemingly youthful Jedi Luke, the 30-something Lakosa carried a more imposing presence, and as one of the 4 intermediate sorcerers of the Arius Sorcerers Guild, his demeanor and tone befitted that of a superior. "The Dawn Sea Wolf is at your service, my lord," Trevor exclaimed, relieved, as he feared the sorcerer might demand they sail to a distant port. The Dawn Sea Wolf was not a deep-sea merchant vessel. It carried no more than 20 sailors, and only the first and second mates had received some combat training. Even resisting a group of marauders was a formidable challenge, let alone confronting a fearsome sorcerer. "Take aboard more women and children. There is still space on the ship," Jedi interjected suddenly. Trevor furrowed his brow. The Dawn Sea Wolf had just completed unloading its cargo and appeared incapable of departing fully loaded. While it could accommodate dozens or even hundreds of refugees, such an endeavor promised no profit and would only invite considerable trouble. That he instinctively displayed a refusal on his face. Lakosa did not grant him the opportunity to speak. A finger crackling with countless tiny arcs of lightning nearly jabbed Trevor's plump face. "Did you not hear Master Jedi's command? Captain, a jolt of electricity can aid in restoring one's hearing. Would you care to give it a try?" Trevor nearly soiled himself in fright, his neck stiffening as he trembled. I understand, Master Sorcerer. Please forgive me." He cautiously stepped back, distancing himself from the flickering finger. "I shall lower the gangplank at once and allow the refugees to board. However," he added with a wry smile, spreading his hands, "just half an hour ago, the captain of the Sea Eagle displayed similar generosity, only for his ship to be overwhelmed by countless refugees. That it was unclear who ignited the sails and cabin, but the entire vessel was consumed in flames, resulting in over 200 deaths. Maintaining order is not your concern, Captain," Jedi said, gripping the ship's railing and peering down at the regaining chaos on the docks. "Upon hearing my command, you need only lower the gangplank." A freezing ray turned a hulking assailant into an ice sculpture, while 3 crimson magical missiles struck the butcher, threatening a mother and daughter. The source of these spells was unmistakable, emanating from 2 sorcerers leaning against the merchant vessel's hull. Under the threat of their staves, the crowd gathered before the Dawn Sea Wolf began to slowly retreat, none daring to face the deadly force of the terrifying magic. In contrast, remaining on the dock seemed a more favorable choice. "The Dawn Sea Wolf can accommodate 100 individuals," Jedi's voice boomed with unusual clarity. enhanced by a microsonic blast, a weakened version of the second-tier spell Dallas's terrifying noise, overpowering the din of the bustling crowd. This ship will temporarily dock at the island of Claw Injury, 100 nautical miles away, which belongs to the Spark family. Those wishing to board immediately form a line, with women and children under 12 given priority. A stir arose from the crowd. We all want aboard. A voice cried out. You must allow. Everyone, step aside. Jedi suddenly bellowed, raising his right hand, a swirling orb of crimson light pulsating in his palm. Gasps erupted as the crowd parted, revealing a pale-faced, diminutive man. This ship can only accommodate 100 individuals. Exceeding that number will plunge all aboard into grave peril. Jedi announced, each word deliberate. Captain Trevor just informed me that the merchant vessels at the docks initially planned to rescue some refugees, believing it a simple act that could save many lives. However, certain individuals incited chaos, resulting in the Sea Eagle being set ablaze, thus prompting other merchant ships to refuse boarding refugees. Tell me, what is your purpose in this? The small man's face grew increasingly ashen. You are spouting nonsense, he shouted defiantly. You clearly do not intend to assist everyone here. Everyone. Jedi gestured broadly with his hands, forming a large circle. Are you referring to the 75,000 residents of Arius? With this small vessel? The answer to this question is exceedingly evident. The diminutive figure's countenance darkened further, as if he wished to utter something more. However, Jedi had grown weary of his theatrics and carelessly flicked his hand, which cradled a blood-red orb. Downward, the small man emitted a shrill, agonizing cry, akin to that of a creature being torn asunder. Before turning to flee, the crimson orb fell to the ground, shattering like a bubble amidst the fearful gazes of many refugees. That was merely a variant of the minor illumination spell. An apprentice-level magic, Jedi shrugged, informing the pallid-faced Penny and her companions. I had no intention of slaughtering refugees. Why would I employ an area of effect lethal spell? For the next several minutes, 100 women and children boarded the vessel in a steady stream along the narrow gangway. Jedi Lux and the wizard Lakos stood on either side of the gangway, their wands unwaveringly aimed at the crowd below. Magic posed a far more terrifying threat than swords and knives. And although there were still instances of raucous behavior, the unrest never escalated. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted from behind the crowd. All ships are prohibited from leaving port. A loud voice bellowed. Everyone drop your weapons and squat down, or face lethal force. They have finally arrived, Jedi remarked to Captain Trevor, shrugging his shoulders. What are we waiting for? Cast off and set sail. Captain Trevor dared not inquire further, bowing deeply before retreating to the cabin to issue orders to depart. The Dawn Sea Wolf swiftly retracted the gangway, untied the mooring ropes, and a sailor atop the mast called out, as the ship hoisted its sails and gradually sailed out of the harbor. A battalion of fully armed soldiers from the city guard of Elias promptly pushed through the crowd and arrived at the dock, led by Baron Kixuvela, who bore twin swords at his waist. After receiving reports of a wizard's presence in the port district, this acting lord had abandoned his firefighting duties to rally his troops, yet he still arrived a moment too late. Left to watch helplessly as the Dawn Sea Wolf billowed its sails and sped towards the open sea, Baron Kixuvela drew his sword and shouted something in the direction of the ship. But his voice was drowned out by the tumult of the waves and the clamor of the dock, rendering it inaudible. This provided Captain Trevor with some solace, for neither the wizard nor the acting lord of Elias was someone he could afford to offend as a mere merchant ship captain. In an instant, the Dawn Sea Wolf had exited the harbor and entered the expansive ocean. As the vastness of the open sea unfolded before him, with whitecaps rolling and the sky merging with the water. Jedi Lux could not help but let out a long sigh, a wave of genuine joy rising within him. However, his good mood was swiftly dispelled by Miss Felicity's exclamation of dismay. Oh, gods above! Master Jedi, we are not yet out of danger. Look over there. Following Miss Felicity's, Jedi turned to see a distant ship silhouette faintly appearing, making its way towards the port city of Elias. Due to the distance, he could discern only that the vessel boasted 3 masts, its double-decked structure bristling with crossbows and catapults, while large oars protruded from its sides, resembling a colossal centipede resting upon the sea's surface. That is the Empire's navy, a Griffin-class alchemical ocean warship, either the Victory or the Dawn. Captain Trevor emerged from the cabin, a smile gracing his features as he explained, "Do not worry, my dear wizard. The Empire's navy never expends effort chasing after a merchant vessel. Surely there is nothing aboard that would warrant their attention. Jedi furrowed his brow, yet before he could respond, Miss Felicity awkwardly cleared her throat beside him. Do not be so certain, Captain Trevor. Now, not only Captain Trevor but also Jedi and Wizard Lakos turned their gazes toward Miss Felicity, while only Penny, with a somewhat stiff expression, turned away, seemingly focused entirely on the small child she cradled. Miss Felicity, what do you mean by that? Jedi inquired, his tone betraying a hint of frost, his gaze sharp as a blade. Being treated so by a wizard was undoubtedly uncomfortable, and even Captain Trevor began to perspire at the tension, yet Miss Felicity appeared unfazed. My identity is somewhat special, thus a certain acting lord will undoubtedly request the Empire's navy to pursue us, she stated with a smile. Producing a tourmaline seal from her bosom, which she presented to Jedi Lux with both hands. This is the Lord Seal of the port city of Elias, entrusted to me by my father before he fell into a coma. By the way, my name is Felicity Hoffman, the only daughter of the Lord of Elias. Chapter 29. On the endless sea, the griffin's wing is clipped. The sea breeze was biting and laden with moisture. Jedi Lux stood on the foredeck of the Dawn Sea Wolf, squinting pleasantly as he watched several sailors scampering up the rigging. Not far behind him, in the ship's cabin, the first mate, a burly seaman, gripped the helm. Guiding the Sea Wolf through the waves, heading westward, the Isle of Slicing Wounds lay in a corner of the endless sea's Silvermoon Bay, approximately 4 nautical miles from the second largest port city of Westwind County, North Rococo Port, belonging to the family estate of Sir Spark, the president of the North Rococo Trading Association. This merchant association president, who had risen from humble beginnings, is a somewhat legendary figure in the commercial realm of the Griffin Empire. Although the North Rococo Trading Association does not rival the Golden Scales Association, which is blessed by the Just Lord, it certainly ranks among the top 5 in the empire. Even more legendary is the fact that this president possesses not only exceptional business acumen, but also a keen eye for political investments. During the 5 years of the North Rococo Trading Association's rise, he heavily bribed the governor and military commander of Westwind County, subsequently establishing relations with Thomas Anra, the Death Gaze, who guards the Tavalon Fortress. With the support of this formidable national hero, President Spark quickly attained a knighthood, securing the Isle of Slicing Wounds as his family's hereditary territory, as well as a charter to trade with the Abraham Desert Savage tribes at the holy city of Fatigel. Captain Trevor is evidently a loyal supporter of President Spark, and after departing the port city of Elias, he leaned closer to Jedi, chattering on about the president's exploits. Fortunately, the ship was sailing smoothly, and Jedi's spirits remained high following his escape from Elias, preventing him from reprimanding Captain Trevor and allowing for an engaging discussion about President Spark's commercial tactics. Lookout reports, no vessels in the eastern direction. The lookout's announcement from above the mast brought a sigh of relief from Captain Trevor, who rang a bell, prompting a sailor to deliver a simple breakfast. A few slices of dry bread, jam, porridge, and finely shredded salted orange peel. Captain Trevor, already famished, began devouring the bread while addressing Jedi. My Lord Wizard, I truly should not be serving you such humble fare, but life aboard a ship is just like this. Once we reach the Isle of Slicing Wounds, I shall treat you to the local delicacies. Jedi gently shook his head. This is quite sufficient. He lifted the bowl of porridge to his lips, the steaming oat-scented liquid invigorated him. Had the refugees in the hold received their breakfast? He inquired casually. As per your instructions, we prepared breakfast for them all. Captain Trevor replied respectfully, to be honest, you are far too generous to those impoverished souls. Even a simple meal for 100 people costs a full 3 silver crowns. It is simply that you are unwilling to shoulder that minor loss. Jedi scoffed at Captain Trevor's grievances. Once we reach the Isle of Slicing Wounds, I will pay you 10 golden griffins as fare. You should feel reassured now, yes. How could I impose upon you for such an expense? Serving you, my Lord Wizard, is our duty, Captain Trevor replied with a smile, as long as you agree to meet with our association as President Spark once we arrive at the Isle of Slicing Wounds. That would be a reward far more valuable than a handful of golden griffins. President Spark wishes to meet me. Jedi raised an eyebrow in surprise. I believe this is the first time I have heard that name. Does he know me? Of course, the President has been well aware of your reputation for some time. Unfortunately, he has yet to meet you in person. Just as Captain Trevor's flattery began, Jedi silenced him with a decisive gesture. My name and identity are secrets. Even the president of the Elias Wizards Guild, Huzali, is not very clear on them. President Spark is far away in North Rococo Port. How could he know my name, let alone have heard of me for so long? Jedi's inquiry caused beads of sweat to form on Captain Trevor's brow, rendering his words incoherent. I sincerely apologize, my Lord Wizard. I really do not know how to address you. Just speak frankly, Jedi commanded in a calm tone. Well, the true reason is that the President has been threatened by some nefarious necromancers. These individuals, calling themselves the Harbingers of Death, demand that the President surrender a substantial fortune for their use, or they will unleash curses and necromantic magic, transforming North Rococo Port into a graveyard. Trevor's, the shipmaster, spoke rapidly, his voice tinged with anxiety as he recounted the reasons for his distress, before collapsing into his seat, perspiration beading on his forehead, which he dabbed with a white silk handkerchief. Jedi found himself inexplicably amused, repeating, "The Death Herald?" It seemed he was becoming increasingly entangled with this organization. I was unaware that the Death Herald also engaged in extortion. Is there anyone who can ascertain their identities? Trevor shook his head ruefully. The identity of a mage is of utmost nobility. Although our esteemed leader has 2 mage friends, their power pales in comparison to yours and Lord Lycosa's. According to their subsequent analysis, the magic employed by those individuals indeed harbored the essence of death. Though its level is difficult to discern, however, it certainly does not fall below the 2nd tier. So it's merely 2nd-tier magic? Such a Death Herald? Jedi mused for a moment before making a decisive choice. Very well. I shall meet your esteemed President Spark, but I cannot guarantee anything afterwards. By the gold coins, thank you ever so much, esteemed mage. Thank you. Trevor's exclaimed in rapid succession, eager to lavish praise with his honeyed tongue. But a sudden shout from above cut off his words. Lookout reports. A vessel has appeared to the rear. Distance, 3,000. Jedi sprang to his feet and strode to the stern, squinting at the water's surface behind them. At first, he saw nothing, but soon a vague white emerged against the azure sky. Is that the Empire's navy pursuing us? Trevor's rushed over, followed closely by the 2nd mate of the Sea Wolf. It's quite possible, he said, lifting a bronze spyglass to his eye, then clicking his tongue in frustration. It's too far to see clearly, but it seems to be moving faster than the Sea Wolf. No merchant vessel in Silvermoon Bay can outpace the Sea Wolf of Dawn. Unless, the 2nd mate pondered aloud. Unless it's an alchemical warship of the Empire, came the voice of the 1st mate from the cabin. Gentlemen, worry not. There's an old saying among seamen, a ship chased by the wind will endure over time. Though the alchemical warship may be slightly faster, the Sea Wolf is not far behind. As long as the wind maintains its current strength, a distance of 3,000 will suffice to see us through the day. When night falls, we can use the cover of darkness to shake them off. Chapter 30. On the endless sea, the Griffin's wings are clipped throughout the day. All sailors and passengers aboard, the Sea Wolf of Dawn, remained in a state of heightened tension. The pursuing shadow grew larger. Initially, the white expanded at a maddeningly slow pace, but after noon, as the wind began to wane, it accelerated to a worrying degree. By evening, the outline of the alchemical warship was clearly discernible from the stern deck. With towering masts, nearly 100 oars, and a double-deck structure making it a veritable behemoth. In stark contrast, the 40-meter-long Sea Wolf appeared as nothing more than a mere skiff that a flag bearing the emblem of a golden griffin, crowned regally, fluttered atop the highest mast of the alchemical warship. Jedi, borrowing the bronze spyglass from the pale-faced Trevors, peered through it for some time, recognizing the insignia emblazoned on the flag. Undoubtedly, it was the mark of the Empire's navy. Soon, the identity of the alchemical warship was unveiled, and to their dismay, it was neither the Victory nor the Dawnbringer, but rather the newly outfitted Tempest from the Aleutian shipyard, boasting superior speed and tonnage compared to its counterparts. Jedi turned to gaze at the sunset, a fiery orb descending towards the bow of the Sea Wolf, its descent maddeningly slow. It was difficult to fathom whether the Sea Wolf could endure until sundown at this pace. How far away are they? He called out to the lookout above. After a few seconds, a hoarse reply came back. Lookout reports. Distance, 750. The 1st mate once again stepped onto the deck, with the 2nd mate now at the helm. Sir, we must prepare for battle, the quintessential seafaring man said in a low voice. In no more than 20 minutes, the Sea Wolf will be within range of the alchemical warship's crossbows and catapults. If we do not have a sound plan, the Sea Wolf may not withstand even a couple of volleys. What can you do now? Jedi gestured towards the bow. Can't we increase our speed any further? There is little we can do. The waters are open, and the wind is not fierce. Merely adjusting the sails won't create enough distance. If we take a risk, I could execute a lateral maneuver just before entering their range, which might provide a slight reprieve. But it would only buy us a few minutes and would divert the Sea Wolf from its course. That would be far too perilous for a coastal merchant vessel. Jetty felt a surge of frustration, wanting nothing more than to spit into the sea. The first mate was right. The Sea Wolf of Dawn had exerted itself to the limit, its sails fully inflated, reaching nearly the maximum speed for a two-masted ship. However, when compared to the alchemical warship, the disparity was glaringly evident. The Tempest was steadily closing the distance, and Jetty could already make out the bustling sailors on its double deck. The dying rays of the sun casting a foreboding crimson hue upon the formidable vessel. After a quarter of an hour of pursuit, the distance between the two ships had dwindled to less than 500, approximately 750 meters in terrestrial terms, for the cutting-edge crossbows mounted on the alchemical warship. 750 meters was within testing range. However, perhaps due to orders given to the Tempest's captain, no command to fire was issued, as they continued to close in at full speed, seemingly preparing to outmaneuver the Sea Wolf and achieve victory through boarding. The Empire's Griffin-class alchemical warship was crewed by 400 men, including 200 oarsmen, 100 crossbowmen and catapult operators, and 100 combat sailors, given that naval combat is far more challenging than land engagements. The Empire's combat sailors were predominantly elite warriors, with 4 leading sailors possessing the strength of aspiring knights, coupled with the knightly first mate, second mate, and a captain of high knightly prowess alongside a mid-tier mage aboard. Their collective strength could easily overpower any armed merchant vessel. The Sea Wolf of Dawn, of course, could not engage the Tempest in a boarding battle. Its only advantage lay in the superior quantity and quality of its mages. Yet this advantage was rendered moot by the threat posed by the crossbows and catapults. Lacosa, the mage, emerged onto the deck with a furrowed brow as a mid-tier mage. He lacked the means to strike targets over several hundred meters away. If President Huseli or Master Sopa were present, they too would find themselves at a loss. Only a select few archmages could wield magic with such extensive range, and Jetty Lux was certainly not among them. Just a month prior, he had been a mere bellboy in a hotel, clever and resourceful enough to manipulate the greedy archmage to his own ends, leading to the latter's demise. Yet he was powerless against the encroaching alchemical warship. As the distance closed to a mere 300 meters, the lookout suddenly shouted again, "Fog bank sighted. Distance 1,000. The first mate immediately looked up and asked loudly, "Where is the fog bank? How extensive is its coverage?" "To the southwest. The boundary is not visible." Jetty hastened towards the bow. The sun nearly dipped below the horizon. To his left, a hazy expanse of white fog loomed, stretching endlessly before him. "Hard to port. Full speed ahead," the first mate shouted excitedly. "We have a chance." Into the fog. The Sea Wolf of Dawn promptly turned left, yet the wind caused its speed to slightly diminish, allowing the Tempest to close in by another 50 meters. More troubling was the fact that the lookout aboard the Tempest had also spotted the fog bank. To prevent the Sea Wolf from escaping, the 2 crossbows at the bow of the Tempest fired simultaneously, with 2-meter-long bolts whistling past the Sea Wolf's deck, one piercing deep into the cabin, gravely injuring the second mate at the helm, while the other severed several rigging lines, nearly bringing down the mainsail of the Sea Wolf. "Oh, damn it, this won't do," the second mate groaned as 2 sailors helped him below deck to bandage his wounds. The first mate rushed to the damaged cabin to take over the helm, urgently telling Jetty, "Sir, think of something. If the Tempest fires again, we are finished." "I understand." Jetty returned to the stern, squinting at the imposing silhouette of the Tempest, then raised his hands, casting a veil of darkness over the waters behind the Sea Wolf. This amplified, dark banner spell nearly drained all of Jetty's mental energy, causing his body to sway unsteadily as he grasped the railing for support. Feeling a tingling sensation as the magic from the eternal castle rapidly replenished his strength, the Tempest, noticing the unnatural darkness, had a figure rise on its deck, raising a staff and unleashing a brilliant white light. Only to be swiftly engulfed by the encroaching darkness, the ship's mage attempted another spell, a fiery explosion striking the center of the darkened area, but resulting in only a faint, muffled sound. Casting a spell, and all we hear is a wet squelch. The first mate, with a boisterous laugh, was soon joined by a chorus of laughter from over a dozen sailors, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere. "Steady now. Onward," he exclaimed excitedly, his arms bulging with veins as he firmly gripped the helm, steering the ship, the Sea Wolf, swiftly into the misty region, due to the failure of the magical countermeasures. The gale spent a full 5 minutes navigating around the dark zone. and by the time they managed to pick up the Sea Wolf's trail again, it was too late to prevent the brave merchant vessel from plunging into the fog. The captain of the gale was nearly driven mad with rage, bellowing orders to continue the pursuit, vowing to crush that detestable little ship to smithereens. This time, he issued a death warrant. All crossbows and catapults were to fire at full strength upon sighting the Sea Wolf, disregarding any concerns for the safety of Lord Alias's seal. However, the captain of the gale was met with disappointment. Once they entered the fog, visibility became murky and indistinct. The lookout strained to keep his eyes wide open, yet could scarcely see 100 meters ahead. To spot a medium-sized merchant ship at such a close range was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Let us search for half an hour, then withdraw from the fog, the captain commanded, his tone tinged with frustration. He returned to the captain's quarters, seething with rage as he seized a tin rum flask, gulping down the rich, potent liquor. What he did not realize was that directly in the path ahead of the gale, countless hidden reefs lurked beneath the waves, like predatory beasts revealing their menacing claws. Chapter 31. The Endless Sea. The Griffin's Wing Broken, Part 2. Upon breaching the shadowy, oppressive fog, the Sea Wolf lowered all its sails, causing its speed to plummet immediately. The cacophony of flapping canvas and creaking ropes that accompanied their prior fervent chase faded into silence. Under the first mate's orders, all sailors held their breath, crouching on the deck, while the lookout, motionless, sealed his lips, his sharp eyes still scanning the nearby waters. In an instant, the ship was as still as if it had sailed into a graveyard. The first mate lowered his voice to speak to Jedi. According to the charts, we should be near the Starfall Reefs. We must remain silent and hope that Lady Luck favors the Sea Wolf, sparing it from being swept into the hidden rocks by the currents. And if the gale comes in after us, what then? Jedi inquired softly, skepticism lacing his tone. The chances of encountering them are minimal. If we do, it would spell doom for the Sea Wolf and all of us, the first mate explained, revealing a grin of yellowed teeth stained by chewing tobacco. The most likely outcome is that we find nothing at all, however. There is a scenario we all await, the gale crashing headlong into the reefs, meeting a shattering demise. The sorcerer Rakos couldn't suppress a smile. That may not be so easy. Every Griffin-class alchemical warship of the Imperial Navy is equipped with at least one mid-level sorcerer, and there are numerous magical means to detect reefs. The first mate shook his head. If this were any other place, you would be entirely correct. But here, within the Starfall Reefs, the fog greatly interferes with detection spells. To be frank, the North Lakoko Trading Company has lost at least 3 ships here. Aside from proving that detection magic cannot ascertain the exact locations of the reefs, we have gained little else. Before the first mate could finish, a series of sounds echoed across the water, oars striking the waves, followed by the creaking of the mast, the flapping of sails, and the sailors' calls to one another. The dim light glided past, less than 200 meters from the Sea Wolf, and Jedi squinted until he discerned the source. A magical lantern atop the mast of the gale, typically capable of illuminating several hundred to even 1,000 meters, yet now barely visible even at 200 meters. Damn it! The fog is too thick here, a voice called from the direction of the gale. I can't see anything. Keep moving forward, at a slow pace. That cunning little fish probably dares not compete with her speed. Having lowered sails to hide somewhere in the mist, another voice replied. The first mate silently spat, mouthing a curse. Cunning scoundrels, may you collide with the reefs. Jedi smiled faintly, just as he was about to respond similarly with gestures. A dreadful grinding noise erupted, akin to a thunderclap. The first mate leapt from the deck, his face flushed with excitement, nearly incoherent with joy. The waves below, they struck a reef. Those fools. The gale has run aground. The first mate was not mistaken. The series of thunderous cracks was the sound of the ship's keel snapping against the rocks. The alchemical warships of the Griffin Empire had regressed significantly compared to centuries past. The legendary vessels that once soared through the skies were now confined to the surface of the sea. And the alchemical wood, once claimed to rival the strength of adamantine, had lost much of its former resilience. Though superior to ordinary timber, it was no match for the hard rocks, resulting in the inevitable breaking of the keel upon violent collision. Raise the sails. That ship's keel is broken. They are surely doomed. The first mate commanded with a beaming smile. We must swiftly depart from here. A night's journey will be enough to reach the Dagger Wound Isles. No. Wait a moment, Jedi interjected suddenly, pointing towards the direction of the gale's grounding. Are we really just going to leave? Let those Imperial Navy sailors languish in the icy waters to meet their fate? That would be the most dreadful way to die. I've seen worse, like being devoured by sharks. The first mate muttered reluctantly. Sorcerer, if I were you, I would stow away any unnecessary sympathy. The Sea Wolf cannot accommodate 400 robust sailors. Even if it could, should they revolt, they could easily overpower our meager crew. Jedi hesitated longer this time. The cries for help from the direction of the grounded Gale filled the air. Panic and despair echoed like a chilling wind piercing everyone's hearts. Finally, he sighed heavily. I cannot bear to watch so many perish. First mate, does the Sea Wolf have any lifeboats and spare sea charts? Please prepare them for me. I intend to go speak with those people. The first mate cast a pained glance at Captain Trevor, and upon receiving a clear nod of agreement, called over two sailors. You two, lower the lifeboat from the stern, then accompany the sorcerer to that location, and be cautious. I'll accompany Master Jedi. 2 staves are more intimidating than 1. The sorcerer Rakos suddenly chimed in. Following suit, Felicity Hoffman stepped forward, her blonde hair framing a determined face as she proclaimed. I want to go as well. I need to confront the captain of the Gale and demand to know why he obeys the commands of a petty thief who usurped power from my father and pursues me. The rightful heir of the Hoffman family. Minutes later, the lifeboat tethered to the Sea Wolf's stern was lowered into the water, with 2 sailors skillfully wielding their oars as they rowed toward the side of the Gale's grounding. Jedi Lux and the sorcerer Rakos stood side by side at the bow of the boat, their staves firmly gripped, poised for any conflict. Meanwhile, Felicity Hoffman and the herbalist Penny sat in the middle of the small boat. The former gripping the sides tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain, while the latter busily organized her herbal satchel, filled to the brim with healing herbs and bandages, hoping to tend to any sailors injured in the grounding. Fortunately, amidst the misfortune, the Gale did not completely sink after running aground. Instead, it became wedged between 2 reefs. Although the ship's keel had cracked, causing it to break in 2, a small portion of the deck remained above the waterline. Over 200 surviving sailors crowded on the deck, some shouting in despair and cursing, while others plunged into the frigid waters, desperately searching for salvageable supplies. The captain of the Gale, High Knight Regic, sat in a corner of the deck, his expression vacant, while a robed sorcerer stood beside him. Both bore expressions of incredulous madness, one due to the irretrievable loss of his alchemical warship, the other for having just cast a detection spell, yet failing to uncover the reefs lurking so near. It was a sharp irony indeed. The sound of oars striking the water drew the attention of many sailors, who turned in astonishment to see a lifeboat emerging from the mist. At its bow stood 2 sorcerers wielding staffs, followed by a young girl dressed as a herbalist and a finely attired noblewoman. The 2 sailors from the Sea Wolf were overlooked. I am Rakos, a mid-level sorcerer of the Alias Mage Guild, the elder sorcerer called out, raising his voice. Which of you is the captain of this alchemical warship? The sailors' gazes converged upon Knight Regic, who, with a dazed expression, lifted his head and offered a sorrowful smile to the sorcerer Rakos. I am the captain of the Gale, Regic. Our vessel, the Sea Wolf, is a merchant ship, Captain Regic, who commanded you to lead the Imperial Navy warship in pursuit of us. The sorcerer Rakos demanded sternly. What position does he hold within the Imperial Navy? And what legitimate reason did he provide? Regic found himself momentarily speechless. The Imperial Navy, in contrast to the various lords of the Empire, bore no responsibility to the local nobility or lords, no matter their station. Because this troop is directly subordinate to the Griffin Emperor, no one, apart from the naval governor appointed by the Emperor and the envoy holding the Emperor's decree, possesses the authority to mobilize even a single ship or sailor of the Imperial Navy. The acting lord of the port city of Alias, Baron Kixiuvra, naturally lacks such power. However, with the addition of Sir Anser, the situation changes. This young nobleman holds a high position within the rebel organization, and commanding the Imperial Navy, which has been deeply infiltrated by the rebels, is certainly within his capabilities. Regac himself is a member of this rebel organization, and his relatively young age has enabled him to become the captain of the newly outfitted alchemical warship, the Xiongfeng. This achievement, of course, is closely tied to the support of the rebel organization. Regac, filled with ambition, ascended to the captaincy, yet he did not foresee that this would mark the beginning of a tremendous misfortune. The sinking of the Xiongfeng heralded a dismal future for Regac. Whether from the rebel organization or the high ranks of the Imperial Navy, none would likely greet him with kindness after the loss of a new alchemical warship. Mage Lakosa raised his voice to reiterate his question, but Captain Regac, already disheartened, showed no intention of responding. merely bowing his head once more in a display of indifference. No answer. It seems the situation is more dire than I had imagined. Jedi scoffed and turned to the pale-faced Miss Felicity. The Imperial Navy, like the port city of Alias, has also been infiltrated by those rebellious nobles. Captain Regak and Baron Kixiovra of Alias are of the same faction, while the chaos and arson in the port district must have been the work of another faction. Thanks to your assistance in bringing out the Lord's Seal, we, the escapees from Alias, are now simultaneously hunted by two factions. The sinking of the Xiong Feng may well be just the beginning. Miss Felicity pressed her lips together. Her arms wrapped tightly around her body, as if sensing the sea breeze had suddenly turned exceptionally cold and biting. Mage Lakosa, what price must I pay if I wish for your help to leave this place? The mage standing behind Regak suddenly spoke up. No price is necessary. Simply signing a contract forbidding the disclosure of our whereabouts will suffice, Mage Lakosa replied in a gentle tone. Master Jedi, in his benevolence, has decided to grant all surviving souls here a chance at life. The Sea Wolf is preparing to head to the Dagger Wound Islands. Aside from a mage, there are 2 spots available for us to depart, after which we shall notify the local lord, Sir Spark, to return with rescue ships and spare nautical charts. This announcement sparked a murmur among the surviving sailors of the Xiong Feng, many displaying evident expressions of gratitude. Yet their gazes also shifted. The prospect of heading to the Dagger Wound Islands for aid, rather than remaining by the reefs and wreckage, starving and awaiting rescue, was undoubtedly a most fortunate opportunity. However, with only 2 spots available and over 200 surviving sailors, securing even a 1% chance was no easy feat. A leading sailor spoke up first, urgency in his tone. Mage Lakosa, my name is Lunda, and I am a squire that I wish to become your follower. May I have this honor? This was indeed an unexpected request. Mage Lakosa and Jedi exchanged glances, both finding the situation somewhat amusing. Due to their frail physiques and lack of close combat prowess, many mages often recruit warriors or knights as followers, such as the follower of President Huzali, who is actually the warrior Adam. Followers bear the obligation to protect the mage with their lives. And in turn, the mage is obliged to assist the follower in times of need. Thus, Lunda's request was quite reasonable. Jedi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement with Mage Lakosa. Given the hasty escape from Alias, both lacked provisions aside from what they had prepared within the secret passage, and with the need to protect the 2 young ladies, Felicity and Penny, they felt particularly short-handed. Although Lunda's loyalty was indeed questionable, once the contract for followers was signed, unless it naturally expired like Adam's after the term, betrayal would incur severe consequences. A 10-year contract, Squire Lunda, is that acceptable? Mage Lakosa intoned solemnly. Certainly. It would be my honor, Lunda replied, beaming as he bowed deeply, and after receiving Mage Lakosa's assent, he leaped from the wreckage of the Xiong Feng onto the lifeboat, witnessing Lunda's success. The second mate of the Xiong Feng could not restrain himself and stepped forward. How? Tianli, Xing. He pointed to his chest, speaking in broken common tongue. Knight, Yahan, can use fighting spirit, 5 years of service for freedom. Jedi cast a curious glance at the black-haired, black-eyed knight. You are a Yahan. What brings you to serve in the navy of the Griffin Empire? Enemies. Kill, powerful, escape. How's expression turned somewhat sorrowful, his gaze icy, as he resembled a drawn sword. Live on, here, sword, exchange for survival. Jedi's face twitched. This Yahan knight appeared to possess a sincere and honest disposition, likely making him an excellent follower. Though deciphering his words seemed quite taxing. Very well, Knight Hao, Tianli, Xing, in the name of Jedi, Lux, I hereby sign the follower's contract with you, and your first task is to learn the common tongue as quickly as possible. You may now board the ship. For the next half hour, Penny attended to over 10 injured sailors, bandaging and applying ointments, until her hands and feet grew weak. Ultimately, the young herbalist had no choice but to leave the remaining salves and bandages behind. Hoping that those sailors who had not yet been properly treated would assist one another to prevent infection. Once matters were settled, the lifeboat swiftly returned to the Dawn Sea Wolf, anchored at the edge of the fog zone. Propelled by the coordinated strokes of 2 wooden oars, Jedi was the first to ascend the rope ladder lowered from the ship, followed by Mage Lakosa, Squire Lunda, and Miss Felicity. When it came time for Penny, due to her fear of heights, it was none other than Jedi's newly appointed follower, Knight Hao, Tianli, Xing, who carried her up. Captain Trevor had long awaited them on the deck, upon seeing Jedi return safely. The smile on his plump face grew even more genuine. Your compassion knows no bounds, Master Jedi. This is truly a case of repaying kindness with kindness, he praised fervently. You will undoubtedly assist Lord Spark in driving away those evil Death Speakers. I am certain he will be immensely grateful and reward you handsomely. The specifics will have to wait until then, Jedi replied, maintaining his composure despite Captain Trevor's flattery. The depth of the Death Speakers is far greater than you can imagine. Should we encounter the Bone Lord or any other necromancer, I would only advise Lord Spark to incur some losses to avert disaster. Haha. No, of course not. How could one casually encounter a great mage, not to mention a grand mage? Even a mage lord is a rare sight. Captain Trevor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Do not be so certain, Mage Lacosa remarked with a hint of sarcasm, then turned to Jedi, Master Jedi, after we reach the Dagger Wound Islands, shall we temporarily refrain from considering the matters of the port city of Alias? Of course not. The cost of hunting me is exorbitant. If I do not let those scoundrels taste some hardship, I am not Jedi. Lux, Jedi declared resolutely. However, no sooner had he spoken than a wave of dizziness suddenly surged in his mind, as if something were swelling to the point of bursting. Jedi emitted a short, pained groan, and then, before the astonished gazes of the others, he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 32. The Castle Opens, A New Journey, Part 1. Jedi, Lux felt his soul cast into the void. An overwhelming sense of weightlessness tearing at his body, akin to the sensation of plummeting from a 100-foot cliff, compelling him to gasp in surprise. In the next moment, his body landed, his feet firmly planted on solid ground. The impact barely registering, Jedi opened his eyes, inhaling the crisp, cool air that bore no trace of the salty sea breeze. A cold yet gentle white light enveloped him, and the throbbing pain in his forehead gradually subsided, leaving him momentarily bewildered. You have done exceptionally well, Jedi, Lux. A voice, ancient and serene, resonated in his ears. The white light receded, his vision expanded. Jedi found himself once again within the pale hall of the Eternal Castle, where numerous columns supported the vast circular dome, and countless stone steps ascended in layers. At the pinnacle of the steps stood a grayish-white throne, its surface adorned with countless lifelike head sculptures, each one screaming in varied expressions, some fearsome, some sorrowful, some despairing, evoking an unsettling chill in the observer. Clad in a red robe, Friedrich stood to the right of the throne, leaning on a staff, a smile gracing his face, his deep-set eyes harboring an indescribable emotion. Upon noticing Jedi raise his head, the old mage placed a hand on his chest, slightly bowing in greeting. Welcome back to the Eternal Castle, Jedi, Lux. Mr. Dish's tone was solemn and elevated, akin to a song, resonating throughout every corner of the Pale Hall. Due to your significant contributions recently, you have gained the recognition of the Eternal Castle, and your current authority is equivalent to that of an acting lord. Significant contributions? Jedi found himself somewhat perplexed. Mr. Dish, when did I make such a monumental contribution? Even the Eternal Guardian under the Lord of Silence could not achieve feats equivalent to yours in such a brief span of time. 572 standard units of human souls, along with a Grand Sorcerer and a highly qualified apprentice. Jedi, Lux, I truly cannot ask more of you. Jedi's eyes widened in astonishment. What? 572? By the gods above, those souls were not taken by my hand. I did nothing. Well, I suppose Master Sopa and that apprentice could indeed be considered my doing. The outcome holds more significance than the process. Whether or not those 572 standard units are directly attributed to you is of little consequence. Revitalizing the crumbling Eternal Castle. That is your monumental contribution, Mr. Dish explained with a smile, then took a sidestep, raising his arm towards the gray-white throne. No one is more deserving of this throne than you, my Lord Acting City Master. Jedi's cheek twitched, while the gray-white throne appeared impressively grand. Its design was undeniably eerie and grotesque. He briefly envisioned a skeletal lich, crowned and draped in tattered robes, seated upon it, and wondered if those grotesque carved faces would not gnaw upon his thighs and back. Mr. Dish first displayed a look of surprise, then burst into laughter, and Jedi realized he had inadvertently voiced his thoughts. A flush of embarrassment rising to his face. Such worries are entirely unnecessary, Jedi. Mr. Dish waved his right hand, and the gray-white throne immediately transformed. The terrifying carvings vanished, replaced by numerous simple, yet profound and beautiful magical runes. See, doesn't this feel more comfortable? Observing Jedi's astonished expression, Mr. Dish offered another gentle smile. The Eternal Castle is neither real nor illusory. It is both all and nothing. Everything can be altered based on our understanding of the world and our mental prowess. You have obtained the qualifications of acting city master of the Eternal Castle. Your authority now nearly equals mine. Such feats are within your grasp, as long as your mental power reaches a comparable level. Jedi eagerly attempted Mr. Dish's method, only to find that his mental power could barely etch a few crude lines upon the throne before faltering. Upon realizing the vast gulf between himself and Mr. Dish, instead of feeling disheartened, a fervent determination ignited within him. Mr. Dish, you must be an extraordinary archmage, Jedi proclaimed with admiration. Archmage? Mr. Dish seemed taken aback by the term, softly repeating it before shaking his head and laughing. Jedi, use your eyes to see. Your heart to ponder. Archmage, me? Is the gap truly so small? Jedi's gaze sharpened slightly as he recalled being mistaken for an archmage by figures such as President Huzali and the sorcerer Lakosar. Though these mages were not particularly impressive, their decades of immersion in the magical arts should not lead to significant errors. If they could mistake him for an archmage, it suggested that the prowess of an archmage was perhaps not as unattainable as he had imagined. The difference between an archmage and a grand archmage was but a single tier, a tier that indeed presented a substantial chasm. However, the difficulty of progression lay primarily in the comprehension of the essence of magic. Rather than mere accumulation of power, some powerful archmages, in terms of combat prowess, were not necessarily inferior to certain weaker grand archmages and might even surpass them. If that were the case, could it be that Mr. Dish had already transcended the realm of grand archmages? Well, Jedi, you are still quite distant from becoming a grand sorcerer at your current stage. Focusing on accumulation and breakthroughs is of utmost importance, Mr. Dish interjected in a timely manner, rousing Jedi from his tumultuous thoughts. Do you not wish to visit your friend? His soul energy has long since met the requirements for casting divine spells, and his injuries have healed several hours ago. Wonderful. Raman has recovered, Jedi exclaimed, nearly leaping in joy. Where is he now? Mr. Dish, I want to see him immediately. Oh, I have relocated him to the Tower of Heroes for treatment. It is far more suitable than the Pale Hall, Mr. Dish said, stroking his pristine beard. Tower of Heroes? Jedi blinked, then turned to survey the hall. What is that place? The Eternal Castle has now regained some functional structures, Jedi. You wouldn't assume that the Lord of Silence's greatest creation is merely this hall, would you? Mr. Dish chided, then slowly descended the stone steps. Come with me, my acting city master. I shall formally introduce you to the Eternal Castle. This was Jedi Lux's first glimpse of the entirety of the Eternal Castle. Upon stepping through the doors of the Pale Hall, the tranquil realm governed by the sleepless guide unveiled a layer of mystery to Jedi. The sky bore neither sun nor the radiant silver moon, nor the enigmatic crimson moon and brilliant stars. A gray mist shrouded everything, and all that was visible were the grand halls emitting a faint white glow, along with 3 surrounding structures. Mr. Dish approached the most towering edifice, resembling a gray-white sword thrusting toward the heavens, with Jedi following closely. The entrance of the tower was a pale golden door, flanked by 2 knightly statues of ancient and imposing design, though Jedi believed them to be ordinary statues. As their eyes suddenly ignited with an eerie green light just as they approached the door, accompanied by a creaking sound from their stone joints as they raised their swords in salute. Salute. Acting City Master, esteemed advisor. The statue on the left intoned in a voice reminiscent of stone scraping against stone. The Tower of Heroes is functioning normally. Please issue your command. The acting city master wishes to enter the Tower of Heroes to inspect the recovery status of Hero No. 67, Mr. Dish announced in a deep voice. Authority verification in progress. Compliance confirmed. Entry permitted. The green light in the statue's eyes flickered several times, then they raised their swords in salute once more, as the pale golden door behind them swung open with a flourish. Warm, gentle white light flooding out and dispelling the surrounding cold, dim mist. Following Mr. Dish, Jedi entered the Tower of Heroes, where a scene of profound awe greeted him. Stone steps spiraled upwards, seemingly endless, like a deep vortex leading to the heavens. On the outer side of the corridor stood narrow silver doors, each marked with a golden number, the closest door to Jedi labeled 101, followed by 102,103. The boy ascended the steps, yet questions clung to his mind like a sticky web. After a few paces, he could no longer contain himself and asked, Mr. Dish, what did you mean by hero number 67? The young man named Raman is the 67th individual to enter the Tower of Heroes for treatment. Hence he has been assigned this designation, Mr. Dish explained with a smile. The existence of the Eternal Castle is beyond verification. Many have served as acting city masters or lords. Rahman is not the first human to enter the Tower of Heroes. And surely he will not be the last. I see, but Jedi furrowed his brow, unsure if he should voice his thoughts. Mr. Dish, why use this term? Hero always evokes a sense of referring to those who have passed away. Oh. Then tell me, what does it mean to be alive? Mr. Dish's tone resembled that of a truly amiable teacher, enlightening a curious student. Is it the ability to breathe, a beating heart, warm blood coursing through veins? Or is it the capacity to think, a free soul, possessing formidable power that draws the world's attention? Why must we oppose the two? Jedi replied, blinking in confusion. Mr. Dish, am I not alive? I breathe, think, possess a free soul. And warm blood flows within me. Sometimes we are left with no choice but to accept less than ideal outcomes. Room 607. This is it. Mr. Dish halted in the middle of the spiral corridor, then gestured toward a nearby silver door with his staff. In the name of Dish Friedrich, open. The door silently slid open, cold black mist billowing forth, causing Jedi to take a startled step back as a terrifying specter of death manifested before him. Two blood-red claws reached out, piercing his eardrums with the shrill screams of souls. Silence. This is not your place. Mr. Dish's voice rang out in shock, and Jedi stumbled backward in the chaos, only for a vivid green light to tear through the darkness, dispelling the phantom of death and revealing Mr. Dish, towering and majestic, with his staff raised in authority. In the next moment, a self-muttering remark utterly shattered the great image Mr. Dish had just established. Oh, damn, this is 608. It seems I have wandered into the wrong room. Chapter 33. The Castle Opens, A New Journey, Part 2. After a rather amusing interlude, Mr. Dish finally managed not to err a second time. This time, as he opened the narrow silver door, no black mist erupted, nor did deathly phantoms emerge. Instead, a steady and composed familiar voice resonated. Is it Master Dish? It seems it is time for me to take my leave. Rumen, Jedi exclaimed with delight, squeezing past Mr. Dish and rushing into the silver narrow door. Are you all right? I am truly sorry. My foolish mistake nearly cost you your life. Little Jedi. The voice was laced with evident joy, and then Jedi was enveloped in darkness as a tall, robust figure appeared before him, powerful arms wrapping tightly around him. It is truly you. How wonderful. The suffocating embrace lasted only a few seconds before Rumen released him, stepping back and executing a perfectly poised knightly salute. In the presence of the Lord of Silence, the Dreamweaver Cuxia, I, the fearsome knight Rumen, Lawrence, pay my respects to the Lord of the Castle and pledge my loyalty. Jedi's eyes widened in shock. Rumen, what is this? What fearsome knight? What loyalty? Rumen has undergone the transformation of the Dark Baptism and has become a fearsome knight. As knight, he is naturally obliged to swear fealty to the Lord of the Eternal Castle. Mr. Dish's voice echoed from behind Jedi. Why? Jedi spun around, his eyes betraying his fury. Mr. Dish, you promised me that you would do your utmost to save Rumen, to restore him to his former self. Indeed, Jedi, I made that promise. Mr. Dish nodded gravely. The cocoon of stasis preserved Rumen's life, and the advanced healing art restored his body. I have fulfilled my promise to you. Then why has Rumen been transformed into a fearsome knight? Jedi's tone grew increasingly intense. Doubt etched across his face. This is a choice your friend made for himself, Mr. Dish stated deliberately. Jedi, I believe you should respect his decision. Jedi's gaze faltered. He took a deep breath and turned back. Rumen, is this true? The tall youth nodded slowly, his gaze unwavering as it fixed on Jedi. Master Dish speaks the truth. Becoming a fearsome knight was a choice I made willingly. Jedi, please accept my loyalty in the name of the acting Lord of the Eternal Castle. I accept. Jedi sighed. Rumen, Lawrence, Jedi, Lux, accept your loyalty and, in the name of the acting Lord of the Eternal Castle, grant you the title of Sir, with lands, to be determined later. Mr. Dish cleared his throat, as if suddenly choked by something. The territory of the Realm of Tranquility is indeed vast. But alas, the population is rather sparse. He patted Jedi on the shoulder. My acting Lord, it all rests upon your efforts. Aside from the restoration of the Eternal Castle, the consumption of the advanced healing art, and the transformation into a fearsome knight, your territory currently boasts 135 specters, 287 battle spirits, 1 junior magic soul, and 1 intermediate magic soul. A promising start, but still far from shedding the title of acting. Jedi, feeling overwhelmed, waved his hand. We will discuss those matters later, Mr. Dish. I wish to have a serious conversation with Rumen now, and I would like you to address some of my questions, if you may. Of course, Mr. Dish nodded. Shall we talk here, or return to the Pallet Hall? Here will suffice. The space behind the silver narrow door was rather small and simply furnished, containing only a bed, a table, and a silver high-backed chair. Were it not for the mysterious alchemical array inscribed on the bed, it would resemble a prison cell. The occupant of this room, the young stableman Rumen, clearly had never left. He was dressed in a simple linen shirt and black trousers, exuding an aura of poise and nobility akin to a renowned knight of noble lineage. Entirely unrecognizable from the servant, he had been just a month prior in the hayloft of an inn. Mr. Dish waved his staff, conjuring two high-backed chairs, and the three of them took their seats across from one another. Mr. Dish then conjured 3 cups of warm red tea, infused with brandy and lemon juice. Their aromatic scent filling the air. He attempted to summon sweet pastries, alchemical bread, and cream cakes. Jetty chuckled and stopped him, for the gravity of their forthcoming discussion rendered the cozy afternoon tea atmosphere wholly inappropriate. Rumen, I truly do not understand why you would make such a choice. Jetty struggled to ignore the warm cup of tea beside him, its fragrant steam too tempting, and endeavored to maintain a serious tone. Mr. Dish has already healed your wounds. Why accept the transformation of the dark baptism? A fearsome knight. Is that still a complete human? I feel quite well now, Jetty. Rumen raised his right arm, clenched his fist, and gray-black, deathly aura erupted from between his fingers with a thunderous crack, creating a tempest that surged forth like a fierce wind from the depths of hell. The aura of martial prowess at the intermediate level is equivalent to the strength of a great knight. Not to mention my once lame right leg. For someone who was content to be a stableman, this feels like a dream come true. Jetty fell silent for a moment. Rumen seemed to have changed. Becoming more confident and unyielding, he was uncertain whether this transformation was for better or worse. But one thing was clear. Rumen had not lost his memories of the past and was exceedingly content with his current state. Master Dish healed my wounds with the advanced healing art. But what of it? I am still a worthless stableman, possessing only brute strength, unable to defeat even 2 trained soldiers. Rumen lowered his hand, continuing in a calm tone. Master Dish conducted a test for me. My magical aptitude is dismal. Forever unqualified to cast first-level spells. My knightly potential is exceptional, yet I missed the prime training period. I am 19 years old now. My bones have set, and there is no possibility of awakening the seed of martial prowess. Even with relentless training and the strictest guidance, I could at most become a squire. A squire is not so bad. After all, Jetty mumbled uncertainly. Indeed, little Jetty, the prospect of becoming a squire was beyond anything I had ever dared to imagine. A lame stableman could hardly harbor such grand ambitions to rise above others. Rumen let out a self-deprecating laugh, sipping his tea and concealing his expression behind the curling white vapor. You ignited the fire of ambition within me, Jetty. Lux. Do you know the profound impact on my spirit the night you blew up the hayloft? The night I blew up the hayloft? Jetty blinked, memories flooding back, laced with a hint of bitterness. Oh, that was when I first successfully cast the Friedrich cow kidney blasting technique. You helped me keep it from the innkeeper and the one-eyed old Vic. And that was when we became the best of friends. Did you know? I once contemplated launching a surprise attack, seizing your throat until you breathed your last, and then claiming that magical notebook for myself. If only my aptitude had not been so abysmal, and I had not been stuck in place for an entire week. Jetty stood abruptly, the force of his movement causing his cup to topple, warm tea spilling everywhere. What, Rumen, you really thought that? To kill me and monopolize that notebook? It was merely a fleeting thought. I had no intention of acting on it. Rumen seemed relieved, a calm smile gracing his dark features. Have you ever entertained a similar notion? Sweet-tongued Jetty, have you ever considered eliminating me, the sole confidant, to ensure your own safety? I have thought about it. Jetty suddenly appeared despondent, the once unshakable bond of friendship now marred by an undeniable crack, causing him to question himself. That is normal. Friendship untested is indeed unreliable. Mr. Dish interjected with a hint of nostalgia. There were 2 individuals who supported each other throughout their lives, relying on one another as both teacher and friend. Their bond profound. They saved each other's lives and vowed to share both fortune and adversity. Yet in the end, one could not withstand the true test, tempted by the allure of eternal life. He betrayed his own mentor, delivering a fatal blow from behind during the mentor's most perilous hour. That revelation was far more severe than having entertained any nefarious thoughts. Jetty and Rumen exchanged glances, then simultaneously inquired, and then, did he achieve eternal life? Then he died, utterly and completely, his bones turned to dust, his soul scattered. Mr. Dish replied, disinterested, before finishing his cup of tea. That was long ago. Let us focus on the present. Honestly, do you not wish for some sweet pastries, freshly baked, fragrant, and crispy, with almonds and walnut bits? Not at all. Jedi resolutely replied, but it truly is delicious. Mr. Dish mumbled in frustration, retreating into his chair and pouring himself another cup of red tea. The somber atmosphere had been utterly shattered by the sweet pastries. When Jedi returned to the original topic, although still feeling a bit awkward, he no longer wallowed in despair and self-doubt. So, you would rather relinquish your humanity and all its pleasures to possess this immense power? Rumen retorted with a feigned cool smile. What have I given up? Humanity encompasses a multitude of identities. Can a stable hand or a waiter truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the aristocracy? As for the delights of fine wine, exquisite dishes, and women, his gaze suddenly turned cynical. I'm not Jedi Luke's of the chiming in. Without a dashing countenance to charm young maidens, to partake in their affections, one must save up half a year's wages and seek out a filthy tavern in the Port District to find a lass who hasn't bathed in months. Chapter 34. The Castle Opens. A New Journey, Part 2. The earnest persuasion between the two friends concluded with a brawl, as the fearful knight Rumen Lawrence, on his first day of sworn allegiance, launched himself into a fierce altercation with the acting Lord Jedi Luke of the Eternal Castle. The two magical statue knights guarding the Spirit Tower were perplexed to see Rumen, already at the level of a great knight, surprisingly find himself at a disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat, grappling with Jedi and rolling into a tangle. Eventually being kicked off the Spirit Tower, tumbling all the way to the base, after Rumen sat up and erupted into a series of genuine, hearty laughs. The two magical knights concluded that Spirit number 67 must have sustained some sort of brain injury during the dark baptism, at least exhibiting some abnormality in his mental faculties. When Jedi descended from the upper levels of the Spirit Tower, huffing with indignation, Mr. Dish was already waiting at the door with a smile, offering him a thin cotton handkerchief to wipe the dust and sweat from his face. Such an amusing oath of allegiance. I have never witnessed its like in centuries, Mr. Dish remarked with a hint of mockery, observing his Jedi cautiously dabbed at a bruise on his lip, grimacing in pain. To defeat a great knight in a fair brawl is indeed a rarity for a magician. What fairness! Jedi adjusted his robes, which had been torn in several places, striving to maintain an image of dignity. That fellow Rumen just charged at me head first. How is that fighting? According to the description, that maneuver is known as the skull charge. Recorded on page 48 of Advanced Golem Combat Techniques, the Sentinel Magical Knight replied in a monotonous, gravelly voice. Jedi was momentarily rendered speechless, huffing heavily before striding out through the grand door of the Spirit Tower. We look forward to serving you again. Acting Lord, echoed the synchronized farewell from the Sentinel Magical Knights behind him. In the subsequent time, Jedi, accompanied by Mr. Dish, visited two other newly opened functional buildings. The Hall of the Departed gathered information on all residents of the Eternal Castle. Ghosts were represented by pale green dots, battle spirits by blue dots, and although there were only 2 magical souls, their brightness surpassed the combined total of over 100 ghostly dots, particularly the intermediate magical soul, which resembled a miniature purple sun. Illuminating the Hall of the Departed, Mr. Dish informed Jedi Luke that, aside from being the heart of the castle, the Hall of the Departed was the most crucial structure within the Eternal Castle. With the Hall of the Departed, Jedi could freely harness a portion of the castle's unique powers, not merely a simple replenishment of mental energy, but the summoning of undead warriors crafted by the Eternal Castle itself. Ghosts, battle spirits, and magical souls could all be summoned directly by Jedi. However, unrefined souls were far too frail. Even the most powerful magical soul could only manifest about 1/10 of its former strength. Taking Master Sopa as an example, it would equate to the prowess of an ordinary intermediate mage. To transform them into genuinely useful allies, one would need to utilize the third building, the primary undead recruitment structure newly opened within the Eternal Castle, the Great Tomb. The Great Tomb, situated to the west of the Hall of the Departed, was the furthest building from the Pale Hall, indicating its lesser importance. Yet, as the only recruitment structure currently available, Jedi had no choice but to place all his hopes upon it. The exterior of the Great Tomb was scarcely reminiscent of its name. Rather than a burial site for the deceased, it resembled a massive military stronghold. Towering 4-meter stone walls and trenches adorned with pale bone spikes protected the structure, while a drawbridge constructed from robust beast bones spanned the trench. leading to the grand entrance shaped like a colossal skull. 20 fully armed skeleton warriors stood guard at the end of the drawbridge. Clad in ancient, rusted bronze armor, their blood-red capes billowing, while their ghastly, serrated bone swords and spears flickered ominously in the gray mist. From any angle, Jedi Luke's could hardly be considered faint-hearted. However, before this building exuding malevolence and strangeness, he hesitated momentarily. "Mr. Dish, do we really have to go in there?" Mr. Dish turned back, his expression a mix of amusement and mirth. "Fear not, Jedi. The Great Tomb is the safest building within the Eternal Castle," the old mage's assertion, juxtaposed against the sternly poised skeleton warriors on the opposite side of the drawbridge, seemed somewhat less than reassuring. Gathering his courage, Jedi took a few steps forward, only to pause again. "Mr. Dish, if we simply walk in like this, won't we encounter any unexpected occurrences?" Mr. Dish tilted his head thoughtfully before replying in a soothing tone. "We won't, Jedi. The skeleton warriors are generally of a lower undead classification, yet their loyalty is among the highest of all undead types. The mid to lower tier zombies are also quite loyal. Among the undead that the Great Tomb can recruit, only the wraiths may be a bit unruly. However, those beings primarily wield spiritual shock. And as long as we remain steadfast, compassionate towards the weak, vanquishing darkness without fear, we shall surely triumph over evil." Jedi suddenly felt an impulse to turn away. "Mr. Dish," he weakly cautioned, "isn't that the Knight's oath? It seems somewhat contradictory to our current identities." "Ah, that is indeed a concern." Mr. Dish stroked his white beard, then waved his staff towards the opposite side of the drawbridge. "In the name of the Lord of Silence, Kushi, I summon the guardians of the Great Tomb." A resounding proclamation echoed from across, emanating from the mouths of dozens of skeleton warriors. The grating sound of bones scraping sent shivers down one's spine. Subsequently, the unit guarding the drawbridge reformed their ranks, encircling Jedi and Mr. Dish in a protective formation. "Now we are absolutely secure." A squad of elite dragon-tooth soldiers is sufficient to withstand a charge from an equal number of high-tier knights. Their swords and spears are made of unique materials that can effectively harm spiritual entities. Even if the entirety of the Great Tomb's wraiths were to revolt, we could still fight our way out. Upon hearing Mr. Dish's resolute guarantee, Jedi suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dizziness, as if the Eternal Castle was not a safe haven after all, if even the so-called safest Great Tomb harbored the unpredictable factor of wraiths. How perilous must the other recruitment buildings be? Perhaps only the omniscient Father God and the slumbering guide Kushi could truly know. The interior of the Great Tomb was far more ominous than its exterior. The walls and columns were constructed from the skulls of humanoid-like beings, their hollow eye sockets seemingly watching intently. Ghostly green flames flickered among the piles of skulls, resembling lost burning stars. A mournful lament echoed continuously in his ears, sending chills deep into Jedi's heart. The 20 elite dragon-tooth soldiers formed a tight wedge formation, marching in unison as Mr. Dish strode confidently ahead, humming an unknown tune that resonated hauntingly. This was utterly dreadful. Several times Jedi mustered the courage to suggest Mr. Dish change the tune, only to clamp his mouth shut upon witnessing Mr. Dish's face, illuminated by the ghostly flames, into a ghastly, pale visage. Fortunately, the arduous journey did not persist for long. Mere minutes later, the core of the Great Tomb unfolded before Jedi looks. The space suddenly expanded, countless ribs and leg bones crisscrossing to form a flat surface, while dark coffins were arranged neatly, resembling innumerable black dashed lines converging towards the center of the hall. A chair resembling the throne in the pale hall was placed there, with its armrests rising to form two pale bone claws, cradling a flawless crystal orb that shimmered with a ghastly green glow. It has been quite some time since I last beheld this. The soul-summoning bone seat, and the moonlit law pearl of the Great Tomb. Mr. Dish sighed wistfully, gesturing towards the chair. "Jedi, take a seat in that bone chair and gently place your hand upon the crystal orb. You will be able to control the recruitment of undead beings from the Great Tomb." Jedi swallowed hard. "Mr. Dish, are you certain that after I complete this, I will not be drained of all my life force by that peculiar chair, turning into a withered corpse?" "Rest assured, my esteemed acting lord of the city. You have already received the acknowledgement of the Eternal Castle." Mr. Dish patted Jedi's shoulder. "This task is one I cannot accomplish for you. Brave youth, confront the malevolence and charge forth." Jedi found himself both amused and perplexed by this oddly comforting statement. Nonetheless, the tension within him did indeed begin to dissipate. He endeavored to steady his trembling steps, and though no one besides Mr. Dish seemed to notice his unease, Jedi was determined not to appear overly timid. Sitting upon the soul-summoning bone seat was not too uncomfortable, albeit it felt somewhat cold and hard. Jedi cautiously adjusted his posture to avoid the tusks of an orc skull pressing against his thighs and rear. Then extended his right hand, fingers splayed, to touch the smooth, flawless surface of the moonlight magic pearl. A faint sting emanated from his fingertips, and suddenly, a translucent green screen materialized before him. The screen flickered several times, revealing 3 columns of images from left to right. The first column contained the most images, all depicting skeletal warriors, including the elite dragon tooth soldiers. At the very bottom of the column, the second column had slightly fewer images, showcasing various forms of zombies and stitched corpses, growing increasingly grotesque as one looked downward. The third column had the fewest images, merely 3, all depicting blood-soaked, distorted, semi-transparent specters. Jedi attempted to touch the topmost image on the left. The screen jolted, transforming into a life-size depiction of a skeletal warrior, its details so vivid that it felt as though it could step forth from the screen at any moment. Beside the image was a brief introduction and combat evaluation of this undead creature, accompanied by a pale green number, 1. Creature name, Decayed Skeleton. Creature level, Commoner. Combat orientation, Melee Guardian type. Combat skills, None. Combat evaluation, Low tier subordinate. The Decayed Skeleton, a rudimentary creation of necromantic magic, serves solely to showcase the marvel and grandeur of death's power, igniting the fervor of apprentices to study necromancy. Perhaps it may eventually become a convenient means of transporting corpses. Such an evaluation made Jedi shake his head with a wry smile, and he slid his finger down to dismiss the image before selecting the depiction of the elite dragon tooth soldier. The screen flickered once more, and the image of a fully armed skeletal warrior surged forth, exuding an almost suffocating aura despite being merely an image. Creature name, Elite Dragon Tooth Soldier. Creature level, Great Knight. Combat orientation, all-round melee type. Combat skills, weighted slash, curse damage, spirit strike, coordinated combat. Special abilities, free movement, high-level anti-magic, immunity to holy light. Combat evaluation, mid-tier superior. The Elite Dragon Tooth Soldier, the strongest undead creature within the skeletal warrior category, is a loyal servant of the Grand Necromancer, proficient in group combat. If amassed in sufficient numbers, it can face the desperate charge of an entire knightly order head-on. Its high-level anti-magic and immunity to holy light are invaluable, rendering numerous mid- to low-tier spellcasters and clergy utterly ineffective. Its only weakness is the exorbitant cost of its creation. Experiments have proven that feeding vast quantities of honey to obtain dragon teeth is utterly futile. Next to the name of the Elite Dragon Tooth Soldier was a blue number 100, along with a line of blood-red small text. Jedi squinted to discern the text, which was inscribed in the ancient Tunguska script, a type of necromancer's writing he had dabbled in. Cannot be manufactured, lacking materials, complete dragon tooth. Instantly, Jedi felt a chill wash over him. The excitement he had just felt upon discovering the Elite Dragon Tooth Soldier's introduction was now replaced by profound disappointment. The prospect of acquiring a creature equivalent in strength to a great knight was tantalizing, yet obtaining a complete dragon tooth was no small feat even in the heroic ballads sung by bards. Dragons were depicted as fearsome beings capable of abducting princesses and wreaking havoc upon kingdoms, leaving heroes to flee in disarray. As for the title of Dragon Slayer, it was typically bestowed only upon legendary figures or fools. And Jedi knew he was far from being a legendary hero, yet he certainly would not be foolish enough to pursue such a title. The other 2 columns presented similar themes. The weakest undead creatures were at the top, with increasing strength as one looked downward, yet the soul consumption required escalated rapidly in both quantity and quality. The most formidable among the zombie types were the mid-tier binding spirits and the patchwork corpses, with the former being a coveted bodyguard sought after by many necromancers, necessitating the complete corpse and soul of a high-tier knight. The latter belonged to the category of gigantic stitched corpses, which were slow-moving, excessively large, and required a full 100 corpses and 100 standard units of soul. The spirit-type undead creatures were limited to 3 varieties. Yet even the lowest-tier wraith demanded a standard quality magic soul for summoning, a price that was certainly justified by its powered spirit-type undead could traverse any entity devoid of magical barriers, and contact with them was considered a successful attack. Their frigid claw strikes could instantaneously freeze the blood of ordinary individuals, and their chilling wails possessed a psychic attack effect, capable of disrupting a mage's spellcasting success rate. Jedi noticed that the last image in the spirit category was highlighted in a manner distinct from the other 2 categories. So he gently touched it with his finger, unlocking the detailed description and recruitment interface. Creature name: Spectral Sorcerer. Creature level: Great Mage. Combat orientation: Magical attack type. Spell casting skills: Frost Ray, Dark Banner, Raise Dead, Despairing Wail. Special abilities: Spirit Creature, Immunity to Dispel, Evil Aura, Death's Curse. Combat evaluation: Mid-tier Superior. The Spectral Sorcerer initially emerges from a failed high-level necromantic reincarnation ritual. This spirit-type undead has lost its sense of self and possesses a limited number of spell-like abilities driven solely by instinct. As companions on the path of death, we should harbor reverence for each spectral sorcerer that appears, for it signifies not just the eternal halt of one companion's journey but also illustrates the immense damage that foolishness and overreach can inflict. Fortunately, recruiting a spectral sorcerer required a mid-tier magic soul, and Master Sapa's soul conveniently met this requirement. As a mid-tier superior undead creature, the spectral sorcerer's combat evaluation was comparable to that of the elite Dragontooth soldier, and its appearance was far more befitting of a necromancer's visage than that of a mere skeletal warrior. Upon decisively selecting the recruitment option, Jedi witnessed the process of creating an undead creature within the Grand Tomb. A magic soul, shimmering with bright purple light, materialized out of thin air, then slowly descended, landing within the coffin closest to the soul-summoning bone seat. The coffin was promptly enveloped in dense black mist, and a chilling, eerie chant emerged from within, each word laced with sorrow, each tone imbued with malice, sending shivers down Jedi's spine. The creation of the spectral sorcerer took a total of 5 minutes. The coffin creaked open, and a shadowy figure floated out, silently appearing before Jedi. The spectral sorcerer resembled a gaunt, pale middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to the deceased Master Sapa, draped in a tattered, filthy mage's robe, with a twisted staff resembling withered thorns clutched in his right hand. Both the staff and the robe seemed to be an extension of the spectral sorcerer's very being. Jedi attempted to command the spectral sorcerer to release the staff, and when it obediently complied, the staff vanished without a sound, only to reappear when Jedi instructed the spectral sorcerer to prepare for battle. Content with his acquisition, Jedi descended from the soul-summoning bone seat with the spectral sorcerer in tow. Returning to Mr. Dish's side, Mr. Dish, with the Grand Tomb and the spectral sorcerer, it seems our initial plan may require some modifications, he proposed with a smile, showing no trace of the pallor he had exhibited merely a short while ago. President Spark of the Bilococo Trading Company has been extorted by several necromancers who claim to represent an organization called the Dead Tellers. I sense there are some dubious elements at play, and I wish to address this matter while also attempting to establish a connection with the true Dead Tellers. What do you think? Excellent, my esteemed acting lord of the city, Mr. Dish responded with approval. However, there is more than one necromancer extorting the Bilococo Trading Company, and their strength remains unclear. Therefore, I suggest we adopt a more prominent stance to instill fear in them. Chapter 35, The Phantom Warship. Convergence at Sea. The inexplicable fainting of Jedi Lux cast a shadow over the victory of the Dawn Sea Wolf. Mage Lakos had cast several detection spells in succession, trying to discern the cause of Master Jedi's unconsciousness. Knight Hao Tianli employed emergency methods from Yahan, utilizing battle chi to stimulate specific points on Jedi's body. Captain Trevor produced his treasured dragon saliva, filling the cabin with its invigorating aroma. Scholar Penny had scarcely slept through the night, tirelessly experimenting with various methods on Jedi in an attempt to rouse him from his stupor. Yet, all efforts proved futile, as the first rays of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon. Jedi Lux remained unresponsive, his eyes tightly closed, indifferent to any external stimuli, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest attesting to his continued existence. The expression on the face of the wizard Lakosa grew grave as he entered the cabin, followed closely by the Squire Landa and the Knight Hao Tianli. Shing, the recently signed follower contract ensured that he could place complete trust in the two of them. Apart from them, Lakosa dared not trust anyone aboard the Sea Wolf, including the ever-smiling Captain Trevor or the first mate Robert, who had once played a pivotal role in defeating the Gale. "How is Master Jedi faring?" Lakosa inquired, lowering his voice as much as possible. "Is there any sign of improvement, even the slightest? If you seek the truth, then no, not in the slightest." Scholar Penny sighed heavily. "I have tested several formulas left by Scholar Perez. One of them even proved somewhat harmful to the body. Yet none were of any use. Jedi does not cough, feels no pain, and shows no reaction when a candle flame is shown into his pupils. He is indistinguishable from a living corpse." The wizard's countenance darkened ominously. "This is utterly disastrous. The Blade Wound Isles is hardly an ideal sanctuary for healing. Last night, I questioned Captain Trevor in detail. The identity of the necromancer threatening the North Rococo Trading Company remains unknown. However, whether or not they belong to the Order of the Dead, it is certain that one among them is a powerful sorcerer. He paused briefly, his tone growing even more somber. If Master Jedi were well, the powerful sorcerer would be of little concern, but if Master Jedi remains in a comatose state, with only my strength and that of the two followers, we would likely be unable to resist. Regardless, my life was saved by Jedi, and I will not abandon him, Scholar Penny declared resolutely, her fragile eyes glimmering with determination. Nor will I. Yet the other individuals aboard may not share our conviction, Lucosa sighed. I have imprisoned the ship's mages aboard the Gale. For now, my status as a mid-level mage is enough to deter them from making rash moves. However, what shall we do once the Sea Wolf reaches the Blade Wound Isles? The power of a mid-level mage is insufficient to intimidate the North Rococo Trading Company, and a squire and a knight alone will not suffice. Miss Felicity is the primary heir of the Hoffman family and bears the seal of Lord Elias, which affirms her identity. Might she be of assistance to us? Scholar Penny suggested with a glimmer of hope. With all due respect, Miss Felicity's identity and the seal of Lord Elias she carries would pose a greater complication for us. Only if Master Jedi awakens can we hope to devise a solution. Lucosa shook his head, his tone cold and resolute. If Master Jedi remains in a coma, for his safety, we must part ways with Miss Felicity. Scholar Penny bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she understood that this was likely the only way. Continuing to accompany Miss Felicity would benefit neither party, bringing not assistance, but rather greater peril. That a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the crow's nest. The lookout's voice pitchy with alarm. Waves below. Ghost ship. It's a ghost ship, bearing northwest, 2,000 yards away, and drawing near. Panic erupted on the deck, sailors scurrying to and fro in disarray. The portly Captain Trevor raised his hands high, wailing in distress. Even the usually composed first mate Robert turned pale, nearly losing his grip on the steering wheel. Lucosa commanded Squire Landa to remain and protect Jedi and Scholar Penny, then accompanied Knight Hao Tianli Xing out onto the deck. By the gods of wisdom, what is happening? He shouted, raising his staff to unleash a crackling bolt of lightning into the sky. We have just triumphed over the Empire's gale. What foe could be more fearsome than an alchemical warship? The bolt of lightning effectively quelled the sailors' panic. Many felt reassured by the presence of a powerful wizard aboard. Along with skilled knights, and their fear of the ghost ship diminished considerably. The alchemical warship is a fearsome adversary, but the ghost ship, that is a legendary embodiment of despair. First Mate Robert instructed a seasoned sailor to steady the helm before stepping out of the cabin to join Lucosa. Master Wizard, have you heard the tales of the ghost ships of the Endless Sea? I have little interest in tales, First Mate Robert, Lucosa replied, frowning with restrained annoyance. 11 years ago, I was a sailor aboard a merchant vessel when a ghost ship made an appearance. At that time, the Empire's indomitable warship, the Fearless, mysteriously vanished during a patrol, and the ship's mage sent out a single warning, ghost ship. And then there was no further word. To uncover the mystery of the Fearless disappearance and to hunt the ghost ship, the Empire's navy deployed 8 Griffin-class alchemical warships, sweeping the endless sea and sinking at least 20 pirate vessels. Ultimately, they encountered the ghost ship at resting point. After a fierce battle, the ghost ship broke free from their encirclement and vanished into the horizon. The Empire lost 4 alchemical warships. Had it not been for the timely intervention of 2 invited sorcerers, who managed to somewhat suppress the ghost ship's arrogance, it is likely that the remaining 4 warships would not have returned safely. Lucosa scoffed at First Mate Robert's tale. An entertaining story indeed. Robert, I had no idea you possessed the qualities of a bard. He clapped his hands together lightly, feigning nonchalance. Save your stories for the greenhorns who have never set sail. I suggest you take the helm yourself and leave that ghost ship behind. No ship can outrun a ghost ship on the endless sea, not an alchemical warship. Not a swift-oared vessel, and certainly not the Dawn Sea Wolf, Robert shrugged, grasping a rigging line. I will ascend the mast for a better look. Let us hope the lookout simply daydreamed. Otherwise, we may only have one course of action left. What course of action? Lucosa inquired. Pray to the deity you revere, hoping he may guide your soul safely, lest you become a wandering spirit adrift on the endless sea, Robert responded. And with that, he deftly scaled the rigging, leaping onto a horizontal beam more than 10 meters above the deck. The weather was remarkably clear, offering an expansive view. The distant sea met the blue sky. And even with the utmost effort, one could scarcely discern the boundary. A black ship silhouette appeared astern of the Dawn Sea Wolf, approaching at an incredible speed. as if the sea wolf fully unfurled sails. "We're making no progress at all." Robert's wrist faltered, nearly losing his grip on the mast within reach. "It truly is a ghost ship," he gasped, his breath quickening as his sharp gaze swept over the black silhouette once more. "Three masts, tattered sails, no oars, and waves below. What on earth propels this vessel? Could it be that countless vengeful spirits are propelling it beneath the surface, granting the ghost ship the speed of a bird?" The ghost ship's speed was indeed astonishing. The alchemical warship Gale had spent an entire day in pursuit without success, yet the ghost ship was nearing completion of the chase in less than half an hour when Lacosa reached the stern. The ghost ship was already less than 400 meters from the Sea Wolf. Astonishingly, even at such a high speed, the ghost ship's tattered sails swayed back and forth as if the fierce winds had no effect whatsoever. Lacosa squinted. At this distance, he could easily see the figures moving on the ghost ship's decayed deck. Using the term figures was fitting, as they were pallid human skeletons clad in tattered armor and cloaks. Wielding rusted swords and spears, a practitioner of necromancy, Lacosa was certainly not one to be intimidated by a few skeletons, even if they were animated. However, the skeletal warriors aboard the ghost ship were not merely a handful, as far as the eye could see. The deck, the masts, and the cabin were teeming with gaunt, armored skeletons brandishing weapons. More terrifyingly, under the command of a towering figure resembling a knight, two massive ballistae at the bow were slowly adjusting their aim. Positioning flaming green bolts toward the dawn Sea Wolf, Lacosa dared not test the sturdiness of the Sea Wolf against those two obviously formidable magical bolts, just as he raised his staff. Preparing to take a chance with a long-range lightning bolt, a voice that filled him with unexpected joy suddenly echoed behind him. "Lacosa, do not waste your magic. Let me handle this." It was Jedi Luke's. Lacosa breathed a sigh of relief. Although the threat of the ghost ship loomed ominously, Jedi's appearance still brought him a sense of reassurance. "Master Jedi, you're unharmed?" He turned in surprise. "If you still feel weak, rest for now. I will do everything in my power to buy you some time. There was a slight misalignment between my soul and body, but it has been resolved." Jedi's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. However, his voice bore no hint of weakness at such a distance. Only magic of the 5th tier and above could inflict harm upon the ghost ship. Yet, it was not imperative to engage in battle. Could it be resolved through peaceful negotiation? The sorcerer Lacosta blinked in confusion. He soon realized that his bizarre thought had indeed hit upon the truth. Jedi unleashed a minor sonic burst, and his voice rang out, piercing through the howling winds and the tumultuous waves. "Pale-masked Jedi? Lux is here aboard the ghost ship. Which of the departed brothers do I address?" The skeletal knight commanding the crossbow on the ghost ship seemed momentarily stunned before waving his hand, causing the two crossbows that were primed for firing to shift their aim. "I am the captain of the ghost ship Shattered Thorn, the fearsome knight Rumen." Lawrence to the sorcerer aboard the merchant vessel. "You address me as a brother of the departed. What proof do you possess?" Jedi raised both hands, his voice elevated, solemn, and almost chant-like. Kaimondo, the black 7 days, the white 7 days, the ensnaring days, wing 8 degrees. G. Following the utterance of this incomprehensible spell, the speed of the ghost ship immediately diminished, becoming only slightly faster than the Sea Wolf. "Truly, this is the guidance of the Lord of Silence, Brother Jedi, Lux," the captain of the ghost ship bellowed, his voice resounding, causing Lacosta to feel a buzzing in his ears. "It seems you have urgent matters to attend to. Would you care to embark upon my Shattered Thorn?" Upon witnessing Jedi's contemplative expression, the rotund Captain Trevor had just exhaled in relief when he nearly lost his composure again. Jedi? Lux was indeed a brother of the departed, and it appeared that he held a position of considerable esteem. This realization had nearly frayed Captain Trevor's nerves. Should Jedi choose to board the ghost ship en route to North Rococo Port, the ensuing chaos would be unfathomable. President Spark would surely be driven to madness, and he certainly would not dare unleash his fury upon Jedi. Lux, after all, he was a bona fide brother of the departed. The ghost ship's reputation guaranteed that only the unfortunate Captain Trevor would suffer unwarranted misfortune. "Master Jedi, please." Captain Trevor's pleas were heart-wrenching, filled with anguish. "I implore you, do not embark upon the ghost ship to the Isle of Wounds. By the gods, it would plunge North Rococo Port into utter turmoil. While not comparable to the ghost ship, the Sea Wolf is quite swift. We shall reach the Isle of Wounds by this afternoon at the latest, thus sparing your valuable time." Jedi seemed to hesitate momentarily before reluctantly nodding. "We are nearing our destination. I appreciate your invitation. Brother Rumen, Lawrence." He replied aloud, Perhaps on another occasion I shall take your shattered thorn, but for now it is unnecessary. Not at all, not a bother in the least. Captain Ruman's voice trailed closely behind as the ghost ship slowly approached the Dawn Sea Wolf, the distance between them now just a few dozen meters. Brother Jedi. Lux, by chance, I find myself with no pressing matters. Where are you headed? Allow the shattered thorn to assist you. Is there such a profound camaraderie among the brothers of the departed that one extends aid without hesitation? Lacosta stood at the stern, hand resting on the railing, beads of sweat forming as he pondered. By the wisdom of the gods, this is far from my expectation. It is nothing particularly troublesome, Brother Ruman, Lawrence, should you wish to witness the spectacle. You are welcome to accompany us, but the shattered thorn is truly of no use. As Jedi's words drifted upon the sea, a plume of black smoke suddenly erupted from the ghost ship Shattered Thorn. And with a twist, it settled upon the stern deck of the Sea Wolf. Lacosta instinctively took a step back, raising his staff in defense, only to witness the black smoke dissipate, revealing a knight clad in intricately engraved black armor. Hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, bowing in respect to Jedi, Lux. Beside this knight stood a spectre clad in tattered robes, his pallid visage devoid of life, performing the same gesture, emanating a chilling and pure necromantic aura. Unmistakably of Grand Sorcerer rank. Chapter 36. The returning sea wolf. The north wind howled, churning towering waves that violently shook the black promontories of the Isle of Wounds, piercing the sea like a blade. The crashing waves collided fiercely with the massive rocks, sending white spray soaring into the air amidst the thunderous roar of the sea, some even splashing perilously close to the towering structure of the massive watchtower perched atop the gray-black cliffs. This watchtower, known as the Blacktooth Tower, was one of the 5 large defensive towers erected by Sir Spark, president of the North Rococo Trading Company, in recent years upon the Isle of Wounds. Each of these 5 towers stood over 20 meters tall, strategically located on the 5 largest islands of the Isle of Wounds, interconnected by sturdy rope bridges, serving as the most vital line of defense for the North Rococo Trading Company. Each tower bore sharp, smoke-black spires, their lights eternally ablaze, guiding passing vessels with precise direction. Beneath the tower tops lay robust battlements and standing pikes, the moss-covered grim walls reflecting the barren cliffs of the rocky islands below, exuding a unique air of silent, menacing, and inviolable authority. Amidst the surging waves, I finally behold the Blacktooth Tower. This sight alone would make me willingly embrace death at this moment. Captain Trevor did not cower within the cabin to evade the ocean's assault. Instead, he stood at the bow with First Mate Robert, welcoming the salty spray that slapped against their faces, beaming and gesticulating with joy. Master Jedi, Master Lacosta, please take a look. This is the overseas stronghold of the North Rococo Trading Company. Does it not exude grandeur and majesty? Jedi carefully concealed his astonishment. The tavern server would undoubtedly be stirred by the breathtaking sight, yet the profoundly composed necromancer would not be swayed. A defensible location, indeed, he remarked in as calm and indifferent a tone as possible, with a sufficient number of elite soldiers to guard it, and perhaps a couple of grand sorcerers to assist. Even the Imperial Navy's alchemical warships would struggle to breach its formidable defenses. Captain Trevor's smile faltered, and after several seconds, he managed to regain his voice. You jest, Master Jedi. The portly captain chuckled awkwardly. Our trading company cannot afford to station grand sorcerers, nor do we have the audacity to provoke the Imperial Navy. Yet, when that ship, the Gallant Wind, pursued us, Trevor, you did not seem to order the Sea Wolf to lower its sails. Did you? Moreover, judging by the deft actions of the first mate and the sailors, it appears this is not the first time such a situation has arisen. The faintest smile graced Jedi's lips. His tone devoid of any threat, yet it sent a chill down Captain Trevor's spine, spreading swiftly throughout his body, rendering him immobile. As the captain's complexion shifted from white to gray, Jedi casually shrugged. Diverting his gaze toward the raging sea, I merely mentioned it in passing. Trevor, there is no need for you to ponder a response so earnestly. Jedi's tone held no trace of dissatisfaction, however. I am quite intrigued to know how the Sea Wolf intends to dock amid such tumultuous waves, with the Isle of Wounds surrounded by hidden reefs and steep cliffs. Ah, I see. I truly am forgetful. Captain Trevor patted his forehead, carefully brushing away the seawater and cold sweat. The Blacktooth Tower lacks a harbor. The Sea Wolf must make a turn here and navigate to the Cradle Bay on the southern side of the islands. Robert. He then turned to call the first mate's name. Perhaps you should take the helm. Today's winds and waves are fierce, and this final leg of the journey will not be easy. First Mate Robert nodded brusquely and quickly descended from the bow deck. Captain Trevor seized the opportunity to bow with a smile as he took his leave, his mind swirling with concerns as he headed toward the cabin. The events of the day had already sent shivers down the spine of this astute merchant. Leaving his thoughts in disarray, upon returning to his cramped cabin, Captain Trevor secured the doors and windows, then sat at the table to collect his thoughts, lighting a bullseye lantern, spreading out a piece of parchment, and beginning to write fervently. Under First Mate Robert's adept steering, the Dawn Sea Wolf angled into the wind, slowly navigating around the Black-Tooth Tower, gliding between two lush land promontories, shielded by the cliffs. The wind's strength suddenly diminished, and the Sea Wolf slowed, even necessitating the extension of wooden oars from both sides to paddle through the water. Jedi noticed glimmers of steel scattered along the cliffs. Realizing that this winding waterway constituted another line of defense protecting the core area of the Isle of Wounds that in comparison to the towering Five Giants, the narrow passage posed a far more formidable challenge. And only by being within it could one fully comprehend the hidden peril. Jedi could envision the Imperial Navy's alchemical warships struggling to navigate the passage while simultaneously dealing with the stones and arrows raining down from the cliffs and watchtowers, a veritable nightmare. It was no wonder that President Spark had chosen the Isle of Wounds as his baronial fief, that in stark contrast to the bounteous farmlands of Westwind County, the archipelago of the Blades appears undeniably desolate and barren. However, its capacity for self-defense far surpasses that of the grand city of Elias, complemented by an excellent harbor, rendering it an exceptionally suitable locale for a logistical base. Moments later, the waters gradually expanded, revealing two slender, oared vessels anchored a few hundred meters ahead, their chains interlinked, effectively sealing off the waterway's terminus. Each vessel was manned by 20 fully armed sailors, each brandishing a finely tuned heavy crossbow, with a total of 40 sharp steel arrows aimed menacingly at the Dawn Sea Wolf. "Cease your advance, state your identity," bellowed a figure resembling a captain, a tuft of crimson feathers bobbing atop his helm, his voice echoing off the cliffs. "We are the guards responsible for safeguarding the domain of Sir Spark. Please halt your vessel for inspection." Jedi furrowed his brow slightly, turning to a sailor and instructing, "Go fetch Captain Trevor. We require his presence to address this matter." The sailor acknowledged with a nod and swiftly departed. Before long, Jedi spotted the rotund figure of Captain Trevor hurrying out from the cabin, making his way to the foredeck. "I am Trevor," he called, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. "This vessel is the Dawn Sea Wolf, and we have returned from the port city of Elias." The captain of the guards appeared momentarily taken aback. "Trevor, oh, it truly is you." His response was laced with surprise and elation. "Thank the heavens. You weren't caught in the chaos of Elias." "Ah, indeed, though I assure you, every pound of flesh I possess intends to remain intact," Trevor replied with a jest, clearing his throat. "Is further inspection necessary? We must dock swiftly. We carry no cargo, as we were unable to load anything during the tumult, but we do have over 100 refugees, all the elderly, weak, and women. Such behavior is uncharacteristic of you. Trevor, has the omnipotent deity softened your once stony heart?" The guard captain continued jesting. Gesturing with his hand, the sailors aboard the longboats lowered their crossbows and proceeded to untie the ropes and chains that barred the waterway, granting passage to the Dawn Sea Wolf. "Proceed. There is space at berth 3. I have 2 hours remaining on my shift. Once relieved, I shall seek you out for a drink, and we can discuss the happenings in Elias. We can converse at length later, Captain Teague, but presently I have 2 requests for your assistance." As the Dawn Sea Wolf drew closer to the longboats, Captain Trevor lowered his hands from his mouth, ceasing to shout. "First, regarding the arrangement of these refugees, I kindly ask you to reserve all rooms at the Sea Breeze Inn and ensure hot water is prepared for their baths, along with breakfast, so they may eat and rest adequately. The tides are against us. Trevor, have you struck your head on the way?" the guard captain exclaimed, genuinely astonished, his eyes wide. "Why reserve the Sea Breeze Inn? There are 2 warehouses currently unoccupied. According to the usual procedure, we can accommodate the refugees there." Captain Trevor shook his head vigorously, the intensity of his gesture suggesting he might topple overboard. "The weather has turned cold. We cannot allow the refugees to stay in warehouses. Do as I say, Captain Teague. Rent the inn and charge all expenses to my account." His tone was resolute. "There is another matter, though you may not have the authority to act on it. Please have someone deliver this letter to the Lord President at once. requesting he set aside all affairs to read it post-haste. Captain Tay grunted, watching as Captain Trevor retrieved a small package tightly wrapped in oiled paper from beneath his cloak. Then tossed it over. "What a mystery you weave, Trevor. Is this truly necessary?" Tay remarked, inspecting the package with a skeptical expression etched across his weathered face. "Whether it is necessary or not, Lord Spark will make the appropriate judgment," Captain Trevor replied with a serious tone. "Captain Tay, our friendship aside, should matters go awry, I cannot bear the burden of this responsibility on your behalf. A vessel of refugees is hardly a grave matter. Intelligence regarding the events in Elias has also reached us via carrier pigeon. To disturb the Lord President for such a triviality seems excessive," Captain Tay countered, tilting his head. "What exactly does your letter contain? Might you divulge a hint, so I can ascertain whether it warrants interrupting the Lord President's breakfast?" "There are currently 4 sorcerers aboard the Dawn Sea Wolf, 2 of whom bear the title of Master, along with 1 from the Imperial Navy aboard the alchemical warship, the Gallant." Captain Trevor raised his chin with an enigmatic smile. "Captain Tay, do you require me to disclose further secrets?" Captain Tay's hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop the oiled package into the water. "Sorcerers? Oh, by the gods, you jest surely?" Upon receiving Captain Trevor's affirmative nod, he swiftly turned to a sailor behind him. "Deliver this immediately to the Lord President, and inform him that Captain Trevor of the Sea Wolf has returned, bringing with him 4 formidable sorcerers." Chapter 37, Cold Reception. Seeds of Doubt. Long Handle Island lies at the base of Cradle Bay, the largest among the 22 islands comprising the archipelago of the Blades, and the residence of Sir Spark within the Castle of the Blades. This castle, like the other structures here, is constructed from dark gray reef stone. Appearing like a somber shadow from a distance, the Whale of the Pirates Tower, the tallest and most robust of the 5 watchtowers, stands amidst the castle's high walls, its summit adorned with iron tiles forged from the melted remains of hundreds of pirate cutlasses. Glinting with a cold and merciless light even on the gloomiest of days, the Dawn Sea Wolf glided slowly toward the dock at Long Handle Island. Due to inclement weather, dozens of fishing boats remain moored, and under the direction of a pilot wearing a red hat, the Sea Wolf maneuvered into an available slip with great difficulty. Adjacent to it lay a cumbersome 3-masted merchant vessel from Yahan, capable of withstanding the fiercest of ocean tempests. Surrounding the Yahan merchant ship were several swift cargo vessels, listening intently as a dark-haired, dark-eyed Yahan merchant loudly recited the inventory of his cargo. The finest myrrh, beeswax, and spices alongside 2 crates of porcelain and 10 bolts of silk, all prime goods fit for royal tribute. 200 wax-sealed tea bricks, guaranteed free from moisture, as well as copper mirrors and various other artisanal treasures. Genuine Yahan gems. This fellow speaks the common tongue with remarkable fluency, were it not for a hint of accent. One could hardly discern he is Yahan, Jedi remarked, nodding toward the Yahan knight, Hao Tianli Xing, standing beside him. "Shall we inquire of him why you struggle to converse so fluently?" "I shall strive to learn, I will." "For my compatriots," Hao replied solemnly with a nod. "Your will shall be executed." Jedi nodded in satisfaction. While communication with the Yahan Knight remained an issue, the knight's performance was commendable and befitting that of a follower. Untangling the chaos and congestion created by the Yahan merchant vessel and the surrounding cargo ships proved to be a formidable challenge. The red-hatted pilot shouted hoarsely for some time, yet few heeded his calls, inciting the ire of several swift ship owners who retorted with sharp words. Just as Jedi contemplated retreating from the bow of the ship to rest, a series of shrill brass horns echoed from the direction of the dock, followed by the crowd parting to either side. A contingent of fully armed soldiers advanced briskly onto the dock, pushing and cursing to clear away the merchants, laborers, and fishermen obstructing their path. The dark-haired merchant on the Yahan vessel recognized the unusual nature of the situation, promptly stowing away his cargo list and sealing his lips tightly. Sensing the gravity of the moment, the swift ship owners realized the approaching figures were the elite guards directly under Lord Spark's command, and they hastily urged their sailors to maneuver their vessels out of the way, swiftly clearing a path for the Dawn Sea Wolf to dock. As the gangway was lowered, a well-dressed middle-aged man leapt onto the deck of the Sea Wolf, striding purposefully toward Captain Trevor. This man, with dark skin and a portly belly adorned with a colorful leather belt, wore a square gold ring on his prominently displayed right thumb, exuding an air of a shrewd merchant. Upon sighting this man, Captain Trevor's smile vanished. "Tam, why are you here?" His tone was laced with confusion, and his brow furrowed deeply. "Why should it not be me, my friend?" Surely the personal visit of the dock's acting governor to welcome you is not enough to satisfy. The man named Tam replied casually. Although his face bore a smile, it felt disingenuous and carried an air of detachment. The acting governor. How amusing, Captain Trevor scoffed. Where is old Mike in? He is the governor appointed by the Lord President. Is he not? He is deceased, having fallen overboard in a drunken stupor, resting eternally at the sea's depths. A faintly malicious smile grazed Tam's face as he declared, I am now at your service. Esteemed President. Very well, in that case, Acting Officer Tam. Captain Trevor pursed his lips and stepped aside slightly. Please extend a warm welcome on behalf of the President to our distinguished guests. Tam's response was somewhat unexpected for the portly captain. The acting officer greeted Jedi and the others with a cool demeanor, adopting a businesslike approach, before unapologetically stating that due to President Spark's ill health, he was unable to personally greet the esteemed guests at the dock. He requested that they temporarily take residence at the Sea Breeze Inn, assuring them that once the President's health improved, he would visit them immediately. This sounded almost like a dismissal, and the face of the sorcerer La Quassa suddenly flushed with evident anger. While even the accompanying mage from the Gallant Wind displayed signs of discontent, sorcerers were accustomed to being revered and respected. Not even a mere merchant guild president, let alone a powerful noble lord, would display such blatant disregard towards any mage. Sir Jahan Houtian stepped forward, his azure aura surging forth, creating an overwhelming pressure that swept through the air. Tam's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained composed. Raising his hands and clapping twice, the two guards accompanying him stepped forward, channeling their own aura to resist Houtian's imposing presence. The usually silent Rumen suddenly cracked a smile, revealing a silent grin. And then a resounding clash of steel echoed as swords were drawn. The two guard knights in front of Tam hurriedly unsheathed their swords, attempting to confront Rumen. However, in the next instant, the glimmer of a blade laced with dark energy flashed by, accompanied by the sharp clang of metal striking metal. The guards found themselves with only half a sword remaining, their faces drained of color as they staggered back. While the black-armored knight advanced silently, sword pointed at the pale-faced temporary dock officer. Tam's complexion resembled curdled milk, yet he somehow managed to remain steady, lifting his gaze to meet the sharp edge of the sword. I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests, for the oversight, but, he swallowed hard, his next words abruptly caught in an icy grip of tension. The atmosphere turned exceedingly rigid. Whispers began to circulate among the dock, akin to the gentle caress of a sea breeze upon the shore. Despite his palpable fear, Tam remained resolute, his lips, contrasting starkly against his pale visage, twisted like a contorted black worm. Rumen seemed to sense the delicate nature of the situation, the tip of his sword hovering just before Tam's nose, tilting his head as if awaiting a signal from someone. Since President Spark is unwell, we shall not disturb him. A voice suddenly broke the tension. The Isle of Dagger's wound is not our destination. We shall not linger here long and will depart by the morning at the latest. Jedi Lucas spoke while stretching his sore shoulders. Taking a step forward, Rumen lowered his sword in response, silently retreating, yet his eyes, faintly glimmering with a green hue, remained fixated on Tam, sending chills down the spine of the temporary dock officer. Will the Sea Breeze Inn provide sufficient hot water? After 2 days at sea, nothing is more desirable than washing away the stench and grime. Jedi continued, his tone laced with anticipation, then turned to La Quassa. Mr. La Quassa, let us proceed downstairs. I have no desire to remain aboard the ship any longer. Observing the reserved nod from the sorcerer, Tam narrowed his eyes, concealing his surprise and astonishment. He had not anticipated that the typically proud sorcerer would be so unperturbed by his affront. Captain Trevor's expression was the polar opposite of the inscrutable temporary dock officer. He openly displayed a look of delight, eagerly affirming, of course, the warmest hospitality and the finest cuisine await you at the Sea Breeze Inn. More than hot baths, I am concerned about the refugees aboard the Sea Wolf. Penny sighed softly. Captain Trevor, they have endured over 2 days of turbulent seas and are utterly exhausted, in dire need of food and rest. Rest assured, Scholar Penny and esteemed guests, Captain Trevor replied firmly. All refugees will receive the utmost care. I will remain here until everything is arranged. Chapter 38. The secret meeting at the Sea Breeze, and perhaps due to the recent lull in guests. When Jedi Lucas entered the steam room of the Sea Breeze and wrapped in a towel, he found it utterly deserted. The benches against the brick walls stood empty, save for a young attendant squatting in the middle of the room, periodically pouring hot water over a specially designed charcoal basin filled with pebbles, creating a thick cloud of steam that filled the space. The air was tinged with a faint scent of sulfur, and the stifling heat caused Jedi to frown, pondering whether he should opt for a different bathing method. Perhaps a tub filled with scalding hot water would be more suitable, just as he was about to exit the bathhouse. A familiar voice resonated behind him. "Master Jedi, do you enjoy the steam bath I recommended?" Captain Trevor's figure appeared, a towel draped over his shoulder, accompanied by the burly first mate Robert, cleansing the body and alleviating fatigue after a long voyage. "Nothing surpasses a steam bath. Not quite to my taste. It's both foul and suffocating," Jedi replied candidly. "Had you not discreetly suggested this place as I left the deck of the Sea Wolf, I would never have come. Is there not a matter that cannot be discussed outside? It is difficult for disguised individuals to infiltrate here, and unlikely for anyone to eavesdrop." Captain Trevor lowered his voice. "Master Jedi, would you prefer a so-called secure meeting room instead?" Jedi's lips twitched slightly at the mention of a secure meeting room, memories of his time at the bell tower and flashing through his mind like lightning, seemingly a lifetime ago. "No, this will suffice," he succinctly stated, moving to the innermost corner of the bathhouse, selecting a clean bench to sit upon. "Can we speak now? Trevor, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Captain Trevor nodded gently, then called to the attendant squatting by the fire pit. "Hey, lad, fetch us a jug of wine, with crushed ice, and the rest will count as your tip." A silver coin arced gracefully from Captain Trevor's hand, the attendant skillfully catching it midair, bowing in thanks before hastily exiting. "You were quite cautious," Jedi commented in a calm tone. "There is no room for carelessness. Cradle Bay is likely no longer safe." Captain Trevor shook his head, gesturing for First Mate Robert to guard the entrance of the bathhouse before letting out a long sigh. Old Macon is indeed a heavy drinker, but he would never venture out alone at night to relieve himself. He fears water, and few know this secret. "Are you suggesting that the acting officer is suspect?" Jedi chuckled. "But it could just be a power struggle. Such things are not uncommon anywhere." A power struggle amidst the cold threats cast by the deceased. Captain Trevor's voice remained soft, yet his tone turned grave. "Master Jedi, do you not harbor any doubts regarding this matter?" "Of course I do. Otherwise, why would I be here?" Jedi retorted softly. "If Sir Spark was able to establish the Northern Rococo Guild and develop it into the second largest guild in Westwind County, he must possess cunning and resourcefulness to feign illness and offend several sorcerers with such a foolish excuse. That hardly seems the act of a clever individual." Captain Trevor smiled wryly and nodded. "If the esteemed president were to hear your assessment, he would surely feel quite gratified." His smile faded, his plump face appearing somewhat obscured by the steam. "Master Jedi, I now seek a promise from you. If something has indeed befallen the president, would you be willing to lend a hand?" Jedi felt his heart pause for a moment at this request, not out of fear, but because he discerned something extraordinary in Captain Trevor's simple plea. Luck? Opportunity? Or perhaps a trap? All were possibilities. Jedi squinted, questioning with a tinge of skepticism. "Is that so? Trevor, have you encountered Sir Spark?" "I have not had the chance to meet the president. That is precisely why I believe he is in grave peril." Captain Trevor sighed heavily. "I have received information from several acquaintances, and it appears that something dire is unfolding within the guild. The governor of Dagger's wound was replaced a week ago, followed shortly by Old Miken's fatal accident. The position of dock officer has fallen to Tam. Additionally, there have been various personnel changes, subtle yet crucial, severing the communication channels between the president and the rest of the guild, leaving him isolated and vulnerable." Jedi pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. "It all sounds like mere conjecture. Trevor. If you wish to receive my assistance, you must at least present some compelling evidence. I do not shy away from trouble, but I detest being deceived and exploited." Just as Captain Trevor was about to continue, a voice from the direction of the doorway, raised intentionally, pierced the air. "Hey lad, back so soon? Just bring me the ice wine. The flavor here is quite lackluster. Go to the spice merchant and buy some spices. Then toss them into the fire." The young attendant seemed to protest a few times, yet after a handful of coins were thrown by the first mate, he could only shrug and dash out once more. The first mate approached, holding a ceramic jar, its surface cool and glistening with droplets of water, and set down 2 white wax cups. "The red wine the lad bought. I had a taste, and it was decent. Fine quality from the northern counties," he explained while wiping his beard. Jedi made a gesture to halt him. "You may drink it yourself, First Mate Robert. Alcohol does not benefit a mage's mind, so I must decline." He then turned his gaze to Captain Trevor. "I do not have much time to squander here. Let us be forthright. What assistance do you seek?" For the first time, Captain Trevor displayed a look of hesitation, though he did not linger long in doubt. I fear a dreadful upheaval has befallen the guild. Our esteemed chairman may very well be under house arrest. This is a despicable betrayal that cannot be tolerated, and we must retaliate. Master Jedi, I implore you to use your power to aid us in delivering justice, vanquishing those vile traitors, and liberating the Northern Rococo Guild from their treachery. Jedi did not respond immediately. Under the expectant gaze of Captain Trevor, he lowered his eyes, seemingly captivated by the intricate tiles embedded in the bathroom floor. For several minutes, the only sounds in the room were the crackling of the fire and the hissing of steam. Until just as Captain Trevor's hope was about to devolve into despair, Jedi broke the silence, his voice barely above a whisper. And what, pray tell, might I gain from delivering justice? What did you say? Captain Trevor exclaimed, his body stiffening in astonishment, nearly springing to his feet. Jedi cast a calm glance his way and reiterated, what I mean is, once the Northern Rococo Guild is reclaimed from the hands of the traitors, what shall I receive in return? Prestige, honor, wealth, everything, along with the heartfelt gratitude of the Northern Rococo Guild, Captain Trevor responded, though his certainty wavered. Is that all I already possess? Jedi scoffed, a hint of disinterest curling his lip. Do you truly believe I would still find value in such things? Captain Trevor swallowed hard, reminding himself to regard Jedi Lux's esteemed status, a powerful archmage, and a high-ranking member of some organization. Even the terrifying ghost ship of Silvermoon Bay must yield to him. Indeed, such a man could not be swayed by mundane offerings. In a crucial moment, Captain Trevor finally exhibited remarkable courage and decisiveness, speaking without hesitation. Master Jedi, you are now the only lifeline the Northern Rococo Guild can grasp that I formally beseech you, as an archmage, to intervene, punish the traitors, and fend off external threats. In return for your services, I offer you 1/3 of the entire guild's shares. Jedi Lux lowered his gaze, contemplating for what felt like an eternity. 1/3 of the Northern Rococo Guild shares was an immense fortune. This promise indicated that the guild had no other recourse. With traitors within and necromancers threatening from without, their situation was perilously dire. Jedi was uncertain if he possessed the means to turn the tide, yet he understood this was the sole opportunity available. Should he refrain from intervening, once the dust settled, Westwind County would have no place left to stand. The terms sound reasonable. Jedi's voice emerged deep and measured, imbued with authority. Captain Trevor, if possible, I would like to ascertain whether your proposal represents Sir Spark and the entire Northern Rococo Guild. I can, Captain Trevor replied resolutely. I can represent the 32 shipowners of the guild's offshore vessels. I can represent 12 branches of the guild. And as one of the longest-serving subordinates of our esteemed chairman, I can also assure you of a promise from Chairman Spark himself. Excellent. Remember the words you speak here today. Jedi smiled as he stood, wrapping a towel around his waist. Now, please forgive me as I must take my leave. As a mage, I find myself quite unaccustomed to the disorienting effects of steam. Captain Trevor rose, maintaining a respectful bow until Jedi's figure faded into the thickening steam. Just after finishing half a jar of chilled red wine, First Mate Robert sidled over, placing the cool wine jar upon the granite steps. Trevor, your terms are rather generous. I fear our chairman may feel quite pained by this, because we all have no other choice. Captain Trevor replied softly. 1/3 of the guild, or lose our lives. I believe the chairman will make the right decision and endorse my proposal. And if he does not? First Mate Robert countered gruffly. Then he is no longer Sir Spark. Captain Trevor scoffed, seizing the wine jar and abruptly pouring the now steamed red wine into his mouth. Chapter 39. A Forceful Visit. Conspiracy exposed Harrison Dodge, youthful and striking in appearance, was astute and seasoned in his dealings. Among the emerging powers of the Northern Rococo Guild, he had gained considerable notoriety. Just weeks ago, he had taken over as the steward of Daggerthorn Castle, wielding great authority and basking in popularity. His face often adorned with an ambitious grin. However, now this steward found himself engulfed in anxiety and confusion. Frankly, he had no idea what to do. Anxiety and confusion often breed anger, and anger, compounded by the mounting embarrassment, only intensifies. Dodge was no exception. Yet before the few elegantly robed mages, he could only strive to suppress his fury, adopting a posture of utmost humility. Esteemed masters, I sincerely apologize. He had lost count of how many times he had uttered these words. In the cold light of early winter, every word he spoke emerged accompanied by a breath of white mist. The chairman's health is currently quite fragile. He finds it difficult to muster the energy to receive you. So he has entrusted me to convey his apologies. If there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to ask, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your needs. Leading the group was the finely dressed mage Lacosta, wielding a staff, as determined during their discussions the previous night. Among them, Jedi's appearance starkly contrasted with the notion of a master. The shadow sorcerer spoke with a chilling detachment inherent to a being of ethereal existence, and his intellect seemed less than sharp. The mage accompanying the Wind Rider was not only of average prowess, but also a captive, thus ill-suited to represent them. Only Lacosta could temporarily assume the role of leader. Upon hearing Dodge's words, Lacosta's mask of pretense fell away, revealing his fury. He was to act as a powerful archmage, but even as a mere mid-level mage, Lacosta enjoyed respect and esteem throughout the port city of Elias, including from the Lord's Manor. Is this the hospitality of Daggerthorn Castle, rejecting esteemed guests at the threshold in the biting wind? Captain Trevor interjected, his voice shrill. Dodge, your predecessor would never have acted thus. Has the castle fallen so low that it cannot muster fuel for a welcoming fire or hot tea? Dodge's face darkened, yet he dared not permit these individuals to cross the threshold of Daggerthorn Castle. Bowing deeply once more, I sincerely apologize, but the chairman truly cannot receive guests at this time. That he is gravely ill, suffering from a high fever, delirium, and numerous rashes upon his skin. I fear it may be some contagious disease. A virulent contagion? That is dire indeed. A surprised voice rang out from behind Mage Lacosta. The speaker, Jedi Lux, stepped forward, lifting his hood and producing a necklace from his collar, revealing a silver laurel leaf pendant to Steward Dodge. I am Jedi Lux, formally certified in herbalism by the Scholars Guild. Steward Dodge, if it is not too much trouble, I would like to pay a visit. From your description, I suspect it may be the Red Death fever, a most dreadful contagious disease. Contact with the afflicted could easily lead to contagion, and without timely and proper treatment and rigorous sanitation, it could very well result in an epidemic sweeping through the entire castle and even the Daggerthorn Isles. This declaration caused Dodge's face to twitch, uncertain how to refuse in a manner that would seem reasonable. However, compounding the difficulty, Jedi's voice carried unfiltered, and the guards positioned behind Dodge heard every word clearly, while the servants and maidens flanking the doorway listened intently, resulting in a sudden uproar of whispers, with someone inadvertently knocking over an object, the sharp sound of shattering echoing ominously in the air. The chief steward of Dodge shuddered violently, then raised his voice to respond. Thank you for your kind intentions, Bachelor Jedi, but we have already summoned 2 experienced scholars to attend to the esteemed president's condition, so there is no need for you to exert yourself further. However, they have not alleviated Sir Spark's afflictions, and I have observed no measures in place to prevent contagion. Jedi retorted sharply. I have not witnessed the application of slaked lime upon the floors, nor have I seen the boiling of utensils and the bed linens of the patient. And certainly, I have not seen that every servant who comes into contact with the ailing is required to wear proper linen masks. This is sheer irresponsibility, and I shall lodge a complaint against them with the Scholars Guild for their breach of professional ethics. With every preventive measure Jedi articulated, the complexion of the chief steward of Dodge paled incrementally, until his face resembled curdled milk by the end. The whispers behind him had become utterly impossible to ignore. Even the guards of the castle exchanged uneasy glances. One knight of the guard furrowed his brow and took a step forward, softly advising the chief steward, Sir, I believe Bachelor Jedi speaks the truth. Those 2 may indeed be quacks. Tea would be better too. Absolutely not, the chief steward of Dodge bellowed, only to realize his reaction was excessive, and he quickly softened his tone. Bachelor Jedi, I beg your pardon. If I were to allow you to diagnose the esteemed president, it would imply a lack of trust in both myself and the herbalists I have summoned. My distrust lies squarely with you and your associates. Jedi exclaimed, his eyes wide with righteous indignation. Some unscrupulous stewards conspire with incompetent physicians to prescribe erroneous treatments while the patient is in a state of delirium, colluding to defraud. If it were merely a common ailment, the worst outcome would be the loss of a single patient. However, should a virulent contagion such as the Red Death fever spread, countless lives could be lost. You speak nonsense. It is not the Red Death fever at all, the chief steward of Dodge vehemently countered, but before he could finish, Jedi interrupted him with a fierce voice. I cannot believe, Sir Steward, that you have undergone training in the herbalist course. Then allow me to inquire. With symptoms of persistent high fever, incessant rambling, and the appearance of crimson spots and stripes on the skin that do not fade. What else could this indicate, if not the Red Death fever? A flicker of panic swiftly crossed the chief steward's face. No, Bachelor Jedi, I misspoke. The esteemed president merely has a slight fever, with no signs of rashes. This is no jest, Jedi warned sternly. Dismissing illness and avoiding medical attention should not be taken lightly. Sir Steward, the careful prevention and treatment of the Red Death fever is not to be feared. However, should you attempt to conceal it, the cost in human lives could be unfathomable. At that moment, the Knight of the Guard suddenly reached out and grasped the chief steward's shoulder. Sir Steward, let Bachelor Jedi examine the esteemed president's condition. His tone was tinged with urgency. Several servants have fallen ill in recent days. If this truly is a virulent contagion, we must at least prepare some preventive measures. No, the esteemed president refuses to see anyone, the chief steward began, but before he could finish, the knight, unable to contain his fear and outrage, struck the chief steward squarely in the nose with a powerful punch. The dull thud accompanied by a pained gasp sent the chief steward crashing to the ground, while the knight quickly nodded to Jedi, Bachelor Jedi, the obstacle has been removed. Please, come and ascertain the nature of the esteemed president's ailment. This unexpected turn of events took even Jedi by surprise. Yet he quickly regained his composure and nodded affirmatively. I shall attend to it at once. However, to prevent the spread of disease, please ensure that no one leaves until I have conducted my examination. The knight hesitated for but a moment before forcefully drawing his sword and plunging it into the ground. Understood. Bachelor Jedi, rest assured, no one shall depart without your consent. A fleeting smile graced Jedi's face before he gestured and stepped through the castle gates. The true herbalist, Penny, followed closely with her medicinal kit. While Rumen and Knight Hao-Yin trailed in her wake, the others remained outside, poised to assist the castle guards in detaining anyone attempting to leave. Having traversed only a short distance, Rumen suddenly surged forward, unsheathing his sword with a metallic clink, and unleashed a swift, lethal arc of glimmering steel that a slender black bolt was knocked to the ground, and from the shadows, a lithe figure leaped back, narrowly evading Rumen's subsequent strike. Knight Hao-Yin's reaction was mere fractions of a second slower than Rumen's, as he unsheathed his sword, igniting it with his battle aura, positioning himself protectively in front of Jedi. The slender figure hesitated, quickly discerning that assassinating Jedi Luke's, who was shielded by two knights, was futile, and promptly retreated, seeking refuge in the complex terrain behind. Rumen's fierce onslaught left no room for escape, as his sword wove a dense and deadly net of light, ensnaring the elusive figure within. The figure discarded the crossbow and defended against Rumen's two strikes with a poisoned dagger, narrowly dodging the third. However, the fourth strike landed squarely on the figure's left wrist, and blood sprayed forth like a torrential downpour. Accompanied by a pained scream, in a desperate attempt, the figure hurled the dagger toward Jedi. The green streak startled Jedi and diverted Rumen's focus momentarily. The poisoned dagger fell to the ground under Knight Hao-Yin's sweeping blow, causing no harm. Yet, the slender figure seized the opportunity to escape the web of blades and rolled into the shadows of the corner. Vanishing without a trace, Rumen dashed to the spot where the figure had disappeared, sweeping his sword through the darkness multiple times, only to produce sparks as the blade struck the stone, prompting him to spit in frustration. Damn it. Let that scoundrel slip away. It matters not, Rumen. We have only lost a small mouse, Jedi mused, observing the blood still gushing from the severed wrist on the ground, then scanning the elegantly crafted crossbow and poisoned dagger. I believe we have fully unveiled this conspiracy. Chapter 40. The dying president sparked news of the assassin's presence in the castle of the Stabs spread like wildfire, alongside rumors of President Sparks' suspected infection with the Red Death fever. The servants within the castle, of course, had little understanding of such a rare and virulent contagion, yet this did not prevent them from engaging in a flurry of alarming associations with the ominous disease name, causing chaos akin to a nest of disturbed rats. Within 10 minutes, over a dozen servants sought to flee the castle, which they had deemed a hotspot for the plague. However, they were all apprehended by the guards stationed at the entrance. No reasoning would suffice. They could only be released upon Jedi's return and thorough examination. Those with guilty consciences were, understandably, frantic, yet aside from a fully armed contingent of castle guards, there were also the formidable mage Lakos and the shadow sorcerer in attendance. Leaving only a fool to consider a forced escape, the eyes of several traitors exchanged glances, Yet they could do nothing but bide their time, feigning relief. Meanwhile, Jedi Luke followed closely behind Captain Trevor. Ascending the spiral staircase of the Pirate's Lament, this tower, constructed from countless blocks of coarse black stone, was immensely sturdy, capable of withstanding the impact of tsunamis and the assault of heavy siege engines. However, its narrow and steep steps proved treacherous for those of a hefty disposition. Captain Trevor had barely traversed half the distance before he was exhausted, panting heavily as if a blacksmith were laboring within his throat. Jedi could not help but sigh, halting his steps. "Trevor, would you like to take a moment to rest and catch your breath?" Captain Trevor wiped the sweat from his plump face, forcing a smile. "Thank you for your kindness, Master Jedi, but I believe I can manage. There will be plenty of time to rest once we see the esteemed president." Suddenly, footsteps echoed from above, and Captain Trevor turned just in time to see a gleaming dagger hurtling toward him. The corpulent captain emitted a short gasp, leaning back in a desperate attempt to avoid the incoming weapon. Yet his efforts proved futile, for in the next instant, Hautian Knight leapt forward like a cheetah, swinging his sword to knock the dagger from the air. "There certainly are quite a number of assassins within the castle of the stab," Jedi muttered, extending his hands to steady Captain Trevor's wobbling frame. "Hautian, I leave that assassin to you. Is that acceptable?" "I will defeat him," Hautian replied curtly in halting common tongue, his movement swift as he bounded up several steps, his figure disappearing at the top of the spiral staircase. Jedi looked up, catching a glimpse of a half-open wooden door ahead, followed by a sharp reprimand and a series of fierce clashes of metal. Although Hautian's battle aura was rather ordinary, his agility was remarkable, and his swordsmanship was exceptionally skilled. His overall prowess did not pale in comparison to that of higher-tier knights. Jedi was well aware of this, so when he observed Hautian Knight stumbling back from the wooden door, blood streaming from his shoulder, his expression morphed into one of astonishment. In such a brief span of time, a knight has already suffered misfortune. That individual above seems rather formidable, Jedi muttered to himself. Before he could finish his thought, Rumen scoffed and approached with heavy steps, placing a hand on the shoulder of the recently steadied Hoshiamli, who was preparing to charge once more. "Wait, allow me to take this on." The countenance of Knight Yahan turned somewhat ashen at these words. Yet he did not protest. Instead, he silently stepped back, watching as Rumen strode forward with determination. The fearsome knight clad in black armor continued his advance, effortlessly shattering the wooden door with a single punch, forcing the hidden opponent behind it to leap back, abandoning any plans for ambush. Rumen cast a cold glance at his adversary, then drew his sword, saying, "I thought you were just another little black-skinned mouse." As he spoke, he closed his visor, and with a swift motion of his right hand, the Dark Knight's heavy sword sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. "Now pray, for death beckons you." The individual who had caused trouble for Hoshiamli was short in stature, thin as a spear, clad in nothing but a hardened leather vest, devoid of any armor or protection, making him appear almost naked compared to Rumen's heavy plating. Nevertheless, he exhibited no signs of fear or retreat, his center of gravity lowered. The slender rapier glimmered like a viper's tongue, its blade exuding a bright aura of combat energy, seeking Rumen's vulnerabilities. Aside from the holy light and fire elemental magic, the fearsome knight bore no true weaknesses. However, to avoid revealing his identity, Rumen could not allow his vital points to be struck by the sharp blade. Thus, upon realizing the opponent's exceptional prowess, he adopted a cautious stance, holding his sword with both hands, the blade vertical before his chest, steadily advancing. The slender figure struck like lightning, thrusting his rapier, but Rumen parried, the clash of the rapier and the knight's heavy sword producing a sound that was piercingly sharp. Rumen's strength far exceeded the expectations of the slender adversary. The rapier bent into a bow shape before snapping back, the thin figure narrowly evading Rumen's subsequent powerful strike. For the next minute, the two engaged in a fierce struggle within the confined space behind the door, the slender figure moving with astonishing speed, his rapier launching a relentless series of attacks that tore at Rumen's defenses from above and below. Rumen opted for a strategy of methodical advancement, his heavy sword primarily defensive, creating a dense web of light around him. However, each of his strikes compelled the slender foe to retreat, unwilling to confront the dark sword directly. Had their battle taken place in a spacious outdoor arena, the duration might have been uncertain, yet in the cramped confines of the tower, Rumen's horizontal slash forced the slender figure to retreat until his back collided with the cold hard wall. This momentary pause proved fatal for the slender foe. The Dark Knight's heavy sword retracted with lightning speed, then rose once more, coming down with great force. The slender figure desperately raised his rapier, attempting to block the fearsome blow, but had it not been for Jedi's sudden voice, his futile struggle would have been in vain. Following a particularly jarring metallic clash, the rapier's steel blade fractured a third of the way down, sending a segment of the sharp blade flying and igniting sparks against the rocky wall. The slender figure emitted a pained gasp, his right arm weakened and dangling, the impact dislocating his wrist. The Dark Knight's heavy sword halted mere centimeters from the slender figure's head, the blade embedding deeply into the grimy wall behind him, as if the stone were not solid as iron, but rather a moldy, soft cheese. Rumen lifted his visor with his other hand, a cruel smile emerging on his pale face. "You are quite adept at evasion, little mouse," he rasped, his voice hoarse, before turning to Jedi. "Master Jedi, why do you show him mercy?" Jedi shrugged, and before a response could be given, Captain Trevor emerged from behind him, raising his voice in protest. "Adele, damn it, why did you throw a dagger at me just now?" "I am Trevor." The slender figure's face contorted in pain, yet his gaze towards Captain Trevor was cold and hard, as if edged with sharpness. "I know who you are, traitor," he articulated slowly. Captain Trevor's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His plump face flushed with anger. "Traitor? You dare call loyal old Trevor a traitor?" Ignoring the danger, he stormed up the stairs, glaring at the slender figure. "If I were a traitor, would I risk returning from the port of Alias? If I were a traitor, would I disregard everything to oppose those true traitors? Then why have you brought these strangers here? Is it not to harm our esteemed leader?" Adele retorted firmly, puffing out his chest. "To harm our esteemed leader? You would have to step over my corpse." Captain Trevor was infuriated, while Rumen appeared intrigued, subtly shaking his right leg, as if the fearsome knight was quite interested in stepping over Adele's stubborn form, turning him into a corpse in the process. Jedi Lux interjected with a hint of sarcasm before any tragedy could unfold. "Adele, just now Captain Trevor informed me that you are Sir Spark's most loyal personal guard." This question, with a slightly rising intonation, elicited a fierce glare from Adele. "Of course I am," he replied resolutely. "My life belongs to our esteemed leader. If necessary, I would not hesitate to offer it." "Your life, to one who is on the verge of death, is likely of little value," Jedi remarked, turning his face aside. "Trevor, remember this lesson well. An absolutely loyal yet inflexible bodyguard may inflict greater harm than a traitor." Captain Trevor hesitated, unsure how to respond, while Adele burned with rage, wholly oblivious to the dark heavy sword looming nearby. He suddenly stood tall, exclaiming, "I will not permit anyone to insult my loyalty." His eyes bloodshot, had Rumen not struck him down with a powerful blow. He might have lunged at Jedi. External threats and internal strife. Foolishness is more terrifying than betrayal. Jedi scoffed, shaking his head in disdain as he stepped past the crumpled Adele, making his way to the door he had vowed to protect with his life. The door was not locked. A gentle push opened it, and an aroma blending herbs with a pungent scent wafted forth, mingled with a sickly sweet odor of decaying flesh, prompting Jedi to wrinkle his nose before stepping inside. Sir Spark's sickroom was not large, with tightly closed windows and heavy curtains drawn. The fireplace blazed fiercely, casting a somber red glow throughout the room, the heat almost suffocating. A large bed adorned with thick drapes stood near the fireplace, and within it lay a figure shrouded in shadows. Jedi strode forward, drawing back the drapes, only to recoil in shock, nearly toppling the candlestick on the table. By the gods! Even as he struggled to maintain composure, Jedi Lux's expression betrayed his tension, the color draining from his face. "The situation is far worse than I imagined. Sir Spark has indeed contracted a severe infectious disease, and it is none other than the dreaded Crimson Fever." Chapter 41, Lifting the Curse. Dealing with Traitors, Part 1. In Sir Spark's chamber hung a life-sized portrait of him, depicting a tall, slender man with meticulously groomed flaxen beard and hair, exuding an air of elegance and concern for appearance. Although his expression seemed calm and unflustered, with a smile of joy and warmth, a closer inspection revealed the hidden scheming and coldness in his nearly colorless light blue eyes. The artist evidently knew Sir Spark well, capturing his essence perfectly. Standing before the painting, Jedi could vividly conjure the image of a shrewd and commanding business magnate. However, the figure now lying in the drapes appeared exceedingly frail, aged, and emaciated. With cracked lips and deeply sunken cheeks, even his slightly opened eyes seemed dull and lifeless, complemented by the deep crimson lesions that marred his face and limbs, presenting the stark image of a dying man on the brink of death. Captain Trevor, the fearsome knight Rumen, and Scholar Penny entered the room, followed closely by the laboriously rising Adele, who pressed against the wall. Only Hayoshianli remained stationed outside, sword drawn. eyes fixed unwaveringly on the spiraling narrow staircase. Upon witnessing Sir Spark's condition, Captain Trevor's eyes widened in alarm, turning to Adele with a glare brimming with fury. "Down below, Adele, look at what you have done," Captain Trevor nearly shouted, his anger palpable. "The esteemed leader is in such dire straits, and you obstinately refuse anyone to see him. Do you intend to bring about his demise?" Adele's face turned pale. "No, I had no idea," he stammered, his gaze sweeping across Sir Spark's motionless form, finally revealing a look of dread. "By the gods, I truly did not know the esteemed leader's condition would deteriorate so rapidly. Last night, the esteemed president was quite alert, instructing me to vigilantly guard the door, for anyone might betray him. The rapid onset of the Crimson Death Plague is alarmingly swift. The fact that Sir Spark has endured for such an extended period is a testament to his remarkable tenacity for survival." Jedi raised his right hand, halting Scholar Penny's approach. "Do not approach recklessly. This is not merely an illness." Scholar Penny's face displayed clear confusion. "Not merely an illness? Jedi, Master, I have never heard of the Crimson Death Plague, nor has my mentor. The esteemed alchemist Perez mentioned it. The Crimson Death Plague is not a mere disease, but a magical curse derived from necromantic energies. Once it manifests, it spreads as rapidly as any ordinary contagion, and typical methods of disinfection and treatment are futile. Thus, we must remain vigilant," Jedi explained gravely. "Now, everyone must leave this place to prevent potential contagion. Sir Rumen, you shall remain to assist me." The group exchanged dubious glances. However, ultimately, for the sake of safety, they chose to depart. Scholar Penny was eager to stay and learn how to treat the Crimson Death Plague, but Jedi firmly refused and ordered Sir Haoyin to escort her out of the room. Once the wooden door was securely shut, Sir Rumen shrugged, sheathed his sword, and took a seat on a nearby chair. Yet, Jedi's serious demeanor showed no signs of easing. He approached Sir Spark's bedside once more, lifting the eyelid with his finger for a closer inspection. Even illuminating his pupil with a lit candle to observe Sir Spark's reactions, Sir Rumen found Jedi's caution peculiar. "Hey, Jedi," he spoke while casually toying with a porcelain cup on the table. "Now that there is no one else in the room, is it really necessary to keep up the pretense?" "This is no mere pretense. Rumen, I fear we may be in serious trouble." Jedi placed down the candlestick and straightened up, his grave expression gradually morphing into one of concern. "I am not jesting. This esteemed president has indeed fallen victim to a curse. If left unattended, he will weaken and perish within a few hours. His body will rapidly decay, and a plague will erupt, spreading contagion until all life on the archipelago is extinguished." Jedi was not speaking lightly. Sir Spark's symptoms were identical to those described in a historical tome he had perused in the Eternal Castle. More crucially, this curse was part of a highly secretive legacy, only accessible to true masters of the dead, not something any casual practitioner of necromancy could wield. Sir Rumen's previously nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "So, that assassin was also sent by the Masters of the Dead. Perhaps the Dark Elves and the Masters of the Dead belong to the same dark faction, and their collusion would not be surprising. However, I cannot shake the feeling that the truth may be far more intricate." Jedi sighed. "You know, Rumen, my instincts regarding trouble have never failed me." "Indeed, which is why I have always been dissatisfied with your nickname." Sir Rumen stroked his chin. "You should be called Ravensbeak Jedi instead." Jedi offered a wry smile and spread his hands. "Enough with the jesting. What shall we do now?" Sir Rumen gestured to his head. "Finding a solution has always been your forte. I merely need to follow your orders. But I cannot think of a good solution right now." Jedi paced irritably, a conflicted expression crossing his face. "I could resolve this curse and heal Sir Spark's affliction with a bit of necromantic finesse, but then what? We simply do not possess the strength to confront the Masters of the Dead head-on. What if we leave directly?" Sir Rumen resumed his languid posture. "We could procure a ship from the docks and head straight to North Rococo City, leaving them to fend for themselves. If only it were that simple." Jedi's tone grew impatient as he abruptly halted, slamming his palm against the table, causing the candlelight to flicker. "But why did we leave the port city of Yelius? Without the support of the North Rococo Trading Company and lacking a true foothold, how long could we withstand the pursuit of Sir Ansier and his ilk?" A flicker of green light crossed Sir Rumen's eyes, casting a sinister shadow over his noble features. "Sir Ansier, I shall never forget him," the fearsome knight intoned slowly. "Nor will I," Jedi replied, returning to Sir Spark's bedside, examining the red splotches on his cheeks. Then extending his right hand, a faint green luminescence gathering in his palm. "This may be a misguided choice, but I wish to take the risk." He turned, uncertainly asking, Rumen, will you support my decision? As you wish. My lord, Sir Rumen nodded decisively, then adjusted the weight of his heavy knight's sword at his waist. No matter the peril or obstacle, my sword and I shall fight by your side until the end. A glimmer of reassurance flickered in Jedi's eyes as he faced Sir Spark. Gathering his focus, the faint green light in his palm expanding and gradually seeping into Sir Spark's body. However, as the green light penetrated, the deep red scars on Sir Spark's face writhed as if alive. The Crimson Death Plague, which no potion, divine magic, or spell could cure, was not an incurable ailment, at least it had not been several centuries ago. This unique curse, rooted in necromantic energies, bore all the characteristics of a virulent contagion. Yet, healing required the removal of the curse itself. In truth, any cleric of bishop rank or higher could resolve the issue. The sole complication lay in Sir Spark's frail body, which could not withstand the clash of divine magic and deathly curses. Jedi's use of necromantic energies to guide and absorb the Crimson Death Plague curse was a special method recorded in the tomes of the Eternal Castle, a technique employed by those who once worshipped the sleepless guide. Croesus, to combat the masters of the dead. As the curse within Sir Spark gradually dissipated, he emitted a faint groan, his previously shallow breaths deepening once more. Jedi halted just before the curse was entirely absorbed. The necromantic energy remaining within Sir Spark was negligible, preventing him from slipping into a deeper coma, yet it would not immediately restore his weakened condition. On one hand, Jedi had to consider whether the miraculous effects of immediate healing might provoke unwarranted speculation. On the other, the boy felt a twinge of trepidation towards this legendary figure of the trading company, hoping he would linger in his sickbed a while longer. It is done, Rumen. Assist me in leaving. Jedi wiped the sweat from his brow and straightened up. Sir Rumen, a look of concern on his face, helped him up. Jedi, how do you feel now? In truth, I am not fatigued at all, but I must appear to be struggling, Jedi whispered, gesturing toward the doorway. Trivial matters can be resolved with ease, garnering only a modicum of gratitude. Yet monumental challenges that exhaust even a sorcerer will yield boundless rewards. Upon seeing Jedi, pale-faced and supported by Sir Rumen, appear at the doorway, Captain Trevor quickly suppressed his anxiety and approached briskly. Master Jedi, you have worked hard. He rubbed his hands together, a slick merchant smile gracing his face. Has the esteemed president escaped danger? I wish to see him, if it is not too much trouble. It is no trouble. The curse of the Crimson Death Plague has been lifted. Yet Sir Spark's body remains quite weak and requires a period of rest. This is entirely due to the delay. Had I arrived half a day earlier, he might have already awakened. Facing the astonished Captain Trevor and his bodyguard, Adair, Jedi spoke in a hoarse voice, deliberately displaying a weary expression. I must rest now. Whatever matters arise must wait until I awaken. Chapter 42. Lifting the Curse, Dealing with the Traitor, Part 2. Jedi Lux slept soundly until dusk. Roused from his deep, dreamless slumber by a knock at the door, when he opened his eyes, the fatigue that had weighed upon him vanished, and the doubts and hesitations that had plagued him were cast aside. This sense of ease compelled the boy to break into a genuine smile. The door swung open, revealing Captain Trevor accompanied by 4 or 5 well-dressed members of the trading company, standing respectfully outside. Sir Rumen stood to the side, arms crossed, watching with a vigilant gaze, his dark knight sword drawn and resting conveniently by his side. Captain Trevor showed no sign of being perturbed by Sir Rumen's rudeness. However, 2 of the trading company members behind him appeared visibly outraged, exchanging bewildered glances. As Jedi opened the door, Captain Trevor stepped forward, bowing. Master Jedi, we hope we are not disturbing your rest. Not at all. I slept quite comfortably. Jedi, with a hint of restraint, shook his head while observing the expression of Captain Trevor. How is Sir Spark's condition? Has there been any unusual development? Not at all. The esteemed president has regained consciousness, Captain Trevor replied with a deep bow. His tone becoming increasingly respectful. Although he remains quite frail, he insisted that we come to express his gratitude to you and extend an invitation for you to meet at the Pirate's Sorrow. A meeting. Jedi glanced at the sunset, which had painted half the sky crimson, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth at this hour. If you would do us the honor, the esteemed president wishes to dine with you, Captain Trevor said with a smile. Oh. There's no need to go to such trouble, Jedi replied, shrugging indifferently. The Crimson Death Plague is no ordinary illness. Sir Spark has only just recovered. It would be best for him to consume some light oatmeal porridge. Those greasy dishes can wait until his health is more stable. Captain Trevor wished to say more, but Jedi had already turned away, instructing Rumen. Inform Lakos and the others that I have awakened and have matters to discuss with them. As you wish, Rumen nodded. yet did not leave immediately. Instead, he cast a pointed gaze at Captain Trevor and the others, conveying a clear intent to dismiss them. As a seasoned merchant, Captain Trevor was certainly not oblivious to such subtleties. With a pained expression, he sighed and bowed to Jedi, leading his companions away from the sea sail inn. Almost as soon as they stepped out of the inn's door, one of the guild members spat on the ground in barely concealed anger. What a humiliating affront. He muttered under his breath, "Trevor, why must we grovel before that young brat? Perhaps he exerted some effort while treating the president, but we could simply offer him a sum of gold in gratitude." It was not merely some effort. He saved the president's life, and likely the lives of most of us as well. Captain Trevor retorted with a huff, then paused, turning to address the guild member with a serious countenance, even leaving aside any notions of gratitude. "Mr. Tisov, do you not understand what the title of master entails?" Tisov narrowed his eyes, skepticism lacing his voice. "I have never encountered such a young apothecary master. Perhaps he merely possesses a few herbal remedies that fortuitously address the ailment." Captain Trevor initially appeared taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. "That is my oversight. In my haste, I may have neglected to mention the most crucial detail to you all." He cast a mysterious glance toward the sea sail inn and lowered his voice. "That young man, Jedi? Lux is not merely an apothecary master. He is a remarkably powerful wizard. While I lack concrete evidence, I personally witnessed Master Jedi wield magic, effortlessly quelling the great turmoil at the area's dock in the port city, even causing the Imperial Navy's alchemical warship, the Windstorm, and the nightmare ghost ship of Silvermoon Bay to bow to his formidable magic." This statement took everyone by surprise, skepticism now evident not only in Tisov and his friends, but even among the two guild members closest to Captain Trevor. The Imperial Navy's alchemical warship and the ghost ship of Silvermoon Bay. "Trevor, surely you haven't succumbed to some delusional illness?" asked an older guild member, his pale eyes beneath graying brows betraying concern. "Next, you won't claim that Jedi Lux is actually a Grand Archmage who not only cured the president, but also helped the North Rococo Guild escape the clutches of the Deadly Ones, will you?" The elder's good-natured sarcasm elicited a ripple of laughter, easing some of the tension brought on by the standoff, even softening Tissov's previously stern demeanor. However, in the next moment, Captain Trevor's serious declaration silenced the laughter as if cut by a blade. "Not in the slightest. Mr. Baston, that is precisely what I intend to convey to everyone." Mr. Baston's gray-white brows twitched. "Are you truly unwell, or is this some jest? Trevor, this is hardly a time for humor. I assure you, I am not jesting." Captain Trevor narrowed his eyes, his previously affable and slick visage suddenly exuding an inexplicable sharpness. "What I have recounted is what I witnessed firsthand. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the first mate of the Sea Wolf, Robert. He is a seasoned seafarer, and his words would surely carry more weight than mine." "Who does not know that Robert is your confidant?" retorted a guild member from the periphery. "Trevor, we require more credible evidence." "Then, how about the ship's mage aboard the Windstorm, Mage Maddle? Would he suffice as a reliable witness?" Captain Trevor proposed another candidate. "He has likely already identified himself to some of you, requesting that you send your vessels to rescue the survivors of the Windstorm. I ask you to consider, despite the persistent and clement weather, did any ships unexpectedly depart the harbor this afternoon?" Mr. Baston wore a contemplative expression, then raised an eyebrow, looking at Tisov. "The Dogfish and the Pioneer are both under your name. Mr. Tisov, tell us, why did those two vessels suddenly leave port, and to where did they sail?" Tisov's complexion turned somewhat haggard, his earlier assertiveness fading into weakness. "Those two ships do indeed belong to me, but I am not privy to their destination, as I seldom interfere with the choices made by the captains, provided they return the vessels safely and earn me a profit. And what of the Hope?" Captain Trevor suddenly mentioned another vessel. "Mr. Hale, you do not possess Mr. Tiss's wealth. You only have this one ship, and you cannot possibly be unaware of its whereabouts." Mr. Hale was an unremarkable little man, typically very quiet, even during the most heated discussions just moments ago. He had remained silent, listening intently to the thoughts of others. Upon hearing Captain Trevor direct attention toward himself, Mr. Hale forced a smile and spread his hands. "I am well aware of the Hope's destination. You should also be aware of my identity. Would making this public benefit the Guild in any way? I only know that the faction you represent was unable to prevent the President's serious illness, and Jedi Lux is currently the only one capable of thwarting the threat of the Deadly Ones," Captain Trevor replied pointedly. Mr. Hale paused, then reached into his breast pocket, producing a finely crafted silver metal badge, displaying to the crowd the image of a black spider with 8 long legs. I am the head of the Unseen Eyes North Rococo Port Division. A silver-tier Dark Scout, hail, Dark Dagger. The Hope is bound for the Starfall Reef, where the Imperial Navy's windstorm ran aground and sank a day ago. Fortunately, the captain and most of the crew survived. Beyond that, I cannot disclose further information. Shocked murmurs and angry growls erupted, the guild members standing beside Mr. Hale instinctively recoiling, their expressions a mix of suspicion and uncertainty as they scrutinized the unassuming little man. Tissav's face initially turned a deep shade of anger, only to pale significantly, his lips quivering as if he wished to speak. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Mr. Baston abruptly turned, glaring intensely. Mr. Tissav, you owe us an explanation. The venerable Mr. Baston represented the will of the traditionalist faction, which comprised 1/3 of the North Rococo Guild, and his opinions were not easily dismissed. Even by President Sparked A.T. the Elder's stern reprimand, Tissav broke into a cold sweat. Mr. Baston, I am unaware. You are Mr. Hale's guarantor. How could you possibly be oblivious? Mr. Baston's ire did not wane. Instead, it blazed even more fiercely. For the god Sake, Mr. Baston, I believe the Unseen Eye, as the Empire's foremost intelligence agency, has the authority to monitor the North Rococo Guild, correct? Mr. Hale's voice was low, yet his words pierced like sharp needles, causing Mr. Baston's anger to falter, his expression showing signs of hesitation. The Unseen Eye certainly possesses that authority. That is not our contention. Captain Trevor interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Mr. Hale, Dark Dagger, there is a significant difference between legitimate surveillance and covert investigations. You have worked alongside us for several years. May I ask if you have ever discovered any violations of Imperial law by the North Rococo Guild? No. No serious violations, Mr. Hale replied, his tone carrying a subtle pause. As for minor infractions such as smuggling, while the Unseen Eye is embedded throughout the Empire, it does not aim to suffocate everyone. We would not concern ourselves with matters that should vex the tax authorities. I greatly appreciate your understanding, Captain Trevor said with a smile. Then sighed. However, it seems that you must slightly contravene some regulations now. Mr. Hale remained impassive, his left hand silently delving into his coat, grasping an object of some sort, said Trevor. Pray tell, Mr. Hale, I am most intrigued to discern what sagacious advice the chairman's left hand might proffer in light of our current predicament. I seek to obtain some intelligence from you. Captain Trevor stepped forward, his gaze unwavering as it met Mr. Hale's, showing no concern for the object he clutched. Regarding the recent past, prior to the chairman's affliction, who exactly engaged in clandestine communications with Harrison Dodge? Mr. Hale pondered momentarily, releasing a sigh of relief. This does not contravene the regulations of the Watchful Eye. I am entitled to decide whether to disclose information of a lesser classified nature. As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings. Is this intelligence to be revealed here? Indeed, right here. Captain Trevor gestured, and a cohort of sailors, clad in seafaring attire, suddenly emerged from the alleyways, subtly encircling the assembly. Noticing the expressions of shock and anger on several members of the Merchant Guild, Captain Trevor bowed deeply, his tone laced with contrition. I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. This is the first command issued by the chairman following his awakening. Should anyone harbor doubts, they may seek confirmation directly from him after the matter concludes. Chapter 43, Lifting the Curse. Dealing with Traitors, Part 2. Jetty Lux sat behind a window on the second floor of the Sea Sailor Inn, keenly observing the tumult unfolding in the streets below. The waning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a crimson hue on the ground, reminiscent of coagulated blood. A knock sounded from behind, followed by the somewhat hoarse voice of Mage Rakosar. Master Jetty, we have arrived. Jetty turned away from the twilight, his tone calm as he replied, Come in, Rakosar. The door is ajar. The wooden door creaked open silently, its oil-slicked hinges betraying no sound, as Mage Rakosar, Scholar Penny, Miss Felicity, and Sir Ahan entered in succession, the shadowy sorcerer bringing up the rear with a black staff in hand. Once the door closed, Rakosar's followers, Knight Linda and Knight Rumen, positioned themselves on either side, their vigilant gazes and imposing presence rendering the corridor eerily vacant, deterring any casual passerby. During my respite, have there been any new developments? Jetty gestured for everyone to choose their seats before inquiring. Rakosar nodded. There is a plethora of news. Some was delivered by Captain Trevor's emissaries, while Linda gleaned rumors from the tavern. However, there is little of true value, at least not enough to warrant your grave concern. Many truths lie hidden within seemingly mundane clues, much like many ostensibly arcane spells that are, in fact, Merely intricate variations of simple magic, Jedi mused, his gaze lost in the dancing flames of the hearth. Master Jedi, your wisdom illuminates my understanding. Rakosar inclined his head from his seat. Captain Trevor's missive indicates that the dagger may be fraught with unrest in the coming days. As a traitor has emerged within the Northern Rococo Merchant Guild, convening meetings in the name of Chairman Spark to purge the guild. Can he truly represent Chairman Spark's intentions? Miss Felicity interjected rather bluntly, Rakosar. Who exactly is this Captain Trevor? Rakosar cast a somewhat disapproving glance at the noblewoman, exercising patience as he explained, I am not from Northern Rococo, thus I lack insight into Captain Trevor's true identity. However, Linda has uncovered certain intelligence regarding the captain of the Dawn Sea Wolf. This Mr. Trevor was among the earliest merchants to rally behind Chairman Spark and is quite trusted, ranking as the third most significant figure in the Northern Rococo Merchant Guild. The foremost figure, of course, is Sir Spark, who, then, occupies the second position. Jedi lightly tapped the windowsill with his fingers. An elder known as Laina Bastian, the leader of the traditionalist merchants in Northern Rococo Port, who is affectionately nicknamed the White Fox. Rakosar glanced at the parchment in hand, hesitatingly adding, Mr. Bastian's entry into the Northern Rococo Merchant Guild bears a somewhat legendary quality. Had he not been swayed by Sir Spark's sincerity 5 years prior, the guild, which commands a third of the commercial power in Westwind County, likely would not have materialized. So, the rise of the Northern Rococo Merchant Guild is closely tied to Mr. Bastian's involvement. Jedi's eyes flickered with interest as he pressed further. From the intelligence gathered by Linda, that appears to be the case, Rakosar affirmed. Should Chairman Spark unexpectedly pass, who would be positioned to take control of the guild? Rakosar furrowed his brow, sifting through several sheets of parchment. Mr. Bastian is undoubtedly the front-runner, however. Captain Trevor is also a possibility, being a confidant of Chairman Spark and possessing a measure of influence. As for other candidates, the intelligence does not reveal any. Does the intelligence mention to which faction the newly appointed steward of Dagger Castle belongs? Jedi blinked, posing a new query. This time, Rakosar took longer to search, ultimately unable to provide a definitive answer. The intelligence contains no mention of Harrison Dodge, as if this individual scarcely exists. Jedi let out a soft, hey, leaning back against the rough stone windowsill. Was this an inadvertent oversight, or a deliberate concealment? Harrison Dodge is clearly aligned with the traitors and plays a pivotal role. Could Captain Trevor, exhibiting such decisiveness and sagacity, truly overlook this key figure? He should not. A look of irritation crossed Rakosar's face. By the gods of wisdom, is it possible that the intelligence provided by Trevor is flawed? The intelligence itself is undoubtedly sound, for Trevor has need of us and would not engage in such foolish and short-sighted behavior. However, I suspect he is withholding certain details. Harrison Dodge's identity may not be as straightforward as it appears. As Jedi spoke, he cast a glance at the street below, where a throng had gathered. Encircling them were over 100 port guards in leather armor, wielding iron-headed clubs, while within, a smaller circle formed, comprising robust armed sailors brandishing curved blades, standing in defiance against the guards, their clamorous voices rising like the tide. What transpires outside? It sounds exceedingly tumultuous, Scholar Penny voiced, her expression filled with concern. Let us hope it does not escalate into a riot akin to that of Elias. The Dagger Isle is not like the port city of Elias. This is Sir Spark's private domain. As an imperial noble, Sir Spark possesses the authority to employ all means necessary to quell insurrections within his territory. Rakosar shook his head, unless one can ensure the complete annihilation of Sir Spark and his guard. Any disturbances here will be met with ruthless suppression. Ah, that is First Mate Robert. Jedi suddenly slapped the windowsill, then turned to Ahan. Sir Ahan, I must ask you to join Knight Rumen below and support those comrades who once fought alongside us on the deck of the Sea Wolf. Master of Shadows will provide magical assistance. Sir Ahan rose with agility. Your command is my obligation. Rakosar also stood. Master Jedi. There is no need for the Master of Shadows to intervene personally. Allow me to assist below. No, this is not a genuine conflict. It is merely a show of force. Jedi slowly shook his head. Rumen and the others can handle it. Rakosar. You shall remain. I still require your wisdom and experience. A flush of excitement colored Rakosar's face. Thank you for your trust, Master Jedi. I fear my thoughts may be too superficial to offer you sufficient aid. You have consistently performed admirably. Jedi smiled at Rakosar. Now let us analyze Laina Bastian. I have a strong sense that he is a pivotal figure in this matter. Perhaps even more so than the newly appointed steward of Dagger Castle. Consider this. If Captain Trevor were to be hindered by the unrest in Elias, preventing his timely return, and if we were absent, Sir Spark would inevitably succumb to his affliction, who, aside from Mr. Bastian, could then seize control over the Northern Rococo Merchant Guild. Rakosar, suppressing his excitement, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No one else. Though Mr. Bastian commands the loyalty of only a third of the traditionalist merchants, lacking majority support, he would likely find the position of chairman precarious. If Mr. Bastian were to expose the plot to poison the chairman and seek vengeance for Sir Spark, would that not increase his number of supporters? Certainly. Miss Felicity interjected once more, somewhat impulsively. Master Jetty, are you suggesting that Mr. Bastian is the true mastermind behind this conspiracy? No, Miss Felicity, there are no creations of necromancy upon Mr. Bastian. He cannot possibly be in collusion with the dead. Jedi asserted with certainty. But how can you be so sure? Miss Felicity pressed on, her tone defiant. The dead could very well choose to employ more cunning methods in cooperation with Mr. Bastian. After all, it would be advantageous for both parties, would it not? Miss Felicity, I fear you overestimate the dead's capacity for trust. Jedi's tone bore a veneer of politeness, yet his patience was waning in the face of the noblewoman's reckless interjections and juvenile reasoning. No living being can ever attain the full trust of the dead. A curse, a contract, or both, those who conspire with the dead will invariably bear such marks, without exception. But Master Lacos coughed heavily, leaving only the barest pleasantries in his tone. Miss Felicity, it would be best if you refrained from interrupting while I speak with Master Jedi. If you please. Instantly, Miss Felicity's fair visage flushed crimson. However, she understood that now was not the time for retorts, and thus she sulkily closed her mouth, sinking back into her seat in silence. Master Lacos turned to Jedi, a look of perplexity in his eyes. Master Jedi, if Mr. Bastian is not the puppet master, then as the greatest beneficiary following Sir Spark's demise, he would indeed be the one in peril. Do you wish to assist him? I fear he will not require our assistance. Jedi retrieved an elegantly crafted dagger with a blade of verdant sharpness from his cloak, tossing it onto the table where its edge easily pierced the surface of the sea willow as though it were parchment. This is an item left behind by the assassin defeated by Sir Rumen, Lacos. Can you discern its origins? Master Lacos delicately pinched the hilt of the dagger between two fingers, bringing it closer for a meticulous inspection. Such intricate craftsmanship could only be achieved by elves, though the dwarves possess superior skills. They typically favor practicality and seldom indulge in such ornate, yet impractical embellishments, he concluded. It is likely not an ordinary elf, Lacos. These patterns exhibit a bizarre, web-like quality. Do common elves worship spiders? Jedi pointed to the dagger, particularly at the exquisite sigil at the end of the hilt. To my knowledge, there are only two organizations that revere the spider as an object of worship. One of them is the Empire's premier intelligence agency, the Unblinking Eye. The other, have you heard of the demise of the 101 goddesses of the god of the Black Moon, Sonata? A peculiar smile flickered across Master Lacos's face. That is a most enchanting ballad, recounting the long years before Sonata ascended to godhood, wherein he was enamored with 101 women, indulging in nightly revelries. Yet, none could escape the passage of time, save for the last. His smile vanished, his expression tightening. By the wisdom of the gods, are you implying that the Abyss Weaver, the spider goddess worshipped by the Dark Elves, is involved? Although the hand severed by Sir Rumen has mysteriously vanished, I can ascertain that it belonged to a female Dark Elf. Jedi took the dagger from Lacos's hands, deftly rolling it between his fingers. The dead may indeed conspire with Dark Elves, yet I lean towards a different explanation. This assassin maiden hails from a third party, one intending to leverage the threat of the dead and the insurrection within the guild to ultimately seize control. Lena? Bastian. I believe it quite possible. Jedi nodded gently, then made his way to the door. I hear Rumen and the others ascending the stairs. It seems the matter has been resolved smoothly. The door swung open to reveal Rumen and Knight Hao Yenli entering in succession. Though the shadowy sorcerer was notably absent, Master Jedi, we have aided Captain Trevor in apprehending all the insurgents, and since two among them are high-level magical apprentices, Master Shadow has decided to assist First Mate Robert in escorting them, Rumen explained, speaking swiftly. Well done. I am relieved to hear it has been resolved successfully, Jedi replied, lowering his voice with curiosity. Pray tell, who were the insurgents? Captain Trevor identified 7 or 8 individuals, all peripheral members of the guild. Only one, a bearded man named Tisavov, was a member of the upper echelons, and another, named Hale, is astonishingly a silver-grade dark spy of the unblinking eye. Now under supervision, Rumen recounted with a flat tone. Miss Felicity let out a derisive snicker, yet Jedi's smile remained unchanged, paying no heed to the noblewoman's petty provocation as he merely shrugged. Did Trevor leave any other messages? If not, I shall have to contemplate my departure from the gassing aisles. Rumen's pallid countenance remained impassive. A typical demeanor for the fearsome knight in public, though a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. There is one more thing. Trevor privately mentioned to me that he hopes you might spare a moment after breakfast tomorrow, as Sir Spark will be accompanying him to the Sea Sail Hotel to discuss how to deal with the true traitor, White Fox Lena Bastian. Chapter 44. A Bloodless Exchange of Words. Part 1. Gray morning light filtered through the tortoiseshell window, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor of the Sea Sail Inn's lobby. The breakfast hour had just passed, leaving the numerous dining tables starkly empty, for the majority of guests preferred to enjoy a simple yet delicious meal within the comfort of their rooms rather than descend the narrow sea willow staircase into the frigid lobby akin to an ice cellar. Jedi Lux was not among the majority, perhaps influenced by his years as a serving boy. He relished the spaciousness and tranquility. As Sir Spark and Captain Trevor entered the hotel lobby, he sat alone at the innermost table, a pot of steaming herbal tea emitting wisps of fragrant steam before him. Master Jedi Lux. Captain Trevor approached briskly, speaking in a tone of respectful deference. This is Sir Spark, the president of the Northern Rococo Trading Company. Jedi lifted his gaze to assess the middle-aged man before him. Compared to his bedridden state from the previous day, he appeared to have made a remarkable recovery. Yet he still lacked the vibrant countenance depicted in the portrait. Sir, please take a seat, Jedi said calmly, his tone imbued with a hint of unconcealed arrogance. Sir Spark likewise scrutinized Jedi Lux, though his gaze was less confrontational. For the leader of the second-largest port city's trading company in Westwind County, wizards were not an unattainable profession. Two of his friends were indeed wizards. Yet, such a young and powerful wizard was a rarity, appearing almost as though he were still an apprentice, despite possessing formidable strength that even the Imperial Governor would not dare to underestimate. Master Jedi Lux, you are indeed younger than I had imagined, Sir Spark remarked as he pulled out a chair, his voice somewhat weak yet gentle. Captain Trevor mentioned that it was a powerful archmage who rescued me from the depths of illness and death. I had expected you to be a venerable, kindly elder. In the mysterious path of magic, appearances can often deceive, Jedi replied, redirecting his gaze to the steaming pot of herbal tea before him, pouring himself a cup of the bitter, aromatic liquid. This beverage is invigorating, a wizard's drink, though its taste leaves much to be desired. He brought the cup to his lips and took a modest sip. Sir Spark, would you care for a cup of this, or shall I ask the innkeeper to brew a spiced wine? This will suffice, Sir Spark quickly replied, extending his hand to pour a cup for himself and for Captain Trevor. I have tasted a wizard's specialty drink before. Its flavor was unforgettable, though not entirely unacceptable. The herbal tea was astoundingly bitter, leaving Sir Spark's tongue and throat utterly numbed, his eyes nearly bulging as he fought the impulse to spit it out. Every wizard has their own beverage recipe. The effects and flavors often vary considerably, Jedi said, lowering his gaze to conceal a flicker of amusement in his eyes. This concoction had been meticulously prepared by Scholar Penny, brewed throughout the night, and indeed would leave anyone unprepared utterly speechless from its bitterness. Sir Spark finally managed to regain a semblance of a smile, though it remained somewhat stiff and distorted. Upon closer examination, the flavor is actually quite acceptable. He forced himself to utter words of praise. Yet as the bitterness gradually receded, a refreshing sensation surged from his lungs to his mind, rejuvenating his thoughts and transforming his reluctant compliment into genuine admiration. By the grace of the just Lord. The effect of this is truly astonishing. The recipe is quite ordinary. It is the timing of the brewing and the order of the herbs that holds the secret. Jedi nonchalantly took another sip, then raised his head sharply, crossing his hands before him. Sir Spark, for every companion enamored with the path of magic, time is of the utmost value. Please, speak candidly. Of course, Master Jedi, Sir Spark nodded. Firstly, I have come to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Jedi made a gesture to halt him. It was merely a trifling matter. If your sole purpose is to convey your appreciation, then I have already received it. Is there anything else? Such a brusque and forthright manner of speaking left Sir Spark somewhat discomposed. shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Captain Trevor, perceiving his discomfort, quickly interjected, "Master Jedi is a person of decisive and stern character, yet he is also exceedingly willing to extend a hand to the weak. My lord, you need only present your request directly. I sincerely apologize. Dealing with those avaricious politicians and corrupt nobles for so long has left me at a loss as to how to speak plainly." In the span of mere seconds, Sir Spark adjusted his demeanor, regaining a tone of utmost respect. "Master Jedi, have you heard of the threats and extortion currently confronting the North Rococo Trading Company?" A barely perceptible smile crept upon Jedi's lips. This was precisely the inquiry he had been awaiting. The opportunity to intervene in the affairs of the North Rococo Trading Company. "Is that so?" he replied, his tone calm and measured. This was not to imply that Captain Trevor had withheld information, nor that Jedi Luke's memory was faltering, that it was merely an excuse to toss the question back to the other party, a means of seizing the initiative. Sir Spark stroked his meticulously groomed beard, using the motion to mask his inner agitation. Such negotiation tactics were hardly remarkable. He had witnessed numerous politicians and merchants employing them, and he himself had become quite adept at it. Yet, a powerful sorcerer, Sir Spark was certain that none of the mages he was familiar with were skilled negotiators, for their thoughts were wholly consumed by the pursuit of the unfathomable mysteries of the magical realm, and their esteemed status rendered them unencumbered by the need for negotiation to achieve their aims. "Indeed, it is true, Master Jedi," Sir Spark continued, acutely aware that he had no alternative but to dance to Jedi's rhythm. "This is a dreadful and vile conspiracy, a tale of darkness eroding the light, accompanied by the horrific speculations of the consequences that may ensue." The lobby of the Sea Sail Hotel fell into profound silence. The bartender had long since departed, and Captain Trevor had vacated his seat to personally guard the entrance. Only the crackling flames in the fireplace provided any sound, while the rhythmic crash of the waves outside beat against the rocky shore. According to the sacred code of the Griffin Empire, treason is unforgivable for all eternity. Those who conspire and collude with dark forces in an attempt to subvert the imperial order shall face the death penalty, or at the very least, be exiled, enduring the everlasting curse of the gods. That I must inquire, wise Master Jedi Luke, can you stand idly by while such individuals manipulate and deceive, ultimately grasping power in Westwind County? "I wish to know the evidence supporting your assertion," Jedi replied, his tone indifferent. "The evidence lies in the series of disturbances and unrest that have transpired in Westwind County during this period," Sir Spark explained, producing an exceptionally delicate and thin piece of peculiar parchment from his breast pocket and laying it upon the table. "You see, here is North Rococo, and then the port city of Arlius and Westwind County City. These three locations constitute the political and economic epicenter of Westwind County, should they all descend into chaos. The situation in Westwind County is bound to collapse entirely." Jedi squinted, scrutinizing the meticulously crafted alchemical map before him. This was undoubtedly a crucial document for the North Rococo Trading Company, indicating not only the roads, towns, mountains, and rivers throughout Westwind County, but also various commercial details, with Arlius prominently marked in red, encircled by a twisted crimson line that resembled a raging fire, signifying that the situation there had spiraled completely out of control. North Rococo and Westwind County City were also delineated, marked with dangerously orange lines. Naturally, the situation in Westwind County will be monitored. The Imperial Knights stationed at the border and the Sleepless Eye intelligence network will not remain passive. Jedi slowly averted his gaze, his tone devoid of any urgency. "And what does this have to do with the threats facing the North Rococo Trading Company?" "Master Jedi, if I may be so bold, the North Rococo Trading Company holds significant weight in Westwind County. Apart from the Scale Trading Company, which devoutly worships the Just Lord, no other commercial organization possesses the economic prowess of the North Rococo Trading Company. The wealth and stock we hold are sufficient to incite severe turmoil in Westwind County's market, leading countless farmers and small merchants to ruin. We could also hire innumerable assassins, mercenaries, and bounty hunters, creating an atmosphere of unquantifiable bloodshed and terror." A flush of fervor crept into Sir Spark's pale cheeks, his tone growing impassioned. His voice, though not loud, was clear and filled with persuasive power, befitting an eloquent merchant and orator. "Surely, someone as astute as you cannot be oblivious to the implications of this. Are you suggesting that those necromancers are coercing you to relinquish power, and that they wish to ensnare you in a deadly curse?" not merely to seize the wealth of the trading company, but to further their nefarious scheme to ultimately overthrow the order of Westwind County. Jedi set down the now empty cup, which no longer emitted the bitter aroma, maintaining an expression of calm inquiry. Sir Spark hesitated slightly, yet his response was swift and resolute. It should be said that both are true. The wealth of the trading company itself is a tremendous temptation, driving some greedy individuals to frantically ally with the necromancers that I cannot ascertain whether this is mere coincidence. But Arlius, the port city, has already plunged into chaos. If the North Rococo port were to close simultaneously due to unrest, the imperial maritime trade routes in the Western Territories would be utterly destroyed. Chapter 45. A Bloodless Exchange of Words, Part 2. After Sir Spark's words echoed, silence once again enveloped the lobby of the Sea Sail Hotel. Jedi Luke absent-mindedly toyed with the empty cup on the table, his expression serene, his demeanor indifferent, yet the glimmer of contemplation in his eyes did not escape the sharp gaze of Sir Spark. He is weighing the pros and cons. Or perhaps waiting for me to reveal anxiety and imploring demeanor, Sir Spark reminded himself. I must tread cautiously, revealing no signs of desperation. Oh, or perhaps. He suddenly inhaled sharply, rising abruptly, his gaze penetrating as he fixed it upon Jedi Luke. Master Jedi, do you not believe what I have just said? No, I believe your words to be the truth, albeit only the portion of truth you wish to convey, Jedi replied, satisfied that his delaying tactics had once again borne fruit. Striving to suppress the nearly manifest delight he felt, and maintaining a tone of straightforwardness as he addressed him, Sir Spark, a wise individual would not place themselves in a position of certain demise, particularly not after having experienced a tangible threat. Your demeanor suggests a measure of confidence. From this, I deduce that you have devised a counterplan. No, you misunderstand. Sir Spark's complexion turned ashen. Master Jedi, you have misconstrued my intent. I implore you to extend your assistance, for there is no one else who can help me navigate this perilous predicament. Perhaps it is a misunderstanding, perhaps not. It matters not. Jedi remained comfortably seated, not even raising an eyebrow, seemingly oblivious to Sir Spark's anxious expression. I am not one to seek recompense for favors rendered. I trust you are aware of this. If it were merely a trifling matter, I would not mind assisting you once more, but the issues confronting you and your trading company are far from simple. Even for me, resolving them cannot be deemed an effortless task. I understand. Master Jedi, Sir Spark nodded earnestly. Trevor has previously pledged to reward your assistance with 1/3 of the trading company's wealth. That I assure you now that Trevor's promise is my promise. If I were motivated by wealth, I might as well negotiate with the necromancers who covet the trading company's riches. I might indeed obtain more, Jedi replied with a wry smile, flicking the empty cup with his finger, producing a clear, resonant sound. I believe Trevor has briefed you on some of my speculations. If this is the case, I can clearly inform you that a portion of his conjectures is something I intentionally allowed him to learn. I wish not to dwell on the past. My sole desire now is to establish a foothold from which I may explore the vast and boundless world of magic in peace. Do you comprehend my meaning? Sir Spark's complexion paled even further than before, his courteous demeanor cast aside. Despite the 2 fireplaces burning within the lobby, the atmosphere remained decidedly cool due to the emptiness of the space. Yet beads of sweat glistened upon Sir Spark's brow. You mean to say you wish to annex the North Rococo Trading Company and re-establish your own power and organization? A proud dragon would not be interested in the decaying flesh of a corpse. Only a raven clad in darkness would. With a dismissive tone, Jedi asserted, your merchant guild and wealth hold no value in my eyes. I have no intention of reconstructing a lost legacy. Turmoil offers me no advantage. What I seek is a stable situation, along with the various resources necessary for my research. Should you desire my assistance, you must guarantee the fulfillment of all my reasonable demands. Sir Spark exhaled quietly in relief. After all, a mage is still a mage, and even those adept in negotiation tend to regard worldly riches with a certain indifference. The materials required for a magus's research are indeed rare and expensive, yet they pale in comparison to 1/3 of the guild's wealth. Thus hardly an unreasonable request. I shall exert every effort to meet your demands, Master Jedi, Sir Spark replied, placing a hand upon his chest and bowing deeply, the other hand raised to his forehead, with his middle finger and thumb splayed in a gesture of oath to the Lord of Justice. Every word I utter now is under the watchful gaze of the esteemed Lord Babarupa. I am willing to forge a pact with you. pledging to provide all that I possess or can procure through wealth throughout my lifetime. The covenant shall be sustained by my bloodline until the position of guild president is bestowed upon another. Sir Spark's tone was solemn and elevated. Akin to the recitation of a hymn of praise, Jedi crossed his hands before him, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the oath, then nodded lightly. I am satisfied with your vow, and I promise to extend my hand in assistance. However, allow me to refrain from employing the same formality. Sir Spark endeavored to mask his disappointment. I understand. I have heard that many powerful mages adhere to their own beliefs, and oaths sworn to deities cannot bind them. Surely, Master Jedi is among these formidable mages. No, that is not my intent, Jedi replied, shaking his head slightly. I am not an unbeliever. Oaths sworn in the name of a true deity carry immense weight, and even legendary mages cannot easily forsake them, provided the oath is directed towards a genuinely revered deity, rather than mere pretense. Whether it be Merkatibo, the god of magic and elements, the lord of wisdom Elzith, or the guardian of tomes Sugard, all are esteemed deities alongside the lord of justice Babarva. Sir Spark managed a strained smile in response. Does the ruler of the eternal night, the lord of tranquility, the dreaming guide Kuxisha also fall within this category? A cascade of titles rendered Sir Spark pale, twisting his smile into a farcical expression. He had once contemplated this possibility, yet had dismissed it immediately out of a sense of optimism. By the gods above, I do not know. Was it a failure to predict, or a feigned ignorance? Jedi gently reminded him with a smile. Did Trevor not mention the ghost ship of Silvermoon Bay to you? Did he fail to inform you that the captain of the ghost ship is the black-armored knight who accompanied me, Roman of the Thornbreaker? Sir Spark's face lost all semblance of mirth, the sweat he had just wiped away resurfacing on his forehead. I thought, Master Jedi, I may have been somewhat presumptuous. I believe that a powerful archmage such as yourself would find subduing a ghost ship to be a trivial matter. Ordinary archmages lack the capability to tame ghost ships, otherwise the Imperial Navy would have long since eradicated the demons of Silvermoon Bay. Jedi shrugged. Even if a great archmage were to intervene, the Thornbreaker, appearing through planar projection, could not be truly vanquished, let alone subdued. Sir Spark's complexion turned ashen as he glared at Jedi, his lips quivering, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. But fear not. Not only the deceased tread the path of death, nor are all followers of the Lord of Tranquility malevolent. Observing Sir Spark on the brink of collapse, Jedi soothingly spoke. What I have promised you shall not waver due to my beliefs. Yes, Sir Spark managed to regain his voice. The dreaming guide Kuxisha, as a member of the Pantheon, is not inherently evil. Nothing is closer to the essence of the world than death and darkness. The beauty of silence is beyond the comprehension of mortals. Jedi's voice resonated deeply and soothingly, his once youthful visage suddenly taking on an eerie age. Imbued with an air of authority, Sir Spark, I vow here that you and your guild shall soon be liberated from the threat of the deceased. All trouble shall be mine to manage. You may depart now. Sir Spark suppressed the tremors within, bowing respectfully. I entrust everything to you, Master Jedi. Should you have any needs, please do not hesitate to command, and I shall appoint Trevor as my full representative to fulfill your every requirement. As he watched the shrewd and cunning Sir Spark depart unsteadily, Jedi lowered his head, unable to restrain the smile that spread across his face. He silently laughed for quite some time until the sound of soft shoes brushing against the floor reached his ears. When he lifted his head, Jedi's countenance returned to one of calm indifference. Trevor, is there something you require? The demeanor of Captain Trevor appeared more deferential than before, evidently having received instructions from Sir Spark. Master Jedi, the esteemed president has just left in haste, having forgotten to discuss a matter with you. What matter? It concerns how to deal with the guild's second-in-command, the White Fox Laena Bastian. Captain Trevor cautiously observed Jedi's expression. In truth, the guild possesses the capability to purge internal traitors. However, Mr. Bastian has a formidable backing, and any rash action may lead to further complications. What backing? Jedi feigned disinterest, casually mentioning a few examples: the Eye of the Sleepless, Dark Elves, the deceased, or perhaps some noble from the Imperial capital. None of those that Mr. Bastian has engaged in multiple exchanges of intelligence and personnel with a caravan from the Abraham Desert, according to the clandestine informant Mr. How from the Eye of the Sleepless, this caravan belongs to the Tarlon Fortress Guard. In other words, Captain Trevor swallowed hard, his voice lowering to a near whisper. Mr. Bastian's backing is likely the foremost hero of the Tarlon Fortress defense. The Lord of the Sand Sea, the commander of the Death Knight Order, the protector of the Westwind County, the death god Tomad, Lord Anzi. Chapter 46. The envoy of shadows. The night was profound, adorned with countless stars, resembling a black velvet cloth scattered with brilliant diamonds, draping over the tumultuous waves of Silvermoon Bay. Recently recovered from illness, Sir Spark stood alone atop the Pirate's Lament tower, allowing the icy, sharp night wind to assault him, tugging at his silk robe and fur cloak. In solitude, his expression betrayed none of his usual composure. Instead, a bitter smile, tinged with anxiety, crept upon his lips. The predicament facing the North Lakoko Guild was far more dire than he had anticipated. At the moment when internal strife and external threats erupted simultaneously, he had allowed himself to be caught off guard, nearly falling victim to a wicked curse. Although he had largely regained his health through treatment, the subtle effects on his reputation lingered. Even his most trusted and loyal associates, like Captain Trevor, had begun to entertain thoughts of seeking external assistance. The night loomed darkly, monstrous waves surged, churning murky foam that repeatedly battered the foundations of the Dagger Islands. Echoing a deafening roar, Sir Spark suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet, as though the solid tower could no longer bear the strain, on the verge of disintegration amidst the raging tide. "This is but a figment of my imagination," Sir Spark whispered to himself. "The Pirate's Lament shall never be destroyed by the colossal waves, and the North Lakoko Guild shall not become a casualty of the turbulent times." His voice rang with conviction, yet Sir Spark's heart remained unsettled. The fear concealed within him would not vanish so easily, despite his usual disbelief in omens. As he gazed upon the increasingly terrifying gales and waves, and the oppressive darkness descending like an iron curtain, he ultimately felt his heart falter, difficult to control. A hurried footfall approached from behind, and Sir Spark swiftly composed himself. When he turned, his face had adopted a mask-like, stoic calmness. "President," Captain Trevor bowed respectfully, delivering the news Sir Spark had long awaited, yet still felt a chill upon hearing. "The envoy of the deceased has just arrived at the docks of Longstaff Island. Where is Master Jedi Lux?" Sir Spark steadied his nerves and inquired in as calm a tone as possible. "Master Jedi has already proceeded, accompanied by Mage Lakosa and the Master of Shadows. He has sent me to inquire whether you wish to participate in the forthcoming negotiations." "No need. I have authorized you as my full representative." Sir Spark gently shook his head. "Trevor, remember this. If Master Jedi's negotiations fail, then you know what to do." Captain Trevor displayed a hesitant expression. "Esteemed Chairman, is it not destined to forfeit the authority of the Guild by proceeding in such a manner? At the very least, we can preserve our wealth and our lives," Sir Spark replied with some difficulty. "The Guardian of Westwind is the last lifeline we can grasp. I tasked you with probing Master Jedi's sentiments towards Mr. Baston. How did he respond?" "It is difficult to say. He seemed to embody both wariness and disdain." Captain Trevor furrowed his brow as he replied, "However, I can ascertain that Master Jedi does not appear to fear the Dread Reaper. Fearlessness aligns with the pride and confidence of a sorcerer. Wariness aligns with the comparative strengths of both parties." As Sir Spark engaged in his favorite analysis, his eyes sparkled with confidence, momentarily casting aside all worries and trepidations. "In my estimation, Master Jedi Lux's power likely stems from an ancient magical lineage, or perhaps he is merely the vestige of some bygone necromancer's spirit. This would explain why his name remains largely unknown, as well as why he regards a third of the Guild's wealth with contempt. After all, compared to the colossal ancient magical empire, the North Lakoko Guild is but a mere ant." Captain Trevor silently nodded, seemingly reluctant to interrupt Sir Spark's train of thought. "Thus, collaborating closely with Master Jedi presents the best strategy for our current predicament. However, I harbor doubts about Master Jedi's capability to resolve the immediate issues. Hence we cannot abandon our final contingency," Sir Spark concluded, then waved his hand with a hint of dejection. "Trevor, you may attend the negotiations. Allow me a moment of solitude." Captain Trevor bowed in acquiescence, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. As Sir Spark's close comrade and loyal partner, he could sense the subtle changes occurring within the night. Though Sir Spark appeared composed and sharp-witted, the image of the daring, resourceful guild chairman was gradually fading, replaced by that of a short-sighted, conservative miser. Was such a person still worthy of unwavering loyalty? As Captain Trevor descended the narrow, spiraling staircase of the Pirate's Woe, he pondered this question in silence, nearly losing his footing on the last few steps. Upon entering the hall of the Daggerwound Castle, he found himself confronted by numerous figures, clad in robes, silently facing each other amidst the interplay of fireplace and torchlight. He barely managed to suppress his unease, resolving that, regardless of how events unfolded, his stance should not shift prematurely. After all, steadfast loyalty is far simpler, and indeed more precious, than treachery. There were 3 envoys from the Harbingers of Death. All donned in identical black robes, their hoods drawn low, shrouding their faces in shadow. Each wielded a black staff, emanating a chilling aura that seeped from their garments, rendering the castle hall unusually frigid. Despite the flames roaring in the hearth, Captain Trevor initially attributed this eerie atmosphere to mere illusion. However, as he passed the entrance, he was astonished to observe the 2 guards stationed there trembling. A delicate frost forming upon their iron gauntlets and visors, opposing the 3 harbingers stood but one figure, yet he did not yield an inch in presence. The ghostly sorcerer's black robe possessed an inherent quality of ethereal illusion, appearing ghostly even in broad daylight, and in the shadowy interplay of the castle hall, it was even more pronounced. Particularly striking were the 2 scintillating green orbs where his eyes should have been, occasionally emitting a sound that was half sinister chuckle, half mournful wail. This visage evoked an even greater semblance of a necromancer than the 3 harbingers themselves. Captain Trevor stealthily approached the side of Jedi Lux, who appeared remarkably youthful, casually seated in an armchair near the fireplace, a pot of warm herbal tea within easy reach. "Ah, Trevor, you've arrived," he greeted with a smile upon seeing Captain Trevor. "Is Sir Spark still feeling unwell?" "Indeed, Master Jedi," Captain Trevor replied, nodding gently, his voice deliberately raised for the benefit of others in the hall. "Sir Spark remains quite weak due to a recent illness and is regrettably unable to attend this important meeting. He has entrusted me with his apologies to you and the esteemed envoys from the Harbingers. In that case, let us proceed," Jedi Lux said languidly, setting down his cup and gesturing to the ghostly sorcerer. The latter slightly turned, bowed, and then the torches mounted on the surrounding walls dimmed abruptly, causing the ghostly figure to vanish abruptly into the haze of shadows. In the next instant, the ghostly sorcerer reappeared beside Jedi Lux, as if he had never left. The 3 harbingers exchanged glances, an undercurrent of surprise evident in their eyes. After several seconds, the foremost envoy stepped forward, performed a mage's bow, and spoke in a hoarse, somber tone. "Praise be to the great Lord of Stillness. It is unexpected to encounter fellow travelers on the path of death here. Do not be so hasty in your definitions. The magical realm is vast and boundless, and occasional intersections and shared journeys do not equate to the same concept," Jedi Lux replied, casually picking up the twisted staff beside him and gesturing towards the envoy, this haughty motion serving as a retort. It was an unabashed display of disdain, clearly disregarding the notorious reputation of the Harbingers and the formidable prowess of the 3 necromancers. The 3 envoys felt a surge of indignation. Yet the ghostly sorcerer's earlier display of power, combined with Jedi's nonchalant yet subtly menacing demeanor, left them conflicted and uncertain of how to proceed. After several exchanges of glances, the foremost envoy cleared his throat and, with an air of menace, broke the silence. "On the path of magic, you may have taken the lead, but do not forget, we do not stand here as individuals, but as representatives of the Harbingers." "You represent the entirety of the Harbingers?" Jedi Lux interjected sharply, his voice low yet cutting, akin to a whip slicing through the air, interrupting the envoy's unfinished sentence. "The marks of death, the plague waves, the shadows of darkness, the hands of calamity. How many of the 7 legacies of the Harbingers still endure? The Death Moon Pearls, the soul-binding armor, the Helm of the Fallen, the soul-summoning bone seed. How many of the 7 necromantic treasures representing the supreme authority of the High Council do you truly possess?" This retort drained the color from the envoy's face, extinguishing his earlier bravado in an instant. "My master, the necromancer does err, is the bearer of the shadows of darkness. Which legacy do you represent?" Chapter 47. The Pale Mask. Ostentatious interference. The 3 necromancer envoys from the shadows of darkness lacked a keen understanding of human psychology. Had they been able to perceive the tumult within Jedi Lux's heart, they would have felt no fear, but rather a burning rage. For beneath the facade of the young man's stern and imposing mask lay a heart nearly leaping from his chest in trepidation. Jedi Lux's plans had never included the notion of confronting a necromancer. Throughout, he had regarded these self-proclaimed harbingers as a farce. In his view, they were likely a minor organization, akin to the Pale Mask, leveraging the terrifying reputation of the Harbingers. The true Harbingers, he believed, were comprised of several legendary sorcerers and numerous archmages, far too preoccupied to concern themselves with the trifling wealth of a mere local guild. 2 factors contributed to Jedi Lux's misjudgment. The first was his perception of the Harbingers, which stemmed solely from historical texts collected in the Eternal Castle, the most recent of which dated back several centuries. Times had changed, and the Harbingers had long since faded from their former glory. Even one of the 7 legacies, the Shadows of Darkness, was now merely in the hands of an archmage. The second misjudgment lay in Jedi's underestimation of the North Rococo Guild's strength. Having never received formal education, Jedi viewed knights, nobles, and sorcerers as exalted figures wielding life and death. Meanwhile, the subservient merchants and their soft power were either intentionally or unintentionally overlooked by him. The wealth of the North Rococo Guild was by no means trivial. Seizing it would not be considered beneath the dignity of even an archmage. Jedi Lux's silence was interpreted by the 3 envoys as profound dissatisfaction. And the atmosphere within the castle hall grew tense. After another exchange of glances, the foremost envoy gathered his courage and inquired once more, "O Lord of Stillness, I am Sinus, a core member of the Shadows of Darkness and a mid-level necromancer. May I ask which legacy you represent?" This question has been raised once more, awakening Jedi from his tumultuous thoughts. "I am the master of the soul-summoning Bone Seed and the Death Moonspell Pearl. The bearer of the Pale Mask's legacy," he articulated, each word resonating with a profound, soothing, and commanding tone. "My current name is Jedi Lux, and these individuals here are my companions and students, walking the same path as I. Intermediate Mage. Officially a necromancer, Lakosa." The modest Lakosa, who had been quietly seated in an inconspicuous corner due to his perceived limitations, stood up, his voice brimming with excitement as he introduced himself. His exhilaration stemmed not only from encountering members of the fabled Requiem organization, but also from being recognized as a companion and student by the evidently distinguished Master Jedi, Captain of the Thornbreaker, the fearsome knight, Rumen Lawrence. Rumen, standing like a statue on the opposite side of the hall, spoke softly, his body emanating an icy, bone-chilling aura of dark energy. Tendrils of ominous energy spiraled around him, and the stone slabs at his feet were soon enveloped in a layer of ashen hue, rapidly eroding as if decades were slipping away in an instant. "And my first student, the Grand Necromancer, Dune Shadow." Jedi gestured toward the shadowy sorcerer beside him, who nodded in acknowledgement, emitting a raspy, eerie voice reminiscent of a ghostly wail that sent shivers down the spine. Dune's throat was compromised during a magical experiment, rendering him capable only of speaking the language of the deceased. If any of you have delved into this subject, I need not elaborate further. While necromancers frequently interacted with corpses and vengeful spirits, their understanding of the language of the dead was not extensive. At least, Sinas and his 2 companions were entirely ignorant of it, though Sinas remained somewhat skeptical of Jedi's astonishing claims. He could perceive no deception in Rumen's dark energy or the prowess of the shadowy sorcerer. Even Lakosa, the weakest among them, emitted a magical aura potent enough to rival his own. Thus, Sinas removed his hood, signaling his companions to do the same, and, adhering to the formalities of the Requiem organization when meeting a high-ranking master, respectfully placed his hand on his forehead, sliding it down along his left cheek to rest over his heart. "Master Jedi Lux, we sincerely apologize for our earlier ignorance of your identity. There is no offense to speak of. Mundane etiquette holds little significance for those engrossed in the pursuit of magical realms," Jedi replied, his countenance devoid of any sign of ease as he casually lifted a cup from the table and took a sip of the bitter brown liquid within. "Now, do tell me, what are your intentions regarding the guild I am tasked with protecting?" Sinas's expression revealed hesitation. Perhaps due to excessive exposure to negative energies, the temperament of necromancers was rarely described as amiable or cheerful. Their often grim and eccentric demeanor was all too familiar. Sinas's own mentor, Master Does Air, the bearer of the Dark Shadow's legacy, was notorious for his foul temper, instilling fear even among his disciples. Sinas dared not provoke a necromancer of equal standing to his master. Yet he felt powerless to alter the ultimatum he had brought. "Master Jedi, it seems that the matter I present is now ill-timed." Ultimately, he resolved to leave the issue for his mentor to address, for it was only words from one of equal power that would carry weight. "As you just articulated, mundane affairs are of little consequence to us. Had Master Does Air been aware of your role as protector of the North Rococo Guild, these frictions would have been avoided from the outset. However, this is not within my power to amend, Master Jedi. It seems you will need to make the effort. Are you suggesting that to resolve this issue, I must consult your mentor, Master Does Air of the Dark Shadow?" Jedi furrowed his brow slightly. The charade had revealed a glimmer of hope for a resolution, yet meeting with a necromancer could yield unforeseen complications. "My master, Does Air the Necromancer, would undoubtedly be pleased to meet you, a pioneer of the path of death and the master of the Pale Mask's legacy." Sinas endeavored to articulate his thoughts, utilizing the scant negotiation skills at his disposal. hoping to extricate himself from the impending confrontation between the two necromancers. Perhaps he would wish to engage in discourse with a master who has immersed himself in the path of death for decades. Jedi could not suppress a soft scoff, another compelling excuse that is difficult to refuse. He pondered grimly. While it was true that necromancers often exhibited solitary tendencies and shied away from interaction, this did not imply they lacked a desire for mutual exchange of knowledge. Otherwise, the notorious Requiem Council would never have come into existence. The request posed by the Dark Shadow Envoy was reasonable, and if Jedi Lux genuinely wielded the ancient legacy of necromancy, he would be inclined to accept a meeting with another legacy holder. Strength inherently supported choice. When power was lacking, even the most eloquent words would reveal the underlying issues. Jedi's hesitation was brief, for he recognized he had no alternative. Very well, I indeed wish to meet this current master of the Dark Shadow legacy and assess his qualifications. As Jedi rose, he discreetly caressed the twisted head of his staff with his middle finger, the gray crystal flickering with an enigmatic light, and then an overwhelming aura surged from him, a deep, dark, and chilling essence of death engulfing the castle hall, rendering the three envoys pale with trepidation. Master Jedi, when do you plan to meet with Master Dozair of the Dark Shadow? Noticing the shift in attitudes, Captain Trevor endeavored to suppress his elation, inquiring with utmost respect, "If there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to instruct me to prepare it. It is merely a routine meeting. There is nothing that necessitates preparation." Jedi's robes billowed as he turned, his youthful visage shrouded in a veil of faint black mist, lending him an eerie appearance. As he glanced back, more than one person swore they saw a chilling green light flickering within his eyes. Envoys, lead the way at once. Chapter 48, Truth and Deceit, The Lich's Miscalculation, Part 1. Master Dozair of the Dark Shadow, one of the 5 legacies of the Requiem Council, had recently been plagued by an unsettling feeling. As if unforeseen events were unfolding. It was somewhat absurd to speak of a heart in the context of a lich composed entirely of stark white bones. However, Dozair's inherently cautious nature remained unchanged even after choosing the path of eternal life. Though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, Dozair made meticulous preparations, heightening the vigilance around his tomb, activating a series of protective barriers, securely concealing his phylactery, and donning all magical artifacts that could prove advantageous. Thanks to these extensive preparations, when a black carriage broke through the night, racing toward the tomb at the speed of a typical warhorse, Dozair was promptly alerted. Without a moment's hesitation, the necromancer swiftly gathered a dozen or so fellow necromancers and high-level apprentices, along with hundreds of lesser undead, to stand guard at the tomb's entrance. The carriage slowed as it approached within a few hundred meters of the tomb before coming to a halt. Only then did Dozair discern that this seemingly imposing carriage was, in fact, merely a freight vehicle, hastily draped with black curtains, and the 4 horses pulling it appeared gaunt and decrepit, resembling creatures on the verge of collapse. Most crucially, in the midst of winter's chill, the horses showed no signs of breath in the frosty air, causing Dozair's emerald flames to flicker in his eye sockets. By the eternal rest, they are employing undead to pull the carriage, the lich murmured, his bony fingers brushing against the hem of his robe. Could there be a fellow traveler of the path of death aboard? Jedi Lux lifted a corner of the carriage's curtain, casting a vigilant gaze toward the horizon illuminated by the interplay of the crimson and silver moons. The cemetery, serving as the stronghold of the Dark Shadow, was located in a desolate area, its entrance facing an unshielded expanse of wasteland, while rolling hills loomed behind. A circle of earthen walls surrounded the tomb, with sharpened white bone stakes protruding atop, forming a rudimentary yet effective defense. A triangular black edifice loomed amidst the various graves, resembling a sorcerer cloaked in silver and crimson, receiving the homage of countless restless souls. The 3 envoys of the Dark Shadow were the first to descend from the carriage. Having witnessed Jedi Lux transform the 4 steeds into undead, they were now convinced of Jedi's mastery and regarded him as an equal to Dozair, a necromancer of the same caliber. After disembarking, the lead envoy, Cenas, the intermediate necromancer, turned to the carriage and bowed respectfully. "Master Jedi, please hold for a moment. I shall inform my master of your presence." Seconds later, a raspy response echoed from within the carriage. "Proceed. I await your return." Cenas and his companion strode purposefully towards the tomb, their arrival inciting a flurry of whispers among the vigilant specter sorcerers and high-ranking apprentices. The skeletal visage of Dozair bore no discernible expression, yet the ghostly green flames within his eye sockets hinted at a semblance of inquiry. "All hail the great Lord of Tranquility." Kuxi Ja, In the presence of his cold-hearted and merciless mentor, Cenis adopted an attitude of utmost reverence, bending deeply even from a distance of several meters. Master does? I have returned. You have returned, my student. The voice of the Lich emerged, reminiscent of a wind howling through a hollow void. Yet no breeze could convey such a chilling tone. It appears the negotiations yielded less than favorable results, and have brought me some troublesome guests. Cenis dared not raise his gaze. He could never bear to meet the Lich's eyes, a concession unbefitting a mid-tier necromancer. Yet, at this moment, none could claim to surpass his own efforts. Indeed, they are troublesome, yet also an opportunity. Master does? Cenis replied hesitantly. I bring you 3 guests. One is a great necromancer, another a knight of death bearing a title, and the third, Master Jedi, Lux, who, like yourself, is a mage initiated into the ancient legacy of necromantic magic. The ghostly flames and E's eye sockets flared with intensity. Nearly as fervent as 2 miniature suns, the ancient legacy of necromantic magic. My student, such jest is hardly amusing. By the Lord of Tranquility above, how could I ever dare to jest with you? Cenis lowered his head even further, his eyes fixated on the ground as if it held some captivating secret. Master does? I witnessed Master Jedi perform a formidable and unfamiliar necromantic spell, and felt the overwhelming presence that belongs to a mage. Does? He fell silent for a moment. He felt he had a fair grasp of Cenis, a clever individual with commendable magical talent, though lacking in the courage to ascend to the pinnacle of necromantic prowess. At the very least, he would not deceive his own teacher. The Council of the Damned has 5 legacies that have been passed down. Is this Master Jedi? Luke's the custodian of one of those legacies. It is the legacy of the Pale Mask. And Master Jedi claims to possess the Soul Stone, one of the 7 treasures of necromancy. Cenis cautiously replied, The Pale Mask? Does? He growled again, his tone rife with discontent. My student, use your mind. When has the Council of the Damned ever added this legacy? Or is it merely an ordinary necromantic legacy long lost to the sands of time? It is you who should be using your mind, Master does. Accompanied by a suffocating aura, a shadow suddenly shot forth from the carriage. Does? He instinctively raised his right hand, weaving a net of ghostly green light from several negative energy rays to ensnare the shadow. Yet, in the next instant, does? He was astonished to witness the shadow pass, as if the net were non-existent, gliding through it like a phantasm, before pivoting and landing at the entrance of the tomb. Gazing upon the semi-transparent black figure and the chilling spectral vibrations unique to ethereal beings, the ghostly flames and His eye socket shrank to pinprick size, his tone becoming grave. A wraith sorcerer? An advanced necromantic reincarnation ritual. It appears that the latest bearer of the Shadow of Darkness legacy is quite competent. Lacking only in foundational knowledge, the voice echoed again as a young apprentice descended from the carriage, unflinchingly meeting his bony gaze. I am Jedi, Lux, the bearer of the Pale Mask legacy. The young man introduced himself in an unusually hoarse voice, as the bearer of the Shadow of Darkness. Are you satisfied with my creation? Does? He emitted a chilling snicker, though his words bore no air of arrogance. The ability to cast advanced necromantic reincarnation spells merely signifies that you possess the strength of a mage. It does not prove that you wield a truly formidable legacy. To gain my acknowledgement, you must demonstrate even more powerful necromantic magic. Although this is but a hastily arranged temporary camp, its destruction would still evoke sorrow. Jedi surveyed the Lich and the immense tomb behind him, speaking as if nonchalantly. There are numerous necromantic spells more potent than the advanced reincarnation ritual, yet employing any of them would inevitably lead to considerable complications. Does? E's skeletal visage suddenly bore an enigmatic smile. No. There is no need for such complications. He reached forward, extending his right hand, the green phantom ring upon his finger radiating a dazzling light that swiftly pierced Jedi Luke's forehead. If you can withstand my soul erosion curse, I shall acknowledge you and your pale mask. Chapter 49, Truth and Deception, The Lich's Miscalculation, Part 2. From the moment the Wraith Sorcerer made his stunning entrance to the negotiation, Jedi Luke's revealed no flaws. However, he was, after all, not a true necromancer, lacking a profound understanding of their psyche. Peace was not the prevailing theme among necromancers. Conflict and devouring were, although he had come to believe in Jedi's identity as a necromancer mage. The appearance of the Wraith Sorcerer led him to an erroneous assumption that Jedi Luke's legacy leaned towards the application of magical rituals, while he would be comparatively lacking in practical combat. This misconception prompted He to strike without hesitation upon their initial meeting, employing the Soul Erosion Curse, an advanced level 5 necromantic spell, and one of his most adept techniques, seeking to obliterate Jedi Luke's soul and transform him into a necromantic puppet. This was not He's first attempt to eliminate another necromancer, as the luminous ghostly green light flared around them. He's foremost subordinate, the great mage Shamanda, emitted a raspy cackle, gesturing towards the carriage. Kill them. Everyone. Shadows swept past, and Shamanda's voice was abruptly severed as if sliced by a keen blade. The semi-ethereal figure of the Wraith Sorcerer materialized behind Shamanda, half of its form merging with the folds of Shamanda's dark robe. Its pallid hands raised high, piercing into Shamanda's skull, forcefully extracting a writhing soul. Soul snatch, damn it. A necromancer was about to cast a spell to aid the beleaguered Shamanda, only to be halted by a hand that emerged from beside him. Pulling at his sleeve, the half-formed spell dissipated instantly, and the backlash from the magic caused the necromancer to stifle a groan, sustaining minor injury. Cenis, what are you doing? Are you planning to betray Master Upon seeing the one who had interrupted him and caused his spell to fail, the necromancer's face twisted in fury. Cenis smirked, raising his voice so that all the restless necromancers and apprentices present could hear. Betray my teacher? I would never dare, but can any of you cast a spell that would genuinely harm the Wraith Sorcerer? Such attempts would only provoke him to shift his attacks towards us. Ethereal beings are immune to the vast majority of damaging spells, and a Wraith Sorcerer of great mage caliber was no exception. The necromancer sought a rebuttal, but upon seeing the Wraith Sorcerer turn its gaze towards him, he shuddered and lowered his staff. In the span of those few exchanged words, the Wraith Sorcerer had successfully extracted Shamanda's soul, leaving the body, now devoid of its essence, to stand eerily still at the tomb's entrance, though Shamanda's chest still rose and fell, his heartbeat yet unceasing. However, with the soul forcibly extracted, the body became a mindless husk. The Wraith Sorcerer opened its mouth wide, forming an abyssal tunnel, and violently shoved the purple soul within the next moment. A piercing scream rent the air, sending chills through the audience, as if their very blood had turned to ice. The Wraith Sorcerer's form swelled to double its size, exuding an intensely frigid, deathly power, akin to ice-cold wings unfurling, compelling the necromancers and apprentices to recoil in terror. The lower-tier undead beings, perceiving an irresistible force, either fled in panic or knelt, bowing their heads towards the Wraith Sorcerer. To think the Wraith Sorcerer has reached the pinnacle of great mage strength, and having devoured Shamanda's soul, has advanced to become a mage, an elder necromancer murmured. By the Lord of Tranquility above, Master is in for considerable trouble this time. Perhaps so, Cenis remarked, squinting his eyes, but what can we do? Gathered before the tomb were more than a dozen spectral sorcerers, accompanied by over 20 high-ranking apprentices, their combined might surpassing even that of the illustrious Elias Magic Guild. Yet, upon beholding the two figures standing several dozen meters away, amidst the dazzling bursts of light that ignited the surroundings, they ultimately chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the outcome of the duel between the two necromancers, until the moment when his mental energy transformed into an invisible blade, piercing the mind of Jedi Lux. Duja the necromancer felt assured of victory. However, in the next instant, that mental blade plunged into an almost absolute silence, where everything around morphed into a voiceless black and white realm, causing Duja's heart to constrict with sudden apprehension. This was not his first encounter with a sorcerer in a mental struggle, yet he had never before witnessed such a peculiar psychic realm as he gazed into the distorted void of black and white. Duja felt as though the heart he believed lost had suddenly returned to his chest, beating violently, intensifying the ominous premonition that had been growing within him. Nevertheless, the Lich did not succumb to panic. Instead, he concentrated his mental energy, transforming it into an intangible whip that lashed through the void repeatedly, each strike stirring countless minute, translucent ripples. The mechanism of the soul erasure curse was extraordinarily peculiar, gradually weakening the soul of the disadvantaged party through mutual depletion of mental energies, ultimately reducing it to a state of pure, unconscious psychic energy. Duja, having the audacity to cast this spell, was well prepared. He maintained the intensity of his psychic lashes while tearing open the chest of his robe to reveal dozens of dark red beads embedded in his ribs, with the mental energy stored in these blood-soul pearls. In a battle of attrition, none can withstand the greatness of Duja. The Lich rasped, a strange laughter escaping his lips as he executed a magical gesture. The dark red beads simultaneously emanated a thick sanguine glow, instantly amplifying the potency of his psychic lashes several-fold. As the invisible whip moved through the black and white void, the realm began to tremble and fracture, faintly revealing a grayish-white luminescence. Sensing victory within reach, Duja erupted into a triumphant laugh, the flames of the undead igniting within his eyes. The mental energy, transformed from the blood soul pearls, coalesced into a highly condensed sphere under his guiding fingers, which then struck forcefully at the already cracked region of the void. A particularly distinct shattering sound echoed, and a grayish-white light abruptly cascaded from above. Duja found himself within a grand, temple-like structure, flanked by towering columns intricately carved with arcane runes, arranged in rows like sentinels, while tiered steps extended from beneath his feet to the horizon. What a peculiar psychic realm, hiding such a mysterious edifice, Duja mused, glancing around in bewilderment. But all he saw were seemingly endless gray-white steps and columns standing like a forest. He attempted to advance a few steps, only to find that he seemed to have moved not at all. Utterly unable to discern the end of the steps, his cautious and suspicious nature compelled Duja to halt, meticulously examining the intricate runes on the columns. Yet, after only a few glances, a startling realization seized him, plunging him into a state of ecstatic euphoria. No wonder I've never heard of the Pale Mask. The true legacy resides within this fellow's psychic realm, Duja muttered to himself, running his fingers over the runes, diligently tracing their paths and correlating them with other patterns, gradually constructing a novel necromantic spell in his mind. Unbeknownst to Duja, as he commenced his study of the runes upon the columns, the entire hall began to shimmer with an exceedingly faint light. Filament-thin beams of light converged beneath his feet, forming an extraordinarily peculiar magical circle, while Duja pondered. Strands of his mental energy were absorbed into the circle. As the columns slowly began to devour his psychic force, several minutes elapsed before Duja jolted awake, realizing that his mental energy was nearly depleted, even the reserves within the blood soul pearls having been exhausted. Although witnessing the legacy of the Pale Mask was of paramount importance, Duja resolved to retreat, stifling the agony that felt as if countless needles were piercing his skull. He raised his hands, intending to reverse the curse and return his soul to his body. However, just as he uttered the first incantation of the spell, a figure clad in a red robe materialized suddenly behind Duja, eliciting no surge of energy, as if he had been standing there all along. Oblivious, Duja began to reverse the curse, only for the figure in the red robe to silently extend his right hand, his fingertip gently brushing against the faintly glowing skull of the lich. A sound more delicate than the popping of a bubble resonated, abruptly interrupting Duja's incantation, causing his entire body to convulse violently. A small, rounded hole appeared at the back of his skull, exuding wisps of black mist that rapidly escaped. Who has harmed my soul? Duja managed to turn, his eyes flickering with the flames of the undead, resembling two feeble candles in the wind. This power? No, how could it be? Neither living nor dead. Such a being, how is it possible? Accompanied by his final lament, Duja's skeletal frame suddenly lost its cohesion, collapsing in a heap as his ribs, spine, arms, and legs intermingled in a chaotic fall. The skull, bereft of support, began to crack from the newly formed hole, and just before it struck the ground, it erupted into countless fragments. The floor of the eternal castle was soon adorned with more luminous patterns, resembling an immense spider's web from a distance. The necromantic energy housed within Duja was rapidly siphoned away by the glowing patterns on the castle's floor, dissipating into dust, including his staff and the protective robe that had reached the level of high magical artifacts. Only the blood soul pearls survived, yet now, stripped of their stored energy, they appeared unremarkable, as if covered in a layer of grime. What an unexpected boon! Each of these alchemical devices requires the sacrifice of a necromancer of considerable strength, Mr. Dish remarked, picking up a dark red pearl that had rolled to his feet, a sly smile creeping across his face. With these, it seems my plans may be expedited. Chapter 50, Subjugation of the Shadow of Darkness, a piercing, anguished wail signaled the conclusion of this clash at the soul level, with the defeated party being none other than Duja the Necromancer, the one who had struck first as the master of the Shadow of Darkness. This outcome did not escape the expectations of those present, for judging by Jedi Lux's ability to conjure a peak-level high sorcerer's ghostly arts, this seemingly youthful apprentice of necromancy had indeed brushed the very edge of 7th-level magic, even qualifying for ascension to the rank of Grand Necromancer. Yet, what transpired next would haunt the minds of many necromancers eternally. As the wails echoed through the night sky, Duja's body suddenly convulsed violently, the staff he had clutched so fiercely splintering into several pieces. the emerald gem atop emitting a sharp cracking sound. Shortly thereafter, the crystal at the collar of his protective robe began to shatter, its magical runes igniting with a pale flame, incinerating in the blink of an eye. With the destruction of these two magical items, it was Duja's body that followed suit. His once glimmering white bones lost their luster, rapidly turning yellow and brittle as if centuries of time had suddenly slipped away, collapsing into a heap in an instant. As the skull tumbled down, the flames of the undead flickered within its eye sockets, seemingly making one last struggle before extinguishing silently. "Oh, Lord of Silence, how could this happen to Master Duja?" one necromancer gasped, nearly biting his tongue in shock. His body shattered, his life force extinguished. Could it be? "Quickly, check on the Master's life vessel, whether it remains intact," an elder necromancer suddenly realized, shouting urgently. Two high-ranking apprentices responsible for Duja's daily needs exchanged glances and took off running, only to return moments later. "The Master has concealed his life vessel, but the crystal sphere has lost its glow and has cracked with numerous fine fissures." "Oh, Lord of Silence." The elder necromancer's face turned ashen, and with a heavy sigh, a voice barely above a whisper escaped his lips. "This is the effect of the soul erasure. Master Duja has brought this upon himself." Aside from Shamanda, who had already transformed into an elixir for ascending to ghostly sorcery, this elder necromancer was the most senior and esteemed among Duja's subordinates, and his grim pronouncement extinguished any remaining hope among the onlookers. Even Jedi Lux stood motionless as if carved from stone, devoid of any intention to offend. It took several minutes for Jedi Lux to awaken from the intense mental turmoil, feeling as though his head had been filled with a viscous substance. Even his thoughts momentarily dulled. In truth, Duja's soul erasure curse had barely been cast when it severely wounded Jedi Lux, who had only just managed to reach the level of intermediate sorcerer. Subsequently, the boy became a mere observer, watching as the Lich Duja entered the Eternal Castle, ultimately meeting his demise there. Yet all he beheld was a mute spectacle, devoid of sound, akin to a silent film. Until the soul of the Lich dissipated, and its corporeal form collapsed and crumbled, Jedi finally regained the means to control his body, with both tactile sensation and hearing returning simultaneously. However, alongside this return came the excruciating agony akin to a shattered soul. Mr. Dish shattered a blood soul pearl to mend the wounds inflicted upon Jedi's spirit, then spoke with a tone tinged with concern. "You have truly taken a perilous risk this time, Jedi. Fortunately, this unfortunate Lich chose the path of soul confrontation. Had it been a deathly curse or annihilation, the Eternal Castle would have barely managed to preserve your soul, rendering you an existence bound to this castle like myself." Jedi nodded earnestly. "You are correct. Mr. Dish, I have made a grave mistake. Do you know where you went wrong?" Mr. Dish's demeanor appeared less dire than his words suggested. "I should not have recklessly confronted the Archmage of the Shadowy Abyss while lacking the necessary strength." Jedi's expression revealed a hint of despondence. "A series of successes led me to overlook the most crucial truth. Luck is a handleless sword, forever beyond one's grasp. When danger strikes, it will inevitably cut into one's palm. To arrive at such a conclusion indicates that you have not yet been blinded by the euphoria of success." A fleeting smile of approval graced Mr. Dish's face, though it vanished almost instantly. "Very well, I shall escort you out now. Those necromancer wizards outside have likely been waiting with mounting impatience. Relying solely on the specter sorcerers and the fearsome knights may lack the capability to fully command the situation." Jedi nodded solemnly, and in the next moment, the fresh air of the Eternal Castle was replaced by an overwhelming stench. Before him, waves of foul smoke billowed forth as the last remnants of the Lich Duja's presence swiftly vanished. "This is truly an unexpected greeting." Jedi no longer needed to feign composure. His voice became hoarse and unpleasant, hinting at a degree of weakness. He then raised his eyes, calling out the only necromancer's name he knew, Senath. "Is this pile of ashes the Master of the Shadowy Abyss, Master Duja?" Senath felt his legs nearly buckle beneath him, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Why yes, Jedi. Lux, I sincerely apologize, my master." "Ah, Duja made a foolish choice." "Indeed. It was an exceedingly foolish choice." Jedi slowly shook his head, then stepped forward, treading upon the scattered ashes of the Lich as he approached the entrance of the tomb. The necromancer wizards blocking the entrance hurriedly stepped aside, some apprentices even stumbling over their companions' feet or toppling over in their haste. Only the aged necromancer did not retreat. However, he showed no inclination to confront Jedi. he silently stood before the grand entrance of the tomb. Hands tucked within the tattered sleeves of his robe, but lowered, Jedi halted before him, regarding the obstinate necromancer with an impassive gaze. "Are you the second challenger? State your name." "And no, Lord of Silence, I am not so foolish as to presume such a title." The elderly necromancer bowed deeply. Responding with a tone of utmost respect, "I am the intermediate wizard Conbo, merely hoping to receive a definitive answer from you." Jedi's gaze flickered slightly. "What answer? How do you intend to handle the remnants of the shadowy abyss?" Conbo raised his hands, gesturing to the surroundings and us. "How to handle?" Jedi inquired thoughtfully. "Why would the Pale Mask wish to deal with the members of the shadowy abyss?" Conbo blinked in confusion. "But you have defeated the heir of the shadowy abyss, Archmage Duja." "It was Archmage Duja who attacked me. I acted solely in self-defense," Jedi stated earnestly. "Now tell me, who is the heir of the shadowy abyss?" Conbo hesitated for a moment, but did not ponder for long. "It is I," he replied softly. This response sparked a flurry of whispers among the crowd, with some murmuring dissent. "Conbo, you are not the heir. Master Duja did not designate his successor. Both Archmage Duja and Grand Sorceress Shamanda are dead." Conbo turned, replying sharply. "Who here possesses greater qualifications than I? Who wields more necromantic magic than I? Surely it is Jedi Lux." This time, the voice was more assertive, with the speaker daring to step forward from the crowd. "The Pale Mask and the Shadowy Abyss are both ancient legacies of the Council of the Departed, while Master Jedi has no intention of annexing the Shadowy Abyss. He is entirely qualified to determine who the heir shall be." Conbo narrowed his eyes, coldly regarding the speaker. "Senath, do you deem yourself worthy of the Shadowy Abyss's legacy?" Senath's face paled slightly, yet he spoke with a commendable calmness. "The authority to decide rests in the hands of Master Jedi Lux. Whatever the Master decrees, I shall have no objections." Conbo was about to respond when he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, as a wraith-like shadow unexpectedly materialized beside him. He turned to see the Spectre Sorcerer's inscrutable emerald gaze, causing him to shiver and step aside, tightly sealing his lips. Now, no one stood between Jedi Lux and the entrance. The boy cast a look of approval towards Senath, eliciting an uncontrollable joy from the latter. "I will not designate an heir for the Shadowy Abyss." As Jedi spoke again, the joy on Senath's face froze, and flames of ambition ignited in the eyes of the other necromancers. "The Shadowy Abyss has the right to elect its own heir, but that individual must possess sufficient capability to prevent the name of the Shadowy Abyss from being tarnished and its legacy from being abandoned. I wholeheartedly endorse Master Jedi's proposal." Conbo interjected before Senath could speak. "I implore you to extend your hand as the legacy of the Shadowy Abyss teeters on the brink of extinction, providing us with various forms of assistance and guidance to lead us out of the abyss of destruction." Whispers spread anew, like the wind sweeping through the graveyard, carrying murmurs of intrigue. This statement had finally been articulated. Assistance, support, and guidance were merely nominally splendid excuses, as the power of the Shadowy Abyss had effectively been transferred to Jedi Lux. Yet at this moment, not a single necromancer intended to voice dissent. Most among them regretted their momentary hesitation. Particularly Senath, whose gaze upon Conbo seemed almost incendiary. Jedi suppressed his burgeoning excitement beneath a lowered gaze, then nodded slightly. "In that case, I declare that the Shadowy Abyss shall temporarily fall under the protection of the Pale Mask. Conbo, Senath, you two shall serve as the interim leaders of the Shadowy Abyss until a true heir is elected, at which point the authority shall be transferred to him." Chapter 51. The Necromantic Relic. Grasp of Shadows. The subjugation of the Shadowy Abyss granted Jedi Lux a cadre of somewhat disloyal necromancer subordinates, a mausoleum stronghold replete with magical defenses, and several hundred low-tier undead creatures lurking in the shadows. However, these hardly constituted a true bounty. Even the discovery of a collection of necromancer-specific magical equipment and dozens of tomes, dull in hue and coated in dust, failed to ignite any thrill within Jedi. Although Archmage Duja's ambush had failed, it imparted a crucial lesson. True strength is the foundation of mastery overall, and in comparison to those genuinely formidable, Jedi Lux, despite his rapid progress in magic over the past 2 months, remained at an insurmountable distance from them. In fact, while Jedi Lux's command of necromantic magic was indeed peculiar and no less potent than that of an intermediate wizard, he likely could not contend even with the 2 necromancers who respectfully guided him. Compared to the grand mausoleum of the Eternal Castle, the tomb of the Shadowy Abyss was far smaller in scale. Nevertheless, it served not only as a breeding ground for undead, but also functioned as a magical tower. As Jedi traversed the space, he mentally noted the key areas highlighted by the two necromancers. He then ascended the winding staircase leading to the massive black structure, where he beheld an unusual sight at its apex. It was a vast altar carved from obsidian, its surface adorned with countless intricate magical sigils. Numerous chains, forged from an unknown gray metal, were haphazardly intertwined, binding the withered forepaw of an unidentifiable creature firmly at the altar's center. While Senath had never ventured into such a secretive area, Combo had at least accompanied Duja here before. He cast a glance at his companion, then wore a proud smile as he eagerly introduced, Master Jedi. This is the core relic of the shadowy abyss, the right hand of the Eternal Guardian, the very source sustaining all protective magical arrays of the tomb. Jedi scrutinized the altar, observing the gray chains drawing a continuous stream of deathly magic from the withered forepaw, funneling it into the vast magical array beneath the altar. Aside from the inexhaustible and unfathomable death magic, this withered forepaw appeared rather unremarkable. Yet, Jedi felt a subtle stirring of excitement within his heart. This was by no means the right hand of the Eternal Sleeper, nor was it merely a source of protective magic for a tomb. Such a use would be a gross underestimation of its worth. The true name of this forepaw ought to be Grip of Shadows, a legendary necromantic treasure that stands alongside the Orb of Death's moon and the bone seed of summoning souls. Not only does it bestow its wielder with a ceaseless flow of magical power, but it also significantly amplifies the effects of all curse-related spells. Even more precious is the fact that the four curled fingers of the Grip of Shadows each embody a distinct necromantic spell, all of which are of the 5th tier or above, and possess remarkable practicality. These spells include the renowned Curse of Binding, Finger of Death, Mark of Agony, and Grip of Withering Desolation. Particularly, the latter spell can forge a direct connection between the Grip of Shadows and the heart of the target, triggering without warning, potentially leading even the sword-bearing Count and the Archmage to their demise, as their hearts are gruesomely extracted, emitting foul, noxious fumes. For a fleeting moment, Jedi contemplated stepping forward to claim this invaluable necromantic treasure. However, he quickly regained his composure, a look of horror flashing in his eyes as he inhaled deeply and retreated a step. The late warning from Combo echoed beside Jedi. Master Jedi, you must not casually touch that object. The accompanying curse is exceedingly peculiar, capable of draining the mental fortitude of anyone who touches it, and it is irreparable. Even Master Duja had the audacity to discontinue his experiments after losing an arm. An accompanying curse? No. It is merely that the over-extraction of magical power has rendered this necromantic treasure in a state of extreme thirst. Jedi mused silently to himself. Before commanding, cease the magical array that draws power from the altar. Retain only the effects that confine and obscure energy fluctuations. This tomb does not require such a heightened level of magical vigilance. Ordinary people would never venture here, and true powerhouses wouldn't be concerned by a few magical barriers. Both Combo and Sinus bowed their heads in unison. As you wish, Master Jedi. I will not frequent this place often, for the Pale Mask has matters that require my attention, and magical experiments will consume the little leisure time I have left, Jedi stated calmly, taking note of the barely concealed joy on the faces of the two necromancers. I shall seal the highest level of this black edifice with my own magic, and the core inheritance of the Grip of Shadows will remain sealed here until one among you ascends to the rank of Archmage, at which point you may use the message spell to notify me, or the Archmage Laco of the Pale Mask, to come and lift the seal. The two necromancers exchanged glances. Though they inwardly criticized Jedi's decision, they recognized it as the only means to safeguard the inheritance of the shadows. Thus, they quickly nodded in agreement and, at Jedi's gesture, departed down the winding staircase. One after the other. As Jedi watched the figures of the two necromancers vanish, his expression shifted slightly. He first cast Dark Banner toward the entrance, creating a darkness that no magical light could penetrate, thereby shielding against any potential prying eyes. That he then instructed the Spectre Sorcerer to guard the entrance, authorizing him to unleash a full-force assault against anyone attempting to intrude, without mercy. After completing these measures, Jedi exhaled deeply, his gaze toward the Grip of Shadows growing undeniably fervent. This is truly an unbelievable stroke of fortune, he remarked to the fearsome knight, who bore an expression of, I knew it, rumin. Come take a look. This is the third necromantic treasure of the Council of the Deceased, the Grip of Shadows. It resembles a desiccated hawk, Rumen bluntly critiqued. I am beginning to doubt the taste of those ancient liches and legendary wizards. The Grip of Shadows is said to be the first necromantic treasure ever crafted, and it was wielded by the first chief mage of the council. Its power is indisputable, Jedi countered, shaking his head in disapproval. However, this treasure is reputed to inflict some harm, or perhaps a curse, upon its user. All the texts I have perused have lacked clarity on this matter. In any case, for centuries, every master of the Grip of Shadows has enjoyed fleeting glory due to this powerful artifact, only to disappear swiftly thereafter. Be cautious, Jedi. It is possible that what it demands is not magical or mental energy, but rather one's lifespan, Rumen warned in a serious tone. The owners of the Grip of Shadows have often included immortal liches or vampires with lifespans spanning millennia, and they too have met with swift demise. Perhaps what it consumes is even more significant than mere lifespan. Jedi, with a clear gaze, added, I will not touch it, nor will I attempt to become its next short-lived master. Let us simply leave it here, Rumen suggested urgently. Glancing at the Grip of Shadows, which seemed to emanate an air of temptation, this object is indeed rather sinister, since earlier, I feel as though I have heard a voice whispering in my ear, pick me up, and you shall attain glory worthy of being etched in history. That cannot be. Collecting the 7 necromantic treasures is crucial for the restoration of the Eternal Castle. Moreover, if we leave the Grip of Shadows here, it is only a matter of time before someone succumbs to temptation and becomes its next master, Jedi replied with a shrug. Do not forget one thing. The sealing of this place relies less on my magic and more on the deterrent created by the obliteration of a lich tonight. However, as time passes, the potency of that deterrent will inevitably wane, until it can no longer suppress the urges of greed and lust. Rumen scoffed. Then what shall we do? Is there no other solution? Let the experts handle it. This is the most valuable lesson I have learned recently, Jedi stated, raising his hands to begin chanting the spell to summon the passage to the Eternal Castle, as a tunnel suffused with gray-white light began to slowly materialize. Watching the Grip of Shadows, along with the altar, being engulfed by the tunnel, Jedi wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to Rumen with a beaming smile. Surely, Mr. Dish will manage this famished necromantic treasure with ease? The fearsome knight tapped his helmet with his ironclad fist. I find that rather unsettling. Furrowing his brow, he continued, Jedi, you place too much faith in Mr. Dish. In my view, he cannot even leave the Eternal Castle. Even if he possesses some wisdom, it will soon decay with the passage of time. Mr. Dish's wisdom is not so easily diminished, Jedi replied with a smile, spreading his hands. Now, let us gather these tomes of the shadows and begin sealing this place. Unbeknownst to Jedi and Rumen, the moment the Grip of Shadows fell into the Eternal Castle, a violent transformation took place. Vast swathes of gray-white mist were absorbed by the Grip of Shadows, its withered paw swelling as if it had regained life, forming layers of fine scales upon its surface. Next, the Grip of Shadows began to tremble, its 4 fingers alternately flicking, unleashing bursts of necromantic magic, with sparks exploding like a burning meteor shower. The gray chains binding this necromantic treasure emitted a series of ominous cracking sounds, and the magical symbols inscribed on the altar's surface ignited in brilliance, appearing from a distance like a colossal azure-white fireball, continuously radiating waves of translucent shock. Such a dramatic transformation, of course, captured Mr. Dish's attention. As the figure clad in dark crimson robes appeared in the castle hall, a bolt of ghostly green lightning, as thick as an arm, struck toward him. In the next instant, a golden shield of light emerged, violently colliding with the ghostly green lightning, scattering points of light like a torrential downpour. The lightning dissipated, leaving the shield significantly dulled in hue. Mr. Dish let out a low grunt, raising his right hand as a serpentine fire of brilliant crimson coalesced from the void, winding around and encircling the altar that imprisoned the Grip of Shadows. The fire serpent infused the altar with renewed vigor, transforming the magical symbols from azure white to crimson, while the gray chains began to adopt a hint of searing dark red. The scales on the surface of the Grip of Shadows emitted a sizzling sound, and where the chains constricted, acrid smoke began to rise. By the gods, it's a corporeal cerumen serpent, with a voice that seemed to echo from countless throats. The 4 fingers of the Grip of Shadows spasmed open, and a particularly violent translucent shockwave surged forth, violently dislodging the fire serpent from the altar. However, for the fire serpent, this shockwave inflicted no harm. Under Mr. Dish's command, it soon approached the altar once more. Stop, get that damn pet away. The voice rang out again. By the gods, how can a corporeal fire elemental spirit manifest in such a concentrated gathering of death magic? Mr. Dish raised his hand to signal the cerumen serpent to halt, coiling into a towering formation of over 10 meters. its 6 ruby-red eyes fixated menacingly on the grip of shadows, the intense flames flickering as the serpent's tongue flicked in and out. When did the grip of shadows acquire its own consciousness? Mr. Dish inquired with a tone and expression that conveyed solemnity and gravity, raising the gnarled wooden staff, an identical one to that given to Jedi, aiming its ominous, power-laden tip at the quivering, grotesque palm. Our own consciousness? Hiss, how foolish. When did we become the consciousness of the shadow's grasp? The voice responded, dripping with mockery, You are a necromancer? Splendid. Aid us in our plight, and we shall bestow upon you unimaginable wealth. Mr. Dish's expression turned somewhat peculiar, after a moment's contemplation. He lowered his staff and shook his head with a hint of amusement. This seems to be a phrase I often utter. I never expected to hear it from a mere amalgamation of consciousness fragments. The shadow's grasp twitched violently. Consciousness fragments? The voice suddenly escalated several octaves, sounding akin to a chorus of wailing specters. You say we are mere fragments. What else could you be? Mr. Dish shrugged. The shadow's grasp is a failed alchemical creation. Though formidable, each use inflicts damage upon the user's soul. The remnants of that soul's power are consumed by the shadow's grasp, leaving behind inconsequential fragments of consciousness that, when gathered, appear powerful but are, in reality, a chaotic and feeble mass. The tremors of the shadow's grasp reached a peak, and then a faint black mist began to swirl around its surface, coalescing into a colossal specter clad in robes and wielding a bone staff. We are the true masters of the Council of the Dead, a collective of the souls of past archmages. The apparition roared with formidable authority. Foolish mortal, you have squandered your only opportunity to submit. What remains for you now is death and regret. If you truly possess the memories of the Council of the Dead's inaugural archmage, you would not be ignorant of my identity, Mr. Dish stated with a tone devoid of emotion, simultaneously raising his staff once more, as Saramanth hissed and prepared for an offensive stance. To inflate oneself to such an arrogant degree leaves no salvation in sight. You shall be reduced to the most rudimentary fragments of soul, contributing to the resurrection of the eternal castle. Destroy me, destroy 32 legendary necromancers. The specter erupted into manic laughter, and without warning, it exploded, each shard of black light coalescing into the form of a necromancer among them. A bony lich crowned with a regal diadem, a well-dressed vampire lord with blood-red eyes, an ethereal wraith shimmering with a ghostly green glow, and the grim reaper brandishing an immense scythe, surrounding Mr. Dish completely. All the necromancers spoke in unison, their voices echoing from dozens of throats. This is but a fraction of the power I can display. Do you feel the taste of terror now? I'm afraid not, Mr. Dish sighed, raising the twisted staff above his head before striking it forcefully against the ground, producing a muted thud. In the next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of the necromancers, the ceiling of the eternal castle's hall vanished, revealing not a sky shrouded in gray mist, but an overwhelming army of skeletal dragons. This is the eternal castle, my domain. Here, I am the sovereign. Mr. Dish softly informed the astonished necromancers, then raised his staff high, its crystal tip radiating a dazzling light. The skeletal dragon army roared as if receiving a command, their thunderous cries reverberating as they unfurled their gray-white wings and swooped down like a tempest, engulfing the spectral forms of the necromancers in an instant. Chapter 52. Flattery and wealth to the plague god for Sir Spark, the president of the North Rococo Trading Company. This night felt particularly interminable. The hour was late, with the silver moon and the crimson moon hanging high in the sky, casting delicate beams of moonlight. The black moon, invisible to ordinary eyes, drifted amongst the stars, occasionally obscured by fleeting clouds, leaving an abyss of profound darkness between heaven and earth. Burdened by a torrent of thoughts, Sir Spark found himself unable to sleep, even neglecting to draw the thick curtains against the wind. Instead, gazing intently towards the land, beyond his sight, a negotiation that would determine the fate of the North Rococo Trading Company was underway, and, amusingly, neither party had any ties to the company. The self-proclaimed Council of the Dead sought to extort the company's vast wealth, while Jedi Luke's and his entourage, masquerading as saviors, harbored their own ambitions for the company's power and riches. What troubled him even more was that, even if they weathered the present crisis, the North Rococo Trading Company would still have to contend with an even more formidable and terrifying foe, the commander of the forces stationed at Tauron Fortress. The leader of the Death Knight Order, Abraham, the revered lord of the barbarian Orc tribe, and the Imperial Viscount, the Rid the Grim Reaper. The Council of the Dead's methods were brutish and direct, nearly bringing Sir Spark to his demise, yet he felt little fear. Had he not initially misjudged the Council's determination, The strength of the North Rococo Trading Company, combined with the strategic mobilization of numerous noble lords from Westwind County, would not have left him utterly powerless, even if slightly disadvantaged. Jedi Luke's and his companions were even easier to handle. Their strengths were not inferior to the Council's, yet they seemed to adhere to some moral principles, unwilling to tear away the veil of compassion to reveal their cruel fangs, and moreover, they lacked manpower. Such opponents had never truly posed a problem for Sir Spark. However, the Grim Reaper was different. The Grim Reaper wielded considerable power, is unwavering, adhering to yet not strictly bound by imperial laws, maintaining close ties with many key figures among the Nine Pillars family. His influence in Westwind County and the entire Griffin Empire was undeniably substantial. In contrast, the power of the North Rococo Trading Company appeared trivial. The methods employed by the id were not particularly novel, yet they left Sir Spark at a loss for countermeasures. Mr. Lena Bastian, as a representative of the traditionalists within the North Rococo Trading Company, held only slightly less sway than Sir Spark himself. Merchants are inherently not very resilient. Once pressured by the id, even Sir Spark could not ascertain whether he would resist until the end, let alone the smaller merchants. This recent bout of illness and unconsciousness had already sounded the death knell for Sir Spark's dominance within the company. Perhaps submitting to Viscount the Rid isn't an entirely unacceptable option. Sir Spark diverted his gaze from the window, no longer admiring the magnificent night. Although the moonlight was beautiful and serene, it could not quell the restlessness within him. A full jar of grape brandy lay on the table, more than half consumed. Sir Spark sorrowfully discovered that his thoughts had become increasingly lucid, devoid of inebriation. A hurried footstep approached from outside, stumbling just before the door, as if kicking something over. Sir Spark swiftly closed the window and returned to the table, seizing a thick leather-bound book he had not glanced at before, flipping through a few pages as he awaited the sound that seemed to herald fate's arrival. President? It's me, Trevor. The portly shipowner's voice trembled with tension and an indescribable emotion. Sir Spark paused for a few seconds, then confirmed, speaking softly, "Come in, Trevor. I'm still awake." A gust of cold wind swept in as the door opened, causing the candle flames to flicker. Sir Spark looked up to see the rotund figure of shipowner Trevor enter, his face a blend of surprise and hesitation. Did the negotiations yield results? Sir Spark suppressed the sudden joy that surged within him and inquired with a neutral tone, "It seems like it went reasonably well." "Yes, there are results," shipowner Trevor replied, trembling as he held a piece of parchment, his words somewhat disjointed. "The shadow of darkness has been utterly annihilated. No, rather, they have joined us. Well, not exactly, in any case." Master Jedi Luke's effortlessly dispatched the two leaders of the Shadow of Darkness and seized control of the organization. Sir Spark sprang to his feet, a mix of ecstatic disbelief swirling within him, causing the world to spin as he had to grasp the table for support. "What did you say?" His voice grew hoarse. "Master Jedi conquered the powerful Council of the Dead?" "Not the entire Council of the Dead. Reports indicate that the Shadow of Darkness was merely one of many branches of the Council. The leader of the Shadow of Darkness, who cursed you with dark magic, was a lich of Archmage caliber, now reduced to nothingness under Master Jedi's fierce counterattack." "An Archmage, and a lich, by the gods." Sir Spark struggled to suppress the tremors in his hands, but to little avail. At least when he grabbed the wine jar, the golden liquid spilled all over the table. "I should truly thank the gods for allowing me to stand here and breathe freely. Trevor, these should be terms reserved for legends. Indeed, we should be grateful to the gods, but do not forget, we owe even more gratitude to Master Jedi Luke's." Shipowner Trevor astutely noted Sir Spark's emotional instability and quickly interjected, "Gratitude, indeed, shall be expressed profusely." Sir Spark downed a few gulps of wine and settled back into his chair. "Trevor, I need you to ascertain immediately, at once, how much liquid capital is at my disposal, and the quantity of precious materials and magical components stored in the Merchant Guild's warehouse." Captain Trevor instinctively nodded, though he hesitated, blinking uncertainly. "President, you mean to, of course, to generously reward the esteemed Jedi Master Lux," Sir Spark asserted with resolute conviction. "The Jedi Master saved my life and rescued the Guild from the clutches of the Deathbringers. I believe it is only right to offer half of my assets as gratitude." Captain Trevor's brow furrowed deeper instead of relaxing. "President, perhaps you have forgotten something. I previously reported to you that Jedi Master Lux seeks a long-term partnership with the North Rococo Trading Guild." "Yes, a long-term partnership," Sir Spark said, raising a hand to stroke his beard absently. "Or perhaps a covert annexation, regardless of how it is termed, that is the reality." He gestured to halt Captain Trevor's impending council. I understand. To refuse Jedi Master Lux would not only stain our reputation with breach of contract, but also invite threats more formidable than the Deathbringers. Yet, I fear we have no other option. Captain Trevor, in a state of near despair, raked his fingers through his hair and spoke urgently. President, do not forget who cast that lethal curse upon you and who effortlessly dispelled it. The Jedi Master has been quite courteous thus far. But he is, after all, an ancient necromancer who can effortlessly summon dread liches to obliterate you. Do you truly wish to offend such a formidable adversary? If I had a choice, I would certainly not provoke Jedi Master Lux. Sir Spark sighed deeply. But you know well who stands behind our vice president. The traditionalist merchant representative, Mr. Lena Bastian. He leaned forward, his voice laden with gravity. Do you believe Jedi Master Lux can be equated with the esteemed Viscount Thomadin? Captain Trevor took a considerable moment before hesitantly shaking his head. Certainly. Viscount Thomad's influence is far more formidable. However, to the guild, they are not significantly different. Neither is a force we can afford to challenge. Sir Spark's expression grew grave under the candlelight, his body leaning forward with an imposing demeanor, his words resonating like stones. Then why do we not wager on the stronger side? The Jedi Master, a Magus. Oh, perhaps a Grand Magus. Though undoubtedly powerful, can he truly contend with the thousands of elite guards of Tauron Fortress and the fearsome Death Knight Order? President, where are those men? Captain Trevor closed his eyes momentarily, then retorted sharply, perhaps due to the peculiarity of his tone and demeanor, prompting Sir Spark to pat his ears, suspecting it was the effects of too much wine. What did you say? Trevor, I did not catch that. President, please tell me, where exactly are those elite soldiers and the Knights of the Death Knight Order? Captain Trevor emphasized, repeating his inquiry. This time, Sir Spark comprehended fully, and anger flared visibly on his face. Trevor, I'm not inebriated. He slammed his hand on the table, causing the wine jug and cups to clatter violently. Viscount Thomad's subordinates are, of course, stationed at Tauron Fortress, and they are pervasive throughout the many oases of the Abraham Desert. While the power of Viscount Thomad is indeed immense, they are not stationed here and shall never relocate to this place. Captain Trevor articulated, his demeanor devoid of the typical merchant's slickness, his attitude resolute, reminiscent of a high-ranking minister standing before the court. The sea wolf has journeyed far into Aon, where I heard a profound folk saying, though the blade is sharp, it cannot threaten those beyond arm's reach. Viscount Thomad is hundreds of miles away, while Jedi Master Lux is right before our eyes. Chapter 53. Inviting the divine is easier than sending it away that night. The lights atop the pirate's grief burned brightly through the night until the westward march set and dawn broke in the east. Captain Trevor descended the steep, narrow stone staircase, his face pale and weary from sleeplessness, and made his way directly to the Seafaring Inn. During this period, the refugees from Eliasport had gradually dispersed, leaving the inn's rooms half empty. Among these refugees, some boarded merchant vessels to visit relatives in other cities of Westwind County, while others attempted to return to their beloved homes by land, with few intending to stay on the Dagger Islands for employment. Upon entering the inn's lobby, Captain Trevor observed only a handful of patrons drinking alone, the fireplace long extinguished, leaving behind only dark red embers that filled the air with acrid smoke, unattended. Behind a counter laden with wine jugs, the innkeeper lethargically polished a glass, while a few errand boys exhibited a similarly lackadaisical demeanor. Trevor suppressed the sudden surge of irritation within him, hastening to the counter and tossing a silver crown onto the surface. Fetch me a glass of Lacqueran rum, with a splash of lemon juice, he commanded. Upon hearing the sound of the coin spinning on the counter, a smile finally flickered on the innkeeper's face. Mr. Trevor, it has been a while since your last visit. He deftly retrieved a long-necked ceramic bottle, carefully pouring the liquor into a glass, then slicing a fresh lemon, the crisp and unique aroma instantly invigorating the senses. Your Lacqueran rum, is there anything else you require? Pour yourself a glass as well. And feel free to chat with me. Captain Trevor downed half the drink in one go, savoring the burning sensation on his lips, tongue, and throat, alongside the undeniable tartness of the lemon juice. The innkeeper smirked slightly, pouring himself a glass of frothy brown ale and immersing the remainder of the lemon into it. For someone of my status, this will suffice. Indulging in fine liquor might lead to a point where I cannot restrain my tongue. He chuckled as he took a sip of the ale, wiping the foam from his beard. Mr. Trevor, I mean no offense, but as a favored individual before the president, with so many recent events transpiring, I presume you lack the leisure for casual conversation. Some matters cannot simply be resolved through busyness. A bowstring pulled too tightly will eventually snap. Trevor sighed pensively, lifting his glass again, though this time only taking a delicate sip. Prana, you are always well informed. Do you have any news regarding Jedi Master Lux? The innkeeper smiled faintly. What kind of news are you seeking? Perhaps about your conversation with the Jedi Master in the steam bath. Captain Trevor's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly unable to contain his shock. You know of this? There is nothing surprising about that. You deliberately sent away the errand boy in the bath. So I naturally became aware. The innkeeper spread his hands, a hint of cunning in his smile. As for the content of the conversation, it is of little importance. The mere fact of the event speaks volumes. Captain Trevor scrutinized Prana deeply, as if seeing this familiar innkeeper for the first time. I did not realize you possessed such talents. Would you be interested in changing careers to serve in the guild's intelligence department? I dare not. I am merely an innkeeper, occasionally gathering bits of information for a few coins. Should I acquire any substantial intelligence, it might cost me my life. There have been recent examples. Prana waved his hand dismissively, then finished the ale in his glass. Well, Mr. Trevor, the individual you were waiting for should be returning soon. Our time for idle chatter is drawing to a close, I believe. Captain Trevor was taken aback, but soon he heard a voice behind him. Trevor? What a coincidence. You're here drinking so early. It was Jedi Master Lux. After consolidating the forces of the Shadowy Ones, Jedi Master Lux had not lingered at that tomb's stronghold, in his mind. It was not an ideal place to establish a foothold, and the wretched reputation of the Deathbringers would only complicate his future endeavors, necessitating clandestine actions. After instructing the two temporary overseers of the Shadowy Ones to maintain a low profile during this period, he and his companions set out on their journey home. As the four undead steeds conjured by the sacrificial summoning reached the limit of control, they were soon dispatched by Rumen, who cut them down mercilessly. The carriage, now devoid of its pulling beasts, was rendered immobile, and under Jedi's command, a necromancer cast a negative energy burst to reduce it to countless splintered pieces. After a night of relentless toil, the experience of returning on foot was far from pleasant. And as Jedi Master Lux entered the lobby of the Seafaring Inn, his expression mirrored that of Captain Trevor, grim and wearied. Captain Trevor was unaware of the reason behind Jedi's foul mood. Yet his experience allowed him to discern that this was not an opportune moment for negotiations. Thus, the rotund captain offered a wry smile and shook his head. It is not mere coincidence, Master Jedi, but rather my deliberate intention to seek you out. To seek me out. Jedi glanced at Captain Trevor, his gaze lingering for a fleeting moment on the pallor of his weary visage before he averted his eyes. It seems I might be on the verge of receiving a generous gift, he mused thoughtfully. A chill crept into Captain Trevor's heart. Is there perhaps some magic that can see through a person's heart? He felt his tongue falter, the taste of bitterness overwhelming him, and it took him nearly half a minute to regain his composure. I merely wish to propose a new agreement. Master Jedi, are you interested? I am always intrigued by agreements, especially at this particular juncture. Jedi approached the counter, rapping his knuckles against the surface with his middle finger. A glass of blackberry wine, diluted with 3 times the water. Oh, such a method of consumption is quite rare. It will be ready shortly, replied the proprietor, Plana, with a beaming smile, before disappearing beneath the counter. Captain Trevor surveyed the hotel lobby, which, though devoid of patrons except for a few solitary drinkers at a distance, still made him feel a tad uncomfortable, as if discussing confidential matters in a public space. Master Jedi, shall we converse here? There is nothing amiss with this place. After all, the pressing matters have already been resolved. Have they not? Jedi shrugged disinterestedly. Trevor, have you been appointed as the full representative of the chamber for negotiations? I believe I have been granted such authority. Captain Trevor replied earnestly. Master Jedi, I hope you do not misconstrue this. It does not imply that we intend to forsake our previous agreement, but rather to execute it in a different manner. Correct? Jedi tapped the surface lightly with his knuckles, his expression inscrutable. If you insist, then I assure you that the previous agreement will be executed faithfully and thoroughly, Captain Trevor asserted with unwavering determination. Faithfully? Perhaps it would be best not to burden you unduly. Pray, what new proposal does Sir Spark have? The chairman proposes to transfer half of the wealth belonging to the North Rococo Chamber under his name to you in the form of shares, providing you with monthly profit shares. Should you wish to withdraw the entirety at once, we kindly ask for some time to prepare. Additionally, there are spellcasting materials and magical items valued at 8,000 gold griffins. That sounds rather appealing, Jedi remarked nonchalantly, accepting the cup from the tavern owner and curiously observing the swirling crimson liquid within. As it should be. Sir Spark is certainly not a miser, nor is he oblivious to gratitude. Master Jedi, you saved his life. This is but a trifling recompense. Sensing that Jedi exhibited no sign of distaste, Captain Trevor felt a flicker of hope arise within him, hastily continuing with his honeyed words. This is not the entirety of the proposal. Sir Spark also intends to gift you a manor in the town of Seco as a place to reside. And the local chambers branch will be entrusted to your appointed personnel for management. We shall remit your monthly profit shares to the Seco branch for your usage. It sounds remarkably akin to a generous pension, accompanied by a manor for a leisurely retirement. Were I a senior member of the North Rococo Chamber, I would undoubtedly accept with delight. Jedi raised his cup with a semblance of a smile, taking a sip of the blackberry wine, only to grimace at its sour taste. Plana, I must confess, this drink leaves much to be desired. One must drink what suits them, Plana replied with a grin, though life may be fraught with challenges. Sometimes we must swallow the bitter and sour, yet when given a choice, it is best not to do oneself a disservice. Well said. Jedi nodded in approval, then turned his gaze to Captain Trevor. Did you hear clearly? This serves as my response. A noble manor in a remote town, along with a portion of worldly wealth, holds no significance for me. What I seek is not these things. You ought to have understood this long ago. Captain Trevor wiped the sweat from his brow, swallowing hard. I understand, Master Jedi, but there is something I must impart to you. Jedi nodded slightly. I am listening. 2 days ago, right here, I spoke to you regarding the vice-chairman, Mr. Lena Bastian Dio, you recall. The one backed by a certain feudal lord on the border. Jedi maintained a facade of indifference, feigning forgetfulness regarding the infamous Grim Reaper. What troubles him now? Captain Trevor hesitated momentarily, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. At last, he sighed heavily, speaking in a crisp, emotionless tone. Just last night, the chairman received intelligence from the spies of the Unblinking Eye. Or a threat, depending on how one perceives it. The unrest in the port city of Aureus has been quelled by the Death Knight Order. 2 traitors remain at large, and Tomadin has gained control of this commercial city. His next objective is likely the North Rococo Chamber. Chapter 54. Stirring ambitions, turning the tables, likely. In the empty hotel lobby that morning, Jedi Lucas replied with a flat tone, the air growing taut with each word he uttered. The embers in the fireplace seemingly extinguished, offering no warmth. Proceed, Mr. Trevor. Have you seen that intelligence? I had the fortune to peruse it. Captain Trevor nodded. The content is straightforward and direct. I find it credible. Credible or not? What does it matter? Jedi flicked his cup, the brass rim emitting a dull thud. The times have changed. A month now is likely to transform more than a year did several centuries ago. Just days ago, you were selling goods at the Aureus port while I was being warmly welcomed by the Wizards Guild there. Our life trajectories should have been destined to remain unentwined. Yet now, we find ourselves in a hotel hundreds of kilometers away, discussing matters of life and death for the North Rococo Chamber. That not poignant. Captain Trevor couldn't help but exhale deeply, raising the cup to his lips only to realize it was empty. Indeed, fate is an elusive entity. Only the gods above possess true understanding of it. He murmured half in lamentation, half in reflection. That border lord, who wields significant military power, has already swallowed Aureus. If he wishes to prevent that port city from descending into chaos, he will need at least 2 or 3 months to quell the situation, all while facing pressures from the imperial hierarchy and local dignitaries. Consequently, even if he desires to lay claim to the North Rococo Chamber, it would be a matter for 6 months hence. Jedi paused, his tone suddenly becoming somewhat oppressive. For the potential events of 6 months from now, do you intend to forsake your previous commitments? Captain Trevor tilted his head back, memories flooding forth like a beam of light piercing through his mind, vibrant and vivid. Indeed, Master Jedi, I never anticipated such. Who is it that did not foresee? You or Sir Spark? Captain Trevor, taken aback, raised his eyes in surprise. What difference does it make? Master Jedi, Sir Spark is the chairman of the North Rococo Chamber. As of now. Indeed he is, Jedi replied with a hint of insinuation. That a silence ensued, Captain Trevor's plump face resembling a waxen figure, even his breath seeming to stagnate. After several minutes, he finally coughed, the sound dry and mechanical. Almost like a whisper, I am not misinterpreting your meaning, am I, Master Jedi? Your words suggest that the chairman of the North Rococo Chamber is to be replaced. If my demands are not met, then yes, that is a possibility, Jedi replied without a hint of concealment, his candor striking. Plana swallowed hard, his voice overly sweet as he interjected, Mr. Trevor, your cup is empty. Allow me to fetch you a mead to soothe your throat. With that, he eagerly reached for the cup, turning to depart from the counter. Wait a moment, Planet. I believe we need a witness for what is to come. Jedi's seemingly casual remark froze Plana in place, his smile turning awkward. This, Master Jedi, I fear my status is insufficient. A pair of ears, a mouth, not belonging to the deceased nor to the North Rococo chamber. That is all, Jedi clarified. This has nothing to do with noble status. Moreover, to wish to withdraw now after hearing all of this, Plana, do you not think it a bit too late? Plana turned back, cautiously placing the cup back on the counter. I can assure you, I have heard nothing. The spies of the unblinking I would not share your sentiment, nor would the eyes of other factions. Jedi gently shattered the illusions of the hotelier, Prana, as he observed the deep remorse etched upon the man's visage. A nostalgic smile inadvertently gracing his lips. The echoing Bell Hotel felt like a distant memory from a millennium ago. Captain Trevor spent several minutes struggling to gather his thoughts, his voice hoarse as he finally spoke. The esteemed chairman has no intention of forsaking his past commitments. Master Jedi, I fear you may be under a misapprehension. That is of little consequence, Jedi replied softly. His intentions cannot escape my perception, and your presence here bears the same significance. Even if all seems tranquil at present, he will inevitably take that step, for he is ensnared by fear. Fear of what? Captain Trevor's question was so faint that he could scarcely hear it himself. Deep down, it seemed he already anticipated Jedi's forthcoming answer. Fear of failure. Fear of death. There are many such fears, but as I mentioned earlier, that is of little consequence. Jedi gestured towards the empty cup before Captain Trevor. I wish to collaborate with the North Rococo Chamber of Commerce. It is the Chamber's influence and connections that I value. As for Sir Spark himself, should he be unwilling, he may step aside. Sir Spark places great importance on his current position. I fear he may not acquiesce to your terms, Captain Trevor cautioned. I do not believe a man who intends to grovel before the eye of the Death God possesses any leverage to maintain his current standing, Jedi shrugged. Surely. In the eyes of Thomad, Mr. Bastian is more suited for that position? Then may I inquire, Master Jedi, who you envision as the prospective president of the North Rococo Chamber? Captain Trevor's tone shifted, the initial panic subsiding, replaced by a sharpened edge of resolve. Yet he could never have anticipated the response that would follow from Jedi's lips. You, Trevor, my friend. Instinctively, Captain Trevor raised a hand to cover his mouth, suppressing a gasp within his throat. After a full minute, he lowered his arm. Master Jedi, you wish for me to assume the presidency? I am but Sir Spark's most trusted confidant, willing to risk my life to confer with you. Is that not preferable? Jedi smiled languidly. Sir Spark can place greater trust in you. The Chamber's strength will remain unscathed, and the traditional merchants will still wield only a third of the power. The presidency will firmly remain in your grasp. And what of you? Once settled, Captain Trevor exhibited a sharpness rarely seen in merchants. What do you seek to gain from this minor upheaval within the chamber? I seek nothing. The chamber belongs entirely to you. Jedi smiled candidly. Of course. I too will not leave empty-handed. Perhaps a more steadfast ally, and an opportunity to return to Alias to reclaim certain items I hastily left behind. Nothing more. Chapter 55, Chamber Reform, bestowing generous gifts that morning. The modest conference at the Sea Sail Hotel reached its conclusion. Captain Trevor did not accept Jedi Luke's proposal. He politely reaffirmed his commitment to the original agreement and reiterated the Chamber's stance. As he departed, his demeanor was one of distant courtesy. However, Jedi felt no disappointment, for he had glimpsed the flickering spark of ambition in the eyes of the rotund captain, had it not been for the recent turmoil. Captain Trevor's loyalty to Sir Spark would have posed no question, yet now, circumstances had shifted. May the esteemed chairman refrain from making any erroneous choices in the days to come. Jedi Luke concealed his smile within the confines of his cup and presented the bottom of it towards the still pale hotelier. Thank you for your assistance earlier. Prana, another mug of ale, the most ordinary will suffice. Prana's eyes fixated intently on the cup in Jedi's hand, taking several seconds before he cautiously smiled. I was unaware that a third group of eyes had been dispatched here. Jedi's lips curled slightly, as if stifling a smile or a similar expression. I too was in the dark. Perhaps our missions diverge. Observing Prana finally nodding in understanding before turning to fetch the ale, Jedi's gaze bore a hint of irony. I truly knew nothing. I was unaware that the echoing Bell Hotel, a place where I have labored for several years, harbored the eyes of the sleepless. Nor did I know that within the conspiracy that nearly cost me my life, there lurked shadows that ought not to have appeared. Fortunately, Mr. Dish reminded me. Otherwise, even if I had miraculously escaped, upon arriving in the imperial capital of Firmire, I would likely. His expression darkened suddenly, his knuckles striking the table with undue force, causing faint black light to flicker as it left two deep dents in the sturdy oak surface. The wood within appearing charred and blackened. In the following week, many high-ranking officials of the North Rococo Chamber of Commerce found themselves exceedingly busy, recovering from a severe illness. Chairman Spark commenced sweeping reforms of the chamber's management structure. In addition to imposing various new regulations to curb infighting among the factions within the chamber, he established the roles of magical advisor-in-chief of martial arts, both enjoying privileges equivalent to that of a vice president. With the authority to evaluate, select, and dismiss the chamber's appointed magicians and knights, these new positions were filled by fresh faces, stirring a tempest among the small and medium merchants of the North Rococo Chamber, with debates and criticisms echoing loudly. Yet, amidst the expected opposition from the chamber's upper echelons, an unusual silence prevailed. The traditional merchant representative, the White Fox, Mr. Bastian, was among those silent high-ranking members, leaving many traditional merchants perplexed. During Chairman Spark's illness, Mr. Bastian had actively sought to rally many small and medium merchants, striving to create momentum for assuming the presidency. Although all these efforts had been thwarted by Chairman Spark's recovery, the cunning White Fox ought not have so swiftly relinquished his ambitions. Even when the two knights he had recommended were dismissed, he refrained from voicing any dissent. Merchants do not typically confront matters as knights do, heedless of the consequences, especially as such knights become increasingly scarce. The chamber's upper echelon's unusual silence quickly silenced the small and medium merchants, and the final resistance against the North Rococo Chamber's reforms dissipated. Starting from the second week, the North Rococo Chamber became increasingly active. Chairman Spark hosted several grand banquets to celebrate his return to health, inviting not only the wealthiest merchants of North Rococo Port, but also dignitaries from various other cities in Westwind County. Such overt displays of extravagance were uncharacteristic of Chairman Spark, naturally drawing considerable attention. Yet, before any conclusions could be drawn, Chairman Spark's new initiatives plunged the entire Westwind County into tumult. The first laden cart departed from North Rococo Port towards the estate of a beleaguered nobleman. Most believed this marked Chairman Spark's intent to embark on a new wave of expansion and acquisition following his recovery. Nobles often disguise their acquisitions with reciprocal gifts for the sake of maintaining appearances. Although the cargo, valued at 600 silver crowns, was not equivalent to a noble estate, it was not entirely unacceptable for the impoverished Sir David, who had long fallen into destitution. After all, he was heavily in debt, and after several years of poor harvests, merely managing to put food on the table had become a luxury. The estate itself was in disrepair, with its walls leaning precariously, propped haphazardly with rough timber, and the foundation cracking, with some fissures wider than a man's arm. Upon receiving word, Sir David, accompanied by his wife and an aged servant, awaited the arrival of the chamber's envoy at the entrance of his estate. To maintain a semblance of dignity and to negotiate the best possible offer, he donned his finest attire, though the frayed cuffs and tattered edges betrayed his dire financial situation. To his surprise, in addition to the cart filled with goods, the North Rococo Chamber had dispatched a fully armed cavalry escort. The sight of those gleaming soldiers, clad in polished armor, stirred unease within Sir David. The chest he had just puffed out involuntarily collapsed. The cavalry halted over 100 meters from the estate, and a young cavalryman, spurring his horse forward, approached Sir David, dismounting with practiced ease, clad in studded leather armor, reinforced at the chest and ribs with oiled black iron rings. And wielding a longsword, he exuded a striking presence, his face adorned with the reserved smile characteristic of nobility, had it not been for the absence of a family crest on his chest. Sir David might have mistaken him for a true knight. "I am Rumen Lawrence, Chief of Martial Arts for the North Rococo Chamber," the cavalryman introduced himself courteously. "I come on behalf of Chairman Sir Spark to pay a visit to Sir David of the Nabhan estate. Please grant me audience." After uttering these words, Rumen reached into his pocket and produced 2 silver coins, which he graciously extended. Typically, noble knights would reward the doorkeepers or servants with such gratuities, though most would only offer a handful of copper coins. Thus, 2 silver coins could be considered quite generous. Sir David, having succumbed to poverty for many years, stifled his emotions and forced himself not to gaze upon the enchanting shimmer of the silver coins. "I am indeed Sir David," he declared, taking a deep breath, smoothing the edges of his garments in an effort to uphold his dwindling dignity. "May I inquire what brings you here?" The young cavalryman was taken aback, his face betraying embarrassment as he retrieved the silver coins. "You are Sir David? Ah, I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate," he stammered, closing his mouth, At a loss for how to clarify his intentions, Sir David exhibited no signs of anger. His pride had long been eroded by his increasingly dire circumstances. In truth, the temperament of fallen nobility is generally more placid, for if they were to act with reckless abandon, even the most menial of servants would be beyond their reach. It is nothing. I am the one who should be apologizing, Sir David sighed. This year has not been kind. And as the host, I fear I have little to offer you all. Such days shall eventually pass, and as a noble knight of the Griffin Empire, you ought to muster some fortitude, Rumen replied. Relieved that a minor misunderstanding would not jeopardize his inaugural gift-giving task of the day, Rumen gestured behind him, and a cart slowly emerged from the ranks of cavalry. This was a type of freight wagon commonly referred to as a flatbed cart. Drawn by two sturdy pack horses, its cargo securely covered by a tarpaulin, from which several wooden barrels and a few sacks could be discerned, that a flicker of turmoil crossed Sir David's face. The sight of the cart evoked thoughts of the approaching winter, during which he need not endure hardship any longer. Yet, the price for this relief was the last vestige of the David family's estate, the dilapidated manor behind him, stirring a sense of reluctant nostalgia within his heart. These are merely some coarse gifts, hardly worthy of respect, Rumen said, for he was not of true noble lineage. Though he concealed any sign of this deficiency in demeanor, he found himself puzzled by Sir David's conflicted expression. Sir Spark implores you to accept them, and there is no need for a return gift. This final statement was a directive from Sir Spark that Rumen felt compelled to include, though it came with a certain awkwardness. In the next instant, he beheld Sir David's face alight with an unexpected joy, as if reborn. These are all gifts for me? Sir David was nearly bowled over by the sudden influx of happiness. The cart was brimming, and regardless of its contents, the total value would surely not fall below several hundred silver coins. For affluent families, this might merely equate to a barrel of fine wine or a few pieces of jewelry. Yet for a destitute noble, its significance was profoundly different. No need for a return gift. Sir Spark truly conveyed such instructions. Indeed, it was Sir Spark himself who insisted, Rumen affirmed, simultaneously unsheathing his sword to gently cut the ropes binding the tarpaulin, revealing the cart's abundant contents. These are the provisions Sir Spark instructed us to deliver to you. Honey, pickled fish, round cheese, dried mushrooms, smoked brisket, and cured meat, along with some imported wares, a complete tea set, several bolts of coarse cloth, over a dozen sacks of wheat, and some easily storable baked goods, these last being gifts for the servants. Upon finishing, Rumen produced a parchment list of the gifts from his cloak and presented it to Sir David. Sir David's eyes gleamed with astonishment. May the gods bestow their blessings upon you and Sir Spark, he exclaimed, scarcely able to contain his overwhelming joy. This truly is an extravagant gift. Once the David family is restored, I shall surely repay this kindness twofold. Oh, spare me. Do you think we are in the business of lending? Rumen shook his head. To take back what has been given is a concept foreign to the entire empire. Then I must express my gratitude all the more. Sir Rumen, though it is somewhat embarrassing to admit, with these provisions, I can finally host you all properly. Sir David rubbed his hands together, and although he conversed with the young knight before him, his gaze repeatedly drifted toward the cart. We are grateful for your kindness, but there remains much to attend to today, and we fear we cannot accept your hospitality. As for this cart, Rumen glanced at Sir David and the 2 or 3 elderly servants behind him. The loading and unloading may prove cumbersome, so let us leave it here with you. So, you have several other nobles to visit today? Sir David inquired, his envy palpable as he gazed at the carts encircled by the cavalry. Each cart appeared to be filled to the brim, with clear tracks imprinted in the snow below. Indeed, not solely you, Sir David. Before sunset, we must make our rounds to 4 or 5 more locations to deliver gifts at their doorsteps, Rumen replied, unfastening a pack horse from the cart. Though these horses did not match the value of war steeds, leaving behind 2 of them seemed rather incongruous for the escort knights of the Merchant Guild. In that case, we shall not impose further. Farewell. Observing Rumen leap onto his mount and spur the pack horses back into formation, the cavalry escorted the cart away, leaving Sir David in disbelief, shaking his head repeatedly as he scrutinized the gift list in his hands. This is simply incredible, he exclaimed. Raising his head, his face flushed with excitement as he addressed his wife. Ivira, can you believe it? We need no longer worry about how to survive this winter. With these provisions, we might even welcome some homeless souls to work at the manor. Sir David's wife also appeared elated, truth be told. Her antiquated noble attire likely paled in comparison to a simple homespun dress worn by a well-off peasant woman. What a delightful surprise, my dear. But do you think Sir Spark, being so shrewd, has ulterior motives for our possessions? Sir David shook his head without hesitation. What else do we possess that could pique the interest of others, aside from this manor and our unsellable noble title? Regardless of Sir Spark's true intentions, these provisions have been delivered to us without question. To refuse them might very well mean we would not survive the winter. Chapter 56. The cold reception of Felicity. A light snow fell throughout the long night of late winter, cloaking the castle of Viscount Lorelaco in a shimmering layer of silver. The towering turrets, barns, and the surrounding fields, villages, and rivers transformed into a white wonderland, were it not for the wisps of smoke curling from chimneys. One might have mistaken it for a realm untouched by life. Within the guardhouse at a corner of the castle's high walls, a small contingent of night watch soldiers stifled yawns, poking at a nearly extinguished brazier while warming themselves and awaiting the arrival of their replacements. This should have been a notably tranquil morning, yet as several soldiers began to doze off, the urgent clatter of hooves, like a drumbeat, jolted them awake, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances. The guard captain, still bleary-eyed, rubbed his face and approached the window, peering toward the source of the sound. Bathed in golden sunlight, the pristine snowfield appeared almost blinding, and after squinting for some time, the captain finally discerned a troop of fully armored cavalry racing along the road. These horsemen were escorting an opulently adorned carriage, its wheels crunching through the fresh snow. A banner trailed behind the carriage, its red fabric fluttering in the breeze, vibrant like a dancing flame. However, at this distance, the family crest remained indistinct, though a hint of blue could be vaguely perceived. So early, and after a fresh snowfall, which noble lord might be paying a visit, the guard captain grumbled, stepping away from the window and kicking the nearest soldier. You, go inform Steward Lequeer of this development, lest we fumble the reception. The soldier's face registered clear reluctance. Captain, spare me. Perhaps they are merely passing through. Even if they are passing, given the nature of these noble lords, they will inevitably stop by the castle for a visit. The captain spat on the ground and raised his iron-gloved hand. Will you go, or not? Is your resolve faltering? As the soldier scrambled out of the guardhouse, the carriage was nearing the castle gates. Spotting the castle in sight, the leading knight signaled, and the troop of dozens immediately tightened their reins in perfect unison, the speed of the carriage and war horses decelerating simultaneously. Their coordination so seamless that the guard captain atop the castle walls was left momentarily speechless. Even the elite cavalry of the city watch would struggle to execute such precision. It appears that the noble lord visiting the Viscount is of no ordinary stature. Although Viscount Lorelaco held a respectable title, he was not a figure of great significance in Westwind County. His family estate was meager, and the state of the castle was far from commendable. From a distance, it appeared acceptable. Yet many of the towers had fallen into disrepair over the years, their hollow windows and cracked rooftops having become homes for crows, sparrows, and other wild birds. After dusk, bats would often flit about. Thus, it was no surprise that the captain of the castle guard was not a knight or even a squire, but merely an old soldier with experience from border skirmishes. As a seemingly youthful rider approached on horseback, sounding the horn from across the dry moat, he appeared somewhat flustered. I come on behalf of Miss Felicity Hoffman, the sole legitimate heiress of the Viscount Hoffman, daughter of the Lord of the Westwind County, to pay a visit to Lord Lorelaco. Please relay my message. The young rider shouted loudly, unfurling the banner he held. The captain of the guards, upon discerning the unfamiliar family crest emblazoned on the flag, a vivid red background with a white ship gliding over azure waves, had never encountered such an emblem before. Please hold on. I have summoned the steward, and there will soon be a response, the captain declared, turning to instruct another soldier. Go and urge Steward Lequeer. Inform him that the guest has identified herself as the daughter of Viscount Hoffman, accompanied by over 20 fully armed attendants. Perhaps she is a beautiful noble lady, the soldier winked, leaning closer to the window, only to be harshly pushed back by the captain. Whether she is beautiful or not is of no concern to you. Hurry along. Miss Felicity Hoffman and her entourage did not have to wait long, for a side door swung open, and a makeshift wooden bridge was lowered, perfectly spanning the parch moat. Steward Lequeer emerged, accompanied by several well-dressed servants, bowing respectfully towards the carriage. I am Lequeer, the steward of this castle, sent by Lord Lorelaco to extend his greetings to Miss Felicity and to convey his apologies. Lequeer spoke with a courteous tone, albeit tinged with a hint of pretentiousness. Regrettably, the lord has caught a chill and is presently unwell, thus unable to receive the esteemed heiress of the Hoffman family. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to direct them to me. Lord Lorelaco has instructed me to do my utmost to fulfill your needs. The carriage remained motionless, and the surrounding guards sat as still as statues forged from steel. Only the young rider gazed down upon the steward with eyes glimmering with contemplation. This posture, undoubtedly, was somewhat discourteous and subtly conveyed a sense of threat. One of the servants behind Liquiel shifted uneasily, but the steward maintained his composure, a polite smile fixed upon his face like a mask. It seems that a dreadful influenza has been ravaging the Westwind territories lately, and even the lord residing within the castle has not been spared, the young rider remarked with a slightly mocking tone. Steward Liquiel, should we not have our accompanying herbalist diagnose Lord Lariaco? Some ailments may appear trivial yet pose a grave threat to life. Lord Lariaco has already taken the herbalist's prescribed remedy and is on the mend, though still somewhat weakened. Liquiel firmly replied, Thank you for your kind offer, but it is unnecessary. The 6th Lord to fall ill, and the 6th outright refusal to meet, the young rider said, producing a piece of parchment from his pocket and nonchalantly scratching out a name. It is said that the nobles of Westwind County possess ears like rabbits, unable to overlook even the slightest disturbance. It appears there is truth to that. Liquiel's smile began to fracture, his posture stiffening, and discontent flickered in his eyes. That is an unequivocal slander, sir. You must retract your words, whether it is slander or not. You are well aware in your heart, the young rider's complexion, although somewhat pale, was ignited by a fervent desire for confrontation. I shall not take back my words, if Lord Lariaco cannot accept them. He may choose whatever means to resolve this, be it horseback, on foot, hand to hand, with bow and arrow, or swordplay. Ruiman, Lawrence will not refuse. Liquiel's expression darkened, fury etched across his face, yet upon seeing the young rider raise a finger, a glimmer of battle intent emanating from its tip, his anger morphed into equal parts astonishment. Lord Lariaco is known for his magnanimity and prefers to avoid resolving matters through force. He can certainly tolerate your inappropriate remarks, he deceitfully replied, gesturing for his servants to withdraw to the castle. Please do not misconstrue Lord Lariaco's intentions. Should his health improve, he will surely pay a visit to Miss Felicity. I hope Miss Felicity can provide an address. The headquarters of the North Rococo Trading Company. In Fongin City, the Island of Daggers, the young rider announced, turning his horse. This marks the 6th time, steward, and I hope Lord Lariaco will not regret his decision today. Liquiel's cheek twitched once more, but before he could utter another word, the young rider spurred his horse, the steed emitting a loud neigh as it charged towards the carriage. Within half a minute, the Hoffman family's carriage promptly turned around, escorted by the cavalry, racing back along the path they had come, leaving only a cloud of dust and a bewildered steward in their wake. Upon returning to the castle and reporting everything in the comfort of a well-padded, warmly lit chamber, it was now Lord Lariaco's turn to appear perplexed. How strange. Having visited so many lords of differing allegiances, what could that little girl from the Hoffman family possibly desire? Lord Lariaco mused, stroking his short beard while idly toying with a horn cup containing half a glass of orange-red liquid. Does she genuinely believe that merely through a piece of parchment she can reclaim the lordship of Aria City from the formidable Death Knight Tomad? Liquiel remained silent. For having served Lord Lariaco for 20 years, he understood well that the Lord sought not his counsel but merely indulged in a habit of self-reflective inquiry. No, it is merely that if she could secure our support, it would amount to little more than a trivial factor in the struggle for the lordship of Aria City. After all, no one is willing to risk their lives for the benefit of another. Lord Lariaco took a sip of sweet wine, continuing his analysis in a murmuring tone. In Westwind County, aside from Count Pondock, there exists no other power capable of confronting the heroes of Tauron Fortress. Yet Count Pondock has always been cautious and ambivalent and would never support the orphan of the Hoffman family. Liquiel, what is your view? Your lordship speaks true, Liquiel replied in a flat tone. Miss Felicity is unlikely to garner any support and will return disappointed. What perplexes me now is why Sir Spark of the North Rococo Trading Company would fully support this little girl. Even dispatching his elite guards, whom he assembled at great expense, can he not see that with merely the wealth and manpower of the trading company, they are no match for the Death Knight Brigade? Lord Lariaco lamented as he gazed at the dregs of wine in his cup, swallowing it down in one gulp and sighing contentedly, exquisite indeed, the finest from Arnold Vineyard, this latest season. It has been over a decade since I have savored something so delightful since the decline of the family estate. Liquiel, what else has Sir Spark sent? A great deal, enough to fill 10 large carts, all of superior quality, with a total estimated value between 100 to 150 golden griffins. Liquiel's face finally broke into a smile. This year's harvest has been poor, and with these items, I can finally stop worrying about how to survive the winter. It seems I shall have to trouble you to continue concerning yourself with the winter, Lord Lariaco said reluctantly as he stared at the empty bottom of his cup, placing the horn cup back upon the oak table beside him. These gifts are of considerable worth, equivalent to half a year's harvest of the Lariaco family estate. They are quite the hot commodity. My lord. Sir Spark did not explicitly request your assistance. You may accept those gifts with a clear conscience, Liquiel replied, albeit reluctantly. Moreover, this is not the only family doing so. Sir David of the Fief, Lady Plana, Knight Julian of Chiron Castle, and Baron Son of Son Estate have all accepted gifts as well. Let it be. I fear the wrath of the Death Knight more than I crave indulgence. Lord Lariaco hesitated briefly, shaking his head with a wry smile. Liquiel informed the servants that aside from the open barrel of sweet wine, all other items, be it cured meats, flour, honey, or butter, should be returned to the North Rococo Trading Company. And kindly convey my gratitude to Sir Spark for his generosity. I have the desire to accept this gift, but I cannot afford the consequences. Chapter 57. A decisive measure to break the deadlock. Part 1. The howling sea breeze carried with it the damp chill from Silvermoon Bay, biting to the bone. Yet compared to this, Miss Felicity Hoffman felt a colder sensation within her heart, to the point that her otherwise charming visage seemed diminished, her elegantly arched brows knitted tightly together, and the rosy hue of her cheeks faded to pallor, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her. The sound of flapping echoed from a distance, the sea breeze tugging at the heavy drapes. At this time of year, the monsoon blows in from the distant east, bringing with it bountiful catches, drifting ice, and colossal merchant vessels from far-off lands such as Yahan, Pandin, and Wagliong. The season is cold. It is not one of scarcity for the beachcombers. Gazing out the window, one can see masts rising like a forest, billowing sails casting shadows, and a bustling crowd. The winter port of North Rococo is particularly lively. As heavy cargo is hoisted from the holds by pulleys and levers, swaying precariously above people's heads, a line of workers, burdened with burlap sacks, streams down the gangplank, resembling a swarm of industrious ants. The clatter of wheels, the creaking of burdens, combined with the merchants' shouts, sailors' curses, and the laborers' work songs create a chaotic yet joyful cacophony. This second-largest port city of Westwind County has always been so, amidst the unrest in the port city of Yalius. The influx of merchant ships is greater than in previous years, and business appears more prosperous, bringing a glimmer of joy to the faces of the merchants, workers, and dock officials. However, this joy does not penetrate the thick stone walls of the two-story building near the dock, failing to dissolve the stagnant atmosphere brought on by silence. After Sir Rumen Lawrence recounted the events of the journey, several minutes elapsed without a word spoken. A dozen high-ranking members of the Merchant Guild remained silent. Some intently studied the exquisite amber-hued stonework on the ceiling. Others showed a keen interest in the small tapestry of Valwell hanging on the wall, while some continuously raised their cups, lost in the pleasures of their drink. There was still a long time before the lunch bell would ring, and they found no excuse to leave. Jetty Lux was the only exception, maintaining a relaxed smile, yet no one dared to inquire about his current mood. Sir Spark, having spent a considerable amount of resources, did not dare. The traditional merchant representative, Mr. Lena Baston, refrained, and Captain Trevor, tormented by his own ambitions, also held his tongue. The Miss Felicity's lips twitched several times as if to pose a question. The atmosphere was so rigid that, after much contemplation, she ultimately chose to remain silent. It seems there are indeed too many clever minds in Westwind County, Jetty Lux remarked, lifting his cup to take a delicate sip of the steaming herbal tea. This beverage, imbued with a hint of bitterness, had become quite popular within the guild, known for its invigorating effects, with a recipe solely in the possession of Bachelor Penny, who provided only the expertly brewed brown tea powder. According to Sir Rumen's report, a vicious influenza has beset the noble lords of Westwind County, confining them to their sickbeds and preventing them from receiving guests, while they have also returned the gifts sent by the guild, as if that were the source of the disease. Jetty squinted, his expression somewhat ethereal amidst the steam of the herbal tea. I must say, this is indeed a most unfortunate circumstance. Miss Felicity bit down on her delicate white teeth, stifling a foolish question within her throat. Had it been a month prior, she would have undoubtedly voiced her skepticism towards Jetty Lux's statement. However, she now understood that there lay a deeper meaning behind his words, and Jetty Lux was certainly no fool to be easily deceived. Master Jetty, this situation is indeed dire. However, fortunately, not all nobles have succumbed to illness, Captain Trevor interjected, filled with hope. We have managed to secure the support of some, with approximately 12 lords signing a joint letter, which meets our minimum requirement. Only 12 impoverished, downtrodden nobles were willing to sign, and not a single influential local lord amongst them, Mr. Lena Baston remarked, stroking his white beard, his tone calm. Master Jetty, if I may be so bold, I fear the effectiveness of this joint letter may not be as favorable as we hope. This is merely a beginning, a breakthrough, and an opening statement, Jetty replied, glancing at the joint letter handed to him by Captain Trevor, then casually passing it to Sir Ruman Lawrence at his side. Even if we were to gain the support of the majority of the noble lords of Westwind County, composing a joint letter a meter long, the true resolution of the issue still relies on the strength we possess. I mean no offense, but Master Jetty, are you referring to the strength needed to oppose the infamous Viscount Tomadin? Mr. Lena Baston did not conceal the disdain in his tone. For this elder merchant nicknamed White Fox, such an act was indeed surprising. Yet no one in the room was astonished. Even those least informed among the guild's high ranks knew well what Mr. Lena Baston had done during President Sparks' illness, and they understood his reasons for speaking up at this moment. Why should we oppose this hero who defends the Empire's borders? Jetty's tone and demeanor remained remarkably patient, as if seated across from a notorious merchant renowned for his cunning was merely a petulant child. The strength I refer to is the power to retake the port city of Yalius, to stabilize the situation and to cleanse it of traitors. Mr. Lena, is it not true that Viscount Tomadin is merely acting under imperial law, temporarily overseeing the port city of Yalius in place of the Hoffman family, which has lost its grip on control? Mr. Lena Baston's expression tightened. He had not anticipated that a mage, and a fearsome necromancer at that, would approach the issue from such a delicate angle. No noble lord in Westwind County dared confront the scourge of the undead, yet that did not mean they welcomed Viscount Tomadin's rise. Interests were like a piece of bread fixed in size and weight. Viscount Tomadin had taken an extra large slice, naturally causing the other nobles of Westwind County to suffer both openly and covertly, should the matter ultimately reach the Imperial Law Office for public judgment in the capital of Filmir. Although the Hoffman family, having lost the majority of its power, might not regain the lordship, the chances of the scourge of the undead continuing to control the port city of Yalius would also dwindle significantly. In such a scenario, many subsequent plans would become utterly unfeasible. Master Jetty, the Hoffman family has lost its current head, and its power has long since fractured. It would be exceedingly difficult for this family to return to Yalius and reclaim the lordship. Even for you. Mr. Lena Baston's tone softened, his pale eyes fixed intently on Jetty's expression. I trust you fully grasp the current situation. Why persist in such endeavors? The Hoffman family seeks support, and any rational individual would recognize the benefits of aiding them in regaining control of Yalius. Jetty replied expressionlessly, toying with his teacup, his tone neither warm nor cold. For the North Rococo Merchant Guild, should Miss Felicity return to the lordship, the substantial commercial void left in Yalius due to the unrest would be ours to seize. Jetty's words sliced through the stagnant atmosphere at the table like a sharp blade. Merchants possess an acute sense of smell for profit, but this instinct may be clouded by fear or distorted by greed. It never vanishes entirely. Several high-ranking members of the guild began exchanging glances or whispering among themselves. Even President Spark contemplated the implications of securing a foothold in the port city of Yalius for the guild's development. Miss Felicity suddenly felt an inexplicable sorrow. They were debating the future of the Hoffman family. Yet as the heir, still holding the Lord Seal of Yalius, she was entirely disregarded, stripped of her right to speak. Only now did Miss Felicity truly comprehend her father's words on his deathbed, compared to hollow fame. Strength is the foundation upon which a family stands. Should Jetty Lux choose to disengage, it was undeniable that the cold shoulder she had been receiving would show no signs of improvement. She might even find herself unable to secure the very joint letter of support from 12 impoverished nobles. Mr. Lena Baston sensed the atmosphere shifting and felt a twinge of unease. It was indeed amusing for an old merchant to be outmatched in verbal sparring by a mage. However, Mr. Lena Baston found no humor in the situation, only a growing agitation. Let us cease this circling, Master Jetty, he declared, rising abruptly, his tone shifting from that of a merchant haggling to a knight's battle cry. I formally request that you relinquish this matter. For Tauron Fortress, which holds the trade power of the entire Abraham Desert, the port city of Yalius is a crucial commercial hub that must remain firmly in our grasp, while Miss Felicity may indeed return to the lordship without fear for her life. You and the North Rococo Merchant Guild must withdraw all support and assistance for her, refraining from any involvement in the administration of Yalius. The whispers ceased immediately, all eyes converging upon the elder merchant. This is an unequivocal threat. It constitutes a brazen usurpation and division of the Hoffman family's inheritance. It is the unmasking of the cold, merciless blade of the Grim Reaper, stripped of all tender aids. If I may inquire, Jedi gently set down his teacup, his tone softer than usual, yet laden with a profound significance that tightened the chests of those present. Does this sentiment also reflect the thoughts and desires of Lord Tomadin? Lord Tomadin is not merely an ordinary lord of the borderlands. He is a hero who, amidst the flames of war and the turmoil of the Empire, has single-handedly defended the Tauron fortress, safeguarding the western frontier of the Empire and preventing the savage orc tribes of the Abraham Desert from breaching the borders for a full decade. With unparalleled wisdom and courage, he has unified the Tauron Guard, the Babur Pa Monastery, and various other factions into a formidable steel force to protect the Westwind County. Mr. Laena Bastian's tone grew increasingly fervent and elevated, as if a flame were igniting within his throat, leaving the faces of those present pale with trepidation and confusion, even Sir Spark's complexion drained of color. I would not presume to speak on behalf of the Grim Reaper. Esteemed Master Jedi Lux, who among us would dare? Chapter 58, The Decisive Means to Break the Stalemate, Part 2. The aura emanating from Mr. Laena Bastian's diminutive frame was undeniably imposing. Not merely due to his emotional declaration, but also because of the astonishing fighting spirit concealed within his frail body. Rumen Lawrence immediately rose, unleashing a similarly intense fighting spirit to confront him. Several high-ranking members of the Merchant Guild seated beside Mr. Laena Bastian scrambled to retreat, their faces a blend of fear and bewilderment. Even Sir Spark's visage lost all color. No one was aware that Mr. Laena Bastian was a knight of considerable prowess. Throughout a decade of acquaintance, this elder merchant had never revealed any extraordinary abilities. The fox's tail cannot remain hidden any longer, Jedi Lux remarked calmly. He was the only one who remained seated, for despite Mr. Laena Bastian's formidable presence, Rumen Lawrence was equally a match. In truth, as long as the fearsome knight displayed his true strength, slaying a great knight would not pose a significant challenge. Since you cannot represent Lord Tomadin, Mr. Laena, I implore you to return to Tauron Fortress or the port city of Arius and send forth someone who can genuinely represent him for negotiations. Jedi spoke with a deep, measured voice that carried an air of authority, of course. Should the Grim Reaper deign to grace us with his esteemed presence, I would undoubtedly feel immensely honored. Mr. Laena Bastian regarded Jedi intently. Master Jedi, you do not seem like a mage. Oh, what should a mage appear to be? Then, Jedi inquired, the authoritative aura dissipating as he smiled. Mr. Laena Bastian paused in contemplation, then broke into a smile. I understand, Master Jedi. I have been presumptuous. I shall convey your opinions to Lord Tomadin, requesting he grant full authority or seek an alternative representative for negotiations. May I take my leave now? You may, Jedi nodded. Mr. Laena Bastian bowed deeply, then turned on his heel without a backward glance at the traditionalist merchants who had accompanied him. He entered the room as a merchant, yet departed as a knight, his heavy footsteps echoing down the corridor, leaving a resonant imprint in the hearts of all present. Only after the sound of a heavy door closing did whispers resume, and some fidgeted anxiously or pretended to maintain composure as they filled their cups with wine. Among the attendees, the traditionalist merchants who had always looked to Mr. Laena Bastian for guidance bore the most awkward expressions. They had lost their leader and lacked the courage to follow him out. For regardless, their foundations were rooted in North Rococo, and even if they ventured to Arius, they would struggle to secure favorable terms as non-direct descendants. Now, let us temporarily set aside Mr. Laena Bastian, Jedi remarked, tapping his silver spoon against his teacup, producing a series of clear, melodious sounds. I cannot believe Lord Tomadin would erupt in fury over this. The protector of Westwind County and the hero who ended the beast tide should possess greater fortitude. The pressing issue at hand is that the Hoffman family requires the support of a noble lord of considerable influence, a rarity in Westwind County. Captain Trevor nodded in agreement, aside from Tauron Fortress. Westwind County nominally has 5 barons, 3 viscounts, and 1 earl. However, the barons lack weight, and several are impoverished, wielding little influence. Among the 3 viscounts, the heir of Viscount Hoffman is present here. He inclined his head towards Miss Felicity, whose expression turned somewhat ashen, her lips pressed tightly together. Viscount Lolico bears limited influence and has made it clear he will not involve himself. Captain Trevor continued his analysis. As for the last one, Viscount Rowan's, I believe he presents an opportunity as he is backed by the Cedric family, one of the 9 pillars of the Empire, who have long been at odds with Lord Tomad. If we demonstrate sufficient sincerity, we should be able to garner his support. I beg to differ, Jedi mused, carefully selecting his words. Viscount Ruins is an asset, but not one we need to pursue. His backing is the Cedric family. And the animosity between the Cedric family and Lord Tomad is not merely discord, but an irreconcilable conflict. Thus, we need not seek to woo Viscount Ruins. When the conflict erupts, he will naturally side with us. Captain Trevor's expression darkened. Master Jedi, you previously stated we would not directly engage Lord Tomad. There will inevitably be some friction, yet in my strategy, the primary battleground does not lie here. Westwind County is too deeply marked by the Grim Reaper's influence, and a conflict waged here would yield no chance of victory. Jedi smiled mysteriously. However, there exists a place that is not particularly welcoming to Lord Tomad's rise, which should afford us at least the opportunity for a fair duel. Is it the Imperial capital? Filmier, the ever-silent President Sparks suddenly interjected, his tone calm and measured. Precisely, Jedi affirmed with delight. For us, that place is also rather unfriendly. President Spark reminded him. It is certainly preferable to this place, is it not? Jedi raised his teacup, only to discover the herbal tea had long since cooled, prompting him to frown as he took a sip. This becomes quite bitter once it cools, leaving a memorable taste. A hint of sardonic amusement played at the corners of his mouth. Power, like this tea, becomes hard to swallow if left to sit for too long. Yet consuming it while too hot can scorch one's throat. President Spark pointed to the steaming kettle by the fireplace. Thus, the timing of tasting is of utmost importance. Jedi chuckled, shifting his gaze to another direction. Trevor, you neglected to mention the situation regarding another Earl earlier. That Earl is the governor of Westwind County. Earl Boadai Pondock, Captain Trevor explained. This governor has always maintained a neutral stance and would never lean towards either side. Recently, we attempted to make contact with him, but we were firmly rebuffed without even being granted an audience. A clear refusal. You say? Jedi's smile turned somewhat sardonic. He sounds like a cunning old fox adept at self-preservation, but should we manage to secure his assistance, it could yield quite favorable results. Captain Trevor displayed a wry smile. Master Jedi. While Earl Pondock possesses considerable power as the governor, he is indeed the only noble in Westwind County capable of standing toe-to-toe with Lord Tomad, and however, such a significant figure is not one to provoke lightly. Any misstep could incite his wrath, leading to our utter ruin. Those adept at self-preservation seldom erupt in fury. It is in their nature, and such instincts are not easily altered. The sardonic smile faded from Jedi's lips, replaced by a cold demeanor. Miss Felicity, have you ever considered aligning yourself with Earl Pondock? Miss Felicity nodded, her face pale. Earl Pondock has always maintained a close relationship with my father, having visited Arius several times, and his only daughter, Miss Della, and I share a strong bond. We exchanged letters monthly until my father fell ill and power shifted to Baron Kixawalla, at which point I was confined and our correspondence ceased. Jedi could not suppress a scoff. In all that time, this supposedly close Earl failed to notice the shift in power in Arius. Who would believe such a tale? Miss Felicity shook her head in dismay, her golden hair swirling with emotion. I do not know. But I truly wish to believe that Earl Pondock would not refuse a request for assistance. This aligns with his established approach, impartial, steadfastly neutral. With a disdainful remark, Jedi flicked the parchment in his hand, exclaiming, his family crest features a maiden with flowing hair dancing in flames. I dare say it should depict a hard-shelled turtle being boiled in those very flames. This audacious statement compelled many high-ranking members of the Merchant Guild to stifle their laughter, while only Miss Felicity's cheeks flushed with indignation. You have gone too far, Master Jedi, to mock a count with such an ancient lineage and noble blood. I am merely aware that he intends to remain aloof, dismissing his ties with the Hoffman family as if they were not. Jedi's words, honed from the depths of society, were not only sharp but also aggressive. Miss Felicity, perhaps you alone still value this so-called friendship. Count Pondock's unequivocal refusal has already made his stance abundantly clear in this matter. I understand, Master Jedi, which is precisely why I have resolved to cease my visits. Miss Felicity replied despondently. Visits are still necessary, albeit in a different manner and by different means. Jedi shrugged, his tone light and his expression cheerful, to the point that many failed to immediately grasp the astonishing nature of his words. I plan to pay a visit to Count Pondock's only daughter. Were you not once her closest confidant? As a dear friend, should not Miss Della come to console her grieving sister and lend her efforts toward reclaiming the family estate? Miss Felicity paused, then stood abruptly, her face a mask of shock. By the gods! I cannot have heard you correctly, she exclaimed, her words slicing through the air like daggers. You, a distinguished mage, propose such despicable tactics as kidnapping a young lady and coercing a nobleman. Tactics are merely tactics. They cannot be deemed despicable or otherwise, Jedi replied calmly, regardless of the role Count Pondock played in the recent turmoil in Port City. As the governor of Westwind County, he must bear the consequences of the chaos. Assisting you in reclaiming the power and status rightfully belonging to the Hoffman family is his duty as governor, not an act of mercy or grace. At this point, Jedi paused momentarily before adopting a somewhat sardonic tone. Moreover, I do not agree with the term kidnapping. It is merely a matter of a forceful invitation. President Spark stared, dumbfounded at Jedi's speech, muttering to himself, I truly ought to seek a temple to repent. By the gods, there exists a necromancer more shameless than a merchant, and one who can articulate so eloquently. Many will be harmed or even perish as a result. I cannot endorse your methods. Miss Felicity insisted. In the name of the Scroll Guardian Sugard and the Lord of Wisdom Mercaturvo, I assure you that no one will suffer irreparable harm or lose their life, Jedi proclaimed. Placing his right hand across his heart, his demeanor solemn and his tone imbued with an unyielding certainty. You may regard this as a harmless jest, a gentle reminder for a friend to confront their situation. Miss Felicity, you may choose to decline my proposal, and I shall not be disappointed. Mr. Lena Bastian's suggestion is, after all, acceptable to me as well. The time saved could be devoted to exploring the vast and boundless realms of magic. As his words settled in the air, silence enveloped the room. Jedi reclined against his chair, arms crossed, awaiting Miss Felicity's response. This was a test and also a final ultimatum for Miss Felicity. Should she choose another path, Jedi would not feel particularly disheartened, but would thoroughly abandon the last heir of the Hoffman family. With chaos brewing and turmoil rising, Jedi would certainly find more than one pawn to exploit. Miss Felicity's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, her lips quivering, her once radiant beauty dimmed significantly. You are most cruel, Master Jedi. How can you compel me to make such a choice? She stammered. Such choices will arise more than once in your quest to reclaim the lordship, Jedi remarked, his gaze harboring a chill that froze Miss Felicity's heartache into ice. A wise poet once wrote, Power is a rabid dog, devouring kind hearts. Its teeth drip with blood ink, staining pure souls. If you cannot make a decision, it may be best to let go. It would ease the burden for all. Miss Felicity's complexion grew even paler, almost translucent in the sunlight streaming through the window. Yet her voice unexpectedly firmed. I understand what I must do. Thank you, Master Jedi. I hope you will assist me in persuading Count Pondock to align with us, by whatever means necessary. Chapter 59. An unexpectedly tricky kidnapping target on a bright winter morning. The sky was adorned with but a few wisps of white cloud. Lord Count Pondock, governor of Westwind County, led a troop of cavalry out of the county seat to survey the rural populace. His only daughter, Miss Della Pondock, stood atop the city walls, watching as her father and his entourage gradually faded from view, lost in the dust kicked up by galloping hooves. That old stick in the mud has finally left. The vivacious Miss Della joyfully waved her hand, grinning at her youthful maid beside her. Sean, our plans for adventure are finally unhindered. The maid's attire resembled that of a female adventurer or a lower-ranking soldier, her brown hair cascading from beneath her helmet. Her pretty face setting her apart. It was evident that this maid also bore the responsibility of protecting Miss Della, her lithe form clad in specially modified hardened leather armor, a sheathed long sword hanging at her waist. Miss Della, you must not venture into the forest again, Sean urged softly, a hint of distress in her tone. I overheard the guards discussing that a farmer encountered misfortune there a few days ago. His wounds appeared to be inflicted by a wild bear. The moment those words escaped her lips, Sean realized her blunder, for Miss Della's expression brightened as if illuminated by the sun, her large, beautiful eyes shimmering with the flames of adventure. A wild bear? By the gods, is there any finer quarry than a wild bear? She exclaimed exuberantly. When father returns, he will surely be thrilled by his daughter's remarkable achievement, trembling with excitement. Indeed, the Count will tremble, but likely more from anger and fear than from excitement. Sean refrained from voicing, knowing it would do no good and could very well incur Miss Della's ire, resulting in her banishment behind the high walls of the county seat. Moments later, Miss Della donned a set of lightweight riding attire and mounted a striking white horse, setting off towards the outskirts of the city. Maid Shan and 6 young soldiers followed closely behind, each bearing a longbow upon their backs. These young soldiers were elite warriors trained by the Pondak family, agile and skilled in swordsmanship, horsemanship, and unarmed combat. Particularly adept at protecting important figures, with such an elite escort, a wild bear hardly posed a formidable threat. Though Shan was reluctant, she recognized the absence of a reasonable excuse to deter Miss Della, and thus took up her long sword and galloped after her, vigilant for any potential danger. The refreshing, crisp breeze invigorated the senses. The recent light snowfall had bestowed a unique beauty upon the forest, rocks blanketed in remnants of snow. A partially frozen brook, traces of campfires left by travelers, and icicles dangling from the branches of iron trees. All of it enchanting, compelling Miss Della to lead the way, her red fox fur cloak billowing in the wind. Resembling a flame leaping through the air, Shan, however, could not revel in the same freedom and joy as Miss Della. Despite her slender appearance, she had undergone rigorous training and could don armor weighing dozens of kilograms while charging into battle, making her a rare civilian knight. As Miss Della's personal guard, she was ever serious, her lovely face appearing almost frosty as she remained on high alert. Yet today, she seemed somewhat overly tense. The forest under the sun lay in eerie silence. Not a single wild bear to be seen, nor even rabbits or squirrels. Only a few birds with splendid long tails chirping melodiously from the branches. The scenery was breathtaking. The dark green, gnarled trunks of the iron trees glistening with a light golden hue under the sun, not far ahead. A brook meandered across the path, its gentle rippling creating a sparkling shimmer. Further still, a cluster of half-collapsed stone towers leaned precariously, resembling a group of drunken giant sentinels guarding the bounteous forest belonging to Westwind County. Shan exhaled in relief. The stone tower grove marked the destination of their excursion today, for beyond it lay the boundary of the Pondak family's territory, though Miss Della was inherently lively and acted with rebellious spontaneity. Starkly contrasting the image of a noble lady, she was acutely aware of the limitations that must not be breached as a noble. Entering another noble's territory without prior notice or legitimate reason was patently an absolute taboo, likely to embroil Count Pondak in unforeseen troubles. Miss Della always lingers for a while at the Stone Tower Forest during her excursions, and this time is no exception, gazing up at the towering structures that rise over 10 meters high. Shauna finds herself understanding Miss Della's sentiment. These towers, constructed entirely from massive stone blocks, are undeniably reliable in their sturdiness, and their purpose is obviously military. Although this site has been utterly abandoned for centuries, the scars of the fierce battles fought here remain vividly discernible. Rumor has it that some have even discovered remnants of swords and blades amidst the towers, some of which, having withstood the ravages of a millennium, still possess an unmatched sharpness, akin to newly forged weapons straight from the smithy. Shaner, however, does not believe these tales. Regardless of any enchantments, swords will inevitably succumb to rust and tarnish over decades. The long sword hanging at her waist, crafted by a dwarven blacksmith at the cost of 40 silver crowns, can easily sever iron bars the thickness of a thumb, and she has never neglected its upkeep. Yet, after 2 years of use, it still requires resharpening to regain its original edge. Upon dismounting in front of the tallest stone tower, Miss Della exclaimed, "Look, this must be the tower I didn't have time to climb last time." Turning to Shaner, she laughed with a melodious voice. "Shaner, shall we have a race to see who can reach the top first?" Shaner surveyed the tower and shook her head disapprovingly. "Miss Della, the stairs leading up are broken in several places, and there is a risk of collapse and cracking. It would be wise not to attempt the climb." "Hey, if there truly is danger, how will you know if I take the risk if you don't follow me?" Miss Della playfully stuck out her tongue, then dashed towards the archway of the tower, patting a decapitated statue beside the door. "You stay here and keep an eye on the horses, then come join me for the race." Shaner could only shake her head in resignation. While she does not dislike Miss Della's exuberant nature, there are moments when it becomes rather exasperating. "You all stay here to guard the horses and fend off any wild beasts," she instructed the soldiers. "I will accompany Miss Della in climbing this tower, and we will return once she loses interest." The soldiers responded in unison, effortlessly dispersing to form a small protective perimeter. Satisfied, Shaner turned and hurried towards the eagerly awaiting Miss Della. Yet, she ultimately did not reach her side. A rustling sound filled the air, and branches above cracked, sending snowflakes cascading down. Miss Della let out a surprised shriek. Instinctively, Shauna pivoted, drawing her longsword with lightning speed. With just a breath's interval, she could have steadied herself and launched a relentless barrage of attacks. But the skill of her opponent was entirely unexpected. In the moment the sword was unsheathed, Shauner's wrist was seized with a vice-like grip, and before she could react, she was tripped by a man who had leapt from the tree. Crashing to the ground, her long sword changed hands simultaneously. The soldiers had no time to assist Shauner, as they too were under attack at the same moment. The soldiers tasked with protecting Miss Della were well trained. Yet those who sprang forth from the underbrush were not mere brigands. They were elite warriors, skilled in combat and resolute in spirit, caught off guard by the ambush, and with the attackers numbering over 20. 6 young soldiers were swiftly felled, disarmed in the blink of an eye. Miss Della was left stunned, her heart racing and her mouth dry. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice sharp, as she drew a silvery metal rod from her riding belt. Aiming it at the man restraining Shauner. "Warriors attacking the Pandok family, have you even considered the consequences?" The assailants wore masks resembling beasts and were clad in tight-fitting leather armor providing substantial concealment. Draped in gray-white wool cloaks that offered both camouflage and warmth, the man who had subdued Shauner was evidently the leader of the attackers, or at least one of them. Upon hearing Miss Della's inquiry, he grinned, responding in a stilted common tongue with a thick accent. "Of course we know, Miss Della, what we desire is you." A dazzling bolt of electricity surged from the silvery metal rod, catching the accented man off guard. He barely had time to raise his sword in defense before the lightning struck true. With a thunderous boom, he staggered back 2 steps, the blade of his sword singed, vibrating ominously. Yet, this was the full extent of the lightning's effect. The man was shielded by a luminous aura. Emerging unscathed. When did a proper knight stoop to the deeds of kidnapping? Miss Della reproached haughtily. "Release Shauner and the others, and I will pretend this incident never occurred. If you are willing to drop that rod and come with us. No one here will be harmed. I swear it on my knightly honor," the accented knight replied, his tone still rough but clearly articulated. Miss Della noted that his mask was vividly crafted, seemingly made from the tanned head of a real gray wolf. An unsettling sight in this moment. "Knightly honor?" she retorted, shaking the metal rod. "How much honor remains for a knight who resorts to abducting defenseless maidens? Do you truly believe my father will tolerate kidnappers? He would seize you all and hang you by the gallows. Truth be told, your father would first need to catch us." The accented knight shrugged, pressing the sword against Shauner's throat. The young maid knight had likely twisted her wrist during the earlier struggle. Her face pale with pain yet stubbornly defiant. "Enough, Miss Della, do not think to stall for time. Our patience is limited. I will count to 3, if you do not relinquish that rod by then." "I shall." Without waiting for the knight to finish, Miss Della turned and dashed into the archway of the tower, leaving the bewildered bandits exchanging glances. Several seconds passed before a tall bandit scratched at his mask's ear. Speaking in confusion, "What just happened? Did that girl just run away? Is she refusing to succumb to the threat? Will she watch as we kill these people?" "No, that is the best course of action at present," another shorter bandit said with an appreciative tone. "Yielding to threats would only facilitate our kidnapping her. Rejecting them could lead to these individuals being harmed. So she chose to flee, leaving us unable to continue our intimidation." The tall bandit scoffed, "Cunning little girl. Jetty, what shall we do now, boss? What else can we do?" The shorter bandit spread his hands, tilting his chin towards the tower. "Rumen. How teenly, you two accompany me to that tower. The rest of you stay here and ensure no hostages escape. If necessary, inflict some injuries." "As you wish, boss." The tall bandit bent slightly, his voice strained as if suppressing something. "Do not call me by that accented term. It sounds odd," Jetty complained, then led the way towards the crumbling tower. "Remember, once inside, we must exercise caution. Besides the possibility of encountering beasts or venomous snakes, we must also remain vigilant of Miss Della's lightning rod." Chapter 60. The Rebellious Noble Sorceress. Generally speaking, mithril, often abbreviated as mithril, is rarely used to directly forge staves. This is partly due to mithril's exorbitant value, and partly because, while its magical conductivity is unparalleled among metallic minerals, it pales in comparison to many wooden materials. Mithril costs 10 times as much as gold by weight, yet its magical conductivity is merely 1/5 that of elven wood, slightly surpassing that of common materials like oak, willow, and red pine. However, there is one area where mithril outperforms any wooden material: its exceptional enhancement of lightning magic. Lightning magic is a common branch of atmospheric elemental magic, yet its singular focus on offense, neglecting defense, means few mages choose it as their primary discipline. Early-stage lightning spells are either exceedingly difficult to control, such as the first-tier spell Lightning Scatter or the second-tier spell Tremor Shock, or have extremely short ranges. Akin to close-quarters combat, such as the apprentice-level Arc-Light or the first-tier Lightning Claw, the only second-tier defensive spell, the Mithril Lightning Ring, is reputed to be a perfect blend of attack and defense. Seemingly effective, yet it harbors a fatal flaw in practical combat. It possesses an inexplicable attraction to metal projectiles like arrows and darts, earning it the nickname Projectile Attractor. Only after advancing to the rank of Grand Mage do those specializing in lightning magic begin to gain recognition. But until they reach the level of Archmage, they remain overshadowed by mages of other elemental disciplines as for the so-called Wrath of the Heavens, reputed to be the most powerful attack spell of legendary magic professions. It is far beyond the reach of ordinary mages, and few would dare to consider it as a viable option. Miss Della is an anomaly among sorcerers. Her magical talent can only be described as mediocre. Yet she possesses an extraordinary comprehension of lightning magic. In just a few short years, she has transformed from a novice apprentice into a grand sorceress. However, this title has not been recognized by the Sorcerers Guild. For although Miss Della can cast a fourth-tier chain lightning spell, she is severely lacking in the other essential knowledge required of a sorcerer, such as mysticism, alchemy, and meditation, all of which are in disarray. Rather than a grand sorceress, she is more accurately described as a lightning sorceress who has gained her innate magical abilities through her bloodline, to fully harness her lightning magic talent. Miss Della exerted considerable effort to persuade Count Pondoc to reluctantly agree to craft for her a staff made entirely of mithril. However, unlike the staffs of typical sorcerers, the exorbitant value of mithril meant that even Count Pondoc, the Lord of Westwind County, could only procure enough to create a diminutive staff, hardly longer than a quill. Nonetheless, the power of this staff is formidable. Hao Tianli, a newly ascended high-ranking knight, possesses a protective aura strong enough to disregard any elemental magic of the third tier or lower. Yet even he found his aura nearly compromised by the lightning bolt casually unleashed by Miss Della, scorching his sword in the process. Upon entering the dilapidated tower from beneath the archway, Jedi Lucas's initial thought was that this tower must have once housed an entire battalion. The ground floor is quite spacious, resembling a grand hall, with a thick layer of dust settled upon the floor, leaving clear imprints upon each step. The walls still bear remnants of faded tapestries, now turned a grimy gray due to the ravages of time. Seemingly on the verge of crumbling at the slightest touch, Jedi quickly spotted traces left by Miss Della, a series of footprints ascending the stone steps. However, upon looking up, he could not help but furrow his brow. After enduring a millennium, despite how sturdy the tower may have been in its prime, it has inevitably succumbed to numerous signs of erosion. The staircase leading to the upper levels is among the most severely damaged sections, with a significant crack spanning over half a meter across the stairs, and the wooden railing long since decayed, draped in a thick layer of cobwebs, leaving no foothold for ascent, if not for the ambush laid by a grand sorceress. This crack would hardly pose a problem, yet as long as Miss Della maintains her composure, she would never relinquish such a crucial barrier. Jedi hesitated. He could certainly cast Dark Banner to obscure the crack. Yet the narrow staircase offered little room for evasion. This rendered the choice of who would dare to cross the fissure a conundrum. Hao Tianli's aura was insufficient, and the lightning bolt was not Miss Della's most potent spell. A direct hit could result in serious injury or even death. On the other hand, Rumen Lawrence possessed a far more formidable aura, and his half-alive, half-dead state as a fearsome knight allowed him to endure greater harm. However, lightning magic is the nemesis of all undead creatures. And with the enhancement of the mithril staff, who knows the extent of devastation Miss Della's magic could unleash? Jedi racked his brain, convinced he could devise a solution, just as he was deep in thought. Miss Della's melodious voice rang out from above. "Shorty, so you are the leader of the bandits." This was an unmistakably provocative taunt. Jedi struggled to contain his rising emotions, replying sternly, "Be smart, Miss Della, you can't hide forever. Your followers have all been captured, and no one is left to inform your father." To his surprise, Miss Della's tone bore no hint of panic, instead tinged with excitement. "Now this is the adventure I've been longing for. Shorty, do you know? I've ventured out more than a dozen times this year, yet I have yet to encounter the legendary bandits. Do you always operate within this forest? Do you rob women and merchants? It's just as thrilling as I imagined." Jedi swallowed a curse he had learned from a hotel guest. At that moment, he truly did not know how to assess this Miss Della. "I don't like to repeat myself. Miss Della, if you continue to trouble us, things may develop in a manner far more stimulating than you anticipate." Miss Della seemed to pause, but when she spoke again, her tone had altered. though not in a favorable way. What do you intend to do with my followers? Whip them? Torture them? Or kill them? May I observe when you decide to act? By the quiet Lord, is she serious? Or is she merely stalling for time? Even Rumen Lawrence could not suppress a low curse. I suspect both are possible, Jedi shrugged, his tone growing coarse. I've had enough. Someone, fetch some branches and try roasting a rabbit. This was hardly a sound idea. As the ruins of the tower were far from sealed, cracks in the tower's structure, open windows, and the shattered rooftop allowed ample fresh air to seep in. Yet for the inexperienced Miss Della, this was enough to incite panic. Wait, Shorty. Seeing the two companions of Jedi turning to leave, Miss Della hastily called out, as long as you are not hopelessly foolish, you should refrain from doing so. Inflicting any harm upon me would provoke my father's wrath. Ah. I had actually considered that. Jedi gestured for Rumen and Houtenley to halt. However, in the name of justice and righteousness, I do not intend to fear Count Pondok's fury. Justice and righteousness. Miss Della found this quite amusing. A band of robbers attacking women and children, plundering merchants, and you speak of justice and righteousness. Jedi rubbed his obviously heated forehead, responding with exasperation. Attacking women and children, robbing merchants. All right, when have we ever done such things? When I accused you earlier, you did not rebut my claims, Miss Della replied. Jedi sensed that the focus of the conversation was veering off course and quickly reasserted control. I must deny all your accusations, Miss Della, for we are not true bandits, but rather friends of Miss Felicity Hoffman. Miss Della's reaction was entirely unexpected upon hearing Felicity's name. The noble young lady boldly leaned half her body over the staircase. Shorty, did you just say you are a friend of Sister Felicity? What proof do you have? Jedi was grateful for his mask, otherwise he would have surely revealed his near collapse. He extended his arms to prevent Rumen and Houtenley from seizing the opportunity to charge up the steps, then made a complex, graceful, and somewhat peculiar gesture, quite absurd amidst the dust-laden ruins of the tower. Oh, the gesture Sister Felicity and I agreed upon. Miss Della clapped her hands, her face alight with joy. Shorty, you truly are a friend of Sister Felicity. Is there any doubt? Jedi replied, suppressing his conscience without a burden. A pawn, a shield. Truth be told, Jedi had never genuinely considered Felicity Hoffman a friend. To protect Miss Felicity, we traveled from the port city of Elias, braving tumultuous seas, dense fog, and pursuing warships, along with countless other dangers. These words ignited a spark of excitement in Miss Della, her face beaming, though she at least knew better than to leap down from the stairs. So why are you masquerading as bandits? And why did you incapacitate all my followers? Because of your father. Miss Della, Jedi replied solemnly. Lord Buwadi Pondok has refused to extend a helping hand to Miss Felicity Hoffman to reclaim her family's lost titles and lands, so we had no choice but to target his only daughter. You, Miss Della. This is truly as splendid as a bard's song. Miss Della exclaimed, exuberantly jumping down the steps, her exuberance causing Jedi to break into a cold sweat. Shorty, take me to see Sister Felicity, she exclaimed, eagerly patting Jedi's shoulder, her tone so familiar it was as if she were not the target of a kidnapping, but rather a member of the bandits. I want to participate in this plan, contribute some ideas, and give my father a grand surprise. Chapter 61. Strength Against Strength Part 1. Due to certain well-known reasons, the news of Miss Della Pondok and her maidservant Shawnir being kidnapped by bandits did not reach Count Buwadi Pondok, the Lord of Westwind County, until the afternoon of the third day. According to the recollections of Sir Russell, who was hosting a banquet for the Lord at the time, upon hearing this unbelievable news, Count Pondok remained silent for a full minute, his imposing figure motionless and, in the glow of the fireplace, resembling a stern stone statue. Sir Russell, it is truly unfortunate. It seems this banquet must come to an early end. As the silence was finally pierced once more, the voice of Count Pondok resonated with an amiable warmth, perhaps even bordering on excessive familiarity. A young chap who has been pursuing my daughter has overstepped his bounds. As her father, I must return and impart a lesson to that lad. At the very least, instructing him on the ways of courting a young lady. Sir Russell nodded in agreement that in his youth, this nobleman was notorious for his hedonistic escapades, reveling in wine and women. Though advanced in years now, if a month passed without at least one scandal involving a beautiful maiden, it would suggest either ill health or excessive indulgence in drink, leaving him bedridden, nursing a bitter concoction prescribed by the herbalist. The young fellows these days are truly remarkable, Sir Russell remarked. His face flushed from drink, swaying slightly as he continued, to use kidnapping as a means of wooing. What a daringly audacious idea. Were I but 30 years younger, who knows? Nevertheless, Sir Russell had not yet succumbed to inebriation. The cold glint emanating from Count Pondok's eyes sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to clamp his mouth shut, swallowing any further jesting remarks that it was only after the visibly pallid governor departed the banquet hall that the stifling atmosphere began to dissipate slightly. Many guests hastily raised their glasses, taking hearty swigs to quell the unease brewing within them, the hushed whispers rising like delicate snowflakes falling to the ground, rustling through the treetops. Only Sir Russell appeared somewhat befuddled. Scratching his thinning crown, he exchanged a knowing glance with his ashen-faced steward. "Pray, did I say something amiss? What caused the governor's expression to darken so suddenly?" "No, my lord, your words were quite apt," the steward replied casually. While contemplating whether he ought to resign to avoid the fallout. In truth, Sir Russell S. Stewart had little to fear. For Count Pondok had scarcely taken offense at the earlier slight. He fully understood the implications of the kidnapping and the consequences it would entail. There were no large bands of brigands lurking near Westwind County. Since assuming the governorship, Count Pondok had dedicated over 2 decades to eradicating the nearby bandit factions, dismissing any shadowy threats with resolute determination to keep the brigand guilds at bay. While it was inevitable that small groups of thieves and robbers would persist, a band capable of effortlessly overpowering a female knight and her 6 elite warriors to abduct the formidable sorceress Miss Della was certainly no ordinary gang. And it was inconceivable that they would leave no trace of their presence, unless, of course, they were not true brigands at all. Count Pondok made a swift decision, returning to the county seat through the gently falling snow. His demeanor colder than the flurries around him, his gaze sharper than a blade. The fireplace in the governor's mansion blazed with fervor, yet the aides who had rushed in upon receiving the summons felt an oppressive chill in the air. "Very well," Count Pondok declared, fully armored as he took his seat upon the lordly throne, donning a black iron helmet fashioned in the likeness of a lion, with a drawn greatsword resting within arm's reach. "Inform me. Where are those miscreants?" The governor was aflame with fury. This was hardly surprising, for 3 days had elapsed, yet the governor's aides had yielded no useful intelligence regarding the identity or whereabouts of the kidnappers. Even after enlisting the assistance of the Sleepless Eye Intelligence Network, the results remained dishearteningly the same. "Answer my question, gentlemen," Count Pondok spoke again, his tone darkly shattering the silence. "Is there anyone who can provide information regarding the whereabouts of those brigands?" Anything at all. The assembled aides remained mute, their collective interest seemingly captivated by the ornate patterns on the floor of the governor's mansion. None dared to meet the furious gaze of the governor, fearful of drawing his ire. Yet one man could not escape scrutiny. Sir Harrison, the military commander of Westwind County, stood with beads of sweat dotting his brow, bowing his head in a futile attempt to evade Count Pondok's notice. Sir Harrison's evasion proved to be a fruitless endeavor, for in the next breath, Count Pondok's sonorous voice called out his name. "Sir Harrison, you are my appointed military commander and possess the most authority regarding the current situation." Count Pondok enunciated each word with precision. "Do you know where the brigands are?" They are not in the vicinity of the county seat, my lord. Ever since that incident transpired, I personally led a patrol surveying every forest, hill, estate, and village within a 30-kilometer radius, particularly around the incident site. The Great Stone Forest. Every tree, every stone, every thicket, and every inch of land has been thoroughly searched. Yet, no one has laid eyes on Miss Della or her maid. It is as though they have vanished from existence. Let me remind you, Sir Harrison, this is not a case of missing persons, but rather a kidnapping. A kidnapping with irrefutable evidence. To locate my daughter, we must first uncover clues regarding the brigands' movements. Count Pondok's voice, though not raised, was imbued with a quiet intensity, and from the fierce light in his eyes, it was evident that the governor was nearing the brink of uncontrollable rage. Moreover, your response and my inquiry are 2 separate matters. I asked you where the brigands are, not where they are not. Is your comprehension lacking? The hall of the governor's mansion fell into a suffocating silence, punctuated only by the sound of sweat droplets from Sir Harrison hitting the floor. The military commander knelt on one knee, bowing deeply, struggling to suppress his trembling. Sir Harrison was a seasoned knight with over 20 years of military experience. While he may have lacked prowess in command during battles, he possessed a unique aptitude for maintaining order and discipline. Observing the pitiful sight of his trusted subordinate drenched in sweat, Count Pondok took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anxiety and trepidation. "Rise. Sir Harrison, this is not your fault," Count Pondok sighed. "Return to your post And keep my words firmly in mind that I require you to mobilize all available personnel to inspect every carriage departing the county seat and apprehend any suspicious individuals. The brigands will undoubtedly not linger within the city, but I trust they will send someone to gather information, to gauge the situation. Capturing the brigands' informants will, in turn, lead us to their whereabouts. Sir Harrison hastily rose. His movements slightly awkward due to the tension and prolonged kneeling, nearly tripping over his own sword. At once, my lord, I shall adhere to your commands without fail and will not waver or compromise. Furthermore, Sir Harrison, Count Pondok's gaze turned icy, his tone grave. I authorize you to employ the most thorough and rigorous methods to interrogate any suspects. No questions asked, only results required. Should you require additional personnel for the questioning, feel free to directly request assistance from the Sleepless Eyes operatives. The ominous undertone of this statement sent shivers down the spines of several aides present, yet none dared to offer counsel. As Count Pondok was deliberately toying with the hilt of his great sword, his cold, piercing gaze seemingly searching for unfortunate prey upon which to unleash the blade's thirst for blood, Count Pondok closed his eyes for a moment before surveying the assembly. If there are no further suggestions, then let this meeting conclude. The head of the North Rococo Trading Company, the Lord of the Dagger Isles, an imperial noble, Sir Spark has dispatched an envoy, requesting an audience with the governor. The announcement from outside interrupted the governor's closing remarks, causing several aides who had just begun to rise in a gesture of respect to retake their seats. Count Pondok furrowed his brow deeply, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. Let the envoy enter. A resounding clatter of footsteps heralded the arrival of a knight clad entirely in black armor, his visage concealed behind an icy visor. Observers noted the emblem on the knight's breastplate, a white smiling mask encircled by black thorns, a design that seemed unfamiliar among the noble knights of Westwind County. In fact, no one in the entire Griffin Empire had ever encountered such an emblem, for it had only been crafted 2 days prior by a skilled bard from the Dagger Isles, and subsequently forged by a master blacksmith of the North Rococo Trading Company using silver, brass, copper, and black iron. This envoy was accompanied by a remarkably youthful attendant, his face adorned with streaks of paint that quivered, his lips perpetually curling into a mocking smile, hands empty and devoid of any weapon, save for a gilded bell that jingled with each step. This attire resembled that of a jester more than a knight's squire. The envoy's footsteps brought him to the steps before the lordly throne, where he halted. Count Pondok regarded the envoy with an impassive expression, observing as he performed a perfectly executed bow, I am Rumen, the chief of martial arts of the North Rococo Trading Company. My lord, this letter is from Sir Spark for you. The envoy's voice, muffled by the visor, carried a certain youthful timbre. Count Pondok raised his arm slightly, prompting a servant to step forward and accept a parchment scroll from the hands of the black-armored envoy. The servant then returned to the front of the Lord's throne, presenting it with both hands to the county governor. The scroll's ends were adorned with gilded seals, while the middle was bound with exquisite Yahant silk, exuding an air of opulence that even Count Pondok found moving. As he deftly and firmly untied the silk and peeled away the seals, he inquired amiably, Rumen, Mr. Lawrence, it appears you are a knight of considerable prowess, somewhat versed in combat energy, though I have not sought formal recognition from the Knights Guild. The envoy replied politely, what a pity. Would you not be interested in serving the Empire? Thank you for your kind offer, Your Excellency, but I am already under contract and do not intend to terminate it prematurely, Rumen Lawrence replied calmly. Count Pondok nodded. One who served as an envoy for the Merchant Guild, of course, earned the trust of Sir Spark and would not be easily swayed. He then nonchalantly unfurled the parchment, suspecting it to be yet another test from Sir Spark regarding the county governor's stance on the matter of authority in the port city of Elias. Of course, it is neutrality, ever neutrality. Just as the Pondok family motto states, wielding power without bias. Count Pondok mused, casually scanning the parchment. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, his gaze sharpening like a needle. Seize him, Count Pondok exclaimed abruptly, rising to his feet, one hand grasping his massive sword, its blade pointing directly at the black-armored envoy, while he bellowed, arrest him. He is an accomplice to the bandits. Chapter 62. Hardline against Hardline, Part 2. With this command, a dozen aides sprang into action, several of whom radiated the glow of combat energy, particularly the county's military commander, Sir Harrison, a high-ranking knight, who moved swiftly. This slender viscount dashed to the side of the black-armored envoy, his entire right arm enveloped in fiery combat energy, swinging a punch towards the envoy's neck. Though Sir Harrison's equestrian and swordsmanship skills were rather unremarkable, his prowess in hand-to-hand combat was renowned throughout the West Wind County. having fought dozens of duels without defeat. As he struck, a scorching wave of energy surged forth. To the astonishment of those present, Rumen Lawrence, unperturbed, turned around, his shoulder dropping as a glimmer flickered in the visor of his helm. Sir Harrison's movement faltered, his right fist grazing the envoy's shoulder guard, leaving behind a fleeting red mark on the black-armored in the next instant. Rumen launched a counterattack with lightning speed. A swift jab found its mark on Sir Harrison's chin. The burst of combat energy was dim, yet the effect was the opposite. Sir Harrison staggered backward as if intoxicated, eventually collapsing to the ground. Unable to rise, two other knights opted to draw their swords. Yet their choice proved equally misguided. Although Rumen was clad in heavy armor, he moved with the grace of a dancer, his dark blade spinning around him, casting a flurry of swordlight, the sparks illuminating a corner of the hall amid the cacophony of clashing steel. The figures of the two knights were nearly engulfed by the swordlight, making it seem as though Rumen possessed several arms, wielding countless black swords. Not all present regarded the black-armored envoy as the sole target. The boy clad as a jester appeared to be a less formidable opponent, at least in the eyes of two burly guards. They exchanged glances before encircling the boy, intending to capture him in one swift motion. However, before they could close the distance, the boy lunged at one of them, moving with the agility of a nimble cat, accompanied by a series of ringing chimes. The guard hesitated momentarily, throwing a punch aimed at the boy's right shoulder, only to have it deftly evade, followed by a heavy kick to his back that sent him stumbling forward, nearly colliding with the other guard, before the second guard could regain his footing. The boy elegantly glided forward, delivering a sharp kick to the back of the first guard's knee. No one, no matter how strong, could withstand such an assault. The guard fell like a felled tree, his helmet flying several meters away. The other guard cursed, drawing his sword. Yet the boy was swifter than he anticipated. Just as the sword was drawn, the boy leaped in front of the guard. His thumbs pressed together while the other fingers spread like wings. The guard, clad in boiled leather armor reinforced with metal plates over his chest, was certainly no match for a boy unarmed. And he grinned maliciously, raising his sword above his head. In the next moment, an immense pain erupted from within his chest, as though his innards had been ruthlessly ravaged. The guard's face flushed crimson, a muffled groan escaping his lips as the sword slipped from his limp fingers. He collapsed before losing consciousness. Count Pondoc stood with his sword drawn, coldly observing as several aides retreated before the black-armored envoy and the jester, with only Sir Harrison's jaw and their pride sustaining any injury. Minutes later, the sounds of conflict ceased, leaving behind a few discarded swords, 2 torches, and a helmet cleaved in two, the latter being hurled by one of the more astute aides as a projectile towards the jester. This could have led to some success had the black-armored envoy's attention diverted from his companion. The black sword merely flickered, severing the helmet midair. In the brief moments that followed, that aide became Rumen Lawrence's primary target, suffering 2 strikes from the sword's spine that left his hands tingling, followed by a horizontal slash that sheared away much of the aide's hair. The aide's courage fell alongside the fallen locks, eliciting a terrified scream as he turned to flee, only to be pursued by the jester, who delivered a kick to his backside, sending him crashing into a heap of overturned tables and chairs. Enough! Withdraw at once. This is disgraceful, Count Pondoc suddenly declared, descending the steps with heavy strides. That Mr. Rumen Lawrence, whether or not that is your true name, do you intend to come here to humiliate me? No, Your Excellency, we harbor no such intent, the jester replied, clapping his hands. Meanwhile, Rumen also lowered his dark blade, at least feigning respect towards Count Pondoc. We merely wish to deliver a letter from Sir Spark. So, you claim to be entirely ignorant of the letter's contents? Count Pondoc pressed relentlessly. That is not entirely true, the jester-clad boy shrugged. You see, some individuals always possess certain privileges. Although I have not seen the contents of this letter, it should pertain to Miss Della Pondoc's visit to the Isle of Daggers, correct? An uproar erupted. This was the most audacious of bandits, daring to confess to the heinous crime of abducting Miss Della in broad daylight. Under the gaze of many, and with an air of nonchalance, Count Pondoc did not rage, at least not outwardly. You and your companions exhibit considerable skill, Mr. Rumen Lawrence, despite being besieged by a dozen knights and aspiring knights. You have yet to reveal your full strength. His voice was chillingly cold. However, you cannot leave here, nor can you breach the ranks of hundreds of elite soldiers. Tell me, what emboldened you to come here and foolishly provoke me? The county governor of West Wind, and also a father whose daughter you have just kidnapped? Well, someone told me that the answer should be justice and righteousness. Rumen Lawrence seemed aware of the repercussions of his words, his tone betraying a hint of weakness. Be why the gods above. Hear this shameless response. Count Pondok's face contorted, his eyes betraying an uncontainable fury that a brazen bandit, a coward who preys upon the weak, dares to speak of justice and righteousness. May I inquire who prompted you to utter such words? Sir Spark of the North Rococo Merchant Guild? No, it was the last heir of the Hoffman family, Miss Felicity Hoffman, the jester-clad boy replied rapidly. Count Pondok's head snapped back as if struck by an invisible whip. Felicity Hoffman. He barked at I see. This is the poison in the honey, the dagger wrapped in silk. Have the merchants of the North Rococo Guild lost their senses? Do they truly dare involve themselves in this affair? Do you really believe that the name of the Eye of the Death God is untarnished, that the formidable army of Tauren Fortress was established through the spoils of bloodless ventures? Rumen seemed to wish to touch his nose, but he forgot his helmet, his finger striking the hard visor with a dull thud. The jester-clad boy laughed heartily, skipping sideways, the bells at his waist ringing cheerfully. Oh, Your Excellency, this matter has nothing to do with Lord Tomad, and the throne of the Lord of Port City Yalius rightfully belongs to the Hoffman family, and the evidence is unequivocal, even before the majestic Griffin Emperor. We can assert this with unwavering confidence. Engaging in mere verbal gymnastics is utterly meaningless in the face of true strength. This notion may elude that spoiled girl, Felicity, but Sir Spark should certainly grasp it. Count Pondok chuckled derisively, shaking his head. Pursuing profit is the nature of a merchant, yet one must not forget the principle of knowing one's limitations. Sir Spark believes that assisting the Hoffman family and reclaiming Port City Yalius will further extend the influence of the North Rococo Trading Guild, which is undoubtedly accurate. However, what does he possess to contend with Viscount Tomad? A letter of endorsement signed by a dozen impoverished nobles, a lord seal that cannot even summon a single soldier, or a treasury overflowing with golden griffins? Ah, one cannot put it that way. Viscount Tomad has generously extended a hand to help the Hoffman family stabilize the situation in Yalius, and he rightfully deserves their sincere gratitude and generous reward. But offering him the lordship of the city seems excessive, remarked the boy dressed as a jester, pouting. For instance, if someone were to return Miss Della to you, you would certainly express your gratitude. Yet it would hardly warrant recompense in the form of the county magistrate's position, would it? Count Pondok's eyes bulged in anger at the boy's words. By the gods, you are the most brazenly shameless brigands I have ever encountered. He suppressed his rage, softening his tone slightly. As an old friend of Viscount Hoffman, I lament the plight of his daughter, Miss Felicity, and I can understand her rather irrational actions. Here's the deal. If you return my daughter Della to me unharmed, I shall overlook this incident as if it never occurred. I must reiterate, my lord, that Miss Della and her maid were simply visiting the Isle of Knives and were not abducted, responded Rumen earnestly. However, if you remain unconvinced, I have a gift for you, one bestowed by the guild's magical advisor, Master Jedi Lux. As Rumen spoke, he gestured. The boy in jester attire reached into his garment, retrieving a linen pouch, which he then tossed towards Count Pondok. The Count cautiously sidestepped, allowing the pouch to fall to the ground, then cast a penetrating glance at the two before turning to command, "Someone, pick up that package and open it immediately." A servant, pale as a ghost, approached cautiously, carefully untying the numerous ropes securing the pouch. As layer after layer of linen was peeled away, the servant caught sight of the contents and emitted a piercing scream. A hand. It is a severed hand. Chapter 63. The Severed Hand's Grip. Shadows of the Undead. Upon hearing the shrill scream, Count Pondok's complexion shifted dramatically, and he sprang forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the servant sprawling to the ground. By the gods! Whose hand is this? He glanced nervously at the severed hand, its hue a dismal gray, before his expression relaxed slightly. It is not a woman's hand, merely an ill-timed and cruel jest, is it not? Not merely a jest. My lord, Rumen replied, a gleam of amusement gracing his features, though obscured by his mask. It is not just a jest, it is a demonstration of power, a threat from the pale mask. As soon as the words left his lips, the previously splayed fingers of the severed hand twitched violently, and in an astonishing display, it leapt towards Count Pondok like an oversized flea, clad in silver-plated chainmail, reinforced with large steel plates at the chest, and wearing iron gauntlets with spiked knee guards. The Count was adequately armored for battle. Yet, having just been in a meeting, his lion-shaped helmet lay beside the Lord's throne, a significant vulnerability that could prove fatal in this moment. Count Pondoc twisted his body to evade the hand while swinging his sword through the air with force. However, the keen blade sliced only through the empty air, failing to inflict any damage upon the hand. In the next instant, he felt a heavy weight on his shoulder. The hand gripping him tightly, it slithered like a five-headed serpent, coiling around his throat, its icy fingers digging into the soft flesh, causing his bones to ache and nearly choking him. Throughout his 45 years of life, Count Bois Pondoc had faced death multiple times. The most recent encounter occurred during the massive assault by the Beastman tribe on Tauron Fortress. Tasked with gathering troops to support the fortress's commander, the Iron Fist Marquis de Lagson, he was ambushed by an unidentified assassin, receiving a poisoned dagger to the abdomen, leaving him incapacitated for 2 months. Many viewed his injury as an elaborate ruse to avoid danger, a self-directed performance. Yet only Count Pondoc understood that the assassin's intent was not to end his life, but to prevent his deployment. Nevertheless, the venomous dagger showed no mercy. Had he not received timely aid, the Lord of West Wind would have been replaced. Since that assassination attempt, Count Pondoc had grown increasingly cautious, rarely removing his armor even during council meetings. Little did he anticipate that despite his vigilance, he would once again face a life-threatening situation that a severed hand, its hue a ghastly gray and its touch frigid, now clutched his throat with a force that nearly extinguished his breath. As a Grand Knight, Count Pondoc summoned all his fighting spirit to resist. Though the hand possessed an extraordinary strength, it gradually yielded to the tempestuous energy of thunderous fury coursing through him. Allowing him to pry its fingers apart and cast it aside, the hand landed but immediately sprang back to life. Moving with such speed it was nearly imperceptible that a knight closest to it recoiled in terror, wildly swinging his sword to create an impenetrable barrier of iron. Yet the hand did not attack him. Instead, upon Rumen Lawrence's whistle, it obediently returned to the ground. "My lord, what do you think of the gift Master Jedi Lux has sent you? Is it not rather intriguing?" Rumen's voice carried a hint of mirth, as if he found great delight in the recent spectacle. Count Pondoc, however, felt no trace of amusement. He instinctively touched his throat, the icy sensation seemingly adhering to his skin, refusing to dissipate. Just another vile jest, hardly worth mentioning for a knight who is well prepared. Indeed, merely a mobile severed hand, hardly noteworthy. But what if I were to enhance it? Rumen snapped his fingers, and the hand suddenly swelled, its surface aglow with a dark crimson light. Then, within the span of 2 heartbeats, the hand erupted violently, the shattered flesh radiating intense heat and red light, splattering across an oak chair and igniting it like a candle. Leaving charred marks upon the stone floor, Count Pondoc was taken aback. By the gods, not only can the hand move, but it can also explode. He regarded the remnants of the hand's explosion with vigilance. Several knights, though shielded by their fighting spirit, still bore minor burns from the red light's impact. What manner of magic is this, able to bypass protective auras and scorch a knight's flesh? Ah, this magic once bore a rather amusing name. The Frederick Calves Kidney Blast, Rumen replied, glancing at his jester companion, stroking his chin, or rather, the black neck guard of steel he wore, with a tone of satisfaction. However, the primary casting material has since been altered. Calf kidneys are rather difficult to procure, and achieving the perfect roast is fraught with challenges. Merely pretentious. It's nothing more than a diminished corpse explosion spell, interjected a bystander, a cold observer clad in an ornate scholar's robe, adorned with a golden chain and intricate swirling patterns at the cuffs. If not for the absence of a staff in his grasp, one might mistake him for a grand archmage. "Scholar, were I in your position, I would choose silence," Rumen replied, his tone devoid of threat. Yet the implication was clear. "I have not read extensively and know not what a diminished corpse explosion spell entails. However, I am aware that should this thing crawl into your bed in the dead of night, it would render you speechless." The self-satisfied smile that had graced the scholar's face faltered, and his fingers, which had been stroking his white beard, paused momentarily. Such is not the attitude one should adopt towards a master scholar. "Young man," he protested, his tone laced with grievance, "the power of knowledge surpasses that of the sword you wield. That may hold some truth, yet there are times when it does not," Rumen replied softly before turning to Count Pondoc. "My lord, I wonder if this gift will alter your perspective." The gaze of Count Pangduc shifted away from the pool of ashen-black blood and flesh on the ground as he waved his hand, signaling several injured knights to leave the hall. "Master Jedi Lux, is he a necromancer?" There was a hint of trepidation in his tone, for the notorious reputation of necromancers resonated like thunder, and even as the lord of a county. He dared not harbor any dismissive thoughts. That is merely your conjecture. Without evidence, Roman deliberately replied ambiguously. There is no need to be so quick to deny it. Mr. Roman Lawrence. I harbor neither excessive disdain nor fear towards necromancers. And I am not entirely ignorant, Count Pangduke stated in the most conciliatory tone possible. Within the borders of Westwind County, there exists a necromancer organization known as the Dark Shadow. I have dealt with the leader of that organization. Ah, I remember him. Does the Archmage, leader of the Dark Shadow, a lich? Roman paused pointedly. Lord Count, since you have interacted with him, do you happen to know how he has been lately? Count Pangduke shook his head. Roman's demeanor was somewhat strange. And when mentioning does, the tone was anything but respectful, laced with a certain degree of sarcasm. It was merely a brief acquaintance. The existence of the Dark Shadow poses a threat to Westwind County. I must ascertain the true intentions of this does. Archmage, fortunately, he is not the type who yearns to create a realm of the undead. Perhaps he simply lacks the strength, Roman scoffed, then revealed his trump card. Lord Count, does the Archmage attempted to use curse magic to harm Sir Spark, aiming to control the substantial funds of the North Rococo Merchant Association. This occurred over half a month ago, but his scheme failed, for Master Jedi Lux intervened and utterly destroyed this lich. Count Pangduke's expression hardened. This was the third threat he had faced today. While it lacked the piercing sharpness of Roman Lawrence's heavy sword or the bizarre cruelty of self-mutilation, it was far more direct that a necromancer, and one recognized as the most difficult to kill, a lich, had been quietly annihilated. For Count Pangduke, this undoubtedly represented a more immediate threat. Regardless of the power he wielded in Westwind County, he was not blind to the situation at hand. The two envoys before him, while formidable, especially Roman Lawrence clad in black armor, could be surrounded by hundreds of elite soldiers with a mere command. Their defeat was merely a matter of time. Even the financially robust North Rococo Merchant Association did not concern him much, after all. Merchants were merely merchants, and forcing them to yield would not prove difficult. Yet, one troublesome entity remained unsolved. The Master Jedi Lux spoken of by the black-armored envoy. It was evident that this was an individual with at least the power of an Archmage. Resolute in will, clear in purpose, and ruthless in methods, the Dark Shadow organization was likely firmly under his control, combined with the financial resources and connections of the North Rococo Merchant Association, forming a powerful force that could not be overlooked. This force might not openly challenge the esteemed Death Knight Commander, or the Lord of Westwind County, but a severed hand crawling out of the darkness could very well lead Count Pangduke to experience the taste of a close encounter with death. Given the exorbitant cost of resistance, the only option left was collaboration. Chapter 64. The Lord Count, forced to bow Lord Brady Pangduke, a seasoned politician, immediately donned a countenance that could be described as warm and amiable upon deciding to cooperate. I hope the minor friction that transpired earlier has not left you or your entourage feeling displeased. Mr. Roman Lawrence. As the Count spoke, several individuals in the hall breathed a sigh of relief, with one scholarly master even displaying a reassuring smile. There is something I must inform you of. I have always been somewhat overindulgent with my daughter. I hope Dyla has not caused Sir Spark any trouble. Roman hesitated slightly, as a boy dressed as a jester quickly seized the opportunity to interject. Miss Dyla is indeed a bit lively, but her nature is kind and her character pure. Many people hold her in high regard. He chuckled, waving his hands, the bells jingling in tune with his movements. Especially Miss Felicity and Scholar Penny. They are practically inseparable. It brings me great comfort as a father that Dyla has found her close confidants, Count Pangduke replied with a slight smile, swallowing the hidden sarcasm within the jester's words without revealing any sense of offense. You may not believe it, but upon receiving news of the unrest in Alias, I genuinely contemplated deploying troops to quell the turmoil and assist my old friend's family in securing the lordship. Ah, indeed, Lord Count. If wit and sarcasm could aid the Hoffman family in regaining the lordship, I would also wish to lend a hand, the jester boy exclaimed, taking advantage of his profession's privilege to speak freely. If you truly are a jester, I would certainly reward you handsomely with a plethora of golden griffins for your cleverness, Count Pangduke remarked with admiration, while shaking his head in regret. However, you must remember, not every noble lord possesses my level of magnanimity. Nor can every ear discern the counsel hidden within sarcasm, mockery, and jest. The jester boy's smile faded, and with a sincere expression, he bowed to Count Pangduke. Thank you for your reminder and advice, Lord Count. That it seems I am indeed an unworthy jester. Not at all. In fact, I find you exceedingly exceptional. With your cunning tongue, serving as the jester to the Griffin Emperor would hardly be a demotion, the Count replied. That is a profession even more perilous than that of a lord. For I have heard that several court jesters have met unfortunate ends, the boy responded, regaining his sardonic smile, yet his tone grew notably serious. One was executed on the spot by an enraged imperial minister for singing a scathing satirical ballad at a banquet after indulging in too much wine. 2 others inadvertently offended His Majesty the Griffin Emperor, and they remain rotting in the dungeons of the Ashen Fortress to this day. Count Pangduke blinked in astonishment. He had long sensed that this boy possessed not only agility, but also a certain unique aura that forbade him from perceiving him merely as a source of amusement. However, the boy's words indicated that his identity was of greater significance than he had initially imagined, perhaps not inferior to the stoic and silent Roman Lawrence clad in black armor. Perhaps among the two, the boy dressed as a jester is the true leader? This thought flashed through Count Pangduke's mind like lightning, yet he revealed none of it on his face. His Majesty can indeed be difficult to manage at times, he said in a low tone. However, there are moments when power and status must be respected. Feigning madness is not a panacea for evading punishment. Do you agree with this sentiment? The boy nodded cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications of the Count's words. Indeed, mistaking tolerance for indulgence, and considering the privileges granted by the powerful as personal talent, such individuals are either madmen or fools, or perhaps both. He playfully stepped aside, the pleasant sound of bells masking the subtle chill that crept into his voice. Speaking of which, Lord Count, how do you intend to assist the unfortunate Miss Felicity? Ever since she lost her father and was expelled from the Lord's residence in Alias, I have not seen her smile. She spends her days in tears. How pitiable. This serious question was delivered by the boy in such a nonchalant tone that many did not immediately react. However, Count Pangduke heard it clearly, and a sharp glint flashed in his deep blue eyes. This is not a question that can be answered hastily, he said carefully. However, I can assure you that if it requires me to provide proof in my capacity as the Lord of Westwind County or to dispatch envoys to assist in negotiations, I shall not refuse. Yet, if there is no certain chance of victory, I will not easily deploy my forces, even as a mere display of strength. Must it be a certain chance of victory? Lord Count, you are indeed cautious. Unwilling to take even the slightest risk, the boy replied, a mocking smile returning to his face. Yet Count Pangduke remained unfazed. As the head of a county, stability is of utmost importance as long as the situation remains stable. I shall stand unchallenged. This is also beneficial for you. The endorsement of the Lord of Westwind County will alter many perceptions, transforming conflicts that could lead to bloodshed into verbal exchanges at the negotiation table. Upon hearing this, Roman Lawrence slightly lowered his gaze, seemingly seeking the boy's opinion. Although the boy remained silent, and soon the black-armored envoy raised his eyes again, expressing polite agreement, Count Pangduke had observed this moment with keen interest. His gaze now tinged with contemplation. It seems my earlier conjecture was not misplaced. Now only one question remains. Who exactly is this boy? Count Pangduke, deep in thought, contentedly clapped his hands. Now that we have reached a consensus, we must deliberate on the various issues that may arise during the process of reclaiming the lordship of Alias City. However, if there is no urgent need, these trivial matters can be discussed at a later time. Roman Lawrence nodded slightly. This afternoon, a more suitable envoy will arrive at your luxurious residence, bearing gifts. If there are no other matters, my lord, may we take our leave now to convey the good news to Sir Spark. Miss Felicity and Miss Dyla, do not be in such haste to depart. Mr. Roman Lawrence, I just heard the midday bell toll. The kitchen's meal must be prepared by now. Would you do me the honor of joining us for lunch and savoring the culinary delights of Westwind County? Count Pangduke beamed with enthusiasm, gesturing for the servants to tidy up the overturned tables and chairs, then inadvertently turned to the boy clad as a jester. By the way, I am yet to learn your name, you sharp-tongued jester. Oh, actually, you have heard my name several times already, the boy replied, pausing in his stride towards the hall, turning back and lightly tapping his head with a finger. I am Jedi Lux, the newly appointed magical advisor of the North Rococo Commerce. Please forgive me, my lord. I assumed you already knew. Chapter 65, The Adventure Plan to Reclaim the Lordship. After learning of Jedi Lux's true identity, whether or not Count Brady Pangduke harbored murderous intent remains uncertain to anyone but himself. However, throughout that day, the Lord of Westwind County maintained a courteous smile, ignoring the inquiring glances from several advisors. Once the afternoon feast concluded and the servants swiftly cleared the tables, Count Pandoc warmly invited the two to rest in the guest rooms behind the estate. But upon receiving polite refusals, he bid them farewell with grace. This behavior was consistent with Count Pandoc's traditionally conservative demeanor. Although it appeared somewhat feeble, it, in a sense, averted a potentially perilous bloodshed. Jedi Lux, of course, did not come alone with Rumen Lawrence. At the same time as this meeting at the Lord's Manor, dozens of elite soldiers from the North Rococo Commerce disguised themselves as merchants. Lying in ambush near the western gate of the county city under the command of Sir Ho Shanley and Mage Lakos, a bit further behind, a necromancer led a dozen necromancers on high alert. With hundreds of low to mid-level undead creatures growling ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. These preparations were not sufficient to genuinely threaten the county city. However, they were enough to create chaos throughout the city. With the magical traps prepared in advance, coupled with Rumen Lawrence's formidable strength, Jedi was quite confident in his ability to escape from the Lord's Manor successfully. Yet, this would inevitably lead to the failure of their so-called cooperation. While there were chances for remedy should a serious casualty occur, whether Count Pandoc would still choose to bow down remains an unpredictable matter. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. As Jedi departed from the county city, a joyous smile could not help but grace his face. Only Miss Dyla appeared discontented. To her, this should have been a grand adventure, yet it ended inconclusively with merely a minor altercation at the Lord's Manor. She had disguised herself as a wandering mage, intending to join the commerce warriors in a forceful assault on the city gates. Just imagining the scene of alarm bells ringing, shadows flitting, and banners waving made Dyla's face light up. Yearning to plunge into the fray, the maid Sean was quite the opposite of Miss Dyla's mood. The absence of an adventurous assault on the city gates relieved her significantly. The news of cooperation's success brought her undeniable joy. In Shan's view, most of the issues had been resolved, and next, she and Miss Dyla should return to the Lord's Manor under the escort of the commerce warriors. As for the severe punishment they would face upon their return, Sean no longer had the heart to ponder. After all, she had indeed failed to protect Miss Dyla, breaching the vow she made when becoming a knightly protector. Sean did not anticipate that when she voiced this request. The first to oppose was not the jester-like Jedi Lux, nor the usually taciturn Rumen Lawrence, but rather the very Miss Dyla she vowed to protect. Don't even think about it. I refuse to return just like that. Miss Dyla's voice was ever so melodious. Even when filled with fury, this is a rare opportunity for adventure. How could I simply let it go? Sean, feel free to return if you wish, but do not involve me. For the first time in her life, Sean felt a fleeting thought of betrayal rise within her, though it was feeble and quickly extinguished. Miss Dyla, the Lord will be quite worried. She endeavored to soften her tone. Consider, my lady, why would the Lord so readily acquiesce to their demands? Is it not because he fears for your safety? Fears for my safety. Miss Dyla's eyes widened. Those deep blue, beautiful orbs inherited from Count Pandoc's lineage, yet more profound and enchanting than the Lord's. Who would dare harm me? My friend Felicity? Or that ridiculous little fool? Jedi paused in his action of wiping the grease paint from his face, his lips twitching involuntarily. Please call me Jedi Lux, or Mr. Jedi, or Master Jedi, Miss Dyla. Anything but little fool. Then how about Chief Jedi? Miss Dyla's tone even carried a hint of pleading, or like that night Yahan. Calling you Big Boss Jedi? The pale mask in the shadow of darkness would be shamed by such a wretched title, Jedi complained. By the guardians of the tome, Miss Dyla, I believe I understand why your father, Count Pandoc, has been so reluctant to let you return. What? Sean felt as though she had been struck by a whip, her voice turning sharp. Did the Lord truly say such a thing? Indeed, it is true, Jedi nodded. Count Pandoc hopes you, Miss Dyla, and Miss Felicity can grow closer. This would be beneficial for both parties' cooperation and ultimately reclaiming the lordship of Alias City. Shan's face immediately drained of color. My lord, have you truly abandoned us? She wandered to the side, leaning on her longsword, squatting down in silence. Miss Dyla hesitated for but a moment, then excitement reigned once more. Jedi? Oh, Master, what shall we do now? Shall we venture to the endless seas Silvermoon Bay, or muster an army to expedition against the port city of Alias, currently under the thrall of evil? Neither, Miss Dyla. To resort to force is the most foolish choice, and I do not believe the occupants of Alias are a band of evildoers, Jedi replied. raising his gaze to the sky. It is getting late. If we wish to stay in a warm inn tonight, we should return now. Rumen, you and the Master of Shadows will lead the members of the Dark Shadow back to the tomb. Be sure to restrain their actions and avoid provoking trouble. Our safety need not be a concern. Here are Sir Heo Xianli and 30 commerce warriors. No bandit would dare to challenge such an elite force on the broad roads of Westwind County. Rumen nodded. He understood the unspoken meaning behind Jedi's words. The Dark Shadow was a double-edged sword that must be firmly grasped. Should it be exposed, the ensuing negative effects could far outweigh the benefits. Watching Rumen mount a black steed and gallop towards the distant hills, Jedi took a deep breath, burying the restless emotions that had plagued him during this time. After all, the initiation of the plan had gone relatively smoothly. Count Pandok would not provide direct assistance. But in another sense, only the Lord of Westwind County could contend with the Death's Eye of Tarlon Fortress. The true battle would unfold on another battlefield. It won't be long, it won't. Jedi silently quelled the dark flames in his eyes. Then raised an arm. All right, let us depart and return to the Dagger Wound Isles. Chapter 66. A grand departure and luxurious visit. The escorting party of the Hoffman family heiress set forth on a cold morning. Beset by biting northern winds, embarking on their journey to the illustrious city of Fermier, Miss Felicity Hoffman sat in a sturdy carriage drawn by 4 magnificent horses, accompanied by a well-equipped escort of 120 cavalrymen. Their helmets, shields, and armor glinting in the pale sunlight. Above the procession, dozens of banners with a vibrant red background fluttered in the wind, proudly displaying the ancient emblem of the Hoffman family, a white sail against the azure sea. A man dressed as an Ahan merchant stood on the second-floor balcony of a nearby building, holding a glass of red wine, his gaze mysteriously fixed upon the procession, which resembled a gleaming silver serpent winding out of the western gate of North Rococo City. His 2 attendants stood at attention behind him, their postures seemingly relaxed, yet the arms concealed beneath their sky-blue half-capes never strayed from the hilts of their swords. The sudden sound of footsteps echoed, and 2 attendants stepped forward in unison, blocking the narrow entrance to the balcony. With a swift adjustment of their postures, they straightened their backs, and beneath the half-draped cloaks, 2 gleaming swords silently slid from their sheaths. However, their bodies soon relaxed once more. Lord Vailden, we, the Stingers of Death, pay our respects to you. The deliberately amplified voices of the 2 attendants caught the attention of a man dressed as a merchant from Yahan, who turned to reveal a face adorned with a look of surprise and delight. To think that you would personally oversee this matter, Lord Vailden. It seems that the esteemed captain holds these individuals in particularly high regard. The man referred to as Lord Vailden was a robust middle-aged figure. His features rugged and marked by the indomitable spirit typical of a knight hailing from a military background. The Yahan merchant, with a beaming smile, responded with joviality, yet Lord Vailden's expression remained unyieldingly stern. The captain indeed places great importance on these individuals, especially one remarkably youthful mage among them. According to intelligence reports, he possesses at least the strength of a magus, and appears to be a necromancer as well. Lord Vailden's tone was as frigid and unyielding as ice, seemingly frozen by the biting northern winds. A necromancer magus, that certainly poses a dilemma. The Yahan merchant tugged at the gemstone necklace around his neck, his smile unaffected as he replied, but Lord Vailden, in comparison to the matter at hand, it pales in significance. Is there an issue with this convoy? Vailden stepped onto the balcony, resting his hand on the railing, furrowing his brow as he gazed below. Over 100 accompanying soldiers, along with several knights. This is the utmost strength a merchant guild can muster, potentially rivaling the regular army of Westwind County. At this point, a hint of pride surfaced in Vailden's otherwise hardened visage. However, to the order of the Stingers of Death, they are merely a weak adversary to dismiss at will. From the perspective of comparative strength, that is indeed the case, the Yahan merchant replied with a hint of suggestion. Yet, Lord Vailden, have you considered how we might justify an attack on such a convoy? There are no bandit factions in Westwind County capable of threatening over 100 cavalrymen. Vailden's brow knitted tighter, resembling a deep chasm forming at his forehead. Your words carry a measure of truth. It seemed he was finally acknowledging the presence of his interlocutor. This convoy is akin to a thorn beneath a giant's foot. While it may inflict little harm, it is not easily removed. Lord Vailden, the thorn you speak of may very well be laced with a deadly toxin, the Yahan merchant remarked languidly. To allow a mere clown to wreak havoc in Westwind County, only to wait until chaos ensues to crush them with overwhelming force, That is the captain's established strategy for seizing power in Westwind County. That IT is undeniably astute. Yet the execution has encountered a slight issue. Those schemers are remarkably inept. Allowing a young girl, already within grasp, to escape and unleash this series of troubles. Velden's stoic expression remained unfazed. You are indulging in alarmist rhetoric, Sanford. His tone bore a palpable disdain. The captain values the intelligence regarding the stingers of death greatly. But personal opinions intertwined within that intelligence are of little consequence. For the first time, the Yahan merchant displayed a wounded expression, albeit exaggerated, as if the act were more theatrical than genuine. Indeed, no one relishes the presence of spies. Lord Velden. I, like you, am striving for the captain's grand vision. I harbor no doubts regarding your loyalty, Sanford. I merely disagree with your judgment, Velden stated in a low voice. The Hoffman family has been eradicated. The girl who fled poses no significant threat. Even with that necromancer and a handful of opportunistic merchants from North Loco, their combined strength is too feeble to challenge us. I've heard that the girl recently paid a visit to the Lord of Westwind County. Sanford stroked his meticulously groomed beard. There seemed to be some complications during her visit. Yet she ultimately received a warm welcome from the Lord, who promised to support her return to Yahan. The cowardly Pondo. Velden scoffed, his contempt laid bare. This fellow may possess some prowess in political maneuvering. Yet he is far too slippery. Unless the air is thick with the sin of victory, he will never reveal his stance. My lord, such thinking is perilous. People can change. Sanford raised his wineglass, taking a small sip of the tart red wine. While Count Pondo may lack the steadfast resolve of a knight, he is not devoid of the keen insight of a politician. The captain's recent actions have threatened the count's standing in Westwind County. And as far as I know, he is not one to accept such a situation lightly. Acceptance, what of it? Velden replied coldly. Count Pondo would certainly not choose to confront the captain directly, yet he has no intention of remaining idle. Sanford gestured toward the balcony's edge. The convoy escorting Miss Felicity Hoffman includes at least half of Westwind County city guards, indicating that Count Pondo has already made a move and is awaiting our response. Velden's gaze deepened, his eyes glimmering with a cold light akin to frozen rivers. If he seeks a response, let him receive it, but this response may not be as gentle as he imagines. Jedi Lux was unaware of the events unfolding within a nearby building close to the city gate. If he were, his mood might not be as lighthearted as it currently was. Tio the boy. The convoy's departure signified a contest for the lordship of the port city of Yahan, and his side had already gained a decisive advantage. After nearly a month of relentless effort, he felt justified in relishing a moment of ease. 120 elite cavalrymen escorted the noble carriage bearing Miss Felicity Hoffman, along with 4 heavily laden supply wagons. Each cavalryman had been meticulously selected from the Merchant Guild's guards and the city guards of Westwind County, exhibiting exceptional loyalty, combat experience, and horsemanship, all equipped with fine weapons and armor provided by the North Loco Merchant Guild. Most commanders, leading such a formidable force, would feel a sense of security and cast aside any cautious thoughts. However, the dread knight, Rumen Lawrence, was different. He not only deployed double the number of scouts to patrol the front and flanks of the convoy, but also mandated that the daily distance covered not exceed 50 kilometers. For a cavalry unit, this pace could only be described as tortoise-like. The convoy departed the controlled territory of North Loco City on the afternoon of the following day, traversing the Radiant Road northeastward into the domain of Sir David. The Radiant Road leading to Filmere gradually narrowed here, with fewer rural cottages lining the sides, giving way to vast stretches of wilderness and sporadic clusters of sparse woodlands. This area represented one of the most desolate regions of Westwind County. With barren land unsuitable for cultivation, the undulating hills insufficient to shield against the chilling northern winds, resulting in frost arriving earlier than in other locales. Since the discovery of vast mineral deposits in the northern territories of the Empire, this expanse, named the Moonlit Plain, had become a new refuge for disgraced nobles. Their families eked out a meager existence here, constructing rudimentary castles and villages. In stark contrast to the boundless wilderness, these structures appeared fragile and pitiful, resembling insignificant scratches upon the vast expanse. Dressed in resplendent attire, Sir David approached the convoy, flanked by a dozen attendants, to extend a warm welcome and sincerely invite Miss Felicity to rest at his estate. This was, of course, mere politeness. Merely a week prior, Sir David's estate had been in a state of disrepair, and though it had since undergone some renovations, it was still far from being fit to host the sole heir of the Hoffman family. Miss Felicity, adhering to the etiquette of nobility, politely declined Sir David's invitation. The convoy subsequently set camp in a valley adjacent to the Oath River, taking a brief respite while awaiting the arrival of another convoy carrying supplies. To ensure the mobility and combat readiness of this escort, each cavalryman carried no more than 10 kilograms of supplies in addition to their own equipment, relying on weekly resupply for sustenance. Within one of the tents at the encampment, a minor dispute arose between Jedi Lux and Rumen Lawrence. Continuing onward, the stone bridge crossing the Oath River led to a fork in the road. The broader, flatter path stretched straight eastward toward the capital of Westwind County, then veered northward, ultimately passing through the holy white stone fortress of the Silverfrost Mountains, entering the capital of Filmir. The advantage of this route lay in its good condition. Flanked by prosperous noble territories, with castle towers standing in succession and merchants bustling to and fro. However, in Jedi Lux's view, this leg of the journey felt excessively protracted, threatening to squander a considerable amount of time. He advocated for an alternate route, specifically a direct advance towards the northeast, traversing the West Tower Forest and the Chishan Gorge, ultimately scaling the Demon Mountain Range to reach the imperial capital of Fairmire. This path was approximately one-third shorter than the Radiant Avenue, translating to a time savings of roughly a week. However, in contrast to the former, the condition of the road was exceedingly poor. Not only was it long neglected, but it also lay amidst desolation, where even the most barren of manor villages were seldom seen. The dense forest was replete with evergreens, vines, and ancient oaks, interspersed with thorns, while the hills gradually steepened, merging into the gray-blue cliffs of the Demon Mountain Range, with only a few abandoned watchtowers bearing witness to humanity's past endeavors. Jedi Lux's reasoning was also quite sound. 120 cavalry guards were sufficient to handle all unforeseen incidents in the forest and gorge, and would surely send even the most foolish brigands fleeing. The only conceivable threat lay in the possibility of the Eye of the Death God making a desperate move by deploying a portion of the Death Knight Order for an ambush. However, this was a rather unlikely scenario, as the unauthorized use of military force was a grave taboo for a local lord, and regardless of the outcome, it would invariably provoke the wrath of the Griffin Emperor. The two debated within the confines of the tent for a full 2 hours, until a resolution was reached thanks to the arrival of Captain Trevor, who had accompanied the supply convoy. This portly captain brought news that completely took Jedi and Rumen by surprise, plunging both into deep contemplation. According to reliable sources, 3 days prior, the guardian of Talron Fortress, Lord Thomadin, the commander of the Death Knight Order, personally led a contingent away from the stronghold to report to the imperial capital of Fairmire. He was supposed to complete this task before the new year. However, the unrest in the port city of Elias and several other cities in the Westwind County has significantly delayed this. Captain Trevor stroked his ample chin. A look of concern etched across his face. The analysis suggests that Lord Thomad is preparing to act preemptively, seeking the support of the imperial dignitaries for his maneuvers in Elias, Master Jedi. This poses a considerable disadvantage for us. A glimmer of doubt flickered in Jedi's eyes, though he skillfully concealed it. Rumen turned to him, their eyes meeting, understanding that certain words should not come from Jedi's lips. Thus, he spoke in a low, icy tone. Mr. Trevor, can Lord Thomad's actions to marginalize the Hoffman family truly garner support from the imperial side? His Majesty the Griffin Emperor would likely not wish to see a powerful local lord rise in Westwind County. Though this sentiment may not be unwavering, Captain Trevor hesitated before replying. As long as Lord Thomad expresses loyalty in an appropriate manner, combined with backing from the House of Nine Pillars, it is indeed possible that the Hoffman family could be stripped of the lordship of Elias, with another family recommended by Lord Thomad assuming that position, but not Lord Thomad himself. Jedi interjected. Certainly not. His Majesty would not permit that, Captain Trevor quickly added, though it would be of little difference. For Lord Thomad would undoubtedly appoint someone he trusts immensely to take up that role. Jedi shrugged at Rumen, his tone remarkably lighthearted. It seems we have no other choice. Lord Thomad set off a day earlier than us and has already gained a temporal advantage. To reach the capital before him, we must brave the West Tower Forest. Rumen reluctantly nodded. It appears we have no alternative. May the gods above protect us. As he spoke, he rose, his armor clanging with each movement. Echoing Rumen Lawrence's steely demeanor, I shall gather the troops and prepare to set forth, aiming to reach the outskirts of the West Tower Forest before sunset today. Chapter 67. The West Tower Forest. Ambush. The wind rustled through the dense forest, a soft sound echoing in the air, as fine snowflakes drifted from the sky. Though the temperature was not particularly cold, the snow melted into a dampness upon contact with skin. After 3 arduous days of travel, the caravan escorting Miss Felicity Hoffman to the imperial capital of Fearmire had delved deep into the West Tower Forest, where the trees towered like giants. Stretching their gray-green limbs skyward, the ground was thick with sprawling vines and thorny underbrush, as the branches of the Radiant Avenue gradually narrowed to the width of a mere forest trail. Frequently marred by tree roots and wild beasts, the troop had to traverse back and forth repeatedly, sending out numerous scouts in search of a new path suitable for the passage of wagons. Yet again, they encountered a dead tree, its trunk as thick as a palace column, completely obstructing the forward path. Had it not been hollowed by insects, it could have stood for another century or two. Jedi Lux reined in his horse, casting a deep glance towards the dimly lit path's end, and let out a sigh of regret. "I fear I have made an erroneous choice this time," he murmured to the fearful knight Rumen Lawrence beside him. "I did not anticipate the route through the West Tower Forest would be so difficult. I even wonder if sunlight has ever graced this place. The path is indeed arduous. Yet the time spent is still less than that taken via the county city. From this perspective, your decision was not misguided." Rumen also reined in his steed, glancing about, his eyes shimmering from behind his visor. "What concerns me now is that, in such a complex environment, the cavalry cannot fully exhibit their capabilities. Do you sense an impending ambush?" Jedi teased lightly. "Rumen, you have been saying this for days. Alas, your words hold truth. Let us hope we do not encounter a battle here." A whistle echoed from the winding, shadowy path ahead, followed closely by another. Jedi perked his ears, a smile of delight swiftly gracing his face. "The scouts have found a new path, wide enough for the wagons. If we press on for another hour or two, we shall reach the last campsite within the West Tower Forest, and this protracted journey will soon come to an end." Rumen nodded, the concern in his eyes lessening somewhat, then straightened, turning to shout, "Continue onward. Tonight marks our final night in the West Tower Forest." A resounding cheer arose from the ranks of the cavalry. Clearly, these elite horsemen too had grown weary of the forest's harsh conditions. The ground beneath the thin layer of snow was both wet and slippery. Hooves stepping upon stones or roots risked injury. And had it not been for the presence of the herbalist Penny, it was likely that a tenth of the cavalry would have been left behind to recuperate from wounds. The caravan moved forward along the marks left by the scouts. And indeed, progress was considerably smoother than before, pausing only at spots where the underbrush was overly dense, obstructing the wheels, while the sound of axes chopping would reverberate through the silent woods. After more than half an hour, the leading cavalryman let out a joyful shout. There is an open space ahead, tents, and the glow of a campfire. "We are almost there." This announcement hastened the pace of the caravan, and a fleeting smile of relief appeared on Jedi's face. Though it quickly vanished, replaced by an unmistakable shock. "No, halt." The boy's voice rang out sharply, startling snow from the branches above. "That is a trap. Scouts are forbidden to light fires. No merchant should be present here." Jedi's warning came a moment too late. As the leading cavalryman had already charged into the clearing, followed by a cacophony of gasps and screams, figures cloaked in gray-green camouflaged cloaks and gray leather armor emerged from all directions. The glint of metal stark against the darkened woods, and countless arrows rained down from the thickets, striking the foremost cavalrymen who fell, pierced by arrows, had they been ordinary soldiers or hired adventurers. The first volley of arrows would have caused a panic of horrific proportions. However, the rigorously selected elite soldiers withstood the challenge of this sudden ambush, sustaining a few injuries, yet their formation remained largely intact. Rumen's voice cut through the din of chaos and cries, commanding, "Form up around the wagons. Rally around the wagons." He bellowed, spurring his horse forward, his dark armor radiating a clear aura of battle energy. "Those are poisoned arrows. Dismount. Raise your shields, and use the horses for cover." Such actions undoubtedly drew the fire's focus, and dozens of arrows shot toward Rumen. Unfazed, he lowered his body, charging forth, his black greatsword spinning in a chaotic dance, intercepting the majority of the arrows, while a few strays helplessly bounced off his dark armor. "Heavy cavalry." Amidst the tumult and clamor, Jedi heard a voice shout, its tone reminiscent of Elvish yet tinged with a roughness. "Use armor-piercing arrows against him." A lean figure, bow in hand, emerged beside an ancient oak tree, calmly aiming his bow at Rumen before releasing the arrow. The twang of the bowstring lingered in the air as the black arrow shot towards Rumen like a bolt of lightning. its speed too swift for the blink of an eye. Rumen's response was entirely apt. He positioned his greatsword before his throat, and the arrow deflected mere centimeters from him. Yet in the next moment, the archer raised his bow once more, and 2 arrows flew simultaneously from the string, one aimed directly at Rumen's chest, easily deflected by his black broadsword. However, the other struck true, piercing the neck of Rumen's steed with a sharp, tri-bladed armor-piercing tip that effortlessly penetrated the finely forged steel armor. The warhorse emitted a heartbreaking whinny, and the archer nodded in satisfaction, a cold and bloodthirsty smile gracing his elfin features. The longbow was lifted again, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the knight who had lost his mount. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the archer's dark eyes reflected the rapidly approaching figure of Rumen, both man and horse advancing with alarming speed. By the shadow dragon, the archer's final cry was stifled in his throat. As Rumen closed in, he discarded his bow and drew a short sword from his waist, hoping to buy time with his agility. However, Rumen effortlessly quelled the archer's last struggle, his black broadsword cleaving downwards and plunging him into eternal darkness. The archer, evidently of some rank within the ambush, met a gruesome end that sent ripples of unrest through the ranks, attracting even more arrows to Rumen. Clad in armor bestowed by the eternal castle, Rumen's protection was far superior to that of ordinary knights. Yet, even the most meticulous defense has its flaws, and one arrow found its way through a gap in his armor, embedding itself deep beneath his ribcage. That knight is wounded. Kill him. A coarse, jarring voice rang out, closer than before. Sisters of blood, it is your time to unleash your fury. From the thicket, a group of lithe dark elves surged forth, pouncing towards the carriage. These female warriors were incredibly agile, their steps light as if they were phantoms emerging from the shadowy forest. As Rumen drew the majority of enemy fire, the ensuing chaos did not escalate further, but instead gradually subsided under the command of several knights. About 100 mounted guards dismounted, leading their steeds and forming a tight defensive perimeter around the carriage. Half of them bore bows, and upon seeing the second wave of enemies emerge from the dense woods, they immediately nocked arrows and launched a counterattack. The sound of arrows whistling through the air was incessant. However, in comparison, the guards' retaliation proved to be less effective. Although the number of black arrows fired by the enemies did not constitute an overwhelming advantage, each volley claimed the lives of 7 or 8 knights. While most of the retaliatory arrows either struck tree trunks or the ground, only a few accurately aimed arrows were deftly avoided by the enemy with astonishing agility. Without Rumen, Lawrence's remarkable performance, the guard's line would surely have collapsed under the pressure. The enemy's arrows were coated with a paralyzing toxin, and even a mere graze could render a robust man helpless within seconds. Even a knight imbued with martial energy would struggle to endure for long. However, for the fearsome knight, now transformed into an undead being, the troubles posed by poisoned arrows were no more bothersome than the sting of a mosquito. After enduring rounds of concentrated fire, Rumen had become akin to a hedgehog, bristling with arrows. Yet his movements showed no signs of slowing. That he continued to roar like thunder, galloping forth, trampling and tearing through the enemy lines. Countless dark elf scouts fell to Rumen's black broadsword, while those sisters of blood who charged forth to grapple with him met with merciless strikes, collisions, and trampling hooves, all falling lifelessly to the ground. Once again, as Rumen drove away a group of dark elf scouts, and then turned his body, leaning down from his steed to deliver a masterful downward cut that cleaved a sister of blood from head to chest, the commander, speaking in a coarse and jarring dark elven tongue, could no longer contain herself, cursing as she leapt from her hidden vantage among the trees. Black giant, let me be your opponent. The commander, a tall and graceful dark elf woman, nearly matched Rumen in stature, wielded 2 serrated short swords, and wore intricately crafted black chainmail, the tightly linked rings moving without a sound, as smooth and supple as satin. Rumen narrowed his eyes, sensing a subtle aura of danger emanating from her. A worthy opponent to reveal my name to, he said in a low, gravelly voice. I am Rumen, Lawrence, the Bramble Breaker. And you, woman, who are you? Do you wish to know who will kill you? Black giant, my name is Diana. Blood dance, the commander replied in the common tongue, her voice soft and melodious, tinged with a degree of subtle seduction. Are you prepared to face death? A hint of derision flickered in Rumen's gaze. I am always prepared. Woman, though I fear you lack the strength. No sooner had he spoken than the fearsome knight kicked his steed's belly, the mount letting out a long whinny as it charged toward Diana. Blood dance, she revealed a restrained smirk. standing still until the steed was less than 2 meters away, then suddenly pivoted and spun rapidly, her serrated short swords emitting a piercing shriek. Rumen frowned slightly, then without hesitation swung his sword. The blade slicing into the whirling figure before him, but it felt akin to cutting through a black whirlwind, encountering no resistance. The two passed by each other, appearing unharmed. However, after taking a few steps, Rumen sensed something amiss. His steed trembled beneath him, collapsing in a heap, its neck marked by deep gashes down to the bone, dark blood oozing from the wounds. Even the undead warhorse could not withstand the relentless stabbing of Diana. Blooddance's dual blades, the necromantic fire in its eyes extinguished at some point. The fearsome knight tumbled to the ground but quickly rose again, kneeling on one knee, his black broadsword swinging in a ferocious horizontal slash. Several sisters of blood, seizing the moment to charge, stumbled backward in disarray before the sword's gleam, while the one at the front, unable to evade, screamed in despair as she crossed her short swords over her chest in a futile attempt to resist the terrifying blade. The black broadsword effortlessly shattered the dark elf's fragile defense, followed by her delicate wrist, the blade sinking deep into her chest, nearly cleaving the slender sister of blood in two. With an enraged shout, Diana, Blooddance surged forward like a whirlwind, her two serrated short swords unleashing a flurry of crimson lightning, tearing at Rumen's defenses from every angle, as if she had sprouted 6 or 7 arms. Each wielding a serrated short sword, Rumen stood firm, his counterattacks equally fierce. The black broadsword sliced through the air with a whistle, the blood upon its blades scattering like raindrops in a hot wind. Although the frequency of his strikes was low, each blow significantly undermined Diana, Blooddance's ferocious assault. Stripped of his mount, Rumen, Lawrence displayed a strength more formidable than when on horseback, a development Diana, Blooddance had not anticipated. Her death dance intensified, the flickering sword lights reminiscent of shooting stars, seemingly granting her absolute advantage. Yet beneath the surface of her aggressive dominance lay Rumen's increasingly fierce counterattacks, while the surface of his black armor bore numerous shiny scars from the serrated short swords. It sustained no true damage. Conversely, Diana's exquisite chainmail, though protected by magical strength, suffered severe consequences from 2 strikes of the black broadsword. Though unharmed, the violent impacts left her body aching and numb, hampering her ability to execute the swift assaults of her bloody dance. Meanwhile, the actions against the carriage were also fraught with difficulties. Initially, the Dark Elves had gained the upper hand through their ambush, firmly pressing the guard knights around the carriage. Yet their progress halted there. Subsequent assaults saw the attackers suffering greater losses. Jedi, Lux's dark banners conjured an absolute barrier of darkness extending several meters around the carriage, impervious even to the Dark Elves' infrared night vision, rendering their sharp-ranged attacks ineffective. A contingent of elite scouts and Sisters of Blood attempted to traverse the shadowy shield, but under Jedi Lux's stern command, they fell victim to a storm of arrows. The setbacks faced by the attacking forces momentarily distracted Diana, Blooddance. This was but a minor lapse, within the span of 2 heartbeats. She regained her focus and resumed her combat stance. Sensing an opportunity, Rumen, Lawrence lunged forward with a decisive step, executing 2 thrusts in quick succession, followed by a ferocious horizontal slash from left to right. Each assault fueled by his full strength, disregarding the immense toll on his martial energy. Having barely managed to block the 2 thrusts, Diana found her once perfect defense exposed to a significant flaw. The momentum of his dual-handed horizontal cut was overwhelming. She had no choice but to lean back and flip away, swiftly rolling to evade the threat of the black broadsword. In the next moment, Diana, Blooddance sprang into action, crossing her swords in a defensive stance, prepared to counter Rumen's imminent onslaught. Although the tide of battle had shifted against her, she did not lose faith in her victory. This was a crisis, but also an opportunity, for an aggressive assault would inevitably reveal greater vulnerabilities than a defensive stance. However, to her astonishment, the fearsome knight not only refrained from pursuing but also cautiously began to retreat. Preparing to rejoin those guarding the carriage, Diana Blooddance's gaze sharpened. If this troublesome black-armored knight managed to unite with the guards, the ambush would undoubtedly be a complete failure. Killing a few guards would hardly be deemed a victory. Rather, it would represent a significant defeat. Every noble in Westwind County was aware that only Viscount Thomadin had established a cordial relationship with the Dark Elves, and to assert that this ambush bore no connection to the Eye of the Death was a claim even a fool would not believe. Wait a moment. You big black one, I have a proposal, Diana Blooddance suddenly proclaimed, her voice resonating across the battlefield. A suggestion to resolve our current predicament. Rumen halted, his response echoing through the gaps in his visor. Deep and powerful. Woman, What is your proposal? The Dark Elves have always held a profound respect for the strong, particularly for robust men. Diana Blooddance gracefully advanced, her tongue lightly caressing her crimson lips, revealing a suggestive and alluring smile. You have earned my admiration. Big Black One. I now offer you an opportunity. If you are willing to lower your longsword, I shall permit you to engage me with another weapon of your choice. Chapter 68, Plans Foiled. Blood-Soaked Breakout, Part 1. Even amidst the perilous clamor of battle, upon hearing the enticing invitation from the strikingly beautiful and voluptuous dark elf directed at Rumen Lawrence, Jedi Lux found it nearly impossible to suppress his amusement. Accept her offer. Sir Rumen, this is an exceptionally rare opportunity. Jedi rose from the driver's seat of the carriage, cupping his hands around his mouth to shout, "Let her experience the prowess of your black short sword." A ripple of suppressed laughter arose from the crowd, though tinged with tension, laughter nonetheless. Short sword. Rumen Lawrence snapped, turning his head in irritation, disregarding the enemy so near at hand. Diana Blooddance instinctively tightened her grip on her sword's hilt, then gradually relaxed. This could be a trap, she thought. There may be better opportunities ahead. Women I have been intimate with do not share such sentiments. This is indeed a longsword. And I possess ample stamina. Rumen Lawrence's voice boomed through the dense forest, eliciting laughter even from the Dark Elves. Oh, it shouldn't take long, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, no more than that. Jedi spread his arms, his mocking tone inciting another wave of uncontrollable chuckles among the guard warriors. Then let you all witness. Rumen furiously sheathed his heavy sword, glaring at Diana Blooddance. Or shall we engage in this contest, woman? A mysterious smile played upon Diana Blooddance's lips. If you do not mind, right here will suffice, Big Black One. As she spoke, she sheathed her 2 serrated short swords, placing her hands upon the first buckle of her golden chainmail. Surely you are not afraid to remove that suit of iron. This is a trap, Rumen cautioned himself, yet he could not help but swallow hard. His throat constricting. After becoming the fearsome knight, he had believed he would no longer feel his heartbeat. Yet at that moment, was that thunderous sound merely an illusion? Who was afraid to shed their armor? Rumen declared, as he unfastened the clasp of his shoulder cloak, allowing the finely crafted black velvet cloak, adorned with silver thread, to crumple at his feet. He then removed his helmet, cradling it in the crook of his right arm. Rumen Lawrence never shies away from a challenge. Are you prepared? Woman. With his left hand, he unlatched the ring of his breastplate, which resounded as the black steel armor opened, revealing his pale, muscular chest. This man, has he not even donned a leather lining? A peculiar thought flashed through Diana Blooddance's mind. Only to be swiftly suppressed, the blood dancer suddenly raised her right hand, palm outward, signaling a pressing gesture. With this movement, a remarkably sharp whistling sound sliced through the air from the dense forest behind her. Rumen Lawrence barely had time to react as a black arrow pierced through his bare chest, eliciting a low, muffled groan from him, before he toppled like an oak struck by lightning. A despicable trap. A roar of anguish erupted from Jedi Lux, charged forth. Avenge Sir Rumen. Following, an oval-shaped black object flew from his hand, exploding beside Diana Blooddance, sending dark red flames and scorching shockwaves erupting around her. The blood dancer's reflexes were astonishing, almost simultaneously with the explosion. She elegantly glided backward, only stumbling slightly as she regained her footing. All scouts, form up and prepare. No shooting without orders. As the sound of galloping hooves erupted in her ears, a victorious smile graced Diana Blooddance's lips. Signaling with a series of intricate gestures, Blood Sisters cut off their retreat. The footsteps behind her were chaotic yet soft, barely louder than the sound of squirrels scampering across snow. The Dark Elves' adeptness at stealth was fully displayed as, almost instantaneously upon the order, countless figures darted silently, vanishing into the dense shadows of the trees. Diana Blooddance awaited confidently, anticipating the furious humans charging into the deadly trap she had prepared. Yet, despite the crescendo of shouts, curses, and footfalls from the darkened area ahead crashing like tidal waves, 5 full minutes passed without a single soul emerging from the shadows, brandishing swords and knives. This caused the smile on Diana Blooddance's lips to stiffen, a wave of doubt swelling within her. Send a few forward to assess the situation, she commanded in Dark Elf sign language. 3 scouts then departed from their concealed positions, forming a small triangular formation as they cautiously advanced. The equipment of these Dark Elf scouts surpassed that of ordinary human soldiers. Their gray-green hoods possessed enhanced stealth capabilities. Their fitted leather armor was exquisitely crafted, reinforced at critical points with metal rivets, augmenting defense without hindering movement. and equipped with poisoned daggers and hand crossbows, granting them considerable strength in both ranged and melee combat. In Diana Blooddance estimation, this elite triangular formation of scouts should be sufficient to confront a human knight, or at the very least, hold their ground for several minutes. However, her assumptions were ruthlessly shattered by a black heavy sword, just as the triangular formation neared the area shrouded by the dark banners. A corpse lying on the ground suddenly sprang to life. Rumen Lawrence, with an arrow protruding from his chest, mercilessly swung his sword in a horizontal arc, cleaving the two dark elf scouts behind him in half. Their piercing screams filled the air. Before the severed bodies could descend, the fearsome knight charged forward, kicking aside the third scout who had just turned, then thrusting the heavy sword downwards, impaling her through the chest into the ground. "Foolish woman," Rumen Lawrence mouthed to Diana Blooddance, "you afforded us a full 5 minutes." The blood dancer let out a furious shriek, her step swift as the wind as she lunged forward. Yet this time, Rumen exhibited no interest in engaging with his sword. Instead, he made a gesture indicating slit the throat, before turning and vanishing into the area cloaked in darkness. Diana Blooddance halted, her exquisite features contorted, her teeth grinding in rage, clearly pushed to the brink. Yet she understood the importance of restraint. Even as a master of night combat, the Dark Elves could not unleash their full strength in an environment devoid of visibility. Recklessly charging into an unknown area wrought by magic would only result in needless losses. Listening to Rumen Lawrence's heavy footsteps fade away, and the cacophony behind the dark area abruptly silencing as if severed by a blade, Diana Blooddance took a deep breath, suppressing the raging flames of fury within her. "This is merely the beginning of a nightmare. Big black one. With mere luck, and your peculiar undead form, you have escaped from my grasp. But you shall encounter foes far more terrifying than I." A beautiful, yet somewhat apprehensive smile returned to her face. "Which of my sisters will claim your proud head? The blood sorceress Vena, the Nightshade, the blood nun Vivian, the Terror, or perhaps the nameless Dread, the High Matron of Morcerlin, the Weaver of Souls, Lady Charles Banray?" Chapter 69, Plans Foiled, Blood-Soaked Breakout Part 2. The carriage raced forward uncontrollably, heedless of the entanglements posed by the dense surrounding forest, skillfully dodging only the robust trees that could spell disaster. Jedi Lux, seated at the reins, loosely held the reins with one hand while gripping the carriage frame tightly with the other, relying solely on sheer willpower to command the 4 spectral steeds to gallop at full speed. Snow-laden branches lashed out at him like intersecting whips, and although the defensive magic woven into his robe remained effective, several slashes tore through his hood, leaving thin crimson lines across his cheeks. Once again, the air was pierced by the anguished cries of both man and steed. A cavalryman failed to evade the gnarled branch that protruded from the side, resulting in a catastrophic collision that entangled both horse and rider. Steel and leather, flesh and blood into a chaotic amalgam, Jedi showed no signs of hesitation, urging his warhorse onward as the wagon careened wildly, surging over the obstacles formed by roots and scattered stones. Finally coming to a halt at the base of a gently sloping hill, overgrown with dry grass, the wagon could force its way through the dense thickets and thorns, yet it was powerless against the winding and treacherous mountain paths. Jedi leapt down from the driver's seat, moved to the side of the wagon, and pulled the door open with great effort. Miss Felicity, disoriented from the violent jolting, nearly stumbled out of the carriage. Bending over and retching towards the ground, Scholar Penny fared slightly better, though her face had paled and taken on a sickly hue, clearly struggling to maintain composure. Only Miss Della appeared vibrant and cheerful, her smile radiant, brimming with a sense of exhilaration. "What a thrill! How dashing! This is what adventure is all about," Miss Della exclaimed, brandishing her mithril wand above her head, unleashing a crackling arc of electricity. "What an exhilarating journey! This is simply splendid. Jedi Lux, you are a true hero." Jedi's expression, however, bore no semblance of excitement. "I would rather not be such a hero." His gaze drifted back down the path they had traversed, observing the exhausted warhorses and their equally fatigued riders converging towards him, at least half of whom had lost their helmets and shields during the frantic gallop, clutching only their swords tightly. 73, 74, 75. Jedi silently tallied the number of survivors, his expression growing increasingly grave until it was ashen. "We have lost over a third of our personnel, and all our supply wagons. This is utterly disastrous." Sir Houghton, riding from the rear of the formation, approached, sweat streaming down his face, yet his demeanor remained composed. "Rumen Lawrence has not returned," he reported to Jedi in a low voice. his accent thick with a foreign tongue. "Master, what shall we do now?" Jedi surveyed the surroundings, the hills dotted with gray pebbles buried beneath a layer of snow, alongside withered grass and dark green shrubs. A wind, laden with damp coldness, wafted gently, and as the twilight deepened, no shadow of dark elf scouts appeared, at least not at this moment. "Let us pause here to allow the warhorses to rest while we await any stragglers," Jedi instructed in a somber tone. "Houghton, you lead a group of uninjured soldiers to stand guard. If you encounter the enemy, do not engage, simply retreat and sound the horn as a warning." Houghton nodded, removing the horn adorned with silver bands from his saddle. "I shall sound it upon encountering the dark elves," he affirmed with determination. "Shall we prepare for an ambush?" Jedi shook his head. "The enemy's numbers are unknown, and they are already prepared. Lingering here will only result in greater losses." His gaze swept over the wagon laden with poison crossbow bolts. "That insidious trap has cost us nearly half our forces. We cannot afford further losses." "Understood. I will comply with the orders," Houghton replied, thumping his chest plate before leading a contingent of uninjured cavalry back towards the path they had come. The metallic clash and the cries of the dying erupted abruptly after nearly a minute, heralding their encounter with the pursuing dark elves. Jedi listened intently. The screams and the clang of swords were alarmingly brief, accompanied only by the rustling of dry leaves carried by the wind. There was no warning horn. "It seems Sir Houghton has dealt with the enemies he encountered," Jedi declared with certainty. "Everyone, quickly check on the condition of your mounts. Those injured should tend to each other's wounds. Scholar Penny, please provide the healing salve." Scholar Penny appeared as though she had just awakened from a nightmare, her gaze vacant and her breaths coming in great gasps. Yet she did not forget to open her specially designed pack, retrieving pre-mixed coagulation powder and bruise ointment. "By the gods, who are those black elves? Why do they attack us?" "They are dark elves, an evil race from the underground realms. May the eternal sleeper Kulshar judge all wicked souls," Jedi replied in a grave tone. "In the entire Griffin Empire, only the death god, Viscount Tomadin, can command these dark-skinned fiends. It appears some do not wish to see Miss Felicity safely reach the capital of Fairmire." Miss Felicity, having just suppressed the urge to retch, narrowed her eyes at his words. "Master Jedi, do you mean to say that Viscount Tomadin seeks my life?" "Not your life, Miss Felicity, but the life of the sole heir of the Hoffman family. A threat to anyone who holds sway over the port city of Elias." Jedi gritted his teeth. "I underestimated my opponent's resolve. Alas, I wish we had chosen to head towards Westwind County's capital instead." "No, Master Jedi, we would have lost in that case as well. Although that route was safer, it would have consumed far too much time." The worst-case scenario unfolded before them, yet Miss Felicity remained calm. The heir nurtured by the Hoffman family was not a mere stone without merit, but rather one yet to be polished, unable to shine in its own right. "Now that we have broken through the enemy's ambush, in that sense, we are the victors. Perseverance until the end constitutes true victory." Jedi cast a meaningful glance towards the path they had taken. "Let us wait 2 more minutes. When the time is up, regardless of whether Sir Houghton returns, we shall make our way towards the echoing abyss." A resounding horn split the wind, sending a chilling sense of dread into the hearts of all. Soon after, the sound of thunderous hooves echoed in the twilight, drawing ever closer. "All mount up," Jedi bellowed, simultaneously severing the ropes binding the draft horses with his dagger. "Scholar Penny, stay close to me. Miss Della, I entrust Miss Felicity's safety to you. Protect her for the sake of your grandest adventure." "No problem. I shall make every dark-skinned elf who seeks to take advantage taste the wrath of the heavens." Miss Della's cheerful voice rang out, the rebellious daughter of the Westwind County lord nimbly vaulting onto her steed, her agility rivaling that of a seasoned warrior. Sir Houghton's figure galloped into view amidst the dusk, followed by one rider, then a second, a third, of the 10 elite cavalrymen who had returned with him. Only 4 made it back, yet one of the mounts bore Rumen Lawrence, helmetless, with a bloody dark elf head hanging from its neck. "They are closing in fast, those dark ones," Sir Houghton reported calmly. "There are about 200 of them. We nearly didn't make it back. They appeared suddenly. And had it not been for Rumen," Jedi nodded slightly. "Regroup, Sir Houghton," he instructed, then turned to Rumen, whose chest was drenched in dark blood. "Rumen, how severely are you injured?" Rumen lifted his dark sword, delivering a powerful downward swing. "No serious harm. I can take down another dozen dark ones without issue," he declared with confidence, then tossed the severed head tied to the horse's neck to Jedi. This fellow was an excellent marksman. At least 3 of Sir Houghton's men felt of his aim. "I took an arrow for him. Consider it a gift." Jedi suppressed the urge to retch, his expression icy as he accepted the grotesque and horrifying offering, while Penny, seated behind him, appeared pale, on the verge of vomiting. "Rumen, have you lost your mind?" Jedi remarked with a teasing tone. "I seem to lack a penchant for collecting head trophies." "Well, I've given it to you now. If you plan to dispose of it, feel free to pass it along to someone else." Rumen shrugged, his response laden with implication. Jedi's eyes brightened. "By the eternal sleeper Kolshar, that is indeed a splendid idea." He clasped the sides of the head with his fingers, murmuring a few hoarse, eerie, and indistinct incantations before tossing it back into Rumen's embrace. "Hang this gift in the most conspicuous place, and leave a note. Hopefully, it will entice some dark elf leader to come and make contact." Rumen nodded. But before he could respond, his body suddenly jolted, an arrowhead bursting forth from his chest. "Damn it, those dark ones are faster than anticipated," he shouted. "Hurry, we must flee. I'll hold them off." No sooner had he spoken than another crossbow bolt whizzed past Rumen's head, nearly unseating a rider. Jedi immediately turned his horse around. "Rumen, do not linger. Go, go, hurry," he shouted sternly, simultaneously casting a spell of dark banners to cloak the retreating group as they hastily ascended the hill. Racing into the vastness of the encroaching night. Chapter 70, The Refuge Cave, Attacked Again, Part 1. The group advanced through the murky haze, the sky a dismal gray, the air biting cold. Sir Houghton led the way at the forefront, flanked by 2 aspiring knights from the Westwind County Militia, while Jedi Lux accompanied the 3 ladies, even Miss Della unable to display any semblance of excitement. A spectre clad in tattered black robes trailed at the rear of the procession. The fearsome Knight Rumen? Lawrence ultimately could not catch up to join them, which cast a heavy pall over the hearts of all. Jedi Lux was the sole individual untroubled by concerns for Rumen, for, just 2 hours prior, Mr. Dish within the Eternal Castle had conveyed a fragmented, yet unmistakably certain message. Rumen, Lawrence's soul had safely returned to the Hall of Heroes, where, after a fortnight of recuperation, he would reappear before Jedi. Although the fearsome knight could endure unimaginable injuries, he was not immortal. The outcome of his solitary retreat was, all things considered, relatively favorable. Yet, while Jedi need not continue to fret over his friend's safety, he was acutely aware that, at least for the next fortnight, he would be deprived of Rumen, Lawrence's assistance. Under such circumstances, the news brought little in the way of uplifting spirits. The elite cavalry guarding the carriage had dwindled to a mere 20. Yet their mounts remained largely intact, with a surplus in number ensuring they would not have to rely solely on their own legs for travel. However, aside from the 4 steeds transformed into undead by Jedi's sacrificial resurrection spell, the remaining horses were gasping for breath, staggering, their exhaustion suggesting that a collapse was merely a matter of time. Fearing the relentless pursuit of dark elves, the party, under the cloak of night, traversed the treacherous, uneven mountain paths, each step requiring utmost caution. A misstep onto loose stones or a stumble over roots could result in a broken neck, or worse, an ankle. The latter would usher in an unbearable wait for despair. For all were utterly fatigued, unable to assist a fallen comrade, leaving only pain salves, weapons for protection, and a meager supply of food for them to await the final judgment from the heavens and fate in the darkness. The snow fell increasingly thick, though the flakes were invisible to the eye. Jedi could feel them pelting his cheeks with growing ferocity. Is there a way within necromancy to ward off the cold? He pondered with a mind growing ever more sluggish, mechanically moving forward. Damn it, the dead fear not the chill. If only Mage Lakos were here, at least he understands a few novice-level fire spells. Suddenly, the procession halted, and a deep, penetrating voice resonated from Nighthal. Tianli, we should take a moment to rest, Master Jedi. It is impossible to proceed in such weather, and the same holds true for the Dark Elves. Jedi wiped the snow or perhaps sweat from his face, he could not discern. All was simply wet and biting cold. Very well, but not here, he rasped in reply. It is too frigid, and there is nothing to kindle warmth. By morning, most will surely perish from the cold. I can hold on. I will search for a sheltered spot ahead, proposed the squire. No, conserve your strength. I shall find a solution. Jedi flexed his stiff fingers and cast lowly life detection. Ahead that a faint red glow provided no warmth, yet returned information on all feeble creatures within several meters. The second spell was sacrificial resurrection. Moments later, several grotesque serpents, adorned with ghostly blue spines, slithered through the frozen earth, their pairs of eyes glowing with a faint green light, gazing silently at him. Seek a place to shield us from the wind and cold, Jedi commanded. In truth, his frozen mind had nearly overlooked that the resurrected beings required only thought to operate. After about 10 minutes, one of the spined serpents coiled back. These creatures, with their exceedingly low intelligence, lacked the ability for verbal communication but could project all they saw into the caster's mind. Approximately 100 meters ahead, there lies a natural cave where we can rest, Jedi announced, relaying the encouraging news. Let us press on. Once we arrive, we can light a fire and roast horse meat. The flicker of hope invigorated those on the brink of freezing, urging them to muster their last reserves of strength as they staggered forward. Though they did not progress much faster than before, the howling winds carried snowflakes that lashed against Jedi's cheeks and fingers. The night deepened, stars obscured. Without the glow of torches, visibility diminished to almost nothing. The 2 spells he had cast had nearly drained all his mental energy. A sharp pain throbbed in his forehead, and only then did the boy realize he was not a grand archmage, but merely a novice in necromancy. Dazed and unsteady, he trudged onward, unwittingly falling to the back of the group. Due to extreme fatigue and blind trust in Master Jedi, no one noticed this, including Night Hal, Tianli, who had vowed to follow him. Suddenly, Jedi's right foot slipped on a shifting stone. Ordinarily, he would have nimbly evaded it, yet this time he tumbled headlong into a drift of snow. To his astonishment, he found the snowbank surprisingly warm and comfortable, as if he were immersed in soothing hot water, lulling him into a drowsy state, just as he was on the verge of surrendering to slumber. A chilling, eerie presence enveloped him, followed by an ethereal figure halting before him. "Rise, Jedi." Lux, an unfamiliar, aged voice echoed in the boy's ear. "The boy who tricked me into demise should not meet such an end. Arise. It is unbecoming." It was Master Sopa. Jedi shivered, instinctively scrambling to his feet. He found himself staring into the spectral sorcerer's eyes, ablaze with ghostly green flames. Several seconds passed before he exhaled slowly, realizing those eyes bore no glimmer of wisdom, only boundless void and hunger. Such is the nature of all undead. Is this a dying hallucination, or the guidance of fate? Jedi chuckled cynically, straining to stand. The specter possessed no corporeal form. It could neither offer assistance nor shield him from the elements. Yet Jedi felt an unfamiliar strength surge within him, propelling him to march forward resolutely. After navigating around a protruding gray rock, an irregular cave entrance appeared ahead. Night Hal, Tianli paced anxiously at the cave's mouth, seemingly torn between retracing his steps to seek the lagging Jedi, Lux, or lingering uncertainly. For in his mind, Master Jedi wielded formidable and enigmatic spells. Not even this tempest could harm him, let alone a raging sea or the fall of stars. As Jedi, Lux's figure finally came into view. "How?" Tianli sighed with relief, a self-deprecating smile creeping onto his face for his earlier, unwarranted concern. "Master Jedi, do you have any commands?" Jedi, wordlessly waving his hand, found that the newfound energy had dissipated, leaving him too drained to speak. He staggered a few steps forward, enveloped by the warm darkness. Compared to the biting wind and snow outside the cave, this place felt like a divine sanctuary. He collapsed almost straight into the hard stone floor, plunging into a deep, dreamless slumber. Chapter 71. The Refuge Cave, A Second Attack, Part 2. An intense aroma of roasted horse meat roused Jedi Lux from the depths of his sleep. The boy opened his eyes to the bright glow of the campfire illuminating the gray rock walls, warmth washing over him, prompting him to squint in pleasure. During his slumber, Night Hal, Tianli had taken the initiative to issue commands and manage various tasks. Jedi vaguely recalled that this place had initially been barren. Yet now multiple campfires flickered, and the cave's innermost recesses were piled high with gathered twigs and leaves, ample to sustain the fires until dawn. 2 wounded warhorses had been swiftly dispatched, their most succulent portions cut away and skewered on makeshift roasting forks crafted from branches. Several cleaned horse bones bobbed in a makeshift pot formed from chest plates, simmering with some chopped herbs. The rich aroma of the broth, while less potent than the roasted meat, was even more soothing and inviting, enough to rouse even the dying. However, not everyone could endure the grueling trek through the blizzard. Jedi noticed that the number of guards had diminished further, yet thankfully, Scholars Penny, Miss Felicity, and Miss Della had managed to persevere with the help of others. The latter was even awake, wielding a rudimentary wooden fork. Imitating Night Hal, Tianli's actions earnestly as she roasted a tender piece of horse meat. Jedi cleared his throat, feeling his stomach cramping in protest. "How long have I slept?" he inquired, his voice hoarse, startling even himself. "Until the following morning. It has been a full 8 hours since you fell asleep, Night Hal." Tianli replied respectfully, pausing his work. Thanks to the magic, this cave is exceedingly concealed and safe. We could not be found. Ah, our master Jedi has finally awakened. Miss Della exclaimed, waving the roasting fork before Jedi. Haha. Would you care to taste my roasted meat? However, I must apologize. Even if you are a master of magic, you will have to roast your own meat for sustenance now. Jedi displayed an apologetic smile, suddenly lunging forward like a flash of lightning to take a hearty bite of the large piece of horse meat. Miss Della let out a shriek, swiftly retracting the roasting fork, her eyes widening in disbelief at the substantial bite taken out of it. Jedi chewed the horse meat with abandon, barely able to conceal his smug grin. To be frank, the flavor of the roasted horse meat left much to be desired. The texture of the trained warhorse was far coarser than that of beef, lacking the salinity of salt, and it had been slightly overcooked. Yet perhaps due to his ravenous hunger, Jedi found the taste imbued with the sweetness of victory more tantalizing than even the most meticulously prepared roast pig. How infuriating. I never eat anything that has been bitten by someone else. Miss Della glared furiously at the grinning Jedi, her pupils reflecting the firelight, flickering with vibrant orange-red hues. You've gotten lucky this time. Ah, I had intended for Sister Penny and Sister Felicity to sample my roasting skills. Jedi nimbly grasped the roasting fork that Miss Della had nearly tossed into the campfire, bringing it to his mouth for another big bite. Mumbling somewhat indistinctly, Scholar Penny and Miss Felicity do not possess your remarkable resilience, Miss Della. You see, even several rigorously trained elite warriors are still unable to rise. Are you implying that my resilience is akin to that of a monster? Miss Della shot up indignantly, protesting vehemently. Yet before she could finish her retort, a peculiar expression suddenly crossed her face, and her knees buckled as she collapsed forward. Instinctively, Jedi clasped his hands together, catching Miss Della in his embrace, only to soon discover the exquisite black bolt embedded in her back, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Time seemed to freeze for a moment before Jedi's voice rang out sharply, "Poisoned arrow." It's the Dark Elves. His shout appeared to activate some hidden mechanism, and outside the cave, curses in the Dark Elf tongue erupted, followed by a dozen Dark Elf assassins clad in black leather armor bursting forth from the shadows. The Spectre sorcerer stationed at the cave entrance spread his arms wide, unleashing a chilling cry that froze the souls of several assassins, causing them to tremble and halt. Nevertheless, more figures surged past the sorcerer, darting beyond the campfire towards the recently awakened Miss Felicity, who stood paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. Sir Haoshanli almost simultaneously turned around, unable to draw his sword in time, brandishing the roasting fork and engaging the incoming foes in a chaotic melee. The hefty roasted horse meat struck one Dark Elf assassin squarely on the cheek, splattering hot oil across his face. The assassin screamed, shutting his eyes and retreating, only to receive a fierce kick from Sir Haoshanli, sending him tumbling into a pile of campfire. The air soon filled with the sounds of struggles and anguished cries. However, Sir Haoshanli could only intercept 2 or 3 opponents, even with the assistance of 2 squire knights and a dozen soldiers who had regained their wits. They could not prevent the onslaught of all the assassins. One Dark Elf assassin broke through the heavy blockade, standing before Miss Felicity, his dark visage, marked by elven features, contorted into a sinister smile. His abyssal eyes reflecting the flames of the campfire, and his lips, pressed into a thin line, resembled a scar weeping blood. Miss Felicity let out another scream, desperately curling backward. The Dark Elf assassin emitted a victorious cry, raising his poisoned dagger high, its blade sharp as a razor, tainted with a sinister azure huein. The next instant, Miss Felicity suddenly drew a dagger from beneath her skirt, thrusting it forward, the blade piercing the unguarded abdomen of the Dark Elf assassin, then angling upward to carve a grotesque gash across his chest. The assassin's victorious shout morphed into a wretched scream, quickly turning into a rattling sound as his throat filled with the blood that gushed forth. Miss Felicity stepped back, watching as the Dark Elf assassin sank to his knees, soon succumbing in silence. Although the cave was filled with a cacophony of sounds, shouts, curses, the clash of blades, the cries of the wounded, and the dying's lament, it seemed that Jedi Lux heard none of it, his gaze fixed intently on Miss Della's face as it grew increasingly pale. At least for now, Miss Della was still alive. Her chest rose and fell faintly, her breath laboring on. Yet the means to save her were limited. The Dark Elf clan was renowned as masters of poison, employing a myriad of toxic substances with varying effects, broadly categorized into 2 types: those that incapacitate and weaken, and those that induce swift death. The poisoned arrow that struck Miss Della's back bore the characteristics of a fast-acting lethal toxin. Under Scholar Penny's adept hands, the arrow had already been extracted, followed by the most orthodox method of bloodletting, making a horizontal incision across the wound and then crossing with a vertical cut to expel the poisoned blood. However, this merely delayed Miss Della's descent into eternal night. The nature of this toxin was particularly insidious, having seeped deep into her bloodstream, rendering complete extraction impossible. Scholar Penny began to sob softly, while Jedi stood up, his right hand clutching the unfinished roasted horse meat, his icy gaze sweeping over the assailants. Sir Haoshiamli, and the rest, clear the area. He stepped forward, making a decisive gesture. I will make these dark-skinned fiends taste fear. In the ensuing minutes, the cave transformed into a stage for Jedi Lux to unleash his necromantic magic. Negative energy rays inflicted debilitating suffering upon the enemies. Dark banners disoriented them, leaving them unaware of their surroundings. Cadaver explosions transformed the corpses beneath into deadly traps. The allure of the deceased conjured an array of mystifying magical sigils, leaving many dark elf assassins standing dumbfounded at the sight, and sacrifice and resurrection turned the dying dark elf assassins into terrifying zombie warriors, wielding razor-sharp bone scimitars against their former comrades. In less than 5 minutes, the cave fell utterly silent, save for the weighty sound of Jedi Lux's breathing. All the dark elf assassins who had attacked lay dead beneath the onslaught of the boy's unleashed necromantic spells, with scarcely a body remaining intact, aside from the Spectre Sorcerer, who lacked the capacity for fear. Sir Haoshiamli was the only one able to meet Jedi Lux's icy, deathly gaze. Master Jedi, they have all been eliminated. The enemy is no more. His stilted common tongue seemed to awaken the suppressed emotions within Jedi, causing the chilling, enigmatic aura that had enveloped him to gradually dissipate. To save Miss Della's life, there remains but one final method. Upon regaining his composure, Jedi could not help but let out a long sigh. However, this method may carry significant risks. Miss Felicity, having just experienced an extraordinary surge of adrenaline in dispatching a life-threatening dark elf assassin, still had not recovered her color from the ashen pallor of shock. Despite being the heir to the Hoffman family, and having practiced swordsmanship and dagger techniques, even possessing a magical dagger concealed beneath her skirt, this was her first true engagement with an enemy. Upon hearing Jedi mention there was still a method left, Miss Felicity immediately expressed her agreement. I am uncertain whether this method will bring her regret, Master Jedi, but if we do not attempt it, she might not even have the chance to feel regret. Seeing Scholar Penny also nod in agreement, Jedi shook his head with a wry smile. We truly should not make decisions on behalf of Miss Della. However, we are now left with no choice. Sir Haoshiamli, he instructed his follower, prepare the defensive measures around the cave's perimeter, with sentries and double posts that I do not wish to undergo another sudden assault like that. I require a period of absolute silence. No one is to approach me to tend to Miss Della without my express permission. Your command shall be executed. Sir Haoshiamli struck his chest plate in affirmation. Jedi nodded, then lifted the barely conscious Miss Della, making his way deeper into the cave. Chapter 72. Time stasis, breaking the poison with the low, convoluted incantation resonating, wisps of gray-white mist coalesced before him, swirling and intertwining to form a vortex that was both ethereal and tangible. A white light from the tranquil realm slowly emanated from the core of the vortex, materializing into a delicate projection of an eternal castle. This marked Jedi Lux's second casting of the Shadow Passage spell, and compared to the harrowing dizziness that had nearly drained his mental faculties during the previous attempt, this time the expenditure was considerably lessened. After a fleeting moment of weakness, Jedi Lux distinctly felt the environment shift. The damp, chilly atmosphere unique to the cave faded away, replaced by the crisp, refreshing air of the Eternal Castle. That Mr. Dish did not appear in the gray hall of the Eternal Castle as he had during Jedi's previous visits. At the end of the staircase lies the desolate throne of the Lord, where a headless knight stands to the right of the seat. Above the knight's neck, there is nothing but emptiness, and his exquisite golden armor is adorned with intricate, ancient magical runes. In the crook of the knight's left arm rests a fearsome helmet shaped like a lion, its hollow eye sockets ablaze with a dark crimson glow akin to smoldering embers. His right hand supports a remarkably simple spear, approximately 2.5 meters long, slightly shorter than the standard infantry spear, devoid of embellishments or banners. The spearhead resembles a slender willow leaf, its edge exceedingly sharp, with a flickering bluish light dancing upon its tip, instilling a chilling sensation in the hearts of onlookers. Jedi inhaled quietly, feeling no trace of presence from the headless knight. As if closing his eyes would render the throne beside him non-existent, perhaps in the days of his Naved as a mere attendant at the sounding bell inn, he would have been oblivious to the implications of such a sight. However, having encountered numerous knights, sorcerers, and other powerful beings, the boy now understood that this signified the headless knight's prowess had transcended realms beyond his comprehension. Sensing Jedi Lux's hesitation, the headless knight leaned his spear against the armrest of the throne, crossing his arms over his chest, and executed a perfectly formal knightly salute. Esteemed acting lord of the castle, he intoned in a hollow, dry, and emotionless voice. I am the military leader of the Eternal Fortress, Count Coy. Steward, at your service. Jedi exhaled quietly. Count Steward, he began, only to be interrupted coldly by the headless knight. It is Count Steward, esteemed acting lord. The unfortunate acting lord stammered. Very well, Count Steward. Do you know where Master Dish Frederick is at present? Master Dish. The headless knight's tone seemed to harbor a barely perceptible hint of derision. Ah, he is currently in the laboratory at the pinnacle of the heroic spirit tower. However, I advise against disturbing him immediately, for during his alchemical experiments, he is notoriously the most dangerous and irrational of beings. But I must see him now. Jedi felt Miss Della's presence in his arm weakening rapidly, and he could not help but exclaim urgently, Then I shall escort you there. But the headless knight struck his armored chest again. I wish you luck, esteemed acting lord. Suddenly, the space before them warped and then unfurled again. Jedi stumbled, nearly losing his footing, but once he regained his balance, he found himself outside the Grey Hall, with the heroic spirit tower, pointing like a white sword towards the heavens, looming not far ahead. At its apex, a crackling orb of electricity flickered, sometimes illuminating a shadowy corner of the world, and at other times dimming, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. It appeared as if Master Dish had harnessed countless lightning bolts from the sky to fuel his alchemical experiment. Jedi could not suppress a swallow. He was uncertain of the dire consequences of interrupting Master Dish, yet he was certain that if he hesitated, Miss Della, already on the brink of death, would surely be lost. The moment of doubt lasted only a few seconds, after which Jedi steeled himself and hastened toward the grand entrance of the heroic spirit tower. Upon his approach, the two animated statues guarding the tower's entrance saluted with their swords. Hail. Esteemed acting lord, the laboratory on the 9th floor of the heroic spirit tower is currently sealed. However, all other operations are functioning normally. Please issue your command. Who issued the order to seal the laboratory? Jedi inquired loudly. It was the advisor who ordered it a week ago, responded one of the animated statues. Can I revoke this order? The red light in the eye sockets of the animated statue flickered rapidly. Seemingly engaged in some form of judgment, query results indicate that the esteemed acting lord possesses sufficient authority to revoke the sealing order. Then revoke the seal and notify Master Dish that I seek his assistance. It is of utmost importance. The two animated statues exchanged glances. We cannot fulfill your command. Esteemed acting lord, the order to revoke the seal must be issued personally to the main control statue of the alchemical laboratory. Jedi looked up in despair at the towering, heroic spirit tower, standing hundreds of meters high. Climbing the stairs would take too long. Is there no other way? There is, esteemed acting lord. The builders anticipated this possibility and specially designed the emergency ascent passage within the heroic spirit tower. The animated statue replied in a mechanical tone. Do you wish to proceed with its use? Of course. I need to reach the top of the tower as swiftly as possible. Jedi replied without hesitation, then suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Oh, wait just a moment. The application for the use of the emergency ascent passage has been approved. The emergency ascent procedure is now initiated. Jedi's reconsideration came too late. The two animated statues had seized his shoulders, fastening a pitch-black chain around his waist. Step 1 completed. Now commencing Step 2. An unimaginable force surged from his waist, and Jedi Lux could not stifle a cry of horror as he was abruptly yanked upward. The frigid wind rushing into his mouth, warping his voice into something unrecognizable. The heroic spirit tower stood over 300 meters tall. Ascending the spiral staircase would typically take at least 15 minutes. Yet Jedi completed the emergency ascent in mere seconds. A heavy statue plummeted from the tower's apex with astonishing speed, tethered by the dark chain to Jedi. This was the true nature of the so-called emergency ascent passage. When the statue crashed to the ground, Jedi's body jolted violently, accompanied by a cacophony of metal grinding against metal, and he staggered to a halt beneath the tower's summit. It took him several minutes to steady his racing heart. Then he grasped the bone railing before him and hoisted himself onto the platform. The railing appeared to be composed of many pale, slender bones, resembling a delicate and fragile spider's web. However, upon touching it, one would find its sturdiness far exceeded all expectations. After passing through a slightly ajar narrow door, Jedi arrived at the corridor outside the laboratory at the top of the heroic spirit tower. Several dragon-tooth soldiers stationed in the corridor immediately stood at attention, shields raised, bowing their heads in respect to Jedi, producing a sound akin to the rasp of bone against bone. Esteemed Acting Lord, the special guard of the 9th floor of the heroic spirit tower salutes you. Jedi waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze to the tightly shut bronze doors behind the soldiers. Has Master Dish's experiment not yet concluded? Indeed. We have received no new instructions. Open the doors. I must see Master Dish. Jedi stated succinctly. The captain of the dragon-tooth soldiers nodded without hesitation. Order acknowledged. Authority verification complete. Esteemed Acting Lord. Please follow me. The heavy bronze doors slowly creaked open under the combined effort of the dragon-tooth soldiers, a cloud of chilled mist billowing forth, accompanied by faint whispers reminiscent of phantoms. Jedi stifled the sudden wave of anxiety rising within him and followed closely behind the captain of the dragon-tooth soldiers into the depths of the laboratory. They traversed 3 layers of protective barriers, each requiring Jedi to issue commands in a clear voice. Before the final translucent barrier, shimmering with countless arcs of electricity, the captain of the dragon-tooth soldiers halted, his head turning at a bizarre angle to face Jedi. Esteemed Acting Lord, this barrier permits only you to pass. Master Dish is within. Jedi nodded. Wait here, he instructed, stepping forward. The arc barrier opened a gap wide enough for one person, and the air was infused with a freshness reminiscent of the world after a thunderstorm. Moments later, Jedi beheld Master Dish, robed in crimson, busily engaged at an alchemical workstation. The venerable old sorcerer was manipulating the dried forepaw of an unknown creature, secured at the center of the workstation. Surrounded by layers of magical circles radiating with various gleams. As Master Dish's gesture shifted, the magical circles flickered to life or dimmed, each activation releasing a cloud of virulent green gas or an indescribable gray light from the desiccated paw. Master Dish executed his final gesture, and several alchemical circles ignited simultaneously, casting red and green beams upon the surface of the forepaw, inciting a fierce struggle from the creature. Gray, translucent claw marks abruptly manifested on the surface of the dried forepaw, effortlessly tearing through 3 layers of protective magical barriers, the menacing claws nearly grazing the venerable sorcerer's white-haired head. Jedi involuntarily gasped, yet before he could act, Master Dish calmly and swiftly clasped his hands together. A heavy black curtain descending like midnight, sealing the dried forepaw and the entire alchemical workstation within. Truly one of the 7 treasures of the undead, this was fashioned from the right arm of a demigod mummy. Far more perilous than I had anticipated, Master Dish murmured to himself, retrieving a scroll of parchment from his sleeve and sketching for a while. The soul energy accumulated over this time has been significantly depleted. I shall conclude the experiment here. He spoke with a lingering reluctance while turning his head back, his face soon revealing a hint of astonishment. Jedi, when did you arrive here? Just a moment ago, Mr. Dish. Jedi respectfully bowed. I have a matter I need your assistance with, if I am disturbing your experiment. I sincerely apologize. Not at all a disturbance. My experiment has just concluded. Mr. Dish displayed a satisfied smile. Well, activating all the protective magic here will consume a significant amount of soul power. Allow me to secure this area first, and then we shall address the trouble you are encountering. A few minutes later, in a chamber on the 8th floor of the Spirit Tower, Jedi gazed at the crystal coffin before him, within which lay Miss Dyla, her eyes tightly shut, breath stilled, her skin exhibiting an ominous grayish pallor. Mr. Dish was conducting an alchemical experiment nearby, carefully observing the blood extracted from Miss Dyla's wrist, contained within a delicate, transparent crystal tube. There is a slight complication, Jedi, Mr. Dish said, lifting his gaze, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. The poison that has afflicted your young companion is known as the Dark Elf's Crying Green, notorious for its intense and peculiar toxicity. And it has already penetrated her internal organs, making it quite troublesome to address. Jedi's face flushed at the term young companion. Mr. Dish, please do not jest. Miss Dyla is not my young companion, merely a comrade. Mr. Dish shrugged. A comrade. Then that simplifies matters. He continued, sealing the opening of the crystal tube containing the blood and placing it carefully on a stand beside the crystal coffin. Crying green is a substance that lies between biological and mineral toxins. Typical divine arts and detoxifying potions are ineffective against it. However, for a master alchemist, resolving this issue is not exceedingly troublesome. It is the after-effects post-detoxification that pose a significant challenge. Jedi cautiously inquired, Mr. Dish, what do you mean by after-effects? The primary ingredient for crafting crying green is a type of blue or found in underground mines, classifying it as a mineral toxin. Yet, once refined, it exhibits strong infectious and self-replicating properties, making it somewhat akin to biological toxins. Mr. Dish pointed to the faint blue lines appearing on Miss Dyla's arm. His tone grave. Do you see these lines? They indicate that the toxicity of crying green is spreading. Had I not employed this crystal coffin, characterized by its time stasis properties, this noble lady would have likely been completely consumed by the affliction, rendering any hope of recovery futile. But Mr. Dish, you mentioned earlier that dealing with this toxin isn't overly difficult. Indeed, it is not overly difficult, Mr. Dish replied, spreading his hands. However, eliminating crying green also necessitates the removal of all blood tainted by the toxin. Given Miss Dyla's time of poisoning and the level of toxin in her bloodstream, significant blood loss could very likely prove fatal. Jedi took a deep breath, his tone turning bitter. Mr. Dish, do you have any good suggestions? We could utilize the unique abilities of the Spirit Tower to transform Miss Dyla into a toxic lich, which would essentially preserve all her wisdom and memories, while also providing room for her powers to grow. However, her mindset might diverge somewhat, as the thought processes of undead beings differ from those of humans. Mr. Dish replied earnestly. Jedi struggled to maintain his composure. That is not acceptable, Mr. Dish. Do you have any other alternatives? That will depend on you, Jedi. Mr. Dish responded somewhat helplessly. There exists a method to completely eliminate the crying green toxin without significant blood loss. This involves leveraging the biological characteristics inherent to crying green, allowing for its necromantic transformation, thereby controlling the necrotized toxin to exit Miss Dyla's body. Jedi's gaze sharpened. Is it truly possible to do that? Mr. Dish, without your guidance, I would never have considered such an approach. The Eternal Castle is capable of many wonders, Mr. Dish replied with pride, then shook his head. However, that is not feasible at present. Although the castle has begun to awaken, it is still far from being able to accurately necromantically transform biological toxins. Jedi, it seems you will need to work hard moving forward. Continue to gather soul power, as the time stasis will afford you a considerable duration. Jedi nodded, looking at Miss Dyla, who lay as if in slumber within the crystal coffin, a hint of unexplainable sorrow in his eyes. How long can the time stasis ensure? A year, perhaps a year and a half, no longer than that, Mr. Dish stated with a serious tone, his sharp eyes, reminiscent of a hawk, peering out from beneath dense white brows. Time stasis cannot truly halt time. Until we access the source power, no magic can interfere with the fabric of time and space. I will monitor Miss Dyla's condition regularly, and should there be any changes, I will notify you immediately. Jedi sighed heavily. Understood, Mr. Dish. Now we face another dilemma. The route from the Crying Valley to the Demon Mountain Range is exceedingly singular, and the terrain is complex, making it highly suitable for ambushes by dark elves. How shall we extricate ourselves from this imminent peril? Mr. Dish took a longer moment to ponder this time, his eyes eventually igniting with a peculiar glimmer. I have recalled a route that allows for a discreet passage through the Crying Valley, though it is somewhat convoluted. Without a guide, one could easily become lost within the intricate tunnels. Jedi was taken aback, raising his eyes. You mean a tunnel? Mr. Dish, are you suggesting that this route is the infamous no-return passage of the Crying Valley? No-return passage. Mr. Dish clicked his tongue. Jedi, I have never heard of that term, not once. What exactly is it? Please elaborate. Chapter 73. The No-Return Passage, a mysterious legend on the first morning following the cessation of the snowstorm. Jedi Lux was roused from slumber by a cacophony of noise as he rose. He felt his body stiff and heavy, trembling involuntarily. While he struggled to stand, his eyes scanned the surroundings, noticing that the campfire beside him had long extinguished, leaving only a few dim red embers. Miss Felicity and Scholar Penny were busy by the only remaining fire, cooking a mixture of hay seeds, raisins, and unleavened bread fragments in a makeshift pot, which emitted a mouth-watering warmth. several soldiers stomped their feet near the cave entrance, attempting to warm themselves that a grim-faced, bluish-skinned dwarf entered, accompanied by Knight Hao Tianli, both figures adorned with capes dusted with snow, bringing with them a chilling aura. "The snow has ceased, my lord," the dwarf grumbled in a hoarse voice. "If we wait a moment before departing, we should reach the entrance of the no-return passage before noon." This dwarf was the guide Mr. Dish had procured for Jedi, said to be from a long-lost dwarven clan, transformed into a zombie. Though his intellect had diminished, his memories of the no-return passage remained intact to avoid arousing suspicion among the party. Jedi had instructed the zombie dwarf to approach from hundreds of meters away, braving the snowstorm to reach them, only to nearly trigger a conflict when the vigilant Knight Hao Tianli spotted him. Knight Hao Tianli stamped his foot, shaking off the snowflakes from his cape. "Master Jedi, I urge you to reconsider. The no-return passage is perilous, even with a guide." He regarded the dwarf with sharp black eyes. Dao Jin Steelax claims to have traversed the no-return passage thrice, yet none have corroborated his tale. Jedi offered a wry smile, spreading his hands. "Do you possess a better suggestion, Knight Hao? By the gods above, we have been granted a rare opportunity, yet the path forward appears grim." Drawing a charred stick, he sketched a rudimentary map on the ground. From the Crying Valley to the Demon Mountain Range, there exists but a single route, flanked by towering cliffs and countless hidden spots. Should we be ambushed by dark elves along the way, the consequences would be catastrophic. It would not be more challenging than the no-return passage, I believe, Knight Hao Tianli insisted. "Master Jedi, the legend of the lost traveler James has been sung by many bards, and even I have heard it in the Yahan." Jedi was also familiar with the tale of the lost traveler James, as the song was both humorous and filled with sensationalized accounts. Often favored by bards for its entertainment value. In the lobby of the Bell Tower Inn, this tune had played repeatedly, bringing joy to many as night fell. In these songs, the lost traveler James was depicted as a notorious thief from centuries past, leading a band of outlaws and thriving in the vicinity of the Demon Mountain Range, a blight upon the West Wind County of the Griffin Empire. This notorious thief, resolute in his ambitions, sharp-witted, and possessing a unique vision, specifically targeted the wealthy elite while showing considerable compassion towards the impoverished populace. This duality gradually allowed him to amass a certain level of renown and influence, even managing to vanquish the Imperial Regular Army on several occasions when they attempted to root him out. Time and again, his victories inflated James's ambitions. His gaze was no longer fixated solely on passing merchants but had shifted towards executing raids on the towns of Westwind County, intent on plundering the food and treasures concealed behind their formidable walls. He embarked on a perilous gamble, planning to emerge before the unsuspecting county town of Westwind through the labyrinth and underground passages beneath the echoing gorge. This marked the twilight of a bard's ballad and the last trace of the wayward James before the world. No one knew why James and his band of ruthless brigands vanished within the underground tunnel. Perhaps a bloody internal conflict ensued, or perhaps the guide made a wrong turn. In any case, this legendary thief was never seen again, and the flag of the red background with a black scimitar ceased to wave atop the peaks of the Demon Mountain Range. The no-return passage gained notoriety, and for centuries, many adventurers have dared to enter it for various reasons, yet none have ever emerged from the other end. According to rumors, the specter of the wayward James continues to wander the no-return passage, eternally searching for an exit that remains elusive. Some adventurers did not lose their way within the passage but rather encountered the ghost of James. They had made the most meticulous preparations, even if they could not find an exit. They should have been able to retrace their steps. A true knight should not fear legends and phantoms. Moreover, compared to dark elves, I would prefer to pay a visit to that legendary thief from centuries past, Jedi stated, his tone somewhat hurried. The face of Sir Hao Tianli turned pale, yet he nodded in agreement. "We should act swiftly. Before we enter the underground passage, we need a substantial supply of torches and firewood, as well as provisions," Jedi added. "Sir Hao Tianli, you take 5 men to accomplish this task. Scholar Penny, you and Miss Felicity check how much supply we have left." Half an hour later, the party departed the warmth of the stone cave and set off towards the echoing gorge. This was no easy journey. Although the snow had ceased, the temperature had plummeted, causing fingers and toes to quickly grow numb, making the ascent along the narrow mountain path exceedingly difficult. After traversing a 20-meter-tall granite outcrop, the dwarf zombie guide, Dorgan Steelax, made a stop gesture, then slid down the other side of the rock, beginning to feel his way cautiously. "The entrance has been abandoned for many years," he explained in a somber tone. "Thorns, wild grasses, and gravel have formed the best camouflage. I need time." Jetty found a shallow depression sheltered from the wind and crouched down, helping Scholar Penny and Miss Felicity to climb over. The three of them gasped for breath, glancing back towards the direction they had come from. Due to the elevated terrain, the route was fully visible. The west of forest appeared as an endless expanse of cold, dark clouds shrouding their rear, with even the brilliant morning sun incapable of imbuing it with a hint of warmth. The echoing gorge loomed like a twisted gray scar deeply embedded within the sea of darkness. Its rock walls predominantly gray-black, yet subtly gleaming with rose and pale golden hues under the sunlight. What a magnificent sight! Miss Felicity involuntarily exclaimed with a sigh. Indeed, a truly splendid vista. But conveying this scene to others would require a stroke of luck, Jetty replied in a somewhat subdued tone, his gaze scanning every shadow and crevice among the rocks, attempting to detect any anomalies, such as the glint of metal or the unusual movement of shadows. Such signs would indicate the presence of dark elf scouts, making the journey through the no-return passage evidently more perilous. Perhaps the gods were watching over them, for until Dorgan Stelak's shout echoed from below, Jetty had not perceived anything amiss. "My lord, I've found the entrance." "Excellent," Jetty replied, sliding down from the rock to survey the passageway, partially obscured by dense shrubs and weeds. Not far ahead, Sir Hao Tianli and two soldiers were clearing these obstacles, gradually revealing the low yet sufficiently wide entrance. "Is this the entrance to the no-return passage?" "Not quite, but it leads to the no-return passage," Dorgan Stelak responded. "This is an abandoned mine of the Ironrock tribe dwarves, constructed to suit our stature. Hence it may be somewhat lower than the natural tunnels of the no-return passage." Jetty gauged the height of the opening and was gratified to find that the dwarf mine tunnels were approximately 1.80 meters tall. With only a few taller members of the party needing to exercise caution, Sir Hao Tianli cleared the remnants of branches and leaves from the entrance and then ignited a torch. "Let us remain on high alert from this point onward." His expression was tense, his other hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword. "Master Jetty, I have a sense of impending doom." Jetty and Sir Jahan spoke in unison. Then, he smiled reassuringly. "Do not be overly anxious, Sir Hao. Only the gods know what lies within the tunnel. However, in my view, even the worst fate would merely involve encountering a horde of famished zombies. You know, I possess a few rather effective techniques for dealing with zombies." Sir Hao Tianli nodded, though his expression remained taut. "Proceed in pairs, maintaining supportive distances. Master Jetty and the two ladies will walk in the center. I and Master Ghost will bring up the rear," he commanded sternly. "Whatever may lurk within the underground passage, it is always wise to exercise caution." Chapter 74. The Shadow Comes. The First Matriarch. Part 1. The tunnel was cold and damp, shrouded in profound darkness. The shadows cast by the torches flickered bizarrely against the walls, sometimes elongating like giants, sometimes shrinking like dwarfs. The wavering firelight illuminated the path beneath their feet, revealing the scurrying insects and small creatures fleeing in panic. Upon occasionally reaching a junction, Jetty halted, gazing into the deep darkness, only to see countless stalagmites and fangs extending into the abyss, resembling an endless, eerie labyrinth. After proceeding for a while, the tunnel began to widen, yet the distinctive polished walls of the dwarf mine were nowhere to be found. Replaced by rugged granite that sparkled under the torchlight like scattered stars, Jetty heard Miss Felicity muttering softly, "Oh gods, I feel that if we lose our way here, we may never find our way out." Although the boy felt a kinship with her words, he refrained from responding thoughtlessly, instead offering a derisive snort and falling silent. The oppressive atmosphere of the underground was palpable, affecting everyone equally. Jetty understood that he must maintain composure to provide the necessary mental support to the others in the party. After a while, the view opened up, leading them into a vast cavern, its ceiling obscured by darkness, requiring the torches to be raised high to catch a glimpse. The walls were riddled with gaping tunnel mouths, winding and twisting in every direction. The dwarf zombie guide, Dorgan Stelak, halted and turned to bow. "My lord, we should rest here," he intoned in a somber voice that bore the solemnity of a beautiful redemption hymn. "The road ahead is long, and it is already midday." Jetty nodded, and the party dispersed. Sir Hao Tianli used a series of brief gestures to establish sentries, inserting torches into the crevices of the cave walls, and soon a campfire was lit. The soldiers not on watch gathered around the fire, warming their nearly frozen bodies while sipping water from their leather flasks. Jetty sat beside the fire, sipping the cold water mixed with a bit of grape brandy. Chewing on a small handful of roasted horsemeat strips, the meal was not as unpalatable as he had anticipated. To avoid freezing easily, the water had been mixed with brandy, which, though tart, spread warmth throughout his body with each sip. "What is this place?" Jetty inquired as he watched Sir Hao-Tianli dragging a piece of decayed wood closer. "An abandoned underground warehouse." "My lord," Dorgan Steelax replied. This dwarf zombie did not require sustenance, yet to avoid revealing his identity, he took large swigs of ale and occasionally pinched a bit of tobacco from a small pouch at his waist to fill his pipe. Many years ago, when the Iron Rock tribe was mining here, it was quite bustling. Several smelting furnaces operated around the clock, refining the ore extracted from the various tunnels into crude metal ingots that were temporarily stored here before being transported out using specialized mine carts. At least 500 dwarf craftsmen toiled here, consuming an astonishing amount of ale and roasted meat each day. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Dorgan Steelax's deep-set eyes, and his face glowed in the firelight, significantly softening his otherwise cold and eerie demeanor. 500, that truly is a considerable number, Jetty exclaimed, surveying the surroundings in AWE. As the centuries passed, Dorgan, the smelting furnace within the steel axe's mouth, bore only a few remnants of bluish-gray rust, while the timber that once reinforced the surrounding tunnels had long since decayed into ash. A scant few pieces of particularly resilient rotting wood crackled and burned amidst the heaps of kindling. Iron Rock, the last vestiges of that colossal dwarven clan, were gradually fading away. Aside from a soul ensnared by necromantic curses for countless ages, no one remained to trace their former glory. Sir Hao-Tianli added a few pieces of decayed wood to the fire before settling beside Jedi, his typically expressionless face betraying a hint of fatigue. "These tunnels seem endless," he murmured, half to himself, half in reflection. "One leads to the foot of the Demon Mountain range, but where do the others lead?" Dog-NGF appeared oblivious, silently puffing on his pipe until Jedi voiced the same question, prompting him to tap the ashes from his pipe against his boot. "No one can discern the endpoint of each tunnel. Not even the dwarves," he replied, gesturing towards one of the openings. "That one leads to another storeroom, which in turn connects to several mining sites. One of those sites links to another tunnel, if you manage to traverse it without encountering a cave-in or any unforeseen events. You may reach another abandoned dwarven mine, the Bagdire Mithril Pit. There, you might encounter members of other dwarven clans, who, if they still exist, would be quite astonished by your arrival and extend a warm dwarven welcome." Dog-NGF paused, a peculiar and stiff smile flickering across his otherwise impassive face. Typically, for outsiders, particularly unidentified humans, he lowered his voice, his previously somber tone taking on an ominous timbre that made Penny the Scholar and Miss Felicity cling to each other involuntarily. "A dwarven welcome often entails being immersed in freshly cast iron." Sir Hao-Tianli couldn't suppress a shiver. Yet Jedi promptly cleared his throat, breaking the thickening tension. "Are the dwarven clans truly so unfriendly?" the boy asked, his tone a mix of indignation and confusion. "In the bard songs, dwarves are always depicted as boisterous yet friendly, offering weary travelers beds, steaming roasted meats, and frothy ale." Dog-NGF fell silent for a moment, then pinched a handful of tobacco to place in his pipe. Perhaps that was once the case. His voice floated between a mumble and a whisper, dissipating into the vast, dark cavern. However, when warmth and kindness bring catastrophe upon one dwarven clan after another, will any dwarves still offer ale and roasted meat to strangers? For the following few minutes, no one, including Jedi, was inclined to speak. Miss Felicity nibbled at roasted horse meat, her expression somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Penny the Scholar had emerged from her melancholy, rummaging through her ever-present satchel to inspect the alchemical potions and neatly wrapped herbal powders within. Dog-NGF finished an entire pouch of tobacco in silence before rising. "We must continue, my lord." Jedi appeared somewhat perplexed. "Dog-N, are we not camping here?" "Certainly not, my lord." Dog-NGF shrugged. "Unless you intend to stretch a 3-day journey into 5. There is no reason to camp at noon." Jedi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is it truly midday? I thought it was quite late." The others, aside from the silent specter, nodded in agreement. In underground tunnels, one can easily lose track of time, unless you are a dwarf or carry an alchemical timepiece, Dog-NGF explained, producing a beautifully engraved golden badge from his pocket to consult its intricate hands. "And I possess both." So my sense of time is accurate. It is precisely 1 o'clock. The party soon regrouped, extinguishing the fire, reclaiming their torches, and once more embarking down the constricted underground passage. The brief respite and meal had not restored much stamina, but it had at least provided a pause in the oppressive journey. As they resumed their trek, everyone's steps were noticeably lighter until the passage began to slope downward, leading into the next bend. From here on, this is no longer a mine carved by the Ironrock clan. The truly arduous journey begins, Dog-NGNGF remarked, lifting his torch to illuminate the walls, half earthen and half rocky. Jedi noted that the traces of human excavation had become sparse. Some abrupt scratches were likely mere directional markers left by previous adventurers. Look, are there not signs of adventurers having passed through here? Jedi inquired. Dog-NGNGF leaned in for a closer look and nodded casually. Indeed, but those unfortunate souls took a wrong turn. That passage leads to the core lake, a dead end. And there is a massive fault along the way, easily resulting in a fall of several hundred meters. Jedi shivered slightly, trying to shake off predictions of the ill-fated adventurer's fate. How far is it to the next resting and camping spot? He asked softly, though my stamina can still hold. I must admit I am somewhat weary. Dog-NGNGF raised his torch, surveying their surroundings. This might merely be a fade. Even zombies, those possessing memories and intelligence from their former lives, view their surroundings differently than living beings. Darkness posed no obstacle. It was the frigid stone walls and flowing water that obscured vision. We are not far from the nearest campsite. Let us hope it has not collapsed, Dog-NGNGF murmured, lowering his torch as he moved to the front. Follow me. If the Ironrock clan still resides there, you shall certainly receive the warmest welcome, and with this old dwarf here, it will not be the kind that entails immersion in molten iron. It was hard to fathom that a zombie could possess a sense of humor. Jedi shrugged, just as he intended to follow, when a sudden chill pierced his heart, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. This was a bone-chilling fear, infused with killing intent. Utterly unmasked. Wait, the boy warned in a hushed tone. It seems something is pursuing us from behind, moving swiftly and rapidly closing in. Without hesitation, Sir Hao-Yen Li drew his sword and rushed to the rear of the group. All hands, prepare for battle, he commanded firmly. Protect Miss Felicity and Scholar Penny. Shield bearers to the front, form a wedge formation. In the face of this unforeseen turn of events, the guard soldiers exhibited the qualities expected of seasoned warriors. Sir Hao-Yen Li's orders echoed throughout the cavern as a dozen shield bearers formed a semicircular line, tightly securing a protective barrier around Scholar Penny and Miss Felicity. Originally, Jedi LK was also among those closely guarded. Yet he resolutely shook his head in refusal. Whatever was pursuing them from behind, the cold, murderous aura and nearly grotesque fear it emanated could not be mistaken, though Jedi could not yet be deemed a true warrior. His experiences had broadened his horizons considerably. Apart from the enigmatic Mr. Dish within the Eternal Castle, including Sir Anseer from the Imperial Capital and the Master of Shadows, the Lich DZ, none could compare to the impending foe. Even the threat posed by the local lord, Count Brody P. Duque, did not hold a candle to such power. A slight tremor coursed through Jedi, followed by the realization that a cold, cruel presence was now lurking in the darkness not far ahead, the fear more intense than ever before, almost audible in the screams of his every nerve. A light, feminine laugh erupted, starkly out of place in the tense atmosphere. Ready to snap. However, the newcomer paid it no heed. With a series of graceful footsteps, a single figure, a female dark elf, emerged from the shadows, or rather, the darkness receded in her wake. Clearly, this did not align with the expectations of Jedi LK and the others. From a human perspective, the dark elf race was renowned for their exquisite beauty, possessing an allure that seemed to intertwine cruelty and charm, as though the creator had infused equal measures of both into their slender forms. Yet, even for those prepared, the dark elf before them was utterly enchanting. Her delicate features appeared as if sculpted from black crystal by a master artisan, her skin radiant, her figure slender and graceful. While her thick silver hair cascaded down her back like the most opulent waterfall, even the exquisite golden chainmail she wore seemed exceptionally ornate, revealing ample skin through its intricate cutouts, and the black dragon's head upon her shoulder appeared so lifelike it seemed poised to unleash deadly black flames at any moment. Jedi struggled to divert his gaze from the remarkably stunning figure of the dark elf, only to notice the terrifying long whip she carelessly gripped in her right hand. The whip appeared to be entirely composed of condensed flames, leaving deep charred marks on the hard, cold stone as it dragged along the ground. Do not be alarmed. I have but one purpose for coming here, to meet the leader of this elite squad and engage in a meaningful conversation, the dark elf spoke slowly. Her voice indeed as enchanting as one could imagine, imbued with a captivating allure. Jedi observed that several soldiers nearby had inexplicably lost their fighting spirit at her simple self-introduction, even lowering their shields slightly. While Knight Hao Tianli gripped his sword hilt with an unusual intensity, the veins on the back of his hand standing out prominently. There is nothing to discuss between us. Jedi hesitated before speaking. But Knight Hao Tianli abruptly replied with a raised voice. Oh, how bluntly hostile. This is quite unfortunate. The smile of Char Bonrue seemed to grow more delightful, her left hand caressing her chest as she struck a pose that invited a multitude of fantasies. You see, I have pursued you alone, not for violence, but to clarify this misunderstanding and mend our strained relationship. A misunderstanding? I beg to differ. Beneath the flickering light of the torches, Knight Hao Tianli's voice sounded especially cold, as if a storm of ice were raging within his throat. The first matron of Selen Anros, the bloody mistress Char Bonrue, brings peace. Only those who are dead would think so. In an instant, Char Bonrue appeared momentarily taken aback, her smile subtly shifting, her previously alluring visage morphing into a bloodthirsty grimace, akin to an angel shedding its disguise to reveal the true face of a succubus. My name is Char Bonrue, though some are accustomed to calling me by my moniker, the Weaver of Souls, she stated in a still gentle and captivating tone. You are from the land of Ahon, are you not? Do you recognize me? My sword recognizes you. Bloodied mistress, Knight Hao Tianli replied with a resounding thud against his sword sheath. Yet, Jedi, amidst the brief interlude of breaths, caught another faint voice. Run, Master Jedi, run quickly. Why should I run? Jedi could not help but whisper. But Knight Hao Tianli seemed oblivious, suddenly stepping forward, sword held horizontally, the blade igniting with a brilliant aura of fighting spirit. Such an unreserved display of power would always uplift the morale of his comrades. And Jedi was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of cheers, nearly drowning out Knight Hao Tianli's second hushed urging. Run now. We are no match for her. Absolutely not. In the next moment, Knight Hao Tianli leapt forward, his sword slicing through the murky shadows that swirled within the cavern like a bolt of lightning. However, Char Bonrue appeared to regard this fierce strike with indifference, gliding back with elegance, narrowly evading the blade that passed within mere centimeters of her face. With a flick of her wrist, the flaming whip clashed with the longsword, erupting in a shower of sparks and light. Knight Hao Tianli momentarily retreated, then swiftly advanced again, thrusting and slicing with all his might. Executing the essence of Ahon's swordsmanship, this relentless and vicious assault combined the swiftness of an assassin with the ferocity of a knight, proving quite challenging to counter. Yet, Char Bonrue remained unfazed, her fiery whip seemingly wielded with casual ease. As Knight Hao Tianli's attacks repeatedly fell short, few could discern the dire state of Knight Hao Tianli. The cheers surrounding Jedi echoed incessantly, yet the boy maintained a calm mind. As Knight Hao Tianli had asserted, the adversary before them was beyond their capacity to conquer. Perhaps with a few high-ranking knights fighting alongside them, there might have been a glimmer of hope, but despite the presence of dozens of elite soldiers against the Weaver of Souls, they were unworthy even to serve as fodder. Suddenly, Jedi waved his hand, and the Spectre Sorcerer glided forth like a wisp of smoke, emitting a mournful wail that resonated deeply. This unexpected sound indeed disrupted Char Bonrue's combat rhythm. The bloodied mistress recoiled her whip, repelling the advancing Spectre Sorcerer, yet was forced to retreat once more before a fierce slash from Knight Hao Tianli. What a splendid cooperation. Young man, Char Bonrue remarked, not giving excessive attention to the Spectre Sorcerer. With a languid sweep of her fiery whip, she shattered the frost arrows launched by the sorcerer, then turned to Jedi with a rather enticing smile. Let me guess. You must be Jedi Lux, the troublesome little necromancer who vexes my master. Jedi felt a jolt of alarm surge through him, wordlessly extending his right hand, fingers splayed. The dark standard, primed and ready, swiftly conjured a mass of impenetrable magical darkness within the cavern, engulfing Char Bonrue's figure. Retreat, Jedi commanded sharply. Follow Dogan Steelaxe, all personnel retreat. The boy then pushed through the stunned soldiers, his voice growing more authoritative. This is an order. Protect Scholar Penny and Miss Felicity. Retreat. The ingrained habit of obeying orders prompted the soldiers to begin moving backward, though their actions were hindered by hesitation and doubt, appearing less than decisive. In truth, Miss Felicity might have been the most dissatisfied among them. The noble lady squeezed between two soldiers who intended to escort her to safety and shouted at Jedi. Why are we retreating? We have so many people. Can we not handle a mere single enemy? Jedi shot her an exasperated glare. That is not merely a single enemy, but an overwhelmingly formidable foe. Before he could finish, a cry of agony erupted from behind. Turning to look, Jedi found that Charbonneray had effortlessly breached the barrier of the Dark Standard. With a swift motion, her flaming whip struck down a soldier lagging behind, claiming his life before engaging Knight Hao Tianli in a fierce clash once more. By the gods, Felicity, do not just stand there. Run now. Jedi forcefully pushed the bewildered noblewoman, then turned again, a charred calf's kidney slipping from his sleeve as hidden pocket into his palm. This action was clearly noted by Charbonneray. The Weaver of Souls, having repelled Knight Hao Tianli with 2 successive lashes, swiftly coiled her whip behind her to fend off the Spectre Sorcerer's assault, then extended her left hand toward Jedi. Fingers extended, weaving azure threads, death's hue, permeate. Friedrich's calf kidney bombardment technique. The small calf's kidney, shimmering with a flickering dark red light, soared toward Charbonneray, only to be struck mid-air by several slender emerald beams released by the Weaver, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The searing shockwave, accompanied by a nauseating burnt odor, violently impacted everything within the cavern. The force so tremendous that even Charbonneray was compelled to retract her flaming whip and conjure a fire shield before her to withstand the suffocating heat that felt as though it emanated from the depths of hell. Before the dust had settled, the cavern's stone walls still radiated with the lingering heat of the scorch. Charbonneray, undeterred, advanced rapidly, brandishing her flaming whip and launching a fierce offensive. Yet, wherever the whip struck, it met only the vacant stone walls. As she surged through the choking, heated dust, a flicker of irritation crossed her face. What a slippery little rascal. He runs quite fast. The Weaver of Souls surveyed the cavern ahead, which branched into several paths, a glimmer of icy amusement dancing in her eyes. Alas, this trick is of no use. Your soul has already been ensnared by my threads. Even if you flee to the bottomless abyss, you shall not escape my grasp. Chapter 76. A solitary escape. Perils in the tunnel. Jedi Luke's raced through the dark and winding tunnel, his hands devoid of a torch, yet the gray crystal embedded in the tip of his twisted staff radiated a soft, dim light, just sufficient to illuminate the path beneath his feet. Darkness retreated before him, only to swiftly close in behind. The hurried sound of his footsteps clashed against the cave walls, igniting a series of hollow echoes. Minutes, or perhaps hours. Time indeed seemed to lose its meaning within the subterranean passage. Earlier, the Weaver of Souls, Charbonneray, had once again pursued him relentlessly. Due to a succession of fierce battles, Knight Hao Tianli had sustained severe injuries, and the escorting soldiers had suffered significant losses. Jedi Luke found himself compelled to take up the rear, fighting alongside the Spectre Sorcerer to obstruct Charbonneray's advance. However, the duration of this obstruction was tragically brief. Jedi Luke vividly recalled the chaotic scene. From the outset, Charbonneray's target was unmistakably clear. She completely disregarded Jedi's interference, focusing her full attention on the Spectre Sorcerer. The negative energy raised Jedi unleashed left a deep blue mark on the golden chainmail of Charbonneray. Yet she appeared entirely unaffected, her right hand wielding the flaming whip while her left unleashed the emerald beams in a relentless offensive. Striking the Spectre Sorcerer repeatedly, she dimmed the light of his eyes, igniting his entire being in crimson flames. Witnessing the Spectre Sorcerer on the brink of demise, Jedi resolved to employ the only technique that could pose a grave threat to the Weaver of Souls, the calf kidney bombardment technique. Just as the dark red light began to emanate between his hands, Charbonneray swiftly closed in, the flaming whip whistling through the air as she flicked her wrist. Jedi instinctively bent down, allowing the searing, crimson light to sweep over his head, exploding into a shower of sparks against the rocky wall behind him. The abrupt cessation of magic left Jedi with a heavy sensation in his chest and a metallic taste of rust in his mouth. Charbonneray continued to close in swiftly, forcing Jedi to retreat rapidly in a desperate attempt to create some distance and seize a precious opportunity. At that moment, Charles had successfully breached Jedi's defenses, fully capable of plunging into the midst of the retreating group. It would undoubtedly result in a bloody massacre, putting even Scholar Penny and Miss Felicity in grave danger. As the crisis loomed, Knight Hao Tianli stood resolutely at the forefront of the group, his long sword still sharp, though the glowing aura of combat energy surrounding the blade had significantly diminished, resembling a flickering candle flame swaying in the wind. Yet, all this preparation proved futile, for Charles Banray was utterly disinclined to spare even a glance at them. After separating Jedi from the others, she coldly scrutinized the boy with her elegantly elongated eyes, her crimson lips curling into a bloodthirsty smile. "This time, you cannot escape, little trickster," the Weaver of Souls remarked in a melodious voice. "I truly wish to present you alive before my master, but alas, time does not permit." As Charles raised her right hand, the tips of her slender, lustrous fingers glimmered with an emerald light. Jedi Luke clenched his teeth and issued a command with urgency. "Dogensteelax. Lead them to safety." With that, Jedi pivoted abruptly and sprinted toward the nearest opening without hesitation. For a fleeting moment, Charles displayed a look of astonishment. She had not anticipated that anyone would dare to recklessly dash through the infamous path of no return, an act tantamount to courting death. Yet, she hesitated only briefly before moving like a shadow towards the opening where Jedi had vanished. The relentless chase never ceased, and the chaotic, hurried footfalls echoed for the first time through the depths of the path of no return. Back when he was merely a bellboy at the Ringing Bell Hotel, Jedi Luke had been the swiftest boy in the port city of Elias. After shedding that occupation for a few months, he once again showcased his remarkable speed. Jedi ran with composure, regulating his breath to maintain his stamina. Although Charles was significantly more powerful, she lacked prowess in long-distance running. Teleportation magic was not as effective in the convoluted underground passages. After 2 failed attempts to catch him, she resorted to pursuing him on foot, enhancing her endurance with magic. Jedi raced forward, navigating corners and countless tunnel openings, his steps outpacing even his thoughts as he weaved through the labyrinthine passages. This seemingly random method of choosing routes led Charles to miscalculate several times, prompting her to chase after different forks in the path. Yet, through the use of her special tracking magic, she managed to stay close behind Jedi, never falling too far behind. The seemingly endless pursuit drained both their energies. Jedi struggled to catch his breath, finally managing to regain some control, but the violent rise and fall of his chest indicated that his stamina was nearing its limit. Charles appeared to fare slightly better, at least not panting to the point of compromising her image. However, her repeated use of magic during the chase had brought her formidable mental strength to the brink of exhaustion, rendering her fiery whip's attack form unsustainable, revealing the dark, serpentine skin woven into its structure. After turning another corner, Jedi found 3 openings side by side before him, and the echoing footsteps of the Weaver of Souls pursued him closely. Leaving him no time for contemplation, he lowered his head slightly and charged into the central, widest opening. Instantly, a pang of regret surged within him. The path of no return was intricate and complex. Yet all the tunnels felt cold and damp, coated in a slick, slimy moss. In his line of sight, bizarre subterranean creatures scuttled away, some sporting venomous fangs and claws, exuding an air of menace. However, this tunnel lacked any signs of life. There were no small animals or insects, not even the resilient moss. The ground was covered in a layer of dry dust, which billowed into the air as Jedi's footsteps crushed it, filling the tunnel with a choking haze. Had it not been for the deep violet glow of Charles Banray's eyes appearing at the tunnel's exit, Jedi Luke would have undoubtedly chosen to retreat and reconsider his escape route. Yet, with no other options, the boy pressed forward, hoping that this eerie tunnel would not be overly convoluted or lengthy. Before long, he discovered that his hopes were utterly in vain. The tunnel not only stretched far but also widened increasingly, its walls transitioning from a mixture of stone and dirt to solid granite, revealing clear signs of artificial excavation. In many places, ancient and solemn patterns emerged, along with a script that Jedi could not comprehend. "This resembles the tomb of an ancient civilization," he mused uneasily, yet his pace did not falter. Disturbing the rest of ancient beings was undoubtedly unwise, for such tombs often bore strange curses. However, in comparison, the looming threat of the pursuing Weaver of Souls was far more deadly. As he pressed onward, the descent of the tunnel became noticeably steeper, with some areas exhibiting significant height differences. The patterns on the stone walls grew increasingly intricate and profound, evolving from mere decorative motifs into large stone carvings depicting scenes of life, hunting, and warfare. Although the lines of the carvings remained exceedingly simple, the profound and melancholic aura they emanated washed over Jedi in a fleeting glance, causing him to instinctively slow his pace, fearful of disturbing the inhabitants of this place. Conversely, the Weaver of Souls, Charles Banray, who beheld these carvings, exhibited no such trepidation. Despite appearing to be in her 20s, she had actually lived for centuries, The antiquity of these carvings, while indeed early, paled in comparison to her own age. Failing to stir even the faintest ripple within her, suddenly, at the tunnel's end, two colossal stone statues stood facing each other, their broad backs pressed tightly against the walls, their bowed necks and shoulders rippling with sinewy muscles as they bore the weight of the heavy ceiling above. Unlike the simplistic carvings, the craftsmanship of these statues was astonishingly lifelike. Every furious glare, gaping mouth, and muscular contour appeared vivid, as if two giants over 3 meters tall had been petrified in place. Eternally supporting the rocky ceiling above, Jedi nearly slowed his pace once more, but the encroaching footsteps behind him urged him to abandon any thoughts of awe or hesitation, and he dashed swiftly between the towering statues. Plunging into the thick darkness ahead, the faint grayish-white light before him abruptly vanished. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Charles Banray's lips. "Playing such childish tricks again, little trickster," she sneered. Extending her left hand, she wove a network of emerald light that simulated every movement within hundreds of meters ahead. She observed that the bright point representing Jedi Luke's did not continue deeper into the tunnel, but instead remained stationary. The magical interference causing it to flicker erratically, indicating he was preparing to cast a spell. Charles' smirk widened as she summoned the flames of her whip once more, forming a crimson shield before her. Then charged forward with a triumphant shout. Through the preceding chase and skirmishes, Charles believed she had discerned Jedi Luke's tactics. Contrary to some intelligence, the most potent offensive magic wielded by this necromancer was a unique corpse explosion technique. Barely surpassing the standards of a grand sorcerer, insufficient to breach the defenses of her fiery shield, only slightly hindering Charles' advance. After casting the corpse explosion, Jedi Luke would find himself in a dazed state for several seconds. Unable to cast another spell, his movement sluggish compared to usual, this was the opportunity Charles had been waiting for. Even though the Weaver of Souls had exhausted considerable energy, eliminating this cunning human was still a certainty. Charles charged into the darkness with her flaming shield, but the next moment, her youthful visage contorted in horror as the shield extinguished silently, her steps faltering as exhaustion washed over her, as if the spells of swiftness, accelerated running, and limitless endurance she had just cast had all abruptly failed. Fortunately, the Dark Elven race's unique infrared night vision remained intact, and this darkness posed little obstruction to Charles' sight. She quickly spotted Jedi Luke sprawled on the stone steps around a bend, his hands raised with a crooked wooden staff in a futile attempt to shield himself. Before the boy stood a towering black silhouette, its shoulders twice as broad as those of Jedi Luke's. In its right hand, it brandished a fearsome, broad-bladed sword, its dark edge glimmering with scattered starlight, as if it were grasping a magnificent night sky within its grasp. "Foolish mortal," the imposing shadow bellowed, its voice sending chills down Jedi's spine. "You dare to invade our sacred domain and disturb the slumber of the denizens of the Dark Mountain. You are beyond redemption." With this vehement declaration, the sword sliced through the air with a whistling sound, countless brilliant star-like sparks flashing as if the night sky were suddenly plummeting to the ground. It was the massive sword, descending at an astonishing speed, too swift for the eye to comprehend. Chapter 77, The Legend Reborn, The Undying Denizens of the Dark Mountain. The modest wooden staff that Jedi Luke always carried appeared unremarkable, resembling nothing more than a gnarled, knotted branch from an ancient tree. Yet, amidst fierce confrontations, this staff, a gift from Mr. Dish, revealed a formidable power that belied its humble appearance. It not only augmented Jedi's necromantic spells but was also remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding the finely crafted steel blades of dwarf smiths. Under the terrifying onslaught of swordlight that seemed to herald the arrival of a darkened sky, Jedi Luke had no choice but to place all his hopes upon the twisted staff. Gripping it tightly with both hands, positioning it across his chest, the resilient shaft of the twisted staff had never let Jedi down. But this time, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A faint crack resonated, and Jedi felt a jolt in his wrists as the staff was cleaved in two. Wisps of hissing gray mist escaping from the break, before despair and horror could etch themselves upon the boy's face. The massive black sword paused only briefly before continuing its descent, effortlessly slicing into the granite wall as if it were butter. The blade grazing the skin of Jedi's neck, an agonizing sensation akin to being seared by a hot iron brand. In a twist of fate, the sword shifted slightly, sparing Jedi from the grim fate of decapitation. In a sense, although the twisted staff had shattered, it still did not disappoint its master. This decayed wood carries a familiar scent, the towering shadow intoned, its voice booming like thunder. "Mortal, tell me, why does this token of the lost denizens of the Dark Mountain appear in your possession?" "Token? This twisted staff," Jedi murmured, struggling to awaken from the overwhelming wave of life and death emotion. The moment the black sword fell, fear had frozen the boy's bladder, and he was relieved he hadn't soiled himself. Though adjusting his breath proved momentarily challenging. Faced with the shadow's sharp inquiry once more, Jedi blinked wide-eyed, his mouth moving before his mind could catch up. "This staff was given to me by Mr. Dish." "Mr. Dish?" The towering shadow roared suddenly, its tone infused with a complex array of emotions. "Dish, Friedrich, that old rascal is still active in this world and has returned to the side of his chosen deity. This is utterly absurd. Has the banner of the Dark Mountain fallen due to such trivial matters? Will the denizens of the Dark Mountain be forever lost in the annals of history?" Jedi blinked, finally regaining some semblance of composure. His heart raced, yet his mind began to function with clarity. The term denizens of the Dark Mountain struck a chord of familiarity within him, as if he had heard it somewhere before. After a moment's contemplation, his pupils dilated in sudden realization, surprise washing over his features. The denizens of the Dark Mountain, the legendary tribe that vanished overnight, their formidable combat prowess even causing the knightly orders of the Griffin Empire to take notice. The shadow erupted in laughter, filled with a bittersweet bitterness. "Take notice? Mortal, you are mistaken." It leaned on the sword with its left hand while striking its chest heavily with its right, producing a resonant clang of metal against metal that echoed through the cavern. "Before you stands the last commander of the Death Knight Order, the final leader of the denizens of the Dark Mountain, Count Agamemnon Gregor. Enough with your arrogant reminiscences, wretch," a soft yet commanding voice interjected. The observer, the soul weaver Shar Banray, stepped forward, her wrist flicking as her whip sliced through the air, interrupting the shadow's proud self-introduction. "The deceased ought to return to their native soil to rest. Back to your stone coffin. Otherwise, by the name of the first matron of Morslin Anrose, I shall extract your soul and burn it with dark flames for eternity." The towering shadow abruptly turned, the eye holes of its black full-coverage helmet igniting with a blaze reminiscent of two pools of blood. "A mere sprout, still black. How nostalgically delightful," it remarked, its voice laced with hostility and disdain. The black sword emitted a screech as it was drawn from the ground. "Come forth, Miss Black Sprout. Let us see if your defiance remains as steadfast while I crush every bone in your body." In the ensuing minutes, Jedi Lux was astonished to find himself merely an observer. The whip crackled violently, launching fierce attacks from all directions toward the shadow. Although the Soul Weaver's whip lacked the fiery magic due to the nearby anti-magic barrier, its power remained formidable, capable of claiming the life of an elite soldier with each strike. The shadow endured the lashes with indifference, retaliating with even more ferocious swings of its massive sword, leaving deep gouges in the stone walls beside and beneath it. On several occasions, Shar Banray had to hastily evade the sword's deadly arc, her movements as swift as an ethereal specter weaving through a tomb. In less than a minute of fierce combat, the surface of the shadow's ancient armor bore dozens of shining dents from the whip's strikes. One particularly fierce lash striking the right side of its head, causing a horned bronze ornament to clatter to the ground. After the shadow delivered a powerful blow that forced the Soul Weaver to retreat. Jedi cautiously approached to examine the ornament, noting the break appeared as though it had been forcibly twisted apart by a tremendous force, leaving him speechless. Yet the shadow remained unfazed, its black sword continuing its assault without defense, sustaining numerous wounds while advancing relentlessly, forcing the unscathed Soul Weaver to retreat. A chilling smile gradually surfaced on Shar Banray's face amidst the fray, her confidence in her abyssal multi-headed dragonhide whip unwavering. "Just one more minute," she reassured herself. "In another minute, this foolish Death Knight will collapse under the strain of such relentless assault." A minute passed, and the towering shadow continued its fierce onslaught, while Shar Banray began to grow weary. Another minute elapsed, and the shadow's attacks intensified. The black sword created a whirlwind of chaotic light, while her movements began to slow, half of her time spent on defense rather than offense. By the third minute, the Soul Weaver contemplated a strategic retreat, yet the shadow's assault remained unyielding. In a moment of minor miscalculation on her part, the black sword grazed her left shoulder, leaving a barely noticeable scratch upon her precious golden magical armor. This marked her first injury since the battle commenced, though it was hardly worth mentioning compared to the shock that coursed through her. "My golden magical armor has been damaged." Shar Banray retreated swiftly, her left shoulder throbbing from the impact, rendering her movements slightly sluggish. Yet, compared to the fear welling within her, this pain was trivial. What material is that Death Knight's black sword made of? How could it possibly harm the King of Metals? Among the known magical metals, golden metal was renowned as the king, famed for its diamond-like hardness, exceptional magical resistance, and weight exceeding that of steel by 3 times. This metal was not only incredibly difficult to mine, smelt, and forge, but also required its wielder to possess sufficient strength to bear its terrifying weight. Char Banray's exquisite chainmail, akin to a silken robe, was far heavier than the breastplates of many human knights. Only slightly lighter than the full armor of heavy cavalry, the Shadow's black sword was made of a material that was certainly not golden metal, yet it managed to inflict damage upon the King of Metals, instilling a sense of urgency within Char Banray. Whether the sword's material surpassed golden metal in quality or the magic imbued within it outmatched her chainmail, it indicated that she was facing a genuine and lethal threat. The Soul Weaver cast a cold glance at Jedi Lux, who stood directly behind the towering shadow. If she did not defeat her formidable adversary, she would be unable to complete her mission. "You are courting death, wretch." Char Banray's voice was icy as she spoke, the silver spiderweb crown upon her forehead suddenly shattering. Her silvery hair stood on end, swirling like a fearsome flame. Before the dark dragon Demarlet, may all foolish obstructions turn to ash. Demarlet's great rupture. Countless silver and black fissures materialized in the void, each crackling with a sharp explosion. Suddenly, Jedi felt a lightness envelop his body. The oppressive weight that had clung to him since he plunged into the darkness dissipated with the shattering of the cracks. The twisted wooden staff, now severed in 2, began to emit a dim grayish-white glow once more, exuding a heavy and regal aura. The dim light and the pressure of Marister's robe. A stirring sensation coursed through Jedi's heart as his fingers swiftly formed a gesture, conjuring a flicker of black energy at his fingertips. The darkness has transformed into mere ordinary shadows. That unique barrier against the disintegration of magical power has vanished. The shadow, heavy-footed, retreated a step. By the Lord of Silence, the anti-magic barrier of the Blackfolk's tomb has been breached. Char Banray, gritting her teeth, let out a cold laugh, her flowing silver hair rendering her delicate visage eerily captivating. Long overdue for decay. Let the anger of the blood-stained matron Char Banray be felt by the undead. As she proclaimed, her hands wove an intricate tapestry of gestures, while a cascade of arcane incantations erupted from her lips. Jedi had never witnessed anyone wield magic with such astonishing speed. Multicolored halos materialized around the Weaver Soul, some providing her with a ceaseless supply of energy, others amplifying her offensive capabilities, enhancing her agility to deadly precision, and still others shielding her from close-range assaults. If the Weaver Soul without magical aid was a formidable adversary, then now she was an unassailable foe. To Jedi's countenance paled, regardless of the towering shadow's formidable strength and imperviousness to harm. He could not contend with the full might of Char Banray. From their earlier skirmish, Jedi surmised that the shadow's prowess surpassed that of the fearsome knight, Rumen Lawrence, albeit not by a significant margin. As throughout the encounter, the shadow had not unleashed any elemental fighting spirit, not even that which belonged to the Death Knights. Char Banray flicked her wrist, crimson flames engulfing the length of her whip, which then seemed to come alive, swirling through the air with an oppressive heat, aimed squarely at the shadow's head. The shadow hunched low, raising the black greatsword swiftly to block the fiery lash. However, the whip twisted abruptly, striking with the speed of a serpent's tongue. With a crack, the shadow staggered back, a dark red, ghastly wound marring its body, faint embers flickering around the injury. Jedi clenched his teeth, preparing to exert the last of his magical energy to conjure a bone shield against the shadow. Yet at that moment, the shadow erupted into a sinister, maniacal laughter, raising the black greatsword high above its head. Simultaneously pressing its right foot forcefully against the ground, the faint black halo emanated from its foot, spreading outwards, swiftly enveloping Char Banray. She let out a frustrated scream, the vibrant halos that had just illuminated her extinguishing simultaneously. And the once vibrant, serpentine flames of her whip morphed back into a lifeless coil, thudding back to the ground. The anti-magic domain. Her shriek echoed ominously within the depths of the tomb. You can't possibly wield such an anti-magic domain. This is impossible. Death Knights cannot possess such power, nor can the Doom Knights. No creation of necromancy could ever claim the anti-magic domain as a natural ability. Chapter 78. The Matron's Retreat. The mystery of the dragon's roar. Aside from Jedi Lux and several stone statues, no one had witnessed such a fierce and brief struggle for life and death. Claminon Gregor wielded the black greatsword as effortlessly as an ordinary person would a dagger. The whoosh of the blade slicing through the air resounding continuously as he launched a ferocious assault on the unprepared Weaver soul. The latter had no time to create distance and could only grasp each end of her whip, using its resilient body to fend off the relentless strikes of the great sword, all while inching backward. The chaotic web of flashing sword light suddenly constricted, only to be forcefully pried apart by the whip. Char Banray abruptly rolled to the side, executing a series of rapid tumbles to distance herself, then sprang back to her feet. This distance was now sufficient. The scarred whip in her hand ignited once more with magical flames. However, the Weaver soul had no intention of continuing the battle. She cast a cold glance at Jedi Lux, then huffed disdainfully. "This is not the end, little slippery one. You won't remain in the tomb of the Black Folk for long. You will inevitably resurface. This is the end. Black Sprout, don't even think about escaping." Gregor bellowed in interruption, raising the black greatsword high, sweeping towards the Weaver soul like a lethal tempest. "Do Inkai as Bidey." The Weaver soul continued to retreat, swiftly chanting dark elvish incantations while rubbing a bracelet on her right wrist. The bracelet shimmered with a pale blue light, and a portal adorned with intricate designs and exquisite craftsmanship materialized behind her. Initially just an ethereal shadow, but within 2 heartbeats, it solidified that a seductive smile returned to Char Banray's face as she blew a kiss towards the approaching Gregor. Then calmly turned and leaped into the shimmering portal. The portal transformed into a swirling vortex of pale blue energy after her entry. Jedi Lux sighed in resignation, the necromantic energy at his fingertips dissipating hopelessly. In Jedi's mind, no means could breach the nearly sealed portal to strike at the already fled adversary. However, in the next instant, this thought was upended by a terrifying flash of sword light. Claminon Gregor emitted a bull-like roar, gripping the handle of the black greatsword with both hands, raising it overhead, then unleashing a fierce, unmatched sword beam from above. The moment the sword light made contact with the pale blue energy vortex, it erupted into an indescribable burst of radiance, akin to the sudden emergence of a sun in the dark underground tomb, or like the wrath of the sun Lord Flandalara, raining down golden flames that obliterated all. Jedi instinctively shut his eyes tightly, yet was still seared by the blinding light, tears streaming down his face as he turned his head away. Simultaneously, he heard the Weaver Sowl's furious cry, "Damn it, how could you?" Just as she uttered those words, her voice shifted to a chilling wail, akin to a dying beast. "I said, let this all come to an end." Gregor announced in a brutally measured tone, "Black Sprout, tell your master that the last leader of the Black Folk has returned from hell, and I will settle the ancient grievances one by one." Jedi turned to face the scene, straining to open his tear-streaked eyes. His pupils still aching, though at least his vision remained intact. He beheld the pale blue energy that formed the portal completely dissipating, leaving behind only scattered glimmers that twinkled like fallen stars. Char Banray knelt upon the ground, leaning against a gravestone-like slab of granite, her complexion a pallid gray, her formerly luscious lips now darkening, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth like a small red serpent. Numerous wounds marred her body. Yet the most grievous was the black greatsword that had pierced through her chest, pinning her to the granite gravestone like a butterfly. The sturdy golden magical chainmail appeared as fragile as parchment before the weighty blade. Residual magical energies crackling in dazzling arcs across her form, amplifying her disheveled appearance. "You are mistaken, leader of the Black Folk, Gregor," Char Banray murmured in a frail, pained voice. "This is not the end, merely the beginning. When we meet again, you shall not have such fortune. I swear it in the name of the blood-stained matron. Take your assurances to your master." Gregor suddenly roared, delivering a kick to the Weaver Sowl's head. Her voice was abruptly silenced, yet as her skull shattered, it transformed into hissing wisps of pale black vapor. In the blink of an eye, her entire body was enveloped in the same colored mist. Releasing a scent reminiscent of overcooked meat, the underground tomb quickly filled with this indescribable, eerie aroma, and the pale black vapor carried a foreboding essence that compelled Jedi Lux to retreat, only finding relief nearly 100 meters away. Shadow clone. Indeed a treacherous trick. Gregor spat disdainfully at his feet, then removed his battered helmet, casting it aside. "Young living one, keep your token close and follow me." His tone brooked no argument, Jedi glanced at the twisted wooden staff he held, now broken in two, feeling a pang of sorrow. Gregor, my lord, he chose a vague title. This token has just been damaged. A token is a token. Even if it is damaged, it remains so. Gregory simply replied, follow me now. Unless, he cast a cold glance around, and wherever his gaze fell, each standing stone statue seemed to quiver, some emitting dull thuds from within, as if something was desperately struggling inside, intent on breaking free from its stony prison. Unless you intend to confront the imminent resurgence of hundreds of dark warriors, and see if the Tunguska necromantic incantations taught to you by Dish, Friedrich can indeed be wielded or, at the very least, disrupt the actions of the Iron Guardians. Jedi hesitated momentarily, then immediately shook his head vigorously. Then let's proceed quickly. Gregory hoisted the massive black sword onto his shoulder and led the way deeper into the tomb. We have already lingered here too long. The King of the Crypt may soon urge us onward. The Lord of the Crypt? Jedi inquired, astonished. Who exactly is this Lord of the Crypt you speak of? As if to validate Gregory's words, an eerie sound echoed from the depths of the corridor ahead, resembling dozens of buglers straining to sound their military horns. However, the melody of the horns was distinctly unique. Jedi strained to discern the notes for 2 full minutes before hesitantly shaking his head. You intend to take me to meet the Lord of the Crypt? Lord Gregory, forgive my impertinence, but time is of the essence. Might I first convene with the others to attend to pressing matters, and then come to pay my respects to the spiritual leader of the dark folk of the Demon Mountain? You are entirely mistaken. Young mortal. Gregory paused, his black sword momentarily still, his hollow and distant voice reverberating through the subterranean tomb. I will not take you to meet anyone, least of all the spiritual leader of the dark folk. The Lord of the Crypt is a dragon, one whose age has long since drained its vast life force, yet its soul remains shackled in its decaying body due to certain obsessions. Unable to attain liberation even after centuries, Gregory turned, his towering and robust form bending down towards Jedi. From this close proximity, those blood-red eyes appeared even more ferocious, seemingly imbued with a hint of mockery. You must alleviate the dragon's suffering. This is the inevitable burden of one who possesses the token. And even at the cost of your life, you cannot escape it. Chapter 79. Remembrance of the dying dragon. The colossal beast lay amidst piles of gold, silver, and treasures, a myriad of precious gems scattered throughout. Should anyone manage to take even 1% of these treasures, they would surely possess wealth rivaling that of nations. The beast's elevated head resembled a lighthouse rising from the ground, its hollow eye sockets surveying the entire subterranean hall, wings tightly folded against its body. The gaunt bones shrouded in withered membranes, dark as an eternal night. Jedi? Lux halted, gazing up at this incredible behemoth, his heart filled with a sense of awe. It truly is a dragon. By the gods, how many years has it been since such a legendary creature has been seen? 450 years. The beast opened its maw, lined with sharp teeth, its hollow and desolate voice echoing throughout the cavern. The last appearance of my kin before humankind was during the bloodbath of dragons, which was 450 years ago, though he had mentally prepared himself. Jedi? Lux could not help but take a half step back as the beast opened its mouth, his complexion paling slightly. That enormous maw was large enough for a fully armored knight to ride in. Yet one would not emerge alive. Each dragon tooth curved and sharp, akin to a series of obsidian daggers, ready to crush the heavy steel knight's armor as effortlessly as crumbling a piece of toasted bread. This is truly an unfathomable span of time. Great dragon, Jedi spoke with a tone of reverence. Please forgive my boldness. Is there anything I might do to serve you, the powerful and wise one? This was a demeanor many bards mentioned in their epic tales. The proper attitude to adopt when addressing the proud dragon race. Jedi believed he had performed impeccably, yet received only a disgruntled grunt from the beast, accompanied by the onslaught of searing breath. Great dragon? Ha, do you prefer I call you insignificant humans? The beast lowered its head, its cavernous eye sockets gazing at Jedi, and within those depths lay nothing but darkness, causing Jedi's heart to race as if death itself stood before him. Cold and hollow eyes scrutinizing the remainder of his life. This is but an illusion. Jedi inhaled deeply, reassuring himself. Before me stands merely a dragon, and an aged one at that, unable to unleash even a lethal breath due to its advanced age. The boy's expression quickly regained composure. Yet deep within, he still felt a tremor of trepidation. Though the dragon was aged, it still possessed immeasurable strength, capable of ending the life of a young Jedi. Lux with little effort. Forgive me. I had thought that such a great being as yourself would be reluctant to share your name with humble mortals, Jedi explained in a courteous tone. The dragon raised its head, releasing a thunderous laugh. Names exist to distinguish me from other dragons, human. Moreover, you are far from humble, that a mortal who wields such a token may not create achievements of legendary proportions. Yet they are anything but insignificant. The dragon's head lowered once more, but this time devoid of any aggressive undertone, lacking the suffocating aura that once froze Jedi's blood. My name is Glass, Shadowflame, descendant of the celestial dragon King Dromer, guardian of the alchemical airship Valorous, and honorary knight of the Griffin 1st Air Strike Cavalry. The dragon proclaimed this series of titles with immense pride, save for the first, which left Jedi feeling bewildered. Griffin 1st Air Strike Cavalry? He murmured to himself. I have never heard of such a formation within the military of the Griffin Empire. Shortly after the bloodbath of dragons, the formation of the 1st Airstrike Cavalry was removed from the combat order of the Griffin Empire. Clementine, Gregory, who had remained silent since entering the underground cavern, suddenly interjected in a grave tone. That battle inflicted severe wounds upon the Griffin Empire. The 6 Dragon Knights of the 1st Airstrike Cavalry divided into 2 factions, each supporting a claim to the throne, resulting in fierce conflict. 4 Dragon Knights and their dragons perished on the spot. Half of the radiant capital lay in ruins, and countless civilians and nobles lost their lives. Even the chief archmage of the Court Mage Guild and the Pope of the New Radiant Church could only barely protect the palace and some vital structures from destruction before 6 rampaging dragons. The dragon emitted a sound that seemed to be both a sigh and a bitter laugh. Most ironically, the 2 surviving dragon knights supported an heir who, on the eve of his coronation, perished under the overwhelming power of the guardian sword, while the heir awaiting execution in the royal prison became the sole bloodline of the Griffin Emperor, namely His Majesty Levi IX, the finale of dragons. Jedi murmured, recalling a nickname he had once heard from a bard. Indeed, after ascending the throne, Levi IX refused the allegiance of the 2 dragon knights, sending the Ashen Knights to arrest them, and along with the remaining 2 dragons, executed them publicly half a month later. This execution severed the friendly treaty between the dragon race and the Griffin Empire. Without the protection of the Dragon Knights, the Griffin Empire's alchemical airships could no longer be deemed invincible aerial fortresses. The dragon bore a smile laced with derision, although Levi IX ordered the Griffin Sky Knights to serve as a replacement force. At that time, the Griffin Sky Knights numbered merely 40, which might have sufficed for the Emperor's retinue, but once in a true battlefield, they perished almost immediately. Generally speaking, a single Dragon Knight is sufficient to match an entire squadron of well-trained Griffin Sky Knights. And while undertaking the mission to protect the alchemical airships, this disparity becomes even more pronounced, Gregory asserted solemnly. Indeed, that was the turning point marking the decline of the Griffin Empire. The dragon nodded its massive head. In the subsequent decades, while the territory of the Griffin Empire continued to expand slowly, the once renowned elite troops began to vanish from the ranks of battle. After losing these forces, the Griffin Empire's expansion was gradually curtailed, shifting from offense to defense, and ultimately to contraction. The once mighty empire, which had claimed the Abraham Desert as its heartland, ultimately found its territorial scope indistinguishable from a millennium prior, even as it amassed countless enemies. How laughable is that? The dragon ceased its narration. Resting its head against the cave wall, slightly weary, Jedi blinked in astonishment. His heart stirred, yet he found himself at a loss for words. This revelation was more authentic and brutal than any hero's epic. The once lauded image of the successive Griffin emperors now marred by subtle, yet deadly, flaws. After acquiring the Eternal Castle as his stronghold, Jedi had once envisioned himself gradually ascending the ranks of nobility, ultimately becoming the most trusted and intimate companion of the Griffin Emperor. He fancied that before his soul departed for the realm of the Lord of Silence, he might even ascend to the pinnacle of imperial power, etching his name into history as the architect of the Griffin Renaissance. However, the boy did not anticipate that the decline of the Griffin Empire had already commenced hundreds of years prior. The dragon's finale, Levi IX, had betrayed the covenant for his own selfish desires. The Expedition Emperor, Levi XI, had led the Griffin Sky Knights and the alchemical airship fleet to their doom through reckless militarism, and the Light Emperor, Levi XII, in his hubris, had reconstructed the radiant Grand Cathedral and the Triumph Tower. These illustrious names, once resplendent in the annals of history, had become tarnished in Jedi's eyes, shrouded in an indelible stain of disgrace. Moments later, the voice of Clemenon Gregor shattered the silence. There will be ample time to reminisce about history. Let us swiftly address the true purpose of this meeting. Lord Glass Shining Shadow. You may now speak of that matter which has lingered in your thoughts. A peculiar expression, half smile and half mischief, flickered across his darkened visage. You see, I am quite curious as to what obsession has driven you to transcend the lifespan of your dragonkin, sustaining yourself from the year of ashes to this present moment. My desire is to soar once more beneath the azure sky, wings buoyed by the brisk wind, tasting the cool, refreshing air upon my tongue, Glass Shining Shadow replied, shifting his frail wings with a hint of melancholy. Alas, my age has rendered me too advanced. Even by dragon standards, I have outlived the majority of my kin, leading to a profound frailty. Observing the dragon's slight movement, which sent a cascade of dust and scales tumbling from his skin, Jedi could not help but nod in agreement. Thus, I require your assistance, Jedi Lux, bearer of the undead token. I implore you to enter into an equitable contract with me, wherein I shall offer 30 years of service in exchange for your facilitation of a legendary undead transformation ritual. Glass Shining Shadow stated confidently, this is a generous promise, Jedi, though it will require a considerable expenditure of your magical energy. Securing 30 years of service from a legendary dragon is indeed a bargain. Indeed, it is a bargain, but there lies but one problem, Jedi replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. I have no knowledge of the legendary undead transformation ritual. I have not even heard of such a rite. Glass Shining Shadow's hollow eye sockets drew nearer to Jedi, scrutinizing the boy intently. Your power is still rather meager. It is perplexing that the token would choose such a weak master, he remarked irritably, tracing 3 deep grooves into the hard granite with his fingertip. If the legendary undead transformation ritual is unattainable, the advanced undead transformation ritual may suffice, allowing me to rekindle the flame of my soul to legendary heights. For a moment, Jedi felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. I am not yet capable of that ritual, he stammered. Even the basic undead transformation ritual eludes my grasp. The only necromantic spell I have mastered is sacrificial resurrection. Sacrificial resurrection. Glass Shining Shadow erupted furiously. That is a spell capable only of conjuring wretched abominations. Among all the necromancers and masters of the deceased I have encountered, not a single one would resort to using sacrificial resurrection. Jedi spread his hands in resignation. I have possessed this staff for less than half a year, and my journey has been fraught with instability, leaving me no opportunity to systematically study necromantic magic. I have indeed heard of the advanced undead transformation ritual and glimpsed it within some esoteric tomes. But to master such an 8th-tier ritual would likely require my ascension to the rank of Archmage. If Glass Shining Shadow had possessed eyeballs, they would surely have bulged in disbelief. You are not even an Archmage, he exclaimed in shock. Clemenon Gregor, how could you present me with such a feeble bearer of the token? Gregor stroked his coarse black beard, replying gruffly, due to the oath, I cannot leave the necropolis at will. I fear you may have overlooked this detail. Lord Shining Shadow, but how could such a weak bearer assist me? Glass Shining Shadow choked, then erupted with indignation. Weakness is still preferable to nothing, Gregor shrugged, then patted Jedi's shoulder with his gauntlet hand. The knight has another option, alas. Jedi, can you sing the lamentation song? Jedi was about to shake his head when a sudden, urgent whisper pierced his thoughts. Agree to him, Jedi. The old sorcerer, seemingly exerting every ounce of strength, managed to convey his voice through the heavy barrier of life and death, open the entrance to the eternal castle using the shadow path. I shall take care of the rest. Chapter 80. The Lamentation Song. Beyond reason, was the Lamentation Song a unique ability or a necromantic ritual? Jedi had no time to voice his inquiry, nor did Mr. Dish have the opportunity to elaborate. However, after a moment of contemplation, Glass Shining Shadow reluctantly nodded in agreement, indicating that it might indeed serve as a means to realize his dream of soaring beneath the sky. Albeit likely falling short of the effects of the advanced undead transformation ritual, to avoid revealing any inconsistencies in the ensuing conversation, and to grant Mr. Dish time for preparations, Jedi proposed to borrow some treasures from the dragon's lair as auxiliary components for the Lamentation Song, thereby enhancing the success rate of the spell. Perhaps due to his impending demise, Glass Shining Shadow displayed none of the usual greed or stinginess characteristic of his kind, readily acquiescing to Jedi's request and urging Clemenon Gregor to assist Jedi Lux in setting up the magical array. A wry smile returned to Gregor's face, causing a pang of anxiety to ripple through Jedi, fearing his ruse might be mercilessly exposed. Yet, The last ruler of the Black Mountain folk said nothing further. He bowed with a clanking of armor and departed down a wider tunnel leading from the dragon's subterranean lair. Minutes later, a procession of dazed, stiff-limbed Black Mountain folk entered the cavern, their immense strength evident despite their lifeless appearances. Jedi discerned that they could scarcely be considered living beings, yet they differed from typical undead. For instance, the foremost giant among them bore a ghastly visage, with a gaping wound marring his face and a right eye gruesomely gouged out, an accompanying vein dangling grotesquely before his chest. This horrifying sight bore little resemblance to a zombie. However, zombies could never match the agility of the Black Mountain folk, nor could their strength exceed that of an average adult male by more than twofold. Watching the hulking figure effortlessly lift a gold or larger than himself and transport it to the spot Jedi had indicated, the boy couldn't help but blink in astonishment, murmuring, "That is truly remarkable strength. Lord Gregor, your subordinates are extraordinary indeed. Such feats are nothing. Jedi, the strength of the Black Mountain folk derives from their hatred and tenacity. Throughout history, the power unleashed by negative emotions has proven fearsome," Gregor replied, presenting himself as a rough and tumble brigand, clad in unadorned steel armor and possessing a mane of disheveled hair. However, his speech bore the clarity of a learned Night Lord. In contrast, your tongue serves as a far sharper weapon. Raw strength alone cannot subdue glass shining shadow, nor compel him to willingly step into a trap. Jedi felt a jolt of alarm, almost halting his breath. "Lord Gregor, what do you mean by that? I do not quite comprehend." Gregor raised his bushy brows, his blood-red eyes ablaze as they fixed upon the boy, his tone unexpectedly softening. "You understand, Jedi Lux, to my knowledge, the Lamentation Song does not require precious metals or gemstones to enhance its success rate. It is not even a form of magic. Are you attempting to buy time?" Jedi inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising panic, and adopted a demeanor of calm. "Buy time? No, I had no such intention." He stepped back 2 paces and sat upon a gold or slab the size of a tabletop. "The Lamentation Song I am familiar with indeed does not necessitate the aid of precious gems. However, such a grand ceremony befits the stature of a great dragon, does it not?" Gregor shook his head vigorously, his coarse, grayish-brown hair bristling like a lion's mane. "You need not persuade me, Jedi." A glimmer of cunning crossed his rugged features as his voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "For whatever you plan to undertake, I shall lend my utmost support to fulfill the dreams of the Lord of the Abyss, or to resolve this considerable dilemma." Jedi let out a slight sigh of relief, yet he remained vigilant. "Thank you for your generous assistance, Lord Gregor. If there is anything I can do to serve you, please do not hesitate to ask," the boy remarked, only to be met with surprise as the chieftain of the Mountain Black people nodded readily. "There is indeed a matter that requires your assistance, Clementin," Gregor said in a low voice. "Jedi Lux, as the bearer of that token, you are the sole key for the Mountain Black people to exit this underground tomb." Jedi offered a wry smile, raising the twisted staff he held, now broken in 2. "You have consistently emphasized the significance of this token, yet it is damaged. I have already stated, the essence lies not in the token itself, but in what it represents," Gregor said, casting a profound gaze upon Jedi. "Perhaps there is a reason why the individual who entrusted the token to you did not fully elucidate everything. So, do you possess the qualifications to unlock the path to the castle of another world?" A chill ran through Jedi, though it did not manifest on his face. "I am qualified," he replied, his tone light yet resolute. "Once the ritual of the Lamentation Song commences, you shall witness it for yourself. I am not doubting you, Jedi. It is merely that certain things appear to diverge from my expectations." A contemplative expression crossed Gregor's face before he smiled in relief. "Very well. Perhaps this is yet another trick of that old fellow Dish. He always overthinks and is reluctant to lay everything out plainly, under the diligent efforts of a whole battalion of Mountain Black people." The final gem was swiftly set in place, transforming the underground hall of the Cave Lord. The once haphazard piles of gold coins, silver pieces, and a multitude of colorful gems had all been cleared away to the corners, and the ground was adorned with 2 concentric rings crafted from gold bars, filled to the brim with emeralds, rubies, and aquamarines. Flawless diamonds formed dozens of hexagram alchemical arrays amid these gems, with a pure silver plate placed at the center of each array. Burning blocks of beeswax and sulfur, blue, orange, and red flames crackled, ascending in wisps of azure smoke, as if countless slender fingers caressed the cave ceiling. Glass, Shadowflame's hollow eye sockets fixated on this grand alchemical magic array. A satisfied smile creasing his lips. Although the cave lord had been blind for many years, he could still clearly see the entirety of the alchemical array through his immense magical prowess. Undoubtedly, this magic array was intricate and exquisite. Entirely in line with the aesthetic sensibilities of the dragon lineage. It seems you possess more capabilities than I had anticipated, young one. Glass, Shadowflame said, expelling a spark from his nostrils, intensifying the pungent aroma of burning sulfur in the air. The construction of this alchemical magic array is remarkably refined, rivaling that used in the advanced undead transformation rituals, presumably crafted by the ancient masters of the deceased, no? Jedi nodded, forcing himself to maintain composure. The design of this magic array was based on a glimpse he had caught from the cover of a tome housed within the Eternal Castles collection, arranged from memory in somewhat vague fashion, leaving even Jedi uncertain of its efficacy. Great Lord Glass, Shadowflame, Cave Lord, and mighty descendant of the Dragon King, the boy said, bowing slightly in a gesture reminiscent of ancient magicians. Now, I implore you to enter the core of the alchemical magic array, clear your thoughts, empty your mind, and prepare to embrace the sounds of the lamentation song. I know what I must do, Glass. Shadowflame replied, his tone laced with impatience, as a burst of bluish-white light erupted around him, and the dragon's massive form materialized at the center of the alchemical magic array, wings poised perfectly between the two concentric rings. I will need 10 minutes to prepare. Young one, what about you? I shall require a similar span of time. Let us commence now, Jedi answered, placing the fractured staff at his feet, lifting his hands high, and beginning to chant the intricate incantation of the shadow path. The instant a grayish-white vortex manifested within the cave. A soothing, ethereal melody unfurled, resonating throughout the walls. Clementin, Gregor raised his right arm, observing the flickering glimmers emanating from his tattered armor, his expression thoughtful. Behind him, all the mountain black people stood solemnly, heads held high. Their faces, either a deep black or swollen with decay, turned towards the grayish-white vortex, emitting a low, hoarse sound as if gazing upon the last hope of their lives. The transformation of the cave lord, Glass, Shadowflame, was the most profound. Even considering the lifespan of an advanced dragon, Glass, Shadowflame should have long since perished. His body, though grand, appeared emaciated, with frail bones and dull, scarred black scales. Even his eyes, which should have been as imposing as molten lava, had been blind for decades, leaving behind two unfathomable hollows yet. As the song began, a faint glow enveloped Glass, Shadowflame, initially a pale shadow, growing stronger in brilliance as the melody intensified. The icy pallor gradually transformed into resplendent silver radiance. In Glass, Shadowflame's body appeared to swell with vitality, the blemishes and scars on his scales quickly fading away. His wings unfurled, revealing robust muscles and razor-sharp black claws, glistening like obsidian, sharp enough to deter direct gaze. Is this the effect of the lamentation song? Gregor exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. By the gods, is this possible? When has the lamentation song ever restored youth to a dying dragon? Reversing time, turning back the ages, this is something even the gods cannot accomplish. Chapter 81. The Cave Lord's Last Day. Jedi. Lux stood in awe, gazing at the most magnificent spectacle he had ever witnessed in his life. Undoubtedly, for centuries, no new dragon legends had circulated throughout the entire Griffin Empire, yet on this day, beneath the tons of rock in the mountain range, Jedi bore witness to Glass, Shadowflame, a high dragon whose age could be traced back to the mythic era. Regaining his youth, his enormous form nearly filled the entire cavern. His scales shimmering with a silver-black sheen, head held high, surveying his surroundings with an expression of power and joy, his newly born red eyes sparkling like flawless rubies. Glass, Shadowflame suddenly unleashed a torrent of searing dragon breath, scorching the high vault of the cavern, causing the stalactites above to drip like melting cream. This is an unparalleled song, imbued with the strength of the soul, immersing my entire being in youth and vitality, he declared in a voice resounding like the simultaneous blare of 1,000 horns. In the next moment, the ethereal, soothing melody shifted, becoming louder and more forceful, akin to the rhythmic beating of a heart. Jedi, Lux's eyes suddenly glazed over, lips parting slightly, a whispering response flowing from his throat, echoing in the stone hall of the Cave Lord. No need for thanks, Lord Glass, Shadowflame. Now it is your turn to fulfill your promise. The Cave Lord erupted into wild laughter, his wings unfurling like the sudden onset of night. Wingtips sharp as blades, the tongue flicking from his mouth savoring the damp, chilly air of the underground. Fulfill my promise, yes. I did promise 30 years of service in exchange for this magical ritual. But now I feel this contract is somewhat unsuitable and ought to be amended. Clementin, Gregor's thick brows furrowed, instinctively gripping his black greatsword, moving closer to Jedi. The latter's eyes remained a blank, empty stare. Yet a strange, mocking smile danced upon his lips. So soon to amend your promise? Oh, great cave lord, how do you intend to modify it? I shall no longer provide 30 years of service. However, in exchange, you may take any treasure from within this cavern as long as you can carry it with your own hands. Glass. Shadowflame lowered his head, displaying a bloodthirsty grin characteristic of a beast. Jedi, Lux. This is the greatest privilege I bestow upon the bearer of the token, truly befitting of the renegade. Glass. A tone of derision escaped Jedi's lips, his eyes shifting from blankness to a tumultuous gray, as if countless colors swirled in the depths of his pupils, the last surviving dragon of the first aerial assault nights. How does it feel to betray your covenant, an oath of shared life and death, to have your soul imprisoned within a decaying body, neither living nor dead? The dragon's head abruptly jerked back. Disbelief etched across his face. You. How could you possibly know of events from 450 years ago? His roar reverberated throughout the cave. Even then, no one who knew survived, because the stench of such betrayal is simply too foul. Jedi shrugged his shoulders. His dim and lifeless eyes coldly fixated on the colossal dragon, causing the massive creature to uneasily shake its wings before lowering its head once more. Its enormous maw gaped open, revealing a cavernous throat capable of swallowing a fully armored knight whole. Take the treasure and be gone, he bellowed, his voice reverberating against the rocky walls above, dislodging countless pebbles that cascaded to the ground. Do not make me repeat myself. I had no intention of enduring your roar again, great lord of the abyss. Jedi replied with a graceful bow, his hands forming an unusual gesture. Suddenly, Glass, Shadowflame emitted a pained roar, the silver-black luminescence enveloping his form distorting grotesquely, accompanied by a sharp, piercing crackle. As the silver-black light shattered, the majestic body of Glass, Shadowflame began to flake away. Akin to a statue eroded by relentless winds accelerated to hundreds of times their natural pace. The fragmented scales, sinews, and flesh fell to the ground, transforming into pale, cold ashes before they touched the earth. Terror flickered momentarily in Glass, Shadowflame's molten eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Regardless of whether the Lord of the Abyss had betrayed his oath, his prowess in battle was undeniably exceptional. In the next instant, his chest swelled like a bellows, and a glimmer of orange-yellow light flickered deep within his gaping maw, heralding the imminent release of a searing dragon's breath that would incinerate all. Clemenon, Grago's eyes glinted with severity as he raised his black greatsword, and over 100 dark denizens of the Demon Mountain swiftly gathered around Jedi, Lux, forming a protective barrier. Yet even Grago himself harbored doubts about whether these creatures could withstand the fearsome force of the Lord of the Abyss's fiery breath. Thankfully, such a dire scenario never materialized. The chaotic vortex within Jedi's eyes spun with dizzying velocity, his voice adopting an ancient and profound timbre, as if each word he uttered carried the weight of time itself. Ashes of chaos. Laws of the covenant, heed my call, binding of the rules, separation of soul and body. As the final syllable escaped his lips, a radiance more brilliant than the noonday sun erupted from the center of Glass. Shadowflame's forehead, swiftly expanding to envelop the gigantic head of the Lord of the Abyss. Glass? Shadowflame's roar morphed into a cry of horror, and with a damp, muffled explosion, his head shattered into fragments amidst the blinding light. Torrents of putrid dragon blood mingling with shattered flesh and scales scattering into the air. Clemenon. Grago could not suppress a gasp of astonishment, lowering his raised black greatsword. It seems I underestimated you. Jedi, Lux. Even at the brink of death, the Lord of the Abyss could slay a dragon in a single blow, truly unimaginable. That was no mundane power, but rather a retribution for the covenant that should have been fulfilled. Yet was evaded by Glass, Shadowflame. Jedi's voice sounded particularly frail, as if the peculiar incantation had drained him of all his strength, the chaotic vortex in his pupils beginning to dissipate. It is the power of rules established and adhered to by the gods, from which no one can truly escape. A deafening roar resonated from within the dragon enveloped in blinding light. No one can slay the Lord of the Abyss, no one. A head composed solely of black shadows emerged from the crack in its neck. intertwining flames of azure, orange, and crimson swirling together, accompanied by thick, sulfurous fumes, erupting from the dragon's still intact form. In less than the span of 2 heartbeats, massive chunks of flesh collapsed, and a slightly smaller shadow dragon rose from the remnants. Its wings unfurling, stirring up a tempest akin to that unleashed from the very depths of hell. Jedi's voice surged with renewed vigor, regaining its earlier intensity. To know oneself is wisdom, to understand one's actions is insight. To be aware of the futility of escape yet persist in futile efforts is nothing short of folly. The boy raised his hands high, and 2 warped spatial rifts materialized on either side of the shadow dragon's form. With a dazzling and chilling gray-white light erupting forth, the shadow dragon, poised to ascend, vanished in an instant, and the once howling cavern fell into an eerie silence. So profound it was almost unbelievable. Clemenon? Grego turned, his steely gaze betraying a hint of awe for the first time. Is this the ultimate fate of the Lord of the Abyss? Jedi shrugged once more. The gray vortex in his eyes nearly extinguished, leaving only 2 pinpricks that continued to whirl, as if all mysteries lay within. I assure you, Lord Grego, this is far from the conclusion of glass. Shadowflame, since the Lord of the Abyss refuses to honor the 30-year term of the Covenant, let it be extended to eternity. Grego contemplated the remnants of the dragon's final demise, his voice low and inquisitive. And what of us? You had promised to aid the dark denizens of the Demon Mountain in escaping this subterranean tomb. That will require a brief wait, Jedi replied with a smile. Let us discuss it once I awaken. If that is agreeable. The gray vortex in his eyes finally vanished entirely, leaving the boy's expression vacant and bewildered, before his legs buckled, and he fell backward, staring up at the sky. Chapter 82, Encountering Trouble. Seizing the Dragon Soul Jedi, Lux paced restlessly within the pale halls of the Eternal Castle, his right hand instinctively reaching for his waist, only to release it in disappointment at the emptiness he encountered. The headless knight, Coy Stidway, stood silently beside the Lord's throne, cradling a lion-headed helmet in his arm, the crimson flames in his eye sockets flickering in time with Jedi's movements, lending a somewhat comical appearance. My lord, if you continue to pace like this, I may become dizzy, Coy finally voiced after Jedi had passed the throne for the umpteenth time. Jedi halted, yet his expression remained stern, a trace of worry lurking deep in his gaze. This is utterly disastrous, he complained. Mr. Dish made a decision without consulting me, and while he may have vanquished that treacherous dragon, the cost has been exorbitant. My soul and body are severed, leaving me unable to recover in the short term. And the energy reserves of the Eternal Castle have been completely depleted. Even he has succumbed to exhaustion and fallen into slumber. Mr. Dish had no other options, for the Lament of Souls not only requires immense necromantic power, but must also be executed by one who truly comprehends the power of the rules, the Headless Knight explained in a rigid tone. Moreover, you witnessed the immense strain that temporarily commandeering your body placed upon Mr. Dish's soul. He requires at least several months of rest before he can emerge from the heroic tower. I'm not complaining about Mr. Dish's actions. However, we ought to have discussed whether there were better alternatives. Jedi sighed heavily, glancing at his semi-transparent hands before changing the subject. Lord Coy, how long must I remain in this state before I can return to my own body? It will not exceed a week. My lord, the Headless Knight responded. Moreover, this is not without its advantages. As Mr. Dish manipulated the threads of the rules using necromantic power, he left a portion of his understanding of the rules within your body. After returning and undergoing a period of adaptation, you should truly attain the power of a magus. Jedi sighed deeply. If this had been mere months ago, the prospect of becoming a magus would have thrilled him. Yet, having just witnessed the formidable dragon's effortless demise, he was suddenly engulfed by a sense of disinterest. A week, by the gods, that is far too late. He lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration, finally allowing himself to vent all his pent-up anxiety and fear within the absolute safety of the Eternal Castle. I have not forgotten the true purpose of this venture. If I delay here for a week, Lord Tomad, Anzi will surely reach the radiant city of Firmir first. In that case, the entire plan to seize control of the port city of Arius will be utterly ruined. The Headless Knight paused, red flames flickering once more in his eye sockets. My lord, I believe this may not be entirely detrimental. His voice resonated from deep within his chest, heavy and commanding, reverberating with a thunderous echo. In Westwind County, while we have garnered some support, our true allies with real power are limited to the North Rococo Trading Company and the County Magistrate of Westwind, whose stance remains ambiguous and may shift at any moment. Jedi cast a glance toward the heroic tower. A hint of concern etched across his features. Count Pondoc is indeed a master of opportunism, yet as long as his daughter aligns with us, his position will not be easily swayed. Even so, your strength remains insufficient to contend with the Watcher of the Abyss, and the disparity is vast, the Headless Knight cautioned gravely. My lord, do not forget that the Watcher of the Abyss dispatched only a small contingent of his forces, and yet they obliterated your meticulously crafted cavalry. Were it not for the pivotal role played by the Eternal Castle, Rumen, alas, it seems that Lawrence has long since perished, and the others undoubtedly cannot endure until they reach the concealing caverns of the Chilling Straits. Jedi nodded grimly, unable to deny his misjudgment. I never anticipated that this matter would garner such intense scrutiny from Lord Tomad, nor that his decisions would be executed with such swiftness, decisiveness, and ruthlessness. Just as your plans were thwarted by Lord Tomad. The presence of Miss Felicity poses a significant threat to his ambitions, the Headless Knight patiently elucidated. Although the intelligence we currently possess is scant, it remains unclear what objectives this powerful border lord seeks to achieve. However, an analysis of the available clues suggests that his ambitions may far exceed the imagination of many. Jedi's eyes brightened, momentarily forgetting the agitation and unease stemming from his disembodied state. Please elaborate. Lord Coy, your insights are refreshingly enlightening. The Headless Knight hesitated, the flames within his eye sockets flickering as he considered where to begin. To speak candidly, my lord, he finally said in a notably grave tone, among the former masters of the Eternal Castle, your power is the weakest. While your prospects for development are not entirely bleak, transforming potential into strength requires not only time, but also a considerable degree of fortune. Jedi silently nodded, fully agreeing with the Headless Knight's assessment. Recalling his days as a mere bellboy at the inn, utilizing Miss Felicity to reclaim the seat of Lord Arius in the port city and to ally with the Northern Rococo Trading Association and the county governor of Westwind to develop into a formidable force in Westwind County is certainly not without merit when viewed from a broader perspective. However, unlike Mr. Dish, I harbor no optimism for your scheme, as it is solely predicated on your own actions, lacking any consideration for the strategies of your adversaries. As he spoke with fervor, if one were to overlook his fearsome visage, Coy Stidway resembled an eloquent minister of the Empire, inspiring a sense of respect within Jedi. Are you implying that I failed to account for Lord Tomad's possible reactions? Precisely because this was overlooked. You now find yourself ensnared in a predicament, suffering significant losses and even narrowly escaping death, Coy Stidway asserted bluntly, offering no leniency, causing the boy's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. What formidable power does Lord Tomad wield? What price is he willing to pay to maintain control over Port City Arius? No one knows. Yet the ruthless ambush by the Dark Elves indicates that even an alliance with the county governor of Westwind and the Northern Rococo Trading Association would struggle to mount a direct counter. In this light, the failure of your scheme may indeed be a blessing in disguise, forcing you to confront the harshness of reality. Jedi forced a bitter smile and smacked his cheek, attempting to regain his composure. What should I do now? Should I simply return to Westwind County and find a place to hide? Your plan is not a total loss. It has merely suffered a significant setback, the Headless Knight mused, pausing to grip the ancient spear in his hand. Generally speaking, noble heirs possess considerable influence over their family domains. Should Miss Felicity appear in the imperial capital of Fairmire, she would forcibly extract a portion of interest from Lord Tomad, provided that the laws of the Griffin Empire have not undergone any radical revisions. Just a portion of interests? Jedi questioned, somewhat dissatisfied. Miss Felicity is the sole heir of Lord Hoffman. After all, I believe you heard Mr. Dish's remark regarding Glass Shadow earlier. To attempt the impossible is folly, Coy Stidway huffed heavily. Given your current capabilities, obtaining even a fraction of those interests would be sufficient. Even if the Noble Council were to hand Port City Arius over to you, you could not ensure a firm grasp on the situation. Nor could you eliminate the threats posed by the Eye of Death. The outcome might be worse than it is now. Upon hearing these sharply critical words, Jedi found some comfort within himself. As if the heavy stone weighing upon his heart had cracked, allowing him to breathe more easily. You are correct, Lord Stidway. I was indeed too ambitious in my planning, he conceded with a nod. However, I find it perplexing that Mr. Dish did not raise any concerns upon reviewing this plan. Perhaps he intends for you to experience the taste of failure, or perhaps, the flames in the Headless Knight's eye sockets flickered once more as he abruptly shifted the topic. I just received word from the captain of the guards in the Hall of the Dead. The fusion of the dragon soul with the eternal castle has been completed. And the new structure, the dragon sepulchre, can now be constructed. The dragon sepulchre? Jetty's curiosity was piqued by the name. What purpose does this building serve, Lord Stidway? The dragon sepulchre is one of the 5 recruitment structures for undead creatures within the eternal castle. And it is the most powerful among them, the headless knight explained, a glimmer of a smile attempting to break through beneath his full-face helmet. The Grand Tomb is the first of these structures, capable of producing the majority of low and mid-tier undead creatures. However, all high-tier undead creatures and a select few very special mid-tier ones must be constructed through other edifices. Thus far, the construction requirements for the Blood Clan mansion, the Tranquil Altar, and the Plague Fortress have not been met. However, the prerequisite for the Dragon Sepulchre, a dragon soul of quasi-legendary caliber, has been fulfilled. The types of undead creatures that can be produced at the Dragon Sepulchre are quite limited, for now. It can only create mid-tier bone dragons and high-tier ghost dragons. Jetty's eyes lit up with excitement at that moment. Bone dragons and ghost dragons, he exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. Can I truly possess such magnificent undead beings now? The corners of the headless knight's mouth twitched again. More noticeably this time. If the eternal castle has accumulated sufficient soul power, then indeed, it can, he replied, shrugging his shoulders, the armor producing a harsh sound, akin to a sharp mockery. Alas, due to the ritual for the Song of Rest, Mr. Dish has depleted all reserves. The remaining soul power can barely sustain the daily needs of the eternal castle, preventing it from regressing to its former state. Jetty's spirits plummeted at this revelation. Then what can we do now? Patience, my lord, the headless knight began, only to be interrupted as the flames in his eye sockets flared once again. What? A knightly spirit of the heroic level has appeared, one that even the soul-binding array of the Hall of the Dead cannot suppress. Very well, I shall attend to this matter. As Coy Stidway hastily bowed and turned to leave the Pale Hall, Jetty quickly followed. I shall accompany you, Lord Stidway. I am eager to witness the appearance of the heroic level spirit. The headless knight turned back, gazing intently at Jetty. Exercise caution, my lord. You are currently in a vulnerable state of disembodiment. He cautioned with an air of implication. Avoid direct confrontation with the spirit, should the need arise. Take refuge behind me. Chapter 83, The Unmatched Spirit, the destructive dragon knight within the grand architectural framework of the Eternal Castle. The Hall of the Dead ranks second only to the Pale Hall, standing as an indispensable core structure. However, for Jetty Lux, he had only visited the Hall of the Dead once during its completion, and his memories had grown quite vague. Yet, even with such hazy recollections, Jetty still faintly remembered it as a magnificent and imposing hall-like structure. Yet, as he followed the headless knight Coy Stidway in haste to that location, he discovered that only a few walls and 2 rows of stone pillars remained standing, all heavily cracked. The massive doors lay collapsed on the ground, and the entire dome of the hall had fallen, shattered into countless fragments and rubble. Jetty gaped, staring at the ruins, alongside the ethereal green specters and blue spirits that drifted amidst the debris, as if a fantastical starry sea had descended upon the ruins of the Hall of the Dead, transforming this somber and monotonous world into a breathtaking dreamscape. Lord Stidway, what has happened here? The blood-red flames in the headless knight's eye sockets burned steadily as he surveyed the scattered fragments of gray-blue steel and stark white bones amidst the ruins. There was once an entire squad of dragon-toothed soldiers stationed here as guards. Though their strength was somewhat inferior to that of the Grand Tomb and the Hall of Heroes, they still represented a force not to be underestimated. As he spoke in a low voice, he advanced, lifting the ancient spear with one hand, the sharp tip gleaming with a purplish-black hue. Such remarkable destructive power, especially for an unformed spirit. That is because you were simply too weak, serving as mere lackeys and accomplices to a cadre of necromancers. A soft, ethereal voice responded from the depths of the ruins. Jetty was astonished to discern that, although the voice possessed the characteristic insubstantiality of an incorporeal being, it appeared to belong to a young woman. The headless horseman similarly perceived this anomaly, the blood flames within his eye sockets slightly retracting, and the tip of his spear lowering a fraction. This is indeed an extraordinary adversary. You are a woman. Suddenly, a translucent figure emerged silently from beside a shattered stone pillar. The figure radiated a deep blue luminescence, as if sculpted from a flawless piece of glass, with a slender form reminiscent of a female half-elf. She donned armor that shimmered like rippling water, adorned with exquisite elven patterns that changed with her movements. What of being a woman? The figure replied with a tone of disdain. I can still sever the head of a necromancer. Oh, excluding you, for your head no longer requires severing. The blood flames within the headless horseman's eye sockets flickered violently, yet he did not advance further. Instead, he inverted his ancient spear, planting it into the ground. Gripping the hilt firmly as he spoke in a low voice, "It would be wise not to provoke me. This spear, even if it merely grazes your form, will shatter it to pieces like fragile crystal, provided you can even touch me. That cumbersome, foolish weapon is better suited for display on a blacksmith's wall than wielded in a knight's hand." The figure retorted, her words laced with mockery, as she gracefully stepped out of the ruins. Twirling her wrists to summon two transparent longswords into her grasp, Jedi furrowed his brow. He had never encountered such delicate and exquisite weapons, their completely transparent blades no wider than a finger, glowing with a faint blue light, as thin as a sheet of parchment, making them nearly imperceptible when held upright. "Beware of those swords, Lord Stidway," Jedi whispered. "They are likely sharper than razors and are enchanted weapons. My scorpion tail is also an enchanted weapon." "Lord of the castle," the headless horseman scoffed, flicking his wrist as the ancient spear sliced through the air with a dazzling gleam, its tip aimed directly at the translucent figure. "Come forth. Let me witness what qualifications a nascent battle spirit possesses to utter such bold claims." In the next moment, a flash of glassy light erupted as the intangible blade sliced through the air with a sharpness that cut the silence. Coe Stidway's spear was drawn back with all his might, the hilt stopping the oncoming thrust of the transparent longsword a mere 10 centimeters from his chest, the shrill sound of their friction akin to the wails of a dying beast, causing Jedi to instinctively raise his hands to cover his ears. The speed of the translucent figure was astonishing. Almost instantaneously as the headless horseman defended against this assault, she sprang back, evading the spear's fierce counterattack. Immediately, the figure lunged forward again, her two transparent swords slicing through the air, unleashing a cacophony of piercing shrieks, as if countless arms wielded dozens of swords, accompanied by Coe Stidway's furious roar. The metallic scraping sound was incessant as the headless horseman desperately wielded his spear, spinning, thrusting, retreating sharply, and swirling. The spear's sharp, venomous edge flicked in and out like the tongue of a snake, yet against the figure's unbelievable swiftness, all his efforts were in vain. The menacing black armor was marked with dozens of brilliant gashes, and even the lion-headed helmet bore a new sword mark, nearly cleaving it in two from the narrow visor. Observing Coe Stidway in an increasingly precarious position, Jedi reached for his distorted staff, only to find his fingers grasping at air, just as the boy's expression turned to one of astonishment. The figure flickered, and the female half-elf battle spirit suddenly abandoned her pursuit of the retreating headless horseman and charged towards Jedi. This completely took him by surprise, and he stumbled backward, nearly tripping over himself. However, the speed of the female half-elf battle spirit surpassed all expectations. In the blink of an eye, her glassy form stood before him, an icy chill enveloping him, her pair of frigid blue eyes, colder than any living being, quietly ignited with a flame akin to ice, freezing Jedi's retreating steps. What a peculiar existence, frail yet formidable, youthful yet ancient, the power of the contract binding the threads of fate, the intertwining of cause and effect illuminating your destiny. The female half-elf battle spirit murmured, "Has the eternal cold finally reached its conclusion? Tell me, enigmatic soul, what is your name?" Jedi swallowed hard, his throat dry as a desert, his clenched fists slick with cold sweat. "I am Jedi Lux. How may I serve you, my lady?" "Indeed, Jedi Lux, I require your assistance." Her voice trailed off as the female half-elf battle spirit suddenly arched backward, her razor-sharp, transparent swords crossing to deflect a fierce thrust from the headless horseman. The blades clashed repeatedly, accompanied by Coe Stidway's incredulous cries of rage, as the sturdy hilt of the scorpion tail, crafted from fine mahogany, was forcibly severed, the poisoned spearhead clattering to the ground. Jedi's heart raced with trepidation, instinctively holding his breath, compared to the true Calamity Knight. The headless horseman Coe Stidway possessed a unique form of fighting spirit, one that was not tied to the essence of death but belonged to the clandestine arts of assassins and killers. This fighting spirit, though weaker in power, was far more versatile in application compared to the death-related fighting spirit of the same level. Coupled with the scorpion tail's sharp and unpredictable techniques, this headless horseman often found himself capable of challenging, and even defeating, sword-wielding counts of lesser strength. The female half-elf battle spirit, not yet fully formed, existed in a realm between reality and illusion, capable of manifesting her full power only within the Eternal Castle. However, the ability to damage the advanced magical item, the scorpion tail, indicated her will was exceptionally strong. And the two transparent swords she manifested were likely of the highest tier of magical items, perhaps even legendary. Thoughts raced through Jedi's mind like lightning, and just as he saw the female half-elf battle spirit move beside the headless horseman, he hurriedly interjected, "In the name of the quiet Lord Cuxia, please wait, my lady." One of the transparent swords halted before the headless horseman's chest armor, its tip piercing approximately half a centimeter into the surface. The defensive magic imbued upon the armor rippling with translucent waves, sparks flying, yet utterly unable to withstand the sharpness of the transparent blade. The female half-elf battle spirit turned silently, her azure eyes locking on a Jedi, seemingly waiting for him to provide a reason. Taking a deep breath, Jedi suppressed any waves of negative emotion, bowing respectfully to her. "My lady, as the acting lord of the Eternal Castle, I apologize on behalf of the military commander Co-E Stidway for his actions. Should you have any demands for reparations, Jedi Lux is at your service." The blood-red flames within Co-E Stidway's eye sockets flickered with increasing intensity, yet he refrained from opposing Jedi's proposal, instead contemplating the female half-elf battle spirit's transparent dual swords and her graceful stance. Captain of the Griffin Air Knights 1st Division, the Destruction Dragon Knight, foremost of the Iron Guard Knights, the Sword Duke Lena Astoria. The voice of the female half-elf battle spirit resonated with a clarity as chilling as the breaking of glaciers, her proclaimed identity leaving Jedi in a state of shock. "It seems that glass showing has perished as sworn, and thus my soul has gained its freedom. Jedi Lux, since you are the acting lord of the Eternal Castle, can you provide me with a guardian contract?" "A guardian contract," Jedi repeated, somewhat perplexed. "A contract to become a guardian knight of the Eternal Castle, just as I am." Co-E Stidway approached, his bravado diminished as he dejectedly picked up the severed scorpion tail spear. "However, Your Grace Lena Astoria, to become a guardian knight, one must first undergo the shaping ritual to reconstitute a true body, due to the recent expenditure of significant soul power in the Eternal Castle. The remaining souls are insufficient to form a body capable of containing the essence of the Sword Duke. There is no need for such complications. I can sense a ready body nearby." "One devoid of a soul and not belonging to the undead," Lena Astoria replied casually, turning her gaze. "Though its qualifications are ordinary and it has not undergone sufficient training, it will suffice for temporary use." "Lord Jedi, you wouldn't mind, would you?" "No, I don't mind, Your Grace. Please proceed." Just as Jedi Lux began to speak, his expression suddenly turned rigid. "Please wait a moment," he exclaimed anxiously. "Your Grace, what body do you refer to?" Chapter 84, The Pass. Encountering Enemies, Breaking the Formation, Part 1. The party escorting the heir of the Hoffman family emerged from a secret entrance obscured by brush, their weary steps dragging heavily as the azure and crisp winter sky unfolded before them. No one bore expressions of joy, merely exhaustion etched upon their faces. Knight Hatianli raised a hand to smooth his damp black hair, glancing back at the seemingly bottomless entrance with a long sigh. Behind him, Miss Felicity and Bachelor Penny supported each other, their bodies and faces marred by the stains of dirt, appearing utterly exhausted and in a state of disarray. The surviving guards fared little better. Half of them bore injuries of varying severity, having just crawled out from the mouth of the abyssal passage, only to collapse onto the ground, utterly unable to rise again. Only the dwarf Doujin Steelax, who had consistently led the way, showed no sign of fatigue. His ashen face, which normally appeared rather stolid, now seemed to radiate vitality by comparison. Even Knight Hatianli, who had crouched on the hardened earth, managed to muster the strength to climb atop a massive boulder, his hollow eyes gazing northeastward. After a moment of contemplation, Hatianli collected himself and ascended to the same rock as the dwarf, also looking towards the northeast. The towering, somber peak of the Demon Mountain loomed before them, the setting sun casting a resplendent golden-red hue upon one side of its dark, craggy face, while the other was shrouded in the indigo twilight, evoking an indescribable sense of awe, though the winds and snows had ceased. The air remained biting cold, and a few particularly bright stars had begun to twinkle in the clear eastern sky. "The Demon Mountain Pass is just over there, isn't it?" Hatianli murmured. "It seems to be less than 2 kilometers away." "Not quite so close. It is a full 175 elbows, Doujin Steelax replied, bending his robust, yet considerably shorter right arm compared to that of an adult human. In your human measurements, it is roughly 5 kilometers. I fear that the final 5 kilometers will not be easy to traverse. Hao Qianli continued to gaze ahead, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Leader Daojin Stelax, should we consider resting here for a while and sending out a party to search for Master Jedi in the Abyssal Passage? There is no need for such measures. Daojin Stelax shrugged his broad shoulders. Responding tersely, Master Jedi would not fall so easily, even if pursued by the dreadful bloodied matron. Hao Qianli retorted angrily. Of course not. Daojin Stelax's tone remained unchanged, as if he were stating an obvious truth. Our master has already vanquished the enemies trailing him, alas. It was merely a mere illusion. He raised a stout finger towards the starry northern sky. Master is waiting there for us to regroup. I know it. Knight Hao Qianli shot a surprised glance at the dwarf guide. Are you saying that Master Jedi has already reached the far side of the Demon Mountain Pass? Not yet. But by the time we rest for the night and then trek over, he will be there, Daojin Stelax concluded, firmly closing his lips, refusing to divulge any further information despite Hao Qianli's inquiries. With a sense of resignation, Hao Qianli leaped down from the boulder, deliberately projecting an air of confidence and a smile of delight as he returned to the crowd. Master Jedi is safe now. Awaiting us at the Demon Mountain Pass, he proclaimed with unwavering certainty. We shall camp here for the night and set off at dawn. We will meet Master Jedi by noon. Will there be hot water for a bath then? Miss Felicity inquired eagerly. I feel utterly filthy after these past few days. A few soldiers chuckled. Their laughter strained yet genuine. The tension that had enveloped them since the ambush was eased somewhat by this burst of mirth. They then dragged their wearied bodies back to a clearing on the gentle slope, someone to gather firewood. While others spread out to set up sentry posts at dawn, an unfortunate piece of news arrived. During the night, 2 of the most gravely injured soldiers had perished, although everyone had given them the warmest spot closest to the campfire. Their excessive exhaustion and blood loss, combined with the considerably lower temperatures of the Demon Mountain range at night compared to the Abyssal Passage, meant that as the first rays of sunlight crested over the towering peak of the Demon Mountain, they had quietly succumbed, their rigid bodies wrapped in blankets, curled up in the pristine white snow. Knight Hao Qianli's complexion turned ashen as he calculated that the guard force had dwindled to merely 1/5 of its original number. And more critically, they were short on high-level combatants. Knights Rumen Lawrence and Jedi Lux had both gone missing, and the ghost sorcerer had vanished in the underground caverns during an attack by monstrous insects, leaving their fates uncertain. What if, instead of Master Jedi, a cadre of dark elf assassins awaited this group at the Demon Mountain Pass? This thought struck like lightning across his mind, leaving behind a lingering dread that crawled into Hao Qianli's heart like countless tiny insects. It took him several minutes to regain his composure, after which he ordered the troops to assemble and form a defensive formation as they made their way along the treacherous mountain path towards the narrow pass at the foot of the Demon Mountain. The winter night had not significantly restored the troops' strength, and the final 5 kilometers proved to be exceedingly arduous. What compounded their difficulties was Hao Qianli's order for vigilance. Aside from the injured soldiers and the 2 noble ladies, everyone was required to take turns scouting, which bred discontent and murmurs of dissatisfaction among many warriors. However, all complaints and grievances were abruptly silenced by a sudden onslaught of poisoned crossbow bolts. Daojin Stelax became the primary target of this first wave of attack. Despite his heavy iron armor, the expertly crafted poisoned bolts pierced through the seams, embedding over 30 arrows into his body, rendering him a sight reminiscent of a large hedgehog from afar. The 4 soldiers shielding Daojin Stelax with their shields were also struck by several bolts, their cries barely escaping their lips before they collapsed to the ground, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. This was the infamous hypnotic toxin of the Dark Elves, and Knight Hao Qianli felt a tightening in his chest, swiftly raising his longsword, his fighting spirit illuminating the blade with a brilliant glow. Form a circular defense. Fall back slowly. We are ambushed. There are Dark Elves. The soldiers, having endured numerous ambushes before, immediately obeyed the command, raising their shields high and interlocking them to protect the 2 noble ladies within. The relentless volley of black arrows continued to rain down from the rocks across the pass, the whistling sounds of bolts striking shields never ceasing, and several soldiers were struck by poisoned arrows that slipped through the gaps between their shields, causing them to weaken and collapse to the ground, quickly drifting into a deep sleep. Perhaps compared to the lethal toxins that could cause instant death, the sleeping toxin was a form of mercy. However, Knight Hao Qianli did not view it as such. Standing at the front of the formation, Despite the radiant sword light forming an impenetrable net, he was still unable to block all the poisoned arrows aimed at him. He felt a sharp sting on the outside of his right thigh and the bend of his left arm. Realizing that he had been struck by 2 poisoned arrows, the resistance of his fighting spirit against the sleeping toxin was significantly weaker than against lethal toxins. Hao Yanli struggled to hold on, intending to issue another command, but as he opened his mouth, he let out a tremendous yawn. Waves of darkness began to swirl around the formation, inciting greater chaos and leaving Knight Hao Yanli feeling alarmed amidst his growing drowsiness. Ordinary dark elf scouts could not conjure such a spell resembling a dark banner. Knight Hao Yanli strained to lift his head, witnessing dozens of dark figures leaping from the crevices of the rocks opposite, each wielding intricate hand crossbows. After unleashing a final volley of arrows, they drew gleaming green daggers and charged forward. A particularly petite female dark elf led the charge, her silvery hair billowing in the wind, each hand brandishing a serrated short sword that glinted ominously with bloodlight. Moving with the agility of a panther. As the rain of arrows finally ceased, 2 soldiers stepped out of the ranks, attempting to flank this audacious opponent. However, the speed of her dual serrated short swords was blinding. Almost simultaneously with the clash of intense metal, the female dark elf darted between the two and lunged towards the retreating bachelor Penny. The 2 soldiers made no attempt to pursue. Instead, they dropped their long swords and shields, clutching their throats and bleeding wounds, and slowly sank to their knees, faces turning purple. Knight Hao Yanli had no time to assess the cause of their demise. With a furious shout, he charged towards the female dark elf. However, it was too late. Had it not been for a figure suddenly leaping up from beside him and colliding with the female dark elf, the pale-faced bachelor Penny would surely have been in grave danger. Daojin Steelax, his body riddled with poisoned arrows, seemed utterly unfazed, cackling with a mad laugh as he swung his long-handled battle axe, forcing the female dark elf to halt her advance. The brief skirmish lasted no longer than 5 breaths. Daojin Steelax sustained several gruesome wounds, particularly severe damage to his right eye, which had been entirely gouged out, leaving only a few blood vessels hanging beside the eye socket. Nonetheless, the female dark elf could not continue her assault. Instead, she swiftly pivoted to confront the charging Knight Hao Yanli. The clash of the 2 serrated short swords against the long sword of the knight echoed fiercely. The Knight of Hao Yan retreated a couple of steps, an icy chill coursing through his heart. The swordsmanship of the dark elven woman was exceedingly bizarre and vicious, her supple arms striking like venomous serpents, capable of launching attacks from any angle. Although the swordplay of the Knight of Hao Yan was renowned for its agility and swiftness, in comparison to his opponent, he appeared as clumsy as a bear roused from hibernation. Nevertheless, being a seasoned warrior, he did not allow the dark elven woman to execute a third assault before he abruptly stepped to the side, circling around her, while simultaneously swinging his sword to form a barrier of blades, a dense web of defense to shield himself. The dark elven woman let out a cry of disappointment, for the knight's choice was precisely what she had hoped to avoid. Yet, undeterred, she intensified her onslaught, attempting to force the knight's meticulous defense to yield a flaw. Chapter 85. The Narrow Pass. Encountering the Enemy. Breaking the Formation. Part 2. The tightly woven barrier created by the knight's longsword barely withstood the serrated short swords for a mere few seconds before being pierced by a relentless thrust, akin to mercury seeping through cracks. Acting on instinct, the knight managed to parry one of the lethal strikes with the hilt of his sword, blocking a serrated short sword aimed at his throat. Yet another blade seized the opportunity, burrowing into the gap beneath his right rib. The sharp edge effortlessly sliced through the dual defenses of his battle aura and armor, nearing his very ribs. Had it not been for a long-handled battle axe that whistled through the air towards the dark elven woman's back, prompting her to retreat hastily and avoid exacerbating the wound, the knight would have sustained a grievous injury, one that would have rendered him incapable of continuing the fight. Instead, he staggered back a couple of steps, regained his footing, and forced his battle aura to staunch the bleeding. Furious, the dark elven woman pivoted, launching a fierce attack against the foe behind her, blood from her serrated short sword splattering like raindrops in a hot wind. In the blink of an eye, a deep, bone-exposing gash appeared on Daojin's forehead. Yet he remained unfazed, swiftly swinging his long-handled battle axe, transforming it into a swirling tempest of black, roaring as it bore down upon the dark elven woman. The Knight of Hao Yan, suppressing his pain, joined the fray, his exquisite swordsmanship putting pressure on the dark elven woman. Her serrated short sword intercepted one of his side attacks, while another crossed to block the descending axe from the other side. In terms of sheer strength, Dao Jin was unparalleled. However, the dark elven woman deftly flicked her wrist, rendering the dwarf's brute force ineffective, causing him to lose his balance. Before she could counterattack, the Knight of Haotian suddenly crouched, angling his sword in a way that compelled the dark elven woman to retreat again, falling back into a defensive stance. This battle, pitting 1 against 2, endured for a considerable duration, despite the dark elven woman's venomous swordplay and agile movements. She found herself in a precarious position, ensnared by the coordinated efforts of the knight and the dwarf. The heavy battle axe and the nimble longsword complemented each other, filling the gaps between attack and defense. And several times, the dark elven woman nearly sustained injury due to her overzealous advances. The stalemate in the battle narrowed her violet eyes in frustration. This was not the outcome she had anticipated. Faced with 2 opponents, one of whom was a dwarf seemingly impervious to death, Vivian, the bloodthirsty nun, felt her confidence in victory waning. She knew well that even if triumph ultimately belonged to her, it would demand a considerable investment of time, possibly allowing those human soldiers to escort their objective to safety. As her thoughts raced, she quickly glanced back, emitting a sharp, piercing cry. Dozens of elite dark elven scouts, armed with crossbows in one hand and poisoned daggers in the other, alongside for bloodthirsty nuns wielding serrated short swords, hastened toward her from both flanks, seemingly intent on assisting Vivian in dealing with these troublesome foes. A flicker of anxiety crossed the Knight of Haotian's eyes as his longsword executed a fierce downward strike, forcing Vivian to cross her dual blades in defense. The clanging of metal echoed deafeningly as the knight retreated, pursuing Miss Felicity and the remaining soldiers who were retreating down the slope. Almost simultaneously, Dao Jin tumbled to the ground, clutching his battle axe, unhesitatingly rolling down the narrow, rugged, and debris-strewn mountain path. Vivian, nearly grinding her pearly teeth to dust, pursued like a tempest. Her speed was astonishing. Although she had started several seconds late, within 20 meters, she caught up to the Knight of Haotian, raising a serrated short sword that transformed into a green flash, aiming straight for the knight's unguarded back. This was an exceedingly vicious strike. Although the knight sensed it, it was too late. He could only desperately twist his body to evade the fatal blow. As for the lethal poison coating the serrated short sword, it was no longer a concern for the knight. However, just as the blade was mere centimeters from his right side, it abruptly halted midair as if ensnared by an invisible cord. Vivian slowed her pace, a look of astonishment crossing her face. Before she could react further, the short sword seemed to be redirected by unseen fingers, and in an instant, the green light reflected back along its original trajectory, now targeting the throat of the bloodthirsty nun leader. This turn of events did not catch Vivian off guard. She deftly sidestepped, raising another serrated short sword, intending to strike down the incoming light with precise timing as it approached. Her timing was impeccable, and even when the short sword veered unexpectedly, she had anticipated it. However, what she did not foresee was the immense force transmitted through her wrist during the clash of the 2 short swords, which sent her arm flailing wide, nearly causing her to lose grip on the weapon. Nevertheless, she managed to intercept the returning sword, swiftly bending down to grasp it, stepping aside to regain her balance, and positioning the 2 serrated short swords in a tight defensive stance before her. "Who dares to meddle?" she inquired loudly in the cold tones of the dark elven tongue. Whether it be the Grand Sorcerer or the Celestial Knight, it would be wise to ascertain the situation in Westwind County before intervening. If neither the Grand Sorcerer nor the Celestial Knight can interrupt those who extend their claws too far, what then? A voice, causing Vivian to furrow her brows deeply, while simultaneously eliciting a sigh of relief from the Knight of Haotian, echoed, "Why is it permissible for the Scourge of Death to send you assassins, yet disallow the victims from retaliating? What sort of logic is that?" The voice did not emanate from below the slope, but rather from the opposite direction. Vivian swiftly turned, squinting against the midday sun that cast golden rays, though not so glaring as to obscure the slender figure atop a massive boulder, nor the dozens of tall figures lined up below it. "Jedi Lux, you are still alive." Vivian's violet eyes glinted with malice. "And you've amassed so many subordinates. What enviable fortune. Were these the ones who aided you in fending off the pursuit of the first mistress from Moslin Anros? If the first mistress you refer to is Lady Charles Banray, then I would suggest you convey a message." The slender figure atop the boulder declared with measured precision, "Jedi Lux awaits her arrival in the City of Radiance." Firmoir, hoping to resolve this cycle of pursuit and vengeance once and for all. Vivian's breath momentarily hitched, but she quickly regained her composure. "In my view, there is no need to relay a message to Lady Charles Banray, for the words of the dead bear no significance. After her loud proclamation, Vivian gestured with her arms to signal a surrounding maneuver. More elite scouts, bloodthirsty nuns, and shadowy assassins emerged from all directions, accompanied by hundreds of dark elven soldiers wielding alchemical heavy crossbows. Hundreds of trident-shaped bolts capable of piercing knightly armor were aimed squarely at Jedi Lux, as if awaiting but a command to turn him into a veritable pincushion. Chapter 86, The Narrow Pass, Encountering the Enemy, Breaking the Formation, Part 2. The Knight of Haotian, stood dumbfounded, watching the unfolding chaos, feeling dizzy and weak in the wrist, nearly unable to grip his cherished longsword. Mere minutes ago, he had intended to disregard his injuries and lead the surviving guards to harass the dark elven forces, striving to secure a glimmer of hope for Jedi Lux. Yet, before he could raise his sword to issue a command, Jedi Lux had already shaken his robes and leapt from the towering boulder, like a dark cloud drifting into the ranks of the Dark Elves. In that instant, a vivid illusion appeared before the Knight of Haotian. As though a female knight riding a golden dragon descended from the heavens, her spear pointing forth, igniting a furious conflagration that erupted, consuming all in its path. Countless shadows fragmented in the blaze, and the fortunate few who survived immediately scattered in disarray. The Knight of Haotian blinked hard, the figure soaring down, transforming once more into Jedi Lux, clad in a sorcerer's robe. Lux, yet this slender boy moved with an extraordinary finesse, exhibiting a mastery of martial skills that could only be described as exceptional. With a deft flick of his wooden staff, he deflected the encroaching daggers and short swords, and with lightning speed, he lunged forward. A bloodied nun emitted a strangled gasp, relinquishing her weapons and clutching her shattered throat, her complexion turning a ghastly shade of blue and purple. Jedi Lux found himself in a precarious position, having landed precisely where the Dark Elves' ranks were most formidable. Just as he had repelled a few assailants, an onslaught of more poisoned blades and daggers surged toward him from all directions. The Dark Elves, with their race's characteristic agility, launched a reckless and fervent assault against Jedi Lux. The Knight of Haotian let out a cry that bordered on despair. Even one as powerful as him dared not recklessly charge into the enemy lines. The Dark Elves' weapons were not only laced with potent venom but also forged with exquisite metal, rendering their blades exceptionally sharp and adept at tearing through magical defenses. A mere scratch could spell the end of this battle. What followed from Jedi Lux astonished all observers. Although the boy's movements were swift, they did not reach the almost imperceptible speed of Vivian. Terror, yet each offensive and defensive maneuver was executed with such flawless precision. Exuding a lethal elegance that seemed the result of countless trials, the unadorned wooden staff in his grasp appeared to come alive, dancing gracefully to parry the lethal strikes from all directions, retaliating from the most unexpected angles. Vivian, terror narrowed her violet eyes once more. As the leader of the bloody nuns, her perception and intellect were not to be underestimated, despite only half a minute having elapsed since Jedi leapt from the giant rock into the fray. She had already revised her impression of the boy 3 times, each adjustment further shaking her confidence in victory. A sorcerer of nearly count-level swordsmanship. Vivian, terror spat at her feet, by the dark dragon above. Has my vision truly failed me? A thunderous impact reverberated through the air, followed by a long, mournful wail that a flamboyantly dressed shadow assassin was struck viciously at the waist by the wooden staff, although she barely managed to parry with her poisoned dagger. Her slender arm was easily shattered like a twig, and the staff subsequently crushed her pelvis and spine, sending her flying like a ragged sack, crashing heavily onto the roadside. This dark assassin evidently held a certain status. As her comrades surrounding Jedi Lux erupted in cries of alarm, their formation collapsing into chaos. At that moment, the towering figures gathered beneath the giant rock joined the fray, their imposing stature and heavy footsteps, along with the sweeping motions of their massive swords and axes, forced the Dark Elves into retreat, transforming the encircling crescent formation into a defensive bow. Vivian, terror inhaled deeply, suppressing her burgeoning regret. Had she rushed in at the onset, she might have had the chance to severely wound or even slay Jedi Lux amidst the melee. Yet, the opportunity slipped away, and now, 2 rows of robust human warriors flanked Jedi, particularly a nearly 2-meter-tall knight, clad in heavy steel armor and wielding a black greatsword, resembling an immovable fortress. 2 shadow assassins attempted to leap from the shadows to strike at his back, but Vivian, terror swore she saw the poisoned daggers plunge deeply through the gaps in his armor. However, the knight remained unfazed, Turning around to sweep his wrist, the black greatsword cleaving through the upper bodies of the two assassins, their mangled remains flung several meters away. This gruesome and merciless strike nearly shattered the morale of the Dark Elves. As the towering knight advanced a step forward, his heavy footfalls reverberating as if shaking the very mountains, the black greatsword swung again, and this time, no Dark Elf was foolish enough to linger within its threatening arc. They all evaded with exaggerated movements. Creating a wide clearing of several meters in the aftermath of the swing, the knight let out a raucous, almost manic laugh, then drove the bloody black greatsword into the ground, leaning on its crossguard. A clever and nimble bunch of black bean sprouts. Truly delightful, he remarked in a gravelly, boisterous voice. My Lord Jedi, it seems we must exert considerable effort to ensure our journey remains unimpeded. I have never underestimated the Dark Elf troops under the command of Lord Tomad. Anzi, yet I clearly did not consider all factors, otherwise, we would not have to toil through this rocky cavern, Jedi, Lux replied with a hint of bitterness in his smile as he stepped out from behind the towering knight. The staff in his hand still dripping with thick blood and brain matter. Who leads this commendable troop? His gaze swept over all the Dark Elves. Might I request your commander to step forward for a conversation? After a few seconds of tense silence, Vivian, Terror emerged from the shadows. It is I. Her voice dripped with a honeyed tone. I am Vivian, Terror, captain of the Shadow Altar Guard of the city of Mozarin, Anros, and the leader of the Bloody Nuns. Ah, Miss Vivian. Jedi turned his gaze, his eyes contemplatively assessing the leader of the Bloody Nuns. I once encountered a Dark Elf who bore a striking resemblance to you. Her name was Diana. Blooddance, might she be your sister? All female Dark Elves refer to each other as sisters. Diana, Blooddance, is an exceptional blood dancer, nearly my equal in strength. Vivian, Terror replied, her tone laced with an implicit threat. Mr. Jedi, Lux, I must concede, you are far more formidable than the intelligence suggested, thus I am willing to offer you a choice. Jedi's eyes widened in astonishment. Miss Vivian, do you not see that the goddess of victory is already smiling upon me? He pointed towards the Dark Elves. Caught between two human forces. This battle is lost. Do you possess any strategy to turn the tide? Vivian, Terror shook her head, a cold, cruel smile gracing her lips. Victory and defeat are not measured in such a manner. Our mission is to prevent you from escorting the heir Miss Felicity through the mountain pass. As long as we achieve that, victory belongs to us. Jedi furrowed his brow. What do you intend to do to accomplish this goal? Quite simply, we will scatter and retreat. Utilizing the Dark Elves' unique ability to blend into shadows, I am certain you and your companions will not achieve significant results in pursuit. Vivian? Terror raised an eyebrow in provocation. The rugged mountain path stretches for dozens of kilometers ahead. Our poisoned crossbows, daggers, and short swords will turn this place into a hunting ground until that Miss Felicity meets her doom. That presents a tricky problem. Jedi's expression remained unfazed, as if entirely unperturbed by the provocation. Miss Vivian, I must remind you that neither you nor your subordinates can obstruct my progress. Merely you, perhaps with one or two particularly skilled knights. Vivian, Terror glanced at the Knight of Hal, Tianli, and the hulking knight wielding the black greatsword. I never expected to annihilate all of you here. But to act alongside that aristocratic lady who is ill-equipped for battle, that would be quite the challenge. Jedi pressed his lips together, his gaze deepening, as if pondering something. Or do you intend to abandon the others and form an elite team to traverse the mountain pass? Vivian. Terror continued, that is a good idea worth considering. If only 3 or 5 individuals were involved, even we could not completely seal off the route. But in doing so, the ones you leave behind would surely perish. Dozens of heads would suffice to provide me with a satisfactory report to my master. I will not do that, Jedi retorted vehemently. Without a moment's hesitation, I, Jedi, Lux, will not abandon a single companion here. That is precisely the response I wish to hear, Mr. Jedi. Lux, a response I thoroughly appreciate. Vivian, Terror clasped her hands, and with a resounding clash, 2 serrated short swords struck together before her, unleashing a burst of green light. Then you have no other choice. Let us engage in a duel, one-on-one, utilizing any means necessary, and allow the Dark Dragon Demarite and your feeble deity to determine the outcome of this battle. Chapter 87, A Duel's Twist. The Descent of a Lesser Deity, Part 1. The duel invitation issued by Vivian, Terror, the leader of the Bloody Nuns, struck like a massive stone catapulted from a siege engine, eliciting an uproar of dissent among the human ranks. The somewhat pale Miss Felicity was the first to step forward. "No, Master Jedi, you must not agree," she protested with a sharp voice. "Dueling this dangerous dark elf is far too unfair for a sorcerer. My lord, let me duel in your stead," the hulking knight offered in a deep, rumbling voice. "I shall sever every black bean sprout visible to my eyes. That is my vow, Clemenon. Since the day Gregor was laid to rest in his tomb, he has made but one solemn vow. Allow me, my Lord Jedi, your devoted follower, I am." The knight Ahan Tianli swept the sweat-drenched black hair from his brow and declared with unwavering conviction, "A tarnished reputation can only be cleansed by the edge of a sword." A haughty smirk appeared on Vivian Kingyue's fearsome visage as she executed a series of intricate gestures with her hands. The dark elves, exhibiting an agility beyond human capacity, immediately dispersed, their forms vanishing behind rocks and thickets. "This is your final chance, human boy. Will you accept my challenge to duel?" Jedi sighed in annoyance, yet his body seemed to act of its own accord. Abruptly raising his bloodied staff to point directly at Vivian Kingyue, this was an unmistakable sign of accepting the challenge. After the briefest of heartbeats, Jedi Lux's response echoed along the rugged mountain path. "I accept." Vivian Kingyue's violet eyes ignited with fervor. Indeed, she harbored a measure of respect for Jedi's astonishing prowess. However, in her estimation, her own strength and judgment prevailed, regardless of why this human boy, masquerading as a mage, possessed the combat skills of a sword-wielding count. He lacked the most critical element, the power of fighting spirit, a gift from the war god Rodriguez, the very essence that allowed human knights to stand tall among the mightiest of races. The bloodthirsty nun began to advance, moving with a grace that rendered her almost ethereal, her steps leaving no disturbance upon stones, blades of grass, or even the dust motes suspended in the air. With two serrated daggers infused with paralyzing venom in hand, Vivian Kingyue felt an exhilarating confidence swell within her. By the 10th step, the bloodthirsty nun was merely 3 meters away from Jedi Lux. A distance inconsequential for a warrior of her agility. In the next instant, Vivian Kingyue lunged forward, her right hand executing a fierce thrust as the prelude to her assault, while her left-hand dagger followed closely. Slicing towards Jedi's vulnerable right leg, the sounds of 2 crisp impacts rang out almost simultaneously as Jedi raised his bloodied staff, deftly deflecting Vivian Kingyue's attack with masterful precision, then bringing the staff crashing down in a swift motion. The latter evaded with the swiftness of the wind, bending forward as her daggers aimed for Jedi's ribs. Akin to the rapid strike of a venomous serpent, Jedi leaped back, escaping the onslaught of the serrated daggers, only to rebound immediately, his staff poised to deliver a powerful strike to Vivian Kingyue's back. The bloodthirsty nun's hands transformed into phantasmal shadows, and after a flurry of thunderous clashes, the heavy staff was deflected at an angle, producing a chilling thud as it struck the ground. Who would have thought that a mere mage could possess skills to rival my own? Vivian Kingyue mused with a mix of admiration and regret. Had we agreed to limit our contest to techniques alone, this battle would hardly be resolved so swiftly, would it? Jedi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Miss Vivian, which is why I intend to employ magic now. As he spoke, the boy lowered his left hand, the casting materials from the hidden pocket of his sleeve slipping silently into his palm. What fortuitous timing. I too plan to utilize a special technique of my profession. Vivian Kingyue's demeanor appeared remarkably buoyant, her frigid smile now vibrant. Human boy, do you know what unique abilities I possess as the bloodthirsty nun's leader? I am not well versed in the unique magics of the dark elf lineage, but I imagine they involve blood sacrifices, curses, and soul incineration. Jedi replied casually while secretly gathering his magical power, the small calf kidney in his palm, turning red and exuding a burnt odor. Vivian Kingyue initially paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. You nearly had me fooled, cunning human. What blood sacrifices? What soul incineration? You have no comprehension of the true power of the dark elf race. Oh, perhaps I misspoke. Jedi shrugged, his bloodied staff suddenly pointing at Vivian Kingyue, a sphere of pure black necromantic energy coalescing at its tip. How about this? Negative energy missile. 3 black negative energy missiles shot forth simultaneously from the staff, leaving dark trails in the air as they converged upon Vivian Kingyue. Yet, the true threat lay behind. Jedi flicked his left hand outward, a charred calf kidney silently rolling to the ground. Inching towards Vivian Kingyue's feet, following the advancement of the Eternal Castle, the potency of Jedi Lux's magic had significantly escalated. This calf kidney held the power to obliterate a fully armored knight or to force back someone of near-legendary prowess like Char-Ban-Ray. Its only weaknesses were its prolonged activation time and limited range, rendering it susceptible to preemptive evasion. Jedi did not believe the 3 negative energy missiles would truly capture Vivian King-Yue's attention long enough to create an opening for his explosive kidney spell. However, when the bloodthirsty nun deftly wielded her twin blades, skillfully intercepting the missiles without regard for her feet, he did not hesitate, decisively casting the detonation spell that a thunderous explosion erupted, a crimson light surging from beneath Vivian King-Yue. Quickly engulfing her petite form that a suffocating wave of scorching wind surged forth, howling as it spread until it gradually dissipated several dozen meters away. Witnessing this, many dark elves displayed expressions of horror. While the humans rejoiced, some soldiers already opening their mouths to cheer, only Jedi Lux remained furrowed in thought, a sense of foreboding settling in his chest. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. Each time this enhanced corpse explosion technique was interrupted or thwarted by the Weaver of Souls, Char-Ban-Ray, it would leave him with a mild magical backlash. However, Vivian King-Yue was not Char-Ban-Ray, who surpassed even the Archmage's might. In fact, had the Weaver of Souls issued a dual challenge, even the fervently spirited Dragon Knight Lyn Astoria would not have consented. How curious! The aura of that dark elf is beginning to shift. Lyn Astoria's voice resonated in Jedi's ear. A rather peculiar sensation, though the strength of the aura is rapidly increasing. It is also muddied with an excessive amalgamation of elements, rules, beliefs, death, bloodlines that by the gods. What kind of entity will this amalgamation yield? Unlike Lyn Astoria, who calmly analyzed the situation, Jedi felt far from at ease. The oppressive sensation emanating from the obscuring smoke and ash was terrifyingly potent. Jedi compared it in his mind, estimating it to surpass even the headless knight Koi Stidway and the leader of the Black Mountain clan, Clementine Gregor, nearing a level that could rival the Weaver of Souls, Char-Ban-Ray. Most alarmingly, that aura continued to intensify. A gust of cool mountain air swept through, dissipating the scorching heat and clearing the smoke and ash, revealing a figure standing upon the charred rocky ground. Jedi needed only a glance to feel the blood vessels on either side of his forehead pulse violently, as he scarcely dared to believe his eyes. Vivian King-Yue, once strikingly beautiful, had undergone a grotesque transformation. Her skin was mottled blue and purple, veins protruding alarmingly, her muscles spasming and twitching uncontrollably. The distortion of her skeletal structure was particularly grave, with her ribs piercing through her chest, blooming like grotesque flowers, exposing the writhing organs and blood vessels within her abdomen, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. By the gods, how has she come to look like this? Jedi exclaimed, his voice laced with horror. This cannot be the result of the enhanced corpse explosion technique. Of course not. The corpse explosion technique has not harmed a single hair on her head. It is merely that the force she has endured has brought her body to the brink of collapse, Lyn Astoria explained calmly. It seems this is the so-called special ability of the bloodthirsty nun's leader. It isn't particularly rare. Merely a simplified version of a lesser divine descent. Lesser divine descent. Jedi echoed the unfamiliar term, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. Lady Lyn, what exactly does this lesser divine descent entail? A rather underwhelming ability, requiring an extraordinarily lengthy preparation time, providing only a modest increase in strength, and with exceedingly severe aftereffects, Lyn Astoria replied dismissively. Aside from the fanatical zealots who incessantly prattle on about deities, no one holds any interest in lesser divine descents. This divine art, is it not powerful enough in terms of strength enhancement? Jedi observed Vivian King-Yue, who appeared to be in a state of stupor. The aura surrounding the bloodthirsty nun's leader had reached a level that could only be described as terrifying. Merely sensing it brought forth a piercing pain, as if the essence of her being transcended the material world, embodying an unbearably intense and mysterious existence. One should be capable of enduring merely up to 1/10 of a deity's power infusion. Should it be a lesser god or a divine aberration, the level of strength achievable would be even lower. At best, it could be considered a quasi-legendary being that has merely grasped a certain rule of power. Lyn? Astoria's voice abruptly faltered, and when it resumed, it seemed imbued with regret. My apologies, Lord Jedi. I forgot that we are no longer in my era. A quasi-legend is seemingly not a foe we can contend with. Chapter 88. The Duel's Unforeseen Turn. The Descent of the Lesser God, Part 2. In any age, a legendary powerhouse is a terrifying presence, capable of challenging nations in a sense. Legendary figures mark the transition from the mortal realm to immortality, representing the first step in transcending the fates of the myriad beings in existence. There are numerous criteria to assess whether a being has attained legendary status. Yet the most widely accepted measure is whether the being has genuinely mastered the power of a domain. Certain creatures, such as high dragons and cloud giants, harbor immense strength within their bloodlines and automatically acquire domains upon reaching maturity. However, the domains they possess are primarily derived from bloodline activation rather than personal enlightenment, thus creating a significant disparity compared to those who truly rely on their mastery of rules to ascend to legendary status. Quasi-legendary beings generally refer to those whose strength is comparable to that of legendary figures but lack the dominion's might, or powerful archmages and heavenly knights who have only begun to grasp the rules yet have not advanced to construct a domain. However, this does not imply that their power can be underestimated. In reality, for Jedi and his companions, the distinction between facing a quasi-legend or a legendary being is inconsequential. They are all outmatched. The chilling aura emanating from the blood-red monstrosity, which had once been a strikingly beautiful dark elf woman, grew increasingly frigid, rendering breath nearly impossible. The surrounding sunlight appeared to dim, as if an intangible force had wrenched the fabric of time, ushering in twilight upon the Demon Mountain at midday. Jedi managed to glance upward, his eyes widening in horror as he beheld a wholly transformed celestial expanse above the mountain pass. The once pristine clouds and azure sky had been rent asunder, revealing an immense void filled with dazzling starlight and a deep purple sky. Imbued with an unsettling chill. At the very center of the void lay a crescent-shaped area of darkness, as if no light could penetrate it. Jedi's gaze lingered on that dark expanse a moment too long, entranced by an inexplicable compulsion. Thankfully, in the next instant, Lin, Astoria's soul, forcefully twisted Jedi's neck, the intensity causing a sharp crack to resonate through his vertebrae. "Do not look, that is the domain of the Black Moon." The Destruction Dragon Knight spoke with a tone laden with forewarning. "It appears that the lesser god summoning this time has summoned something peculiar, not the usual false god or divine aberration, but rather a savage deity long thought fallen into the annals of history. The Lord of the Black Moon, Sonata. Isn't the Dark Elf clan's deity the Dark Dragon de Marlet?" Jedi blinked in confusion. "At least, that is what I have read in the tomes of the Eternal Castle Library." "Indeed, it is rather strange, Lin," Astoria replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty, before swiftly adding, "Be cautious. I sense that aura is stabilizing." A stabilized aura indicated that the lesser god descent spell was nearing its conclusion. The blood-red monstrosity, reminiscent of a creature flayed alive, raised its arms and emitted a shrill wail akin to a dying beast, compelling Jedi to instinctively cover his ears. The human soldiers were similarly unable to withstand the agony, retreating in distress. Due to their heightened auditory sensitivity, the Dark Elves suffered even more. A few already injured elite scouts collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way beneath them. Regardless of how much power the lesser god descent had bestowed upon Vivian Terror, it was evident that her mental faculties had suffered significantly. The blood-red creature exhibited no signs of intelligence, its eyes clouded and its mouth split to the ears, filled with jagged teeth that glimmered with malevolent black light. "Be wary. That creature is about to strike." Lin, Astoria warned sharply. Before Jedi could react, the blood-red monstrosity suddenly bent its knees, and in the next moment, a violent, hellish wind surged forth, filling Jedi's vision with a gruesome mass of flesh. A swift, cutting sound pierced the air as a massive black sword cleaved through the atmosphere, descending upon the blood-red creature's head with lethal intent. Gregor's strike had been meticulously prepared, its power and trajectory nearly perfect. Even a heavenly knight would find it challenging to withstand, forced to evade its edge. Yet the blood-red monstrosity merely twisted its form slightly, allowing the coarse blade to rake down its back, tearing away chunks of flesh. Its right hand, fingers resembling sharp daggers, lunged toward Jedi's unguarded visage. Jedi had no time to evade this lightning-fast assault, had it not been for Lin, Astoria's intervention, although the boy lacked rigorous knightly training, preventing him from harnessing even 1/10 of the Destruction Dragon Knight's combat prowess. He possessed a knightly-level judgment. Just as the claws were about to graze his brow, he leaned back, tightly gripping his staff, and suddenly spun around, striking the creature's right wrist with the heavy end of the staff at its most vulnerable joint. The sound of shattering bone echoed, and the blood-red monstrosity let out a piercing scream, momentarily pausing as Ahan Nighthau Tianli pierced it from behind with a sword, followed by Clement, Gregor's black sword, which struck its shoulder, nearly severing the limb entirely. Despite suffering 3 consecutive heavy blows, the blood-red creature appeared utterly unfazed that it forcefully turned, delivering a devastating punch to Hao Tianli's chest, sending him flying several meters back. Nearly tumbling off the slope, it then whirled back around to fiercely assault Clement Gregor, its strength so great that it left deep imprints even on the sturdy knight's breastplate. The latter staggered but quickly regained his footing and retaliated with a powerful horizontal swing. The indomitable blade cleaving the creature's head in two, or rather, it seemed to cleave the illusion of the creature's head in half. The blood-red monstrosity dissipated into a thick cloud of black smoke, which then reformed several dozen meters away, its aura not only undiminished but even colder and darker, suffusing the air with a noxious presence that seemed to corrode the throats and lungs of all present. So thirsty, so hungry, must kill, blood, flesh, shattered bones. The creature's voice emerged in incoherent murmurs, its blood-lit eyes dripping with a black, putrid liquid. Release, cumbersome form. Tear open the shell. This creature is far easier to deal with than anticipated. Clement Gregor remarked, measuring the dents on his breastplate with a finger, his tone gruff. It's merely stronger and faster. It hardly deserves the title of quasi-legend. Do not relax too soon, undead. A voice, distinctly feminine, emanated from Jedi's lips, sounding oddly dissonant. The incarnation of the Lord of the Black Moon, Sonata, is not that grotesque flesh monstrosity, but rather, before the Dragon Knight could finish her thought, the blood-red creature unleashed an exceptionally shrill scream, then plunged its hands into its gaping chest cavity, seizing its ribs and forcefully pulling them outward. Accompanied by the horrifying sound of breaking bones, the creature audaciously extracted its own ribs and spine. Blood gushing forth, Jedi nearly ceased breathing at the sight of this grotesque spectacle, but soon noticed greasy black smoke oozing from the creature's wounds, coalescing above its mutilated form into an ethereal shadow. 7 ember-like red eyes shimmered on a distorted head, 7 crooked arms raised high, each adorned with 3 elongated, slender fingers, their tips sharp enough to be unbearable to gaze upon. The shadow towered over 10 meters tall, and with each passing second, it grew ever more solid. Clement Gregor charged forward with heavy steps, wielding his black sword like an executioner, and struck down upon the blood-red creature's head. Yet the creature's body remained upright, its severed neck oozing thick smoke, and the shadow's formation accelerated. Clement Gregor tore off his helmet and hurled it to the ground with a furious roar. This time, the black sword swung toward the floating shadow, which raised 2 obsidian claws in response. Upon the instant of contact between blade and arm, a burst of black light erupted, and the shadow passed through. The black sword elicited an odd, pained cry from the shadow, causing its ethereal form to wobble slightly. However, this was not a profitable exchange, for the dark claws seized Gregor's shoulders and, as if lifting a mere straw, hurled him away with great force that Gregor's body was propelled hundreds of meters away. Crashing heavily against a rock, the substantial steel armor he donned was nearly reduced to a heap of scrap metal by this violent impact, and the bones throughout his body were likely fractured beyond count. Although Gregor possessed an extraordinarily rapid regeneration ability, healing such grievous injuries would require several hours, a feat not easily accomplished. The Black Moon Giant. Indeed, it is this formidable foe, Lynn Astoria exclaimed, her voice a blend of fury and eagerness. The incarnation and totemic symbol of Sonata. The Lord of the Black Moon possesses an immortal essence that straddles the realms of reality and illusion. Mere conventional weaponry cannot inflict harm upon its form. Withdraw your forces, Jedi Lux, for only potent magic and martial prowess can evoke pain and revulsion in the Black Moon Giant. Jedi retrieved a small calf's kidney, infusing it with necromantic energy until it radiated with a searing glow. However, when the 7 eyes of the Black Moon Giant turned toward him, a wave of near-desperate helplessness surged within the boy, causing his fingers to relax and the kidney to slip from his grasp, tumbling into the withered underbrush at his feet. Despairing gaze, Jedi, relinquish complete control of your body to me, now, Lynn Astoria urged urgently, and we require the dragon soul of Glass Choying. Without that, I cannot contend with the Black Moon Giant. Chapter 89. The Dragon Knightus, radiant breaker of deities. Remaining calm in the presence of a 20-meter-tall black monstrosity was no simple task. Jedi Lux struggled several times before managing to suppress his fear. Closing his eyes and sinking into the tranquil embrace of darkness, surrendering control of his body to the Dragon Knight Lynn Astoria was a straightforward endeavor. It merely required him to relax and open his mind. However, To avoid severe disruption to his psyche and soul, Jedi needed to maintain his sense of self, striving to withstand the tidal force of Lyn Astoria's soul power as it crashed upon him. This was akin to singing a distinct melody amid a chorus of hundreds or thousands, perhaps even more challenging. Veins stood out sharply on Jedi's forehead as he gripped tightly, fighting to preserve his memories. He sensed a particularly resonant dragon's roar emanating from the depths of his soul, akin to 1,000 horns blaring in unison, coalescing into a grand and majestic war song. Jedi Lux recognized that a greater challenge lay ahead. He must hold steadfast to his will against assimilation while ensuring that Lyn Astoria's existence remained unobstructed. For any disruption would lead to a decline in their combat effectiveness, ultimately resulting in their demise at the hands of the Black Moon Giant. Now is the moment. Unleash the dragon soul. Lyn Astoria's voice rang out. Jedi clenched his teeth, suddenly releasing the bonds that confined his soul, allowing the struggling dragon soul to break free from the shackles of the eternal castle's Hall of the Dead, after enduring a protracted period in the depths of darkness. The master of the cave, the obsidian dragon Glass Shoying, finally glimpsed a shard of light once more. His form swelled, re-emerging beneath the resplendent starlit sky. Glass Shoying unfurled his ethereal wings, raised his head, and let forth a triumphant roar that echoed with joy, his molten eyes devouring the breathtaking vista of the azure sky and celestial bodies. Every scale glistened in the cool, refreshing air, as if he had returned to his prime. The era of soaring through the heavens. Yet, a familiar voice abruptly pierced the euphoria, freezing the dragon in place, as if an icy chill permeated his very soul. Oathbreaker Glass Shoying, do you believe that punishment has ceased to exist? Lyn Astoria, Glass Shoying exclaimed in shock, uttering the name of the one with whom he had once sworn an oath of life and death. How could you? How could a human soul withstand the ravages of time? You should have long ceased to exist. The power of the Covenant is reciprocal. Glass Shoying, Lyn Astoria replied, her tone devoid of agitation, yet tinged with a certain coldness. If it could be easily circumvented, then the Covenants governed by rules would hold little value. My soul has always remained. Watching as you cowered like a worm in the underground cave, allowing your body to decay and wither, too fearful to savor the sweet air of the heights. Glass Shoying emitted a low, sob-like roar. I merely wish to avoid dying by your folly. Lyn Astoria, I warned you before you made your choice. That person will not allow those who once opposed him to survive. Let alone you, who once trampled his majesty underfoot. Lyn Astoria paused, and when her voice resumed, it was laced with weariness and sorrow. I know, but I can only proceed thus. The one chosen by the oath and the sword of victory is the master of the empire. I cannot betray the vow I made before donning my armor to the Father God. There were other choices available. Glass Shoying cried, beating his wings, the sharp tips drinking in the wind. Unlike your fleeting human lives, the long existence of the dragon kin is invaluable. I shall never cast it aside lightly. There are always things more precious than life. Worthy of sacrificing everything, Lyn Astoria whispered softly before issuing her first command. Glass Shoying, that is our adversary this time. Vivian Terror had transformed beyond recognition, her once beautiful crimson form now grotesquely contorted. The dark shadow that had emerged from her body coalesced into a creature darker than the night. A black moon giant with 7 curved claws and a horned head. This abomination hunched its form, its wide maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, dripping with black venom, its 7 slanted crimson eyes fixated on Jedi Lux, or rather, the translucent dragon specter manifesting from the boy. The effect of the despairing gaze still lingered, but with its target shifted to Lyn Astoria and Glass Shoying, it bore no consequence. Noticing this change, the Black Moon Giant's mouth moved, and a hollow voice resonated disconcertingly within Jedi Lux's mind. O noble soul of antiquity, do not attempt to defy fate or alter the threads of destiny. It is not too late to depart. The image of the Black Moon Giant was exceedingly malevolent, yet its tone was devoid of emotion, even possessing an air of solemnity. Lyn Astoria let out a cold laugh, responding icily. Who can discern the trajectory of fate? You, who have only just brushed against the threads of power, or perhaps some blind old witch from a savage tribe. The female dragon knight ascended upon the back of her dragon, drawing a translucent longsword of the same hue from her waist, its blade pointed at the horned head of the Black Moon Giant. It is you who should depart, with the meager power of sacrifice that brought you here. How much of your true strength can you possibly possess? Less than 1/10, yet that is the chasm between the immortal and the mortal. Mere accumulation of power cannot bridge that gap, the Black Moon Giant retorted defiantly. Lynn Astoria refrained from further speech, for in the face of their irreconcilable positions, prolonging the encounter was not advantageous for her, as she was continuously depleting her soul's power in the next moment. A resounding dragon's roar pierced the heavens, as the translucent dragon specter soared into the clouds, its ethereal wings slicing through the cliffs flanking the mountain of magic. The black moon giant ascended as well, its twisted black claws tearing through the air. Despite its massive form, its speed was astonishing. The dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of searing black dragon breath, prompting the black moon giant to abruptly alter its trajectory. Descending sharply to evade the scorching blast, the black dragon breath left a colossal gash in the cliffside, molten rock flowing like viscous syrup. The black moon giant roared, the dragon breath inflicting genuine torment upon it. A sensation it had never encountered before. That it understood that the knight's martial energy and the sorcerer's magic could cause discomfort, even inflict damage upon its form, but no force had ever left a lingering affliction after inflicting harm, preventing the wound from healing. The power of a high dragon's bloodline. I underestimated you, the black moon giant bellowed, its body suddenly dissipating into countless streams of viscous black energy, which then coalesced behind the dragon without warning. The 7 claws converged with ferocity, enveloping the translucent dragon tightly in their grasp. In the ensuing minutes, the black shadows and the glimmering light intertwined, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds and swirling dark steam where they met. Blast Choying's roars grew increasingly pained, while the black moon giant howled in fury. Both colossal beings seemed to have lost their minds, venomous teeth tearing at the dragon's impenetrable scales, while sharp claws raked across the giant's abdomen. Translucent dragon blood and demon blood gushed from their wounds, scattering into the air like countless sparkling points of light, reminiscent of brilliant stars descending upon the world from the night sky. Jedi Lux had no time to admire this rare spectacle. He struggled to maintain his consciousness while enduring the agony of his rapidly waning strength. The soul power stored within the eternal castle flowed away with the urgency of a torrential flood in scarcely a minute's time. Over 100 units of standard soul energy had been infused into the bodies of the dragon and the female dragon knight, only to be consumed entirely. The battle in the skies grew increasingly intense. With both sides bearing grave injuries, the dissipating energy had coalesced into a black and glassy mist, swirling around the 2 colossal entities. Gra, Shadow Fong, at the cost of having one of his dragon horns brutally snapped off, forcefully turned his head, revealing a maw filled with an intensely blazing dragon breath. The black moon giant demon emitted a shrill and grotesque roar as 3 obsidian claws reached forth to shield its head from the dragon's jaws. Each claw bore a blood-red eyeball at its center, and 3 beams of a dark, purulent red light shot forth from these orbs, striking Gra, Shadowfang's head with preemptive ferocity. Gra, Shadowfang's glassy head was instantly tainted by shadows, and the wound began to dissolve. However, the enraged dragon paid no heed and desperately exhaled a searing dragon breath. This breath struck the horned head of the black moon giant demon directly, causing the 3 claws interposed to ignite as if they were candles scorched by the flames. The black moon giant demon let out a chillingly mournful cry, its head swelling rapidly before erupting in a violent explosion, releasing a thick cloud of greasy, foul black mist. This was a significant blow to the black moon giant demon, yet it was far from fatal. Within mere heartbeats, a nebulous, wavering head emerged from its neck. 7 ember-like red eyes glimmering within the fog.in stark contrast. After unleashing that breath, Gra, Shadowfang's entire form became ethereal, transforming from a majestic dragon seemingly carved from glassy crystal to nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Only the figure perched upon the dragon's back remained utterly unyielding, solid as if it were alive. For the great emperor of the Griffin Empire. With a piercing shout, Lynn, Astoria leaped into action, her glassy flame wings unfurling from her back. Appearing from afar like an enraged angel wielding a divine sword of retribution, cleaving through the heavens with a thunderous flash of lightning, the black moon giant demon let out a desperate roar. Its remaining 4 arms raised high as countless streams of foul, dark red light surged forth, coalescing into a tumultuous river of energy. In comparison to the roaring torrent of energy, the glassy figure resembled a mere pebble. Yet it effortlessly cleaved through the dark red light, as if slicing through congealed grease with a red-hot blade. Lynn, Astoria's figure plummeted, her magnified sword severing the 4 arms of the black moon giant demon, then piercing with pinpoint precision into its horned head, striking directly at the center of the semicircular black moon's symbol surrounded by 7 slanted blood-red eyes. The movements of the Black Moon giant demon froze. And with a sound reminiscent of shattering crystal, its towering body, over 20 meters tall, cracked open with countless serpentine fissures, soon crumbling as if weathered by time. Vivian, Terror's blood-red form convulsed violently, black blood oozing from every part of her body, cascading down like a waterfall. Chapter 90. The astonishment of the eye of the fierce death god, as the Black Moon giant demon descended amidst thick, coal-black smoke. A 3-masted sailing ship drifted downstream along the Oath River. Heading towards the resplendent city of Filmir, the ship's design was unmistakably that of a war vessel, its prow slicing through the waves with a massive ram shaped like an eagle's head. Too deep, abyssal blue eyes gazing ahead, and its steel-forged beak gleaming with a chilling iron-blue luster. Additionally, the ship was armed with 3 large twin-mounted alchemical ballistae at both the bow and stern. While the raised decks at the front and rear provided excellent vantage points for archers, the low midsection housed protective walls and cabins for sailors to conceal themselves, ready to swarm out with weapons drawn at the sound of a warning horn. Engaging in close-quarter combat, these armaments transformed the ship into a formidable maritime dominator, rivaling even the Imperial Navy's mainstay alchemical warships of similar tonnage that a remarkably oversized flag waved from the top of the main mast. Large enough to serve as a carpet for a castle's hall, proudly displaying a shield-shaped emblem of a golden balance and crossed silver swords against finely woven valwool, declaring the identity of the ship's master to all witnesses. The bearer of this family crest was none other than the great lord of Westwind County and the Griffin Empire, the guardian of Tauren Fortress, a war hero, the eye of the fierce death god, and the commander of the Death Knight Order, Viscount Tomad, and a rising star in the western reaches of the Griffin Empire. Many of the established noble families within the empire harbored a certain animosity and jealousy towards the suddenly ascended Viscount Tomad, and yet none could foresee how high this star might rise before all was said and done, and the gods above rendered their judgment upon his life as deeds. Whispers of uncertain origin hinted that the one who had once thwarted the apocalyptic conspiracy between the abyssal demon lord and the radiant pontiff, who had re-established the Church of Light and rewritten the continent's history, had similarly risen from the northern borders of the empire bearing the legendary deeds of a war hero, just like the eye of the fierce death god. Such rumors, of course, lacked any substantiation and were deeply feared by the empire's oversight authorities. The chief of the Oversight Bureau, Count Taki, had issued several orders for thorough investigations into their origins, yet the results were far from satisfactory. Aside from apprehending a handful of imprudent bards and ruffians in the streets, there had been no notable successes. Instead, these rumors only proliferated due to their actions, and even some lesser nobles would speak of the eye of the fierce death god with an air of secrecy. Under the banner of the eye of the fierce death god, the 3-masted ship sailed smoothly through Westwind County, with the only potential trouble from the county capital proving to be a non-issue. Allowing the vessel to glide past the docks and head northeast without hindrance, Captain Beryl, who had ordered the entire ship to be on alert, breathed a sigh of relief. This had occurred 3 days prior. Captain Beryl glanced at the golden sun gradually rising overhead, summoned his first mate to temporarily take his place, and, while wiping the sweat from his brow, hastened toward the main cabin. The main cabin, located at the rear of the ship's foredeck, was a spacious rectangular chamber furnished with long tables, chairs, a fireplace, and bookshelves, each piece exquisitely adorned with the distinctive craftsmanship of the Dark Elves, truly a picture of opulence. Were it not for the low ceiling and the absence of candles, relying instead on alchemical crystal lamps for illumination. One could easily mistake it for the hall of a medium-sized castle. Although the cabin door was slightly ajar, Captain Beryl still respectfully knocked on the door, announced his name, and stood with his hands at his sides. Awaiting permission to enter, that a voice tinged with a dark elven accent soon responded, and Captain Beryl, after adjusting his attire, cautiously pushed the door open. Viscount Tomad, and, clad in knightly attire, sat in a high-backed chair, sipping rich coffee, the famed griffin's beak casually resting against the armrest beside him. Flanking the eye of the fierce death god were his 2 trusted aides, Serlina, Bastian, known as the White Fox, with silver hair, and Lisa, Blackblade, veiled in a black mask. The former served as the deputy leader of the Tauren Fortress's commercial and intelligence organization, while the latter was the fiercely loyal head of Viscount Tomad and's personal guard. The 3 appeared to have just concluded, or perhaps interrupted, a clandestine conversation, with a faint pallor of excitement still lingering on Serlina, Bastian's face. Captain Beryl suddenly regretted his choice of timing. But it was evidently too late. He steeled himself and bowed deeply, striving to adopt the most fitting and courteous tone as he said, "Esteemed Viscount Tomad, please forgive my intrusion. There is a matter I must report to you." Viscount Tomad lifted his piercing golden eyes, often referred to as the devil's gaze, his sharp glare nearly causing Captain Beryl to tremble. Yet, his response was remarkably gentle. "I trust you, Captain Beryl, and believe you would not disturb me with trivial matters." With a graceful motion, he set his coffee cup back on the long table and accepted the handkerchief offered by Lisa, black blade to dab at the corner of his mouth. "I hope this matter will not delay our journey." "It will not. It will not take long," Captain Beryl swallowed hard. "Viscount, this afternoon I checked the ship's supplies. We have ample provisions, plenty of meat and cheese. But fresh fruits and vegetables are lacking. I hope you will allow the Iron Wing to dock for a few hours this afternoon so we can send someone ashore to procure some supplies." "Captain Beryl, if I recall correctly, did we not just make a supply stop 3 or 4 days ago?" Viscount Tomad inquired softly. "At that time, I reminded you to ensure we obtained sufficient provisions. I hope that after passing through the county capital, the Iron Wing will not stop again unless absolutely necessary, and we shall proceed without delay directly to the dock area of Filmere." "Yes, you reminded me, and I remember it very well." Captain Beryl once again bowed deeply. Yet he implored, "Please forgive me. Due to issues concerning pricing, the individual sent to procure oranges and lemons was unable to acquire a sufficient quantity, and the one tasked with vegetable procurement returned with a batch of inferior and difficult-to-store goods. I only became aware of these circumstances this morning while checking the storeroom." Tomad cast a penetrating glance at Captain Beryl, his expressive face betraying a look of disappointment. "Do not let me hear of a similar mistake again. Captain Beryl, you are to personally lead the resupply effort this time. Do you understand?" A chill coursed down Captain Beryl's neck, saturating his back in a cold, damp dread, though the weight in his heart lightened slightly. "I understand. Completely." He hurriedly replied, "My Lord Viscount, I swear, this will be the last time the Iron Wing docks for resupply. Within 3 days, you shall see the white walls of Filmere." Viscount Tomad nodded with restrained approval. Just as he was about to speak, his pupils suddenly constricted, and a look of unmistakable astonishment crossed his face. Lisa Hydron almost simultaneously sprang to her feet, stepping forward to shield Viscount Tomad. Her emerald-green poisoned dagger silently slipping from its sheath. Captain Beryl recoiled in fright, raising his hands defensively. "It wasn't me. Oh gods, what has happened?" Lena Buston also stood, his countenance serious as he waved his hand. "Of course it is not you. Captain Beryl, your presence is no longer required here. Depart immediately and return to your post." Yes, Mr. Lena." Captain Beryl, now devoid of any curiosity, felt a wave of relief wash over him at the prospect of evading trouble. He bowed deeply and was about to leave when Lisa Hydron's warning, laced with the accent of a dark elf, echoed in his ears. "Remember to keep your mouth shut, Captain Beryl. Any leak of information here could lead to unfortunate consequences." A shiver ran through Captain Beryl, and he nodded repeatedly. "I shall not. My lips are tighter than a river clam's." "Let us hope so," Lisa Hydron replied, then made a gesture signaling the conversation was at an end. Captain Beryl cautiously retreated from the cabin, and as the door closed behind him, he exhaled a long breath, wiping the large beads of cold sweat from his forehead. "Oh gods, I have finally avoided incurring the wrath of Viscount Tomad. Those damned rascals truly deserve a reckoning," he muttered as he stuffed his damp gloves into his pocket, furrowing his brow once more. What transpired at the end? Viscount Tomad seemed troubled. Indeed, Tomad appeared rather unwell. Not merely in pain, but more so in a state of incredulity. His hands were tightly clenched, and his golden eyes swirled with an unsettling light. Silver goblets and plates on the long table were swept to the floor by some unseen force, while porcelain dishes and precious metalware further away rattled incessantly, creating a cacophony of sound. This invisible force continued to spread, stirring Lisa Hydron's veil and causing Lena Buston to step back several paces. The suffocating sensation easing somewhat. Had it not been for the alchemical crystal lamps illuminating the cabin, darkness would have surely enveloped the space. After several minutes, the invisible force gradually subsided, and the small objects that had been toppled against the cabin wall fell to the ground, shattering with a crackling sound. Tomad's expression returned to calm, though the pallor of his face was slow to recover. "We have lost a companion. Vivian Cormer has just performed a lesser divine summoning." sacrificing her life to summon the embodiment of the Black Moon Giant. A strained voice spilled from Tomadin's lips, instantly causing Lena Buston's face to change dramatically, while Lisa Hydron's expression, hidden beneath her veil, betrayed surprise through her abruptly narrowed purple eyes. Worse still, I have just consulted the current Black Raven Witch. The arrival of the Black Moon Giant's embodiment may not resolve our predicament. With the threads of fate having diverged, we can no longer prevent the variables from reaching Filmier. Chapter 91. The capital in sight. Journeys end on the second morning after leaving the Demon Mountain Pass. The weather was exceptionally clear, with the bright morning light slanting across the snow-covered slopes, reflecting a dazzling white. Jedi Lux opened his eyes, casually lifting a corner of the tent as the crisp mountain breeze rushed in, causing him to shiver involuntarily, dispelling the fatigue that had accumulated over the previous days. Though the Demon Mountain Pass frequently saw merchant caravans, their presence was rare during winter, and this period was no exception. The gray-black mountains blanketed in pristine snow stretched endlessly, resembling a colossal serpent coiling across the horizon. The rugged shale hills gradually flattened, and before the eye could reach its limit, they transformed into an expansive plain, where solitary towering oak trees stood like giant sentinels guarding the land. Jedi emerged from the tent, gazing at the vast, white expanse of snow, his spirits lifting. Sir Hao Tianli approached briskly, a chill emanating from him. Draped in a thick wool cloak speckled with snowflakes. A peaceful night, Master Jedi, he greeted in a much-improved common tongue. The scouts report no signs of dark elf activity within 5 kilometers. If it were the most elite assassins among the dark elves, ordinary scouts would likely struggle to detect them, Jedi remarked, scooping a handful of snow from the ground to wipe his face, invigorated by the sudden chill. Did the scouts find any villages or inns? We are in dire need of food, and a warm bath would be even better. A flicker of unease crossed Sir Hao Tianli's face as his voice lowered. Master Jedi, according to the detailed map provided by Count Gregor, our scouts have searched thoroughly but have found no trace of the villages or inns marked on the map. Only 2 long-abandoned ruins. Jedi pondered for a moment before offering a wry smile. That is my oversight. How? You need not feel disheartened. The map provided by Sir Gregor is not inaccurate, merely outdated. At least a few centuries old, Jedi sighed, suppressing the last remark, then pointed towards the distant flat snowfield. No matter how ancient the map, the natural features it marks should remain unchanged. We have departed from the Demon Mountain Pass for about half a day, consistently following the trade route, so this snowfield ahead must belong to the direct territory of the Griffin Emperor, meaning we are now on the outskirts of the radiant capital, Filmier. Sir Hao Tianli gazed into the distance, and after a few seconds, he nodded in agreement. The land appears unplowed, yet it seems fertile. I cannot imagine any imperial noble would neglect their territory to such a degree, except for the supreme Griffin Emperor himself. When an entire empire belongs to one individual, what value does a mere stretch of land hold? A particularly somber voice emerged from Jedi, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. The two turned to see the black folk leader striding towards them, clad in rough steel armor, who then inclined his head slightly towards Jedi. I have made arrangements for those rascals. Right at the ruins of Iron Rock City, the man, who called himself Cleminon Gregor, wore a grin that resembled more of a bandit's than a noble's, his tone laced with an evident sense of nostalgia. The rascals have been cooped up in the underground tunnels for so many years, they will surely return to their old ways upon emerging. The mountain paths will become even more treacherous henceforth. Jedi had a rough impression of how the Black Folk tribe subsisted after hearing many ballads sung by bards, observing the fierce grin on Gregor's face. The boy hesitated, ultimately swallowing his words of persuasion. The Demon Mountain Canyon was indeed a vital trade route from Westwind County to the imperial capital, but it was not the only one. The Oath River, flowing through the port city of Arius, Westwind County, and several other important cities, ultimately reaching the radiant capital, Filmier, was another significant trade route, especially for Jedi, who sought a share of the lucrative trade taxes from the port city of Arius. Should the Black Folk bandits reemerge, rendering the Demon Mountain Pass a perilous path for merchants, the importance of the Oath River waterway would only increase, leading to a surge in commercial activity for the port city of Arius. As for the North Lakoko Merchant Guild, relying on the trade route through the Demon Mountain Canyon, the Black Folk bandits, who posed a considerable threat to other merchants under the banner of the Pale Mask, would paradoxically become a significant asset for them. Count Gregor, what should we do next? Jedi shook his head vigorously, attempting to clear his tumultuous thoughts. Due to the constraints of the contract that cannot be fully broken, aside from you, the Black Folk cannot leave the confines of the canyon. Our remaining manpower is already scarce. We cannot withstand another attack from the Dark Elves. With me here, there will be no next attack. Count Gregor confidently patted the armor on his chest, then found a dry twig to draw a rudimentary map on the ground before him. From here, heading north for about 10 kilometers, you will reach a river that originates from the melting snow of the Great Demon Mountain. The water flow is not particularly abundant, but it is sufficient to accommodate medium-sized vessels that can carry dozens of people. Scattered along the river are several villages, each with ferry boats that rely on this river for sustenance. We can hire one or two of them, and after traveling east along the river for about a day or two, we will arrive at the confluence with the Oath River, right here, Tianfeng City on the outskirts of Filmir. As he gazed at the endpoint drawn by Count Gregor, Jetty felt a genuine sense of relief. It seems this journey is finally nearing its conclusion. By the gods, if they knew of our experiences along the way, I swear they would have chosen a different path. Upon hearing Jetty's sentiments, Sir Haoyan displayed an expression of shared understanding, while Count Gregor's demeanor was quite the opposite. Another road may appear easier at first glance, he said, his features twisting like a malevolent stone carving as he traced along winding river on the ground. If it weren't for ambushes and assassinations, the Oath River would indeed be a decent choice. Traveling by boat is certainly more comfortable than riding on horseback. However, this has proven to be impossible. Jetty, have you considered what would happen if that Black Moon behemoth descended upon the ferry you were aboard, without the souls of Sir Linistoria and the Lord of the Caverns? Glass showing, how many would be able to preserve their lives? This harrowing speculation caused Jetty to furrow his brow. Indeed, he acknowledged. The boy pondered for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. The Black Moon behemoth cannot simply be countered by numbers, without your and Miss Lin's assistance. We would likely struggle even against the Soul Weaver, Char-Banray. But is traveling east along the river safe? Sir Haoyan suddenly inquired. The Dark Elves' assassinations could inflict serious casualties upon us aboard the ferry. My Lord Jetty, Count Gregor just mentioned this possibility. I believe that after these recent setbacks, even if those Dark Elves manage to regroup with sufficient strength, they will be unable to catch up with us in time to intercept our ferry. As for when we reach the outskirts of the imperial capital, Jetty shrugged, his tone becoming more relaxed. Unless the Eye of the Death God intends to raise the banner of rebellion right now, he will absolutely refrain from acting within the control of the Ashen Knight Brigade and the capital's city guards. Chapter 92. An unexpected encounter on the Oath River, the medium-sized merchant ship. The Seagull slowly sailed into the Golden River Bay, then furled its main and side sails, gliding over the sand and stone breakwater with the help of inertia, heading towards the triumphal port, surrounded by countless masts and flags. The radiant capital of Filmir lies to the north-central part of the Griffin Empire. However, due to the obstruction of the Silver Frost Mountain Range, the frigid currents from the far north do not reach here, making the climate far more temperate compared to the open terrain of Westwind County. Jetty Lux stood at the bow of the ship, clad in an unadorned thick cloth cloak, one hand resting on the rough, damp cypress railing, his gaze drifting towards the horizon where a towering white wall loomed, blocking half the sky. The biting cold wind had begun to carry a hint of warmth, as if the breath of spring was whispering in his ear, gently lifting the fatigue from Jetty's body, scattering it in the bright afternoon sunlight. The radiant capital of Filmir is hailed as the most resplendent jewel on the crown of the Griffin Emperor, a title that Jetty Lux found to be entirely justified. Unlike the towns in Westwind County, which are established beside forests and rivers in low-lying areas, this grand city encompasses a complex terrain that includes rivers, ports, plains, and rolling hills, particularly in the area where the palace of the Griffin Emperor is located. Hundreds of soaring, pointed towers are meticulously arranged, connected by elegant stone arch bridges and winding roads, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This truly is a miracle that could only be crafted by the gods above. A voice with an accent from Yahan broke the silence from behind Jetty. Sir Haoyan, also clad in an unadorned adventurer's cloak, stepped onto the deck, his face openly expressing astonishment. Even in my homeland, a city of this scale would be considered unparalleled. Jetty took one last glance at the magnificent white walls of Filmir and the colorful flags fluttering in the wind atop the city walls before turning around. Incredible. Is there a festival going on here every day? He shook his head repeatedly. So many flags, so many streets and pedestrians. It's comparable to several port cities of Yalius combined. How could the port city of Yalius be compared to the radiant capital? A third voice interjected, followed by a middle-aged man dressed as a merchant, who smiled and bowed to Jetty, his face adorned with a slick, practiced smile. I apologize for the interruption. Gentlemen, we will have to wait some time to dock at the port. Would you be interested in sharing a drink with me? Jetty slightly furrowed his brow, a sense of doubt rising within him, yet his tone did not reveal any intention of refusal. This is hardly an intrusion, sir. May I ask who you are? Saharn, a traveling merchant from the northern counties. Part of the Wine Merchants Alliance, the middle-aged man introduced himself with a charming smile. I sell the finest summer red wines, pear wines, and mixed grain whites, as well as the treasured sweet wines aged in oak barrels from the Guess winery. Jetty and Sir Hautian exchanged glances, their underlying doubts undiminished by the man's introduction. Mr. Saharn, forgive my boldness, but the northern counties should be in another direction from Filmir, correct? There are 4 or 5 major wine merchants in the radiant capital of Filmir, and countless small merchants like myself. Opportunities for small figures to prosper here are few and far between, so I must venture to Westwind County in search of prospects, Saharn replied, waving his hand with a smile. He then produced a leather wine pouch from beneath his cloak, uncorked it, and an enticing aroma of wine wafted into the air. Give it a try, gentlemen, and tell me if this is not the most exquisite red wine you have ever tasted. The dark red liquid poured from the leather pouch emitted a rich fragrance of berries and grapes. Although Jetty had little knowledge of wine quality, he could discern that this wine was indeed of excellent caliber. Sir Hautian promptly took the pouch, took a small sip, and a look of surprise instantly spread across his face. This wine is delightful, he remarked, nodding in admiration. However, it does not quite resemble the flavor of the Griffin Empire. Is its brewing technique from Jahan? Saharn laughed heartily as he reclaimed the pouch, tilting his head back to take a generous swig. An old winemaker taught me this brewing technique. Sometimes I can even pass it off as an imported delicacy from Jahan. He winked at Sir Hautian and lowered his voice. My lord knight, would you be interested in purchasing a batch of this fine wine? The price is half that of similar products from Jahan, and I can ensure a continuous supply. Sir Hautian's eyes flickered with interest. What knight? He retorted in a denial tone. Mr. Saharn, I am somewhat intrigued by your wine, but I can only buy 1 or 2 barrels at most. After all, an adventurer's meager income does not allow for reckless spending. Saharn winked again. Your posture, your gaze, and your movements. These signs are enough for a discerning merchant to draw a conclusion. He said this while extending the wine pouch towards Jetty. My lord, would you like to try my wine? Jetty accepted the pouch but did not bring it close to his lips. So, what is my identity then? A knight as well? He inquired with a smile. Mr. Saharn, perhaps I am merely a lowly attendant. You do not resemble a knight, but you are even less likely to be someone's attendant, Saharn replied earnestly, shaking his head. I cannot easily guess your profession. But if I may be so bold, you appear to be a person of higher status, perhaps a magician? Jetty's pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. Is that deduced from some detail? Just a guess, but now you have confirmed it, Saharn said, reaching into his cloak to retrieve a crystal vial containing a small amount of gem-blue liquid. Few can resist the temptation of fine wine, yet some professions must make the unfortunate choice to abstain. As far as I know, esteemed magicians fall into this category, as alcohol can interfere with meditation and affect mental acuity, hence few magicians indulge in the cup. However, this is different. It is one of Filmir's specialties, and very few magicians can resist its allure. Jetty handed the wine pouch back to Sir Hautian and took the crystal vial, examining the luminous liquid within, before uncorking it and gently inhaling the refreshing aroma that emanated from it. Mr. Saharn, did you also brew this yourself? I do not possess the brewing formula for mermaid tears, not even Mr. Kyrant, the most prominent merchant of Filmir, can procure it. This substance is nearly entirely monopolized by the aristocracy of Filmir, and to acquire even a small vial of it is truly an extraordinary feat. A clear expression of disappointment crossed Jetty's face as he securely recapped the bottle and weighed it thoughtfully in his hand. The ability to replenish spiritual energy is indeed a valuable asset for a magician. Mr. Sahan, how much do you intend to offer for this vial? On the black market of Filmir, a bottle of mermaid tears fetches at least 40 golden griffins, Mr. Sahan remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. However, should I be granted the friendship of a distinguished magician, I would be delighted to bestow it upon you as a gift. Such a sincere offering, then I shall graciously accept it. Jetty nodded gently, carefully stowing the crystal vial into the hidden pocket beneath his cloak. Before bowing to Sahan in a gesture befitting a magician, Jetty, Lux, a mid-level magician from the port of Rococo in the Northwind County, is honored to accept your friendship. Sahan's smile grew more fervent. Splendid. Mr. Jetty, to celebrate our precious camaraderie, I wish to invite you and this noble knight to join me for afternoon tea in the cabin, as enduring the cold winds on the deck for over an hour is hardly a pleasant affair. Another hour, you say? Jetty cast a glance toward the nearby Triumph Harbor dock. How could it possibly take so long? Are we not on the verge of arriving at our berth? Sohan smiled wryly and gestured for Jetty to follow his gaze toward the right side of the ship's bow, where a nimble vessel was slicing through the waves, racing toward the dock. Do you see it, Lord Jetty? The flag upon that ship, the silver whale rising amidst the white froth, the family crest of Vice Admiral Cruz of Triumph Harbor. That is a royal pilot vessel, indicating that a large ship carrying important individuals is approaching. All vessels entering the harbor must temporarily halt to await the arrival of that ship, which has priority docking rights. Jetty could not help but smirk. Just as he was about to voice his opinion, Sir Hao-Ian suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "By the gods, look at that ship! I have never seen a warship twice the size of the Gale. Not even during the height of the Imperial Navy was such a colossal vessel ever constructed."